Upon awakening, Chen finds himself as a menial servant in the lumber room of the Liu family estate. He had anticipated a lifetime of servitude, bound by the shackles of slavery. Unexpectedly, the activation of the martial arts master system propels him onto the path of martial cultivation. 1 or 2 silver coins can be exchanged for a month's worth of training progress, with virtually no bottlenecks. As Chen strides toward invincibility, countless lofty geniuses find themselves beneath his feet. Furthermore, as his cultivation ascends, the profound truths of the world unfold before his eyes. Simultaneously, a mysterious woodcutter emerges within the realm of martial arts. I, the Great Xuanyuan Woodcutter, command all idol deities and demons to retreat. Who says the human race lacks great emperors? I shall shatter the heavens with a single punch. Chapter 1. I, the menial servant of the Liu Estate's lumber room, have activated the system. Chen, rise and chop wood. In the early hours, at the 4th watch of the Tiger Hour, within the servant quarters of the Liu family in Yuni County, Chen was lost in a dream of beautiful women and luxurious cars when he was abruptly awakened by a forceful kick. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a youthful boy, his face etched with urgency, shaking him vigorously. Brother Mo, wake up quickly. Steward Liu is furious. Chen's mind momentarily blanked. Then, upon noticing the boy's tattered, patched clothing, his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, I've overslept. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from his bed, seized the axe from the corner, and dashed out the door. In the courtyard, numerous servant disciples were already bustling about. Some were fetching water, others chopping wood, some cutting vegetables, and others stoking the fire to cook. Though the dawn had yet to break, the entire backyard was filled with a flurry of activity. However, at the center of the yard stood a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, wielding a leather whip and berating the passing servants. What are you all doing, moving so slowly? Can you bear the consequences of delaying the master and mistress's meals? Damn it, move faster. Have the chickens been stewed for the young ladies yet? At this pace, do you think the ladies will have their breakfast at noon? The crack of the whip echoed, accompanied by cries of pain, causing Chen and the young boy to shiver as they stealthily blended into the line of woodcutters. Bang! Chen brought down the axe with force, splitting the wooden stump before him in two. Yet before he could swing a second time, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Crack! A 2-meter-long whip landed heavily on Chen's back. In an instant, the searing pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, leaving his face ashen. Chen, do not presume that I am oblivious to your actions. Should you dare to oversleep again tomorrow, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Manager Liu spoke with a grim expression, snorting disdainfully as he turned away. Crack! Another whip crack echoed through the air. Ah! Xiao Wu, nearby, screamed in agony as he fell to the ground. Wang Xiao Wu, you too, if you dare to linger in slumber again, I shall break your legs. With a long whip in hand, Manager Liu's cold voice scolded once more. Xiao Wu curled up in pain, his expression contorted, wailing and sobbing as sweat drenched his forehead and body. He rolled on the ground incessantly, pleading for mercy. I won't do it again, I promise. I shall never dare again. That scoundrel. Chen felt a surge of indignation, but could only grit his teeth and silently curse, not daring to rise and defend Xiao Wu. This was solely because the body he inhabited, having crossed over, belonged to the lowest tier of a slave in the residence of the Liu family. Weakened in body and spirit, intervening on Xiao Wu's behalf would only lead to graver punishments for both. Furthermore, according to the laws of the Xian, should a slave be beaten to death by their master, the authorities would not cast a second glance. Damn it, once I find a way to escape, I shall undoubtedly deal with that Liu scoundrel. Bang! Another axe fell. Chen unleashed his pent-up fury upon the wooden stump before him, as if it were Manager Liu himself, cleaving it in two with a single swing. At that moment, a chime resounded. Ding! Congratulations on activating the martial arts master system. A translucent attribute panel suddenly appeared before Chen's eyes. Name, Chen. Cultivation, incapable of even subduing a chicken, severely weakened. System level, 1st tier. Martial arts, none. Wealth, 1 tael. Exchangeable martial arts cultivation progress, 1 month. Equipable items, 1. Storage slots, 5. To upgrade the system to 2nd tier, 10 taels of silver, 1 tael of gold. Lifespan, 39 years. Chen waved his hand, but the transparent panel suspended in the air did not vanish. Rubbing his eyes, he found the panel still floating before him. At this, Chen was taken aback. Could it be? This is not an illusion. In an instant, he grasped the utility of this system. Silver could be exchanged for martial arts cultivation progress or to upgrade the system. 12 taels of silver could be exchanged for a year's worth of cultivation progress, equating to 1 tael per month. Currently, he had not learned any martial arts, rendering him unable to exchange. As for the system upgrade, which would expand storage space and increase equipable items, Imo-chan was not overly concerned. What weighed heavily on his mind was the fact that his lifespan was limited to 39 years, necessitating immediate action to remedy his weakened state. What a surprise. I can only live until 39. Imo-chan winced, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Fortunately, he could replenish his waning vitality through the system upgrade, preventing him from becoming helpless and prematurely meeting his end. Imo-chan gazed at the axe in his hand, and detailed data immediately materialized before him. Ordinary iron axe. Level, unranked. Equipable conditions, none. Attributes, strength, enhancement 20. The host is not restricted. Once equipment is bound, all attribute enhancements of the equipment can be enjoyed. In this world, does all equipment possess attribute enhancements? A thought sparked within Imo-chan, and he turned to observe the axes of others. Among the 4 woodcutting laborers, aside from Imo-chan and Xiao Wu, who were still minors, the other 2, Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong, were robust men in their mid-30s. Their axes had been in use for over a decade. Ordinary iron axe, unranked. Equipable conditions, none. Attributes, strength, enhancement 50. Ordinary iron axe, unranked. Equipable conditions, none. Attributes, strength, enhancement 90. Special enhancement, lightweight. Imo-chan's eyes gleamed as he fixated on Li Dazhuang's axe. Upon it, he discovered an additional attribute, lightweight. Lightweight? Does that imply the axe is lighter, making it more energy efficient during use? Imo-chan eyed the second axe with envy. As a woodcutting laborer, he was unlikely to escape the woodshed in the near future. If he could acquire that axe, not only can he attain a remarkable power enhancement of 90, but he also gains agility, conserving a significant amount of energy. With this saved energy, he can divert his attention to other pursuits. For instance, martial arts training. Every day at the crack of dawn, I must rise to gather firewood, and by the time I've chopped enough for the day, it is nearly noon. After finishing my meal, there is scarcely time to rest before I must again ascend the mountain to fetch more firewood. If I do not devise alternative methods, I shall never have the opportunity to practice martial arts in this lifetime. Contemplating this, Imo-chan cast a glance back at the still scolding steward Liu, temporarily suppressing his thoughts, and continued to chop the wood at a leisurely pace. Be more efficient, you lot. If the meal is not prepared before dawn, do not blame me for my harshness. Steward Liu's shouts reverberated throughout the courtyard, causing all the servants to display anxious expressions and hasten their movements. At last, when the rooster crowed, all the meals were prepared. The master of the house had not yet risen. Although the servants' stomachs rumbled in hunger, none were permitted to eat until the sun had fully risen in the eastern sky. It was only then that the lady of the house and the young masters and misses were attended to by their maids, who helped them with dressing and washing. By the time Imo-chan and the other servants were ready to eat, it had already reached noon. The sun was nearly overhead. Damn it! Rising at 4 in the morning, and it's almost 10 and still no meal. Despite having been in this world for 3 months, Imo-chan still could not acclimate to breakfast being served so late. If one could sleep in until 10, it would be bearable, but they had no opportunity for such luxury. Rising earlier than the cows, they must toil for a solid 5 or 6 hours before being allowed to eat. No one could endure such a burden. Bang! Imo-chan, drenched in sweat, grit his teeth and struck the wood with his axe. Due to his hunger and fatigue, the wooden stump bore only a small nick from his effort. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, a series of protests emanated from his stomach. Imo-chan turned his gaze to see Xiao Wu, 3 years his junior, looking gaunt, with pale lips. At that moment, his hands, gripping the axe, trembled after having struggled to lift it for most of the day. Upon noticing Imo-chan's gaze, Xiao Wu managed a weak smile, saying, "Brother Imo, I truly have no strength left. Could you help me chop this remaining bundle of firewood? Consider it a debt owed to you." Imo-chan had initially intended to respond that he too lacked strength. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu's pallid complexion and cracked lips, and recalling how Xiao Wu had often assisted him, he felt a pang of compassion, especially remembering how Xiao Wu had even received a lash for waking him that morning. "All right then, leave these logs to me, you go rest." After uttering these words, Imo-chan glanced in the direction of Li Dazhuang, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he walked over. Chapter 2. The Axe in Hand. Brotherly. Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong had already completed their respective tasks, seated in a shaded corner, sipping water and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon hearing the call, both men turned their gazes, a hint of curiosity evident in their expressions. Imo-chan, brotherly, may I borrow your axe for a moment? Imo-chan crouched down, pointing at the axe resting before Li Dazhuang. Li Dazhuang paused for a moment, taken aback. "You wish to borrow my axe?" Imo-chan nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Yes, I find my new axe rather unyielding, and I'm not accustomed to it yet. Yours appears to have a pleasantly smooth handle, and I would like to give it a try." Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. "You rascal, why not just sand down your own axe handle?" Imo-chan sighed. spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The issue is that I lack the strength to do so at the moment. Li Dazhuang scoffed and waved his hand dismissively. Take it, take it. It's just an old axe, feel free to use it. To Li Dazhuang, the axe had been in service for 17 or 18 years, showing significant wear and tear, and would fetch little to no value if sold. If Chen wanted to use it, he thought, it was of no consequence. Seeing Li Dazhuang's nonchalant attitude, Chen's mind began to race with ideas. Brotherly, how about this? I'll trade you my axe for yours. You can use my new axe, and I'll make do with your old one. Chen extended his axe toward Li Dazhuang, his gaze fixed intently on his face. The system had just provided an explanation. Non-warriors could only activate a third of a weapon's attributes, meaning that Li Dazhuang's axe, in his hands, would only enhance his strength by 30, and its special property of being lightweight would be significantly diminished. Thus, Chen was confident that Li Dazhuang was unaware of the true worth of his own axe. Such a favorable deal. Li Dazhuang's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen's proposal, excitement radiating from him. Chen, are you truly willing to trade axes with me? He had long desired a new axe but had been denied funds by the steward, and he was reluctant to spend his own money. Consequently, he always felt that his axe was somewhat unwieldy. Moreover, he had recently noticed that his axe had become lighter with each use, causing him to furrow his brow. What he did not anticipate was that Chen would proactively suggest an exchange, akin to receiving a pillow when one is sleepy. Even if I were to sell this old axe, it wouldn't garner much. A new axe must surely be worth more than this worn-out relic. Li Dazhuang felt a surge of joy within, eagerly accepting the axe from Chen's hands, swinging it lightly in the air a couple of times, and exclaimed, not bad. Not bad. Indeed, a new axe has heft. I prefer this weighty feel. Chen's new axe was significantly heavier than his old one, the blade impeccably sharp and gleaming. The substantial heft of the weapon brought immense satisfaction to the robust Li Dazhuang. Hee hee, Chen chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Brotherly, shall we consider this settled? Li Dazhuang promptly replied, absolutely. Just remember, once we swap, you mustn't back out. He was anxious that Chen might change his mind and reclaim the new axe. I assure you, I won't backtrack. Absolutely not. Li Dazhuang nodded with satisfaction, getting up with a grin to start honing his new axe. This scene evoked a deep sense of envy in Shi Yong, who thought, Chen, if such opportunities arise again, don't forget about me. I could use a new axe too. Chen replied with a smile, certainly. After conversing with Shi Yong, Chen seized Li Dazhuang's axe and turned back toward Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu was exhausted, slumped against the wall for a rest. Upon seeing Chen approach, he weakly inquired, Gu, what do you need Brother Li's axe for? Chen glanced back at Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong, crouching beside Xiao Wu with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I merely exchanged axes with Brother Li. What? Why would you trade axes with him? Xiao Wu blinked in surprise, looking at Chen, and exclaimed, Gu, Brother Li's axe has been in use for 17 or 18 years. It's severely worn down. Why would you be so foolish? Chen waved his hand dismissively, grinning. That's not for you to worry about. Just wait until I finish chopping wood. With that, he approached the pile of firewood, picked up a wooden stump, and set it upright on the ground. Alert! Would you like to bind the ordinary iron axe? The system's notification rang in his mind. Chen promptly responded, bind. Alert! Binding successful. In an instant, as Chen gripped Li Dazhuang's axe, he felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body, even causing the muscles in his arms to visibly swell slightly. Furthermore, the axe, which had previously felt heavy, suddenly became light as a feather, as though he was wielding not an iron axe, but a mere wooden mallet. Is this the attribute enhancement that comes with binding? Chen's eyes widened with excitement. Although he was not a warrior, binding the equipment allowed him to immediately reap the benefits of its attributes. His strength surged by 90, and the axe felt significantly lighter in his grip. With a resounding thud, Chen swung the axe down, cleaving the stout wooden stump effortlessly in two. Excellent. Chen was elated. Without a moment's hesitation, he began chopping one piece of firewood after another. Xiao Wu was astonished, his eyes wide open in disbelief. My heavens! Gu, how are you so formidable today? Typically, Chen's physical strength was only marginally superior to Xiao Wu's, and he would often collapse in exhaustion after completing a day's tasks. Yet today, not only had Chen finished his own firewood, but he was also helping Xiao Wu chop more, and he appeared to have plenty of energy left over. Xiao Wu was utterly baffled, 3 enormous question marks rising above his head. He simply could not comprehend how Chen had undergone such a remarkable transformation. In the blink of an eye, 3 bundles of firewood were completely chopped. Just then, shouts rang out in the distance. It's time to eat. Time to eat. Chen and Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled in unison as they hurriedly scrambled over. Damn it, I'm starving. During mealtime, Chen and Xiao Wu each held a bowl. Clutching 2 steamed buns, crouched in a corner, devouring their meal ravenously. Once they finished 1 bowl of rice, they stood side by side, waiting for their turn to ladle thin porridge from the wooden barrel. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Wu tugged at Chen's arm and asked, Gu, how did you manage that? Why are you so strong today while chopping wood? Chen glanced at Xiao Wu, who wore an envious expression, and shook his head. It's nothing special. Today, I took a beating for you. Naturally, I had to channel that anger into strength. This year, he was 15, while Xiao Wu was only 12, and there was a noticeable height difference, with Xiao Wu being considerably shorter. Hearing Chen's words, Xiao Wu believed him wholeheartedly. He scratched his head, chuckling innocently. Go, you treat me the best in the Lu residence. If you ever oversleep again, I'll be sure to wake you up. Good brother. Chen wrapped an arm around his shoulder and gave him a hearty pat. Rest assured, Xiao Wu, once I make my mark, I'll ensure you never have to suffer again. Yes, Go, I believe in you. A pure smile broke out on Xiao Wu's otherwise dirty face. Seeing Xiao Wu's sincere expression, Chen mused to himself. The aspect of equipment was merely the beginning. The true prowess of the martial arts master system had yet to unfold. With just 1 or 2 silver coins, he could exchange for a month's worth of martial arts training progress. This meant that any martial art he wished to learn could be quickly mastered simply by using silver for exchange. Now that was the true marvel of the system. Regarding the attributes and enhancements of weaponry, they merely pertain to the characteristics inherent to this world's armaments and do not constitute the system's magical advantage. Once their meal concluded, Chen and Xiao Wu casually sought refuge in a shaded area to rest, leaning against a stone pillar. Chen was on the verge of dozing off when Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong approached, pushing a wheelbarrow. Chen, Xiao Wu, we're heading up the mountain to gather firewood. All right, brotherly. Chen replied promptly, rising with a hint of reluctance as he pushed the wheelbarrow to follow suit. Chapter 3. The Guardian Tournament and Wood Gathering for Improvement. Traversing through the rear courtyard, they arrived at the front courtyard. Just as Chen and his companions were about to reach the side gate, a commanding and resonant voice echoed from the neighboring courtyard. Almost instantaneously, a vision of a brawny, formidable man materialized in Chen's mind. This robust figure was none other than Wu Baoyin, the captain of the guards. It was said that he was also the personal protector of Lord Lu. As the guardians of the Lu residence, we bear the responsibility of ensuring our master's safety. Each of you possesses some martial prowess, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. In a month's time, the second young master will be heading to the capital to partake in the martial examination at the Xuanyuan Academy. Those of you who secure a place among the top 3 in the tournament shall earn the privilege of accompanying the second young master to the academy. After a brief pause, Wu Baoyin continued. Completing this task not only enhances your chances of gaining the second young master's favor, but may also grant you a reward of 50 taels of silver from the madam. It is up to you to seize this opportunity. Upon the utterance of these words, an uproar ensued. Wow, 50 taels of silver. The exclamations of excitement from the guards resonated throughout the courtyard. Indeed, we shall give it our all. Brothers, let us fight for it. The Xuanyuan Academy will broaden our horizons. 50 taels of silver, surely that's worth 2 years of our labor. Haha, in a month, I shall claim first place. None shall contest me. Upon hearing this, Chen and his 3 companions widened their eyes, halting in their tracks. My goodness, 50 taels of silver, is it truly that much? Xiao Wu gasped. The prospect of the martial examination at the Xuanyuan Academy held little allure for them. Rather, the reward of 50 taels of silver astonished the 4. Within Lord Lu's residence, their meager wages as laborers amounted to only 600 won per month, averaging a mere 20 won a day, sufficient to support a family. However, the guards in the neighboring courtyard not only earned higher wages, but also enjoyed additional benefits. These guards received 2 taels of silver monthly, alongside various perks and rewards. If they could secure a top 3 finish in the internal competition, they would accompany the second young master to the capital and earn an additional 50 taels. How enviable. Li Dazhuang clicked his tongue in envy. In Xian, 1 tael of gold equated to 10 taels of silver, while 1 tael of silver was worth 1,000 won in copper coins. Thus, the reward of 50 taels of silver indeed represented a considerable sum, converted into copper coins, that amounted to 50,000 won, an amount Li Dazhuang had never encountered in his lifetime. Yet, the guards only needed to place in the top 3 to have the opportunity to venture out with the second young master and potentially receive rewards. It was impossible for them not to feel a sense of disparity. Let us not dwell on it, Shi Yong remarked, shaking his head with a resigned sigh as he pushed the wheelbarrow onward. Meanwhile, Chen listened to their discussion, clenching his fist, a fervent flame of desire igniting within his eyes. If he could become a guard, he would receive 2 taels of silver each month. Moreover, if additional tasks arose, there could be significant rewards. To be honest, he was captivated. The system required 10 taels of silver and 1 tael of gold to upgrade to the second level. At present, achieving this goal seemed exceedingly challenging for Chen. Furthermore, pursuing martial arts was no simple feat, as the saying goes. The impoverished pursue knowledge, while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. A martial artist without financial backing could scarcely sustain themselves, let alone afford weapons, precious medicines, or healing elixirs. Thus, the practice of martial arts necessitated silver, an abundance of it. Within the Lu residence, as a bonded servant, the prospect of training in martial arts seemed utterly unattainable. However, After hearing the guard's words, he sensed a flicker of hope. A month from now, an internal competition would take place, and the guards would undoubtedly train diligently in preparation. As Chen walked ahead, deep in thought, he realized that openly training in martial arts was impractical. However, clandestinely learning some techniques from the guards was a possibility. With the martial arts master system at his disposal, he could discreetly acquire some of the guard's skills and subsequently exchange silver for progress in martial arts training. This approach would neither interfere with his sleep nor his wood-gathering duties, while quietly enhancing his strength. Once he had established a solid foundation in martial arts, he could then devise a plan to apply for the position of guard, thereby earning 2 taels of silver monthly and gaining opportunities to leave the residence. Regrettably, the only drawback at present was the meager income he earned, which was woefully insufficient to sustain the expenses of the martial arts master system. 1 tael of silver would only allow for 1 month of training progress. This was hardly adequate for his martial arts ambitions, and Chen found himself somewhat vexed. Bound by the contract of servitude within the Lu residence, he found it nearly impossible to venture out in search of opportunities to earn money. Should he attempt to escape the Lu estate, it was likely that he would be captured and publicly displayed by the authorities. The consequences could range from a severe beating, followed by a return to servitude, to a grim fate of being beaten to death and left as carrion for wild dogs. Of course, there remained a slim chance that he might escape detection and flee the city, yet that path was fraught with peril from relentless beasts and bandits lurking in the wilderness. Throughout the journey, Chen's thoughts swirled as he pondered his options. Cautiously, he resolved that preserving his life was paramount. With the existence of the martial arts master system, his future was destined for greatness. For now, he merely needed to endure the solitude and poverty. For one day he would break free from the shackles of servitude within the Lu residence. As the wheelbarrow rattled along the earthen road, Li Dazhuang, leading the group, turned back to urge them onward. We're almost at Yunlu Mountain. Let us pick up the pace and rest once we reach the foot of the mountain. Understood. Chen and the others responded in unison, quickening their pace as they pushed the wheelbarrow. By midday, the sun blazed fiercely. With the onset of summer a few days prior, the oppressive heat grew increasingly unbearable. By the time Chen and his companions arrived at the foot of Yunlu Mountain, they were drenched in sweat, and Chen could detect his own unpleasant odor. I could really use a cool shower right now. Chen sighed involuntarily. Xiao Wu tilted his head back to drink some water, gasping, a cool shower would be a luxury. I just wish for a rain from the heavens. Li Dazhuang snapped back, speak positively. If it does rain, we want to be able to return. In these times, there are no paved roads. After rain, the paths turn to mud, and we be stuck in puddles, losing our shoes in the muck. It's simply unbearable. Don't worry, brotherly. It won't rain today. Chen gazed skyward, offering a smile. At that moment, the sky was a vast expanse of clear blue. Not only was it unlikely to rain today, but the forecast for the coming days appeared equally dry. As they laughed and chatted, they lifted their axes and gradually dispersed to gather firewood. With a resounding thud, Chen struck down with his axe, severing a branch as thick as an arm. Remarkably, he exerted little effort, effortlessly cleaving what would typically require 4 or 5 strikes. Gazing at the robust branch that lay on the ground, a smile crept onto Chen's lips. This enhancement was exhilarating. In that moment, it felt as though his grip on the axe was imbued with boundless strength. And the iron axe was inexplicably light, demanding no exertion at all. Li Dazhuang's old axe was indeed a marvelous tool. Alas, he had not practiced martial arts, so he could not fully unlock the weapon's attributes. The augmentation of strength bestowed upon Chen immense power, while the lightweight quality made lifting seem effortless. Unable to resist, Chen chopped down several more trees for experimentation, discovering that the axe's effects were remarkably consistent. Did this imply that even without martial training, he could rival those who practiced, solely through the benefits of equipped gear? He found this notion quite plausible. If Li Dazhuang's axe was merely an ordinary iron tool, what astonishing effects might a weapon of higher grade possess? Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the equipment in this world. Chapter 4. Stealing Martial Arts Techniques. The Fierce Tiger Fist. Before long, Chen had filled the wheelbarrow with firewood. Noticing that Xiao Wu was still laboriously chopping wood, Chen could not resist and stepped forward to assist him. Thank you, Brother Emo. Xiao Wu expressed his gratitude, visibly moved. Chen smiled gently and replied, we are brothers in hardship, helping each other out. Indeed, Brother Emo. Xiao Wu tightened his grip on the axe, his eyes inexplicably moist. Ever since he had been sold to the estate of Lu Yuanwei a year ago, he had never completed his firewood tasks with ease. Each day left him utterly exhausted, fearing he might not awaken the next morning. Yet now, an inexplicable hope for the future stirred within Xiao Wu, a warmth brought forth by Chen. After a while, with Chen's help, Xiao Wu's wheelbarrow was also filled to the brim. Well, you 2 lads are quite swift today. Shi Yong, having finished his own wood, wiped his brow and prepared to take a break. Upon turning, he was startled to see both Chen and Xiao Wu's wheelbarrows filled, exclaiming in surprise. Chen plopped down onto the ground, exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wu, and feigned exhaustion, wryly saying, "Brother sure, you see our wheelbarrows are full. But you haven't seen us nearly exhausting ourselves." Xiao Wu, quick-witted, chimed in breathlessly, "Brother Mo, if one day I work myself to death, please help collect my remains." Mo Chen chuckled, "No problem at all. I'll even erect a tombstone for you, inscribed with the woodcutter of Dashuan, Wang Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. Energized by the thought, that sounds splendid. The woodcutter of Dashuan, how majestic. Their banter eased Shi Yang's suspicions, prompting him to laugh heartily and jest. "All right, Xiao Wu. You with your grand title, your meager amount of wood wouldn't even suffice for a shameful demise." At that moment, Li Dazhuang approached, pushing a cart. "Let's go. We must return before dark, or we'll miss the closing of the city gates." Mo Chen cast a somewhat exasperated glance at Li Dazhuang. They had barely rested when they were urged to leave again. However, Mo Chen recognized the truth in Li Dazhuang's words. As night fell, the gates of Uni County would close, both to guard against mountain bandits and to protect against wild beasts entering the city. Very well. It was best to return early and seek an opportunity to learn martial arts. With this thought, Mo Chen mustered his strength and pushed the cart to catch up with Li Dazhuang. That night, the servants' quarters were engulfed in slumber, with snores resonating through the air, mingling with the pungent odors of sweat and feet, making it difficult for Mo Chen, burdened by hidden concerns, to fall asleep. Glancing around, he noticed the other servants were sleeping soundly like dead pigs. Quietly, Mo Chen donned his clothes and slipped outside. He wondered if the guards were practicing martial arts during the night. With a month remaining until the estate's martial arts competition, the reward of 50 taels of silver, coupled with the opportunity to accompany the second young master to the Zhenwu Academy for further enlightenment, would undoubtedly rouse many people's spirits. Mo Chen ventured out at night, hoping to take a gamble and see if the night watch guards were training, allowing him to stealthily learn a technique or two. Under the sparse moonlight, the crickets chirped incessantly. In the shadow beside the wall, Mo Chen tiptoed forward. In no time, he reached the front courtyard, and before he could scale the wall, he heard a low, commanding voice from next door. Fierce tiger emerges from the forest. Angry tiger roars. Black tiger strikes at the heart. Hungry tiger pounces for prey. Mo Chen's spirit surged. There truly were people training? With excitement, he swiftly scaled the wall and crouched down to observe. In the courtyard, a robust man clad in black guard attire moved like a fierce tiger, executing powerful strikes with fervor. Sometimes he unleashed an avalanche of blows. At other times he grounded himself, twisting his waist, or delivered knee strikes and crouched like a bow. The entire sequence was vigorous and commanding, instilling in Mo Chen an immense sense of pressure, as though he were being fiercely eyed by a famished tiger. If I stood before him, one strike might very well leave me flat on the ground, begging for mercy. Mo Chen watched hungrily, committing each movement to memory, even discreetly mimicking actions with his hands to reinforce his recollection. The RMB warrior was indeed formidable, yet his memory faltered slightly. After one glance, Mo Chen had only grasped a rough outline. Just as he was beginning to feel overwhelmed by the effort of memorization, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Unrefined fierce tiger fist, uninitiated. Mo Chen paused, slightly taken aback. Was the system implanting memories? At that instant, all the techniques of the fierce tiger fist materialized in his mind, precisely mirroring the moves of the burly man in the courtyard. Excellent. This means I won't have to struggle to memorize them painstakingly. Mo Chen was elated. The ability to have martial techniques directly implanted into his mind was undoubtedly a significant time and energy saver. This effectively granted him a photographic memory. At that moment, the burly man showed no signs of halting his training. After completing the sequence, he began again. Mo Chen, suppressing the urge to access the system interface, continued to observe him practice. Not only had he grasped the techniques, but he also sought to discern any nuances in force application. Roar. Huh. In the courtyard, the man struck powerfully, occasionally pausing to reflect on his movements and the angles of his force application. Mo Chen watched intently, holding his breath, his eyes shining brighter with each passing moment. Combining the techniques with his observations of the man's insights would prove beneficial for him as well. The burly man practiced the fierce tiger fist for a total of 7 or 8 rounds before finally stopping, panting heavily. My fierce tiger fist has reached the small accomplishment stage after 3 years. If I can refine my force application techniques further within this month and embody the essence of the tiger, I should be able to break through to the great accomplishment stage. A perfected martial technique would undoubtedly place him among the elite guards. Within the estate, there were a total of 20 guards, yet only 3 had achieved the great accomplishment in their martial arts. 1 was the head guard, and 2 were deputy leaders. He was about to become the 4th. The robust man couldn't help but grin widely, eagerly anticipating the day when his tiger fist would reach its full potential, enhancing his muscular strength and allowing him to enter the realm of physical refinement. Surely, his name would echo among the top 3 competitors in the internal martial arts contest. Though he dared not challenge the head of the guards, he believed himself to be nearly on par with the 2 deputy leaders, differing only in terms of combined strength. In all other aspects, he felt he was their equal. After a brief respite, the man resumed his stance training, practicing the fundamentals. Standing still, combined with specific breathing techniques and body postures, aimed to adjust the body and enhance physical fitness. Prolonged practice of this standing technique could strengthen the body, improve the digestive system, correct posture, and cultivate mental fortitude. It also possessed therapeutic effects on mental acuity and insomnia. Chen leaned against the wall, his eyes fixated on the robust man's movements. Observing him standing still, with long breaths and a heaving chest, he quickly deduced that this method of standing and breathing was indeed a form of martial training. As the wuxia novels often stated, external training of tendons and bones, internal training of one's breath. Could it be that this posture and breathing technique was a means of cultivating internal energy? Chen was intensely focused, mimicking the man's breathing rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the direction of the servant quarters. Chen's breath hitched, and he glanced back. With a swift push of his legs, he leapt down from the wall, hiding behind a nearby grinding stone. Moments later, a sturdy figure crept forward. Crouching low and moving stealthily, he scanned the surrounding darkness before climbing onto the wall. It was him. Chen was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. Chapter 5. The first training session, entering the Tiger Fist. The newcomer was none other than Shi Yong. Earlier in the day, he had sighed and shaken his head, lamenting their lack of hope in cultivating martial arts. Little did Chen expect him to secretly come over at night to learn martial skills. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Everyone yearned to rise above their station, a sentiment he could fully comprehend. After all, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. As a man in his prime, who would willingly resign themselves to a lifetime of chopping wood in a mere shed. Seeing Shi Yong climbing the wall to stealthily learn martial arts, Chen settled down behind the grinding stone. He knew that Shi Yong would not leave anytime soon, and he wished not to disturb him. Thus, Chen opened the system panel. Name, Chen. Cultivation, as powerless as a chick. System level, first tier. Martial arts, unrefined Tiger Fist, not yet initiated. Wealth, 1 tael. Redeemable martial arts progress, 1 month. Equipable gear count, 1. Storage slots, 5. Required for system upgrade to second tier, 10 taels of silver, 1 tael of gold. Lifespan, 39 years. Chen's gaze fell upon the martial arts section of the panel, and he nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely what he needed. Without hesitation, he chose to redeem the training progress. System, redeem 1 month of training progress. Beep. Redemption successful. Just as the system prompt sounded, the panel vanished with a swish. In its place, Chen's consciousness was transported to a vast training ground. This arena appeared to float amidst an endless abyss of darkness, shaped like a bagua, with 8 statues of ferocious divine beasts, each suppressing the 8 directions. In the center of the training ground, Chen distinctly observed another version of himself, tirelessly practicing day and night. Day 1. You practice Tiger Fist, mimicking the motions, your form awkward and your movements stiff and sluggish, barely becoming familiar after a day. Day 5. You have thoroughly familiarized yourself with the Tiger Fist, no longer forgetting your next move after throwing a punch, yet still sluggish and lacking power. Day 7. You overexerted yourself in practice, and your muscles are severely sore, leaving you bedridden. Day 15. You begin to correct your movements by secretly observing martial training daily, gradually grasping the proper techniques and nuances of the Tiger Fist. Day 30. Through persistent practice and a humble attitude towards learning and timely self-correction, you have finally entered the threshold of the Tiger Fist. Your strength has significantly increased. Wealth value insufficient for further deductions. Training progress halted. Chen exited the training ground, his eyes snapping open. In an instant, he felt a remarkable transformation in his body. His once flabby abdomen had developed 4 shallow abdominal muscles. His biceps now exhibited a pleasing curve, bulging impressively. Chen clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to shatter the grinding stone with a single blow. The effects of the martial arts training were astonishing. As if he had spent an entire month practicing relentlessly in the real world, though only a fleeting moment had passed in reality. Having barely entered the realm of the Tiger Fist had already augmented his strength tremendously. How formidable would it be to practice a martial art with internal energy? Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was still uncertain about the hierarchy of martial arts in the Daxian realm, but he had gleaned insights into the strength levels of the Guardians through the head guard's remarks. Mastery of the Tiger Fist to its fullest extent would allow one to enter the so-called realm of physical refinement. Those in the realm of physical refinement could be considered the elite among the Guardians. Did this not imply that the majority of the Guardians had only managed to reach the minor accomplishments of a single martial art, not yet entering the realm of physical refinement? Having already initiated my Tiger Fist, if I could devise a plan to earn silver for further training within a month, I might just find myself joining the ranks of the Guardians. The Guardians, in essence, served as the security of the Lu residents. While their martial prowess may not compare to true warriors, they were more than capable of handling 3 ordinary individuals at once. By becoming a Guardian, I could earn a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver, a substantial increase compared to my current situation. My aspirations are modest. Competing among the top 3 is beyond my wildest dreams. I merely wish to join the Guardian's ranks in the short term and escape from the woodshed. Chen mused quietly, recognizing that becoming a Guardian would not only elevate his salary significantly, but also improve his meals and grant him ample time for martial training. Compared to the role of a mere servant in the woodshed, the identity of a Guardian would undoubtedly suit him far better. However, while he had initiated the Tiger Fist, another statistic appeared before him. Lifespan, 33 years. This sudden revelation felt like a bucket of cold water dousing the joy he had just felt from entering the Tiger Fist. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed once more from the direction of the servant quarters. Someone else was coming? Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he reined in his complex emotions and peered outside. Soon, he spotted Shiyong, who had been stealthily learning martial arts. Panic etched on his face as he leaped down and dashed behind the grinding stone. Their eyes met. Chen. Shiyong was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Shoo. Chen quickly raised a finger to his lips and pulled Shiyong close. Hide. Shiyong hesitated for a moment before hurriedly sitting beside Chen. Both of them leaning against the stone mill, exchanging silent glances. Tap, tap, tap. The stealthy footsteps drew nearer. Chen and Shiyong couldn't help but peek cautiously. Then, a frail figure stumbled up onto the wall. Xiaowu. Shiyong found himself both amused and exasperated. Chen chuckled softly. Brother Shi, do you think Brotherly will come? Shiyong's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head, replying, I find it rather unlikely. He is the leader in the woodshed. Earning more than we do, he would surely find it beneath his dignity to sneak a lesson. Little did he know. His words were barely uttered when Li Dazhuang's figure appeared silently. However, it was not Little Five who noticed Li Dazhuang, but rather Li Dazhuang who was startled to see Little Five crouched atop the wall. What on earth? Why is there someone on the wall? Despite the moonlight illuminating the night, he could not discern that it was Little Five. In a flustered state, Li Dazhuang hurriedly dashed behind the grinding stone. Thus, 3 pairs of eyes locked in a shared gaze. Shiyong's expression was peculiar, his eyes filled with complexity. Chen beamed, revealing a dazzling smile with 16 gleaming teeth. Li Dazhuang, however, stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen and Shiyong behind the stone, utterly bewildered. Good evening, Brotherly. Are you here for a quick relief as well? Chen greeted cheerfully. Li Dazhuang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly seized the opportunity to save face. Awkwardly nodding. Yes, I'm here for the same reason. Are you all here for that too? Indeed, we all just needed to relieve ourselves. Shiyong forced a smile, adding, I drank too much water before bed and nearly wet the bed. The 3 of them erupted into awkward laughter. Meanwhile, atop the wall, Little Five was intently observing the guard practicing stances when he suddenly heard a strange low laughter, startling him into a pale panic. He turned his head to search for the source, but after scanning his surroundings, he found no other figures. Anxiety gripped him as he trembled, his complexion turning ashen. Could it be that I've been discovered? Fear gripped him, extinguishing his desire to learn stealthily, and he hastily slid down from the wall. Upon raising his eyes, he caught sight of the grinding stone not far away. Without a second thought, he rushed toward it, intending to hide behind the stone and observe the situation. Thus, Chapter 6. The poor do not recklessly engage. They remain poor for a lifetime. Ah! The strange laughter echoed behind the grinding stone. The 4 of them shared an awkward laugh, exchanging wide-eyed glances, none of them anticipating they would convene in such a mysterious manner. Truly, embarrassment had reached its pinnacle. After a moment, it was Chen, unabashed, who broke the silence. Brotherly, Brother Shi, why don't we all drop the pretense and take a look together? Little Five eagerly nodded. Yes. Since we all wish to learn martial arts, we might as well climb the wall together and share insights. Li Dazhuang and Shiyong exchanged a glance, their faces flushed with embarrassment, yet they nodded in agreement. All right then. With that, the 4 of them swiftly made their way to the courtyard wall and climbed over. In the adjacent courtyard, Hong Tiniu stood with his eyes closed, practicing stances. A slight frown creasing his brow. Strange. Why do I feel as if I am unclothed while practicing today? He opened his eyes and surveyed his attire thoroughly. Although he was fully clothed, he could not shake the sensation of being watched, feeling a prickling unease along his spine. Never mind. There's no rush to practice tonight. I should patrol instead, he murmured to himself, picking up his waist knife and setting off to patrol. On the wall, Chen and the other 3 exchanged knowing glances and gracefully descended. Tonight, the guards surely won't be practicing anymore. Let us return to rest. Li Dazhuang called out. And Chen chuckled, nodding in agreement. Then, under the cloak of night, the 4 of them stealthily returned to the servant quarters to sleep. However, whether the 3 of them could truly find rest was uncertain to Chen. What he knew for certain was that he had achieved his goal, acquiring the rudiments of the fierce tiger fist. A smile crept onto his lips, and he anticipated a particularly sweet slumber. Time to rise. At the 4th watch of the tiger hour, another day of toil was about to commence. This time, Imo-chun did not wait for Little Five's call, but swiftly flipped off the bed and leaped to the ground. Unlike his usual lethargy, today he felt particularly invigorated, as though boundless energy coursed through him. The initiation into the fierce tiger fist had not merely enhanced his strength, but also invigorated his spirit significantly. With a beaming countenance, Imo-chun picked up an axe and headed towards the woodshed. Little Five, on the other hand, stifled yawns beside him. "Oh dear, I'm utterly exhausted. Imo-gu, how are you so full of energy?" Imo-chun chuckled. "I slept quite well last night, so naturally, I feel refreshed. I envy you." Little Five lamented with a frown. "Working feels like a funeral." Upon reaching the woodshed, Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong were also yawning incessantly, dark circles under their eyes. After chopping just 3 bundles of firewood, they had already yawned more than a dozen times. "Damn, I couldn't sleep a wink after returning last night." "Me too. My mind has been occupied with thoughts of learning martial arts. I won't be going tonight. My body can't handle it. I've come to terms with it, at my age. I've long passed the prime for learning martial arts." Li Dazhuang sighed, shaking his head. Shi Yong, too, chuckled ruefully. "Indeed, we are no longer young. We cannot compete with the stamina of the youth. In Daxian, men are considered adults at the age of 16. After turning 16, one may marry, have children, serve in office, or join the military." Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong, having surpassed 35 years, were indeed no longer youthful in a realm where the average lifespan of common folk is merely 50 to 60 years. "Imo-chun, you seem particularly spirited today," observed Shi Yong, unable to restrain his envy as he watched Imo-chun chop wood vigorously. Imo-chun paused, feigned a breathless wipe of sweat, and replied, "Brother Shi, unlike you, I lack the energy to indulge in idle thoughts. The moment I returned last night, I collapsed into sleep, with no energy or strength to ponder anything else." As he finished speaking, Imo-chun swung the axe down, splitting the firewood in half. Shi Yong and Li Dazhuang exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads in unison. Indeed, mastering martial arts was no simple feat. As night fell once more, Imo-chun stealthily ascended the wall again. Li Dazhuang and the others had abandoned their aspirations for martial arts, leaving him to venture alone this time. The guard in the adjacent courtyard had changed. No longer was it Hong Tiniu from the previous night, but a lean, sinewy guard. The individual moved fluidly across the courtyard like a serpent, embodying a harmonious blend of softness and strength, with flexibility in every step and rapid strikes that were precise and forceful, aimed directly at vital points. As he exerted force, a hissing sound escaped his lips, enhancing his momentum, much like a great snake coiling within the courtyard. This display of prowess sent the crickets and mice cowering in the corners, trembling in fear, too afraid to make a sound. "Is that the snake form?" Imo-chun mused as he observed the guard's serpentine movements and techniques, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The snake form emphasizes a relaxed upper body and agile lower limbs, with movements that seamlessly intertwine softness and swiftness. After practicing the snake form for a few cycles, the slender guard suddenly retrieved a cage, placing it before him, and lit an oil lamp. Imo-chun was astonished to see that within the cage slithered a white snake, as thick as his thumb. Hisses. As the white snake sensed the presence of another, it immediately became alert, coiling its body and raising its head high, with its crimson tongue flickering in and out as it fixed its gaze on the lean guardian. "Excellent. Whether my white snake 9 transformations palm can reach its pinnacle hinges upon you." The lean guardian smirked wickedly, beginning to imitate the movements of the white snake. Witnessing this scene, Imo-chun suddenly had a moment of enlightenment. It turned out that martial arts could also draw inspiration from the movements of beasts. In his previous life on Earth, he had never encountered martial arts, and thus he was unaware that many forms were intrinsically linked to imitating animals. At this moment, Imo-chun recalled Yunda Mountain. Every afternoon, they would venture to Yunda Mountain to gather firewood. It was said that the mountain was not devoid of wild beasts. It was merely that the hunters had cleared out the ones on the periphery, making encounters rare. If that were the case, could he not seek out some wild animals for imitation? His tiger fist was still only rudimentary. Capturing a tiger for imitation was certainly unrealistic. However, he could venture deep into the mountains to search, and upon finding tigers and snakes, he could observe and study their movements for imitation. In the pitch-black night, Imo-chun cautiously watched the lean guardian as he mimicked the white snake. Utilizing the flickering light of an oil lamp, he too subtly attempted to replicate the actions of the white snake, yet he could not grasp the essence. It was not until half an hour later, when the lean guardian practiced the white snake 9 transformations palm once more, that Imo-chun ceased his observation and returned to the servant quarters to sleep. Unrefined white snake 9 transformations palm, not yet initiated. Lying in bed, Imo-chun activated the system panel. Indeed, the white snake 9 transformations palm appeared on the panel. His heart remained undisturbed as he placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling while allowing his thoughts to wander. Yesterday he had learned the tiger fist, and today he had acquired the white snake 9 transformations palm. Unfortunately, he had no money to exchange for martial arts training progress. The pressing matter was to earn money, substantial amounts of it. Yet every day, He was under the watchful eyes of Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong, making it difficult to escape their scrutiny. After much contemplation, Chen felt he could not remain passive. He must take the initiative, though he did not understand many principles. As a transmigrator, one truth was abundantly clear to him. The wealthy, if they do not act recklessly, will remain wealthy for life. Yet the poor, even if they do not act recklessly, will remain poor for life as well. Therefore, Chen resolved to take bold actions. Chapter 7. The Abundance of Masters Within the Manor. Over the next few days, Chen rose each morning with vigor to chop firewood and covertly practiced martial arts in the evenings. After several days, he discovered that the guardians of the Lu Manor seemed to only master 2 sets of techniques, the Tiger Fist and the White Snake 9 Transformations Palm. Thus, after stealing lessons for so long, he had only managed to learn these 2 rudimentary techniques. With his continuous practice and eavesdropping, he began to develop a rudimentary understanding of martial arts realms. In the initial stages of martial training, one was considered an unrefined martial artist, possessing only a modest physical strength above that of an ordinary person. Once a martial technique reached a high level of proficiency, when strength, muscle, and energy were harmonized, one would enter the first tier of body refinement, refining flesh. At this stage, one's strength could rival that of an ox, and one's punches could weigh 1,000 pounds. Following this, one would refine skin, tendons, bones, and blood, each representing a formidable challenge to one's physical limits. The body refinement process consists of 5 tiers, and he had yet to surpass even the threshold of the first tier of flesh refinement. As Chen chopped wood in the woodshed, he pondered these thoughts. The daily task of chopping wood was no longer a burden for him. He could effortlessly complete the task, even allowing himself some leisure to contemplate other matters. How could he possibly earn money? One evening, as dusk fell, Chen and 3 others had just returned from Yundu Mountain with their firewood when they heard a flurry of discussions and exclamations emanating from the servant quarters. Out of curiosity, the 4 of them set down their cart and gathered around. "Hey, brothers, what are you talking about?" Chen nudged one of the purchasing servants, inquiring with interest. The purchasing servant turned to face Chen and the others, his expression grave as he replied, "Haven't you heard? Last night, a thief broke into the county magistrate's residence. Not only did the thief steal valuables, but he also killed 2 people. What? Killed 2 people? Shi Yong and Li Daong gasped in shock. "Quick, tell us, was the thief caught?" The purchasing servant shook his head. If only he had been caught. "The entire county has gone on high alert today. The magistrate is furious, ordering that the thief be apprehended within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Chen and the others finally understood. So that was why the city gates were so heavily guarded today, and why there were more constables patrolling the streets. Chen shrugged off the matter, turning back to unload the firewood. A thief who dared to provoke a government official surely would not meet a good end. After unloading the firewood, Chen washed up briefly before seeking out the stern chief Lu to request leave. "You wish to take 2 days off?" Lu Yuan, seated leisurely at the tea table, sipped his tea while coldly inquiring. Behind him stood a voluptuous woman, smiling pleasantly at Chen, her hands massaging Lu Yuan's shoulders. Recently, Chen had overheard the servants gossiping, revealing that this woman was originally the personal maid of the matriarch. Due to her advancing age, she had been assigned to the widowed Lu Yuan as a wife. Lately, Lu Yuan had often struggled to rise from bed in the mornings, and the credit for that largely went to this Feng Yang. The servants were quite appreciative of her, wishing for Feng Yang to exhaust Lu Yuan completely in bed so they could have a chance to slack off. Chen bent slightly, not daring to raise his head for a prolonged gaze. "Chief Lu, the day after tomorrow marks my father's memorial, and I wish to return and burn some paper offerings." According to the original owner's memories, his father had passed away 2 years prior. As for why he was sold to the Lu Manor, it was due to his uncle's arrangements, hoping to secure him a living within the manor. Upon hearing Chen's words, Lu Yuan showed no reaction. However, Feng Yang behind him chuckled. "What a filial child. He shall surely be of use in the future." Chen lowered his head, quickly clasping his hands. "Chief Lu, if you have any commands in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril. Just a few flattering words. Surely, anyone from Earth could manage a few compliments." However, upon hearing Chen's declaration of facing peril, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. It seemed he had not expected such words to come from a poor boy who had never received an education. Lu Yuan regarded Chen with a half-smile, saying in a chilling tone, "Very well, since the day after tomorrow is your father's memorial, you may return." "Thank you, Chief Lu." Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he quickly bowed in gratitude and exited the room. It was only upon returning to the servant quarters that he realized he had broken out in a cold sweat without even realizing it. Damn it. Those 2 were exceptionally adept at concealment. Just moments ago, upon entering Lu Yuan's chamber, he had discovered 2 concealed first-tier weapons. A dagger hidden on Feng Yang's leg and a broadsword concealed beneath the cabinet's bottom panel. Willow leaf dagger, first tier. A fruit knife crafted by a certain renowned artisan. Regrettably lost outside. Requirements, none. Attributes, sharp, capable of testing food for poison. Cold Pool Fine Steel Blade, first tier. Forged from the tempering waters of a frigid pool. This exquisite steel manifests extraordinary effects. Wearing conditions. Bone refinement realm. Any knife technique at beginner level. Attributes. Cuts through iron like mud. Strength enhancement of 120. Chen pondered the attributes of two first-tier weapons, his heart tumultuous and profoundly shaken. To think that Steward Liu and Feng Yang possessed first-tier weapons. Could they possibly be martial artists? Those who wielded first-tier blades could not possibly be ordinary individuals. When he stood before them moments ago, he dared not raise his gaze, fearful that they might perceive his unease. Fortunately, he managed to control his emotions and navigate the encounter. Who would have imagined that such a humble official residence harbored so many formidable experts? Chen, smacking his lips, felt an intense yearning for the dagger and broadsword. Setting aside the cold pool steel knife, which could slice through iron with ease while enhancing strength. Even the first-tier willow leaf dagger was a remarkable treasure. Its ability to test for poison in food made it an indispensable tool for traversing the martial world and surviving in the wilderness. During dinner, Chen mulled over his thoughts and eventually approached Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, I have an urgent matter that requires me to return home in 2 days. May I borrow the 1 or 2 silver coins you've saved up? I shall repay you with interest in a month. He had already taken 2 days off, perfectly timing his leave to hunt in the mountains for some game to sell. Brother Imo, take it. I'm an orphan and don't need much money at the moment. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu handed over the hard-earned silver he had saved for a year. Good brother. I will certainly repay your kindness. Chen gratefully clasped Xiao Wu's shoulder as he accepted the coins. Xiao Wu chuckled, Brother Imo, you flatter me. Given how you help me chop wood every day and lighten my burden, it is I who should be thanking you. Chen's lips curled into a smile. As I said, we help each other. Xiao Wu nodded earnestly, indeed. Chapter 8. Borrowing money to practice martial arts. First-tier firewood knife. After dinner, Chen sought out the head of the procurement office, Wu Hongbing. This Wu Hongbing was the nephew of Steward Liu, who leveraged his uncle's position to secure a lucrative role in the procurement office. Aside from pilfering some silver each day, he also conspired with ruffians outside the residence to lend out money at exorbitant interest rates. Previously, Chen had no dealings with Wu Hongbing, but now, facing financial difficulties, he considered him. Upon entering the procurement office, he found Wu Hongbing engaged in casual drinks and snacks with a servant. Upon noticing Chen, he glanced sideways with a smirk. Well, isn't this the fellow from the firewood room? We're all from the miscellaneous servant quarters. It's hard not to recognize each other. Chen politely clasped his hands. Wu Gu, I came to borrow some money. Oh, Wu Hongbing's eyes lit up, his smile widening. You do know the rules for borrowing from me, right? Chen nodded. 9 out, 13 back. Wu Hongbing praised. Exactly, 9 out, 13 back. How much do you wish to borrow? Chen hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and stating the sum, 12 taels, with a 2-year repayment period. Now, both Wu Hongbing and the nearby servant were taken aback. Good heavens, you, a mere firewood room worker, wish to borrow such a sum? Can you even repay it? Chen replied firmly. Wu Gu, just tell me if you can lend it or not. My indenture is with the Liu residence. There's no escaping. Wu Hongbing stood up and circled around Chen, scrutinizing him before sneering. As long as you dare to borrow, I have no qualms about lending. However, 12 taels. I can only give you 1 year. If you fail to repay after a year, I have my methods of making you pay. Chen ignored his threats, calmly nodding. All right, no problem. Wu Hongbing smiled slightly and returned to his tea table. Good lad, come here. Write an IOU. A moment later, Chen completed the IOU and left the procurement office with 11 taels of silver. Upon returning to the servant quarters, many had already gone to bed. Chen lay down and took a deep breath, activating the system's martial arts arena. Exchange. 1 year of training in the fierce tiger fist. Ding, exchange successful. As the system's voice faded, Chen's consciousness shifted to the martial arts arena. Day 1. You begin your training in the fierce tiger fist. Month 3. Due to your diligent practice, daily observing others' techniques, and constant comparison and analysis, you successfully break through to the minor achievement stage. Month 5. While chopping wood, you encounter a fierce tiger. In your harrowing escape, you witness the tiger hunting in its natural habitat, leading to profound insights and deep contemplation. Month 7. Continuously recalling the scene of the tiger's pursuit, you integrate your insights into your technique, ultimately grasping the true essence of the fierce tiger fist. With one punch, your muscles unify, achieving mastery in the technique. Current training realm, body refinement realm, stage 1, refining flesh. Chen opened his eyes, somewhat surprised that he could encounter a tiger in the martial arts arena as well. He realized he had been mistaken. He had always thought that training in the martial arts arena was akin to being confined in a small dark room, but in reality, his experiences there were rich and varied. If he could encounter a tiger while chopping wood, might he also encounter dragons and phoenixes in the future? As long as he didn't end up dead during training, he mused, silently praying to all gods and Buddhas. Feeling the surge of strength from mastering the fierce tiger fist, he felt exhilarated. Now that he had achieved mastery, He had entered the realm of refining flesh. With a single punch, he could exert the strength of an ox, a true 1,000-pound blow. This kind of power had once been beyond his imagination, but now it had become a reality. It seemed that practicing martial arts was not overly difficult for him. He wondered how those guardians, who trained for 3 to 5 years without achieving even a minor breakthrough, could possess such poor talent. In just 1 year, he had mastered the fierce tiger fist. Surely, his martial arts aptitude must be quite commendable. Chen felt a swell of pride. Of course, this was merely his own conjecture. To truly ascertain his martial arts talent, he would need to consult professional martial artists. Yet, he believed that regardless of circumstances, his martial arts aptitude must surpass that of the ordinary guardians in the official residence. He glanced at his lifespan, now reduced to 28 years. With a resigned shake of his head, he resolved to elevate his system level as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, before he could become a martial arts master, he might end up exhausting himself prematurely. Lost in thought, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next day, having returned from Yunlu Mountain with firewood, Chen sought out a blacksmith shop in the city and stepped inside. "Shopkeeper, do you have any firewood knives for sale?" The shopkeeper, a burly middle-aged blacksmith around 40, continued working at the forge while glancing back to point toward a corner, gruffly stating, "There are plenty of firewood knives over there. Choose as you like." "All right." Chen nodded and approached to select one. The firewood knives on the ground were divided into 2 piles, one of newly forged knives and the other of somewhat worn ones. In the worn pile, there were only 3 knives, one of which had a noticeable chip. Chen bypassed the new knives entirely, focusing his gaze on the 3 old firewood knives. Upon closer inspection, he was captivated. Among the 3 worn knives, the large blackened one with a chip emitted a faint black glow. Black iron firewood knife, first tier. The ancestral axe, passed down through 5 generations, has lost all trace of its origin. Over the course of more than a century of chopping wood, it has gradually developed an extraordinary nature. Wielding conditions, none. Attributes, beginner's proficiency in woodcutting, strength enhancement of 120. Special bonus, critical hit chance of 1%. Goodness. A critical hit? Chen exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The implications of this attribute were immediately apparent. A critical hit, by its very definition, could unleash double the destructive power during combat. Although the probability stood at a mere 1%, one could never predict when fortune might bestow an unexpected boon. Remarkable. This axe could indeed be classified as a prized possession. In addition to its inherent proficiency in woodcutting, it boasted a strength enhancement of 120. Coupled with the possibility of a critical hit, a single strike could yield a force comparable to that of a practitioner in the bone refinement realm. Suppressing his inner excitement, Chen took a deep breath and turned to the shopkeeper, inquiring, "What is the price of these axes?" Without turning his head, the shopkeeper replied, 100 coins each. Chen nodded, aware that iron tools in Daxian were not inexpensive. Rumors had circulated that preparations for war were underway at the borders, driven by the allure of a rich iron or vein. And what of these 3 old ones? Chen gestured toward 3 battered axes nearby. The shopkeeper glanced back, puzzled. "You wish for these worn-out, chipped axes?" Chen offered a wry smile. "Alas, I am low on funds." The shopkeeper nodded in understanding. 50 coins each. If you take all 3, it will be 140 coins. These old axes were merely left behind by farmers who exchanged them for money. If no one claimed them, he intended to melt them down and forge anew. Chen shook his head. "I do not require so many. I shall take just one." The shopkeeper responded, "Then let it be 48 coins. I shall give you a discount." "Very well." Chen nodded decisively, paid the sum, and departed the blacksmith shop with the black iron axe in hand. By this time, night had descended. Chen, aware that the city gates would soon close, abandoned thoughts of leaving the city that evening. Instead, he sought out a secluded alley and, unable to contain his eagerness, retrieved the black iron axe. Wield. The black iron axe vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a system panel emerged before him. This time, it was not the attributes panel, but rather 5 inventory slots. 1 ordinary iron axe, equipped. This was indeed the old axe belonging to Li Dazhuang, which had not yet reached the threshold of advancement. 2 black iron axe, unequipped. Unequipped? Chen thought, and with a mere flicker of intent, the black iron axe materialized in his grasp. His arm felt notably heavier as his strength surged markedly. Concurrently, a new skill appeared in his mind, woodcutting technique. Next, the ordinary iron axe transitioned from an equipped state to unequipped, accompanied by a cooldown timer of 12 hours. This meant that while he could wield only 1 weapon at a time, he could simultaneously store 5 weapons. The realization ignited excitement within Chen. Even if he could only switch weapons once every 12 hours, it granted him boundless tactical possibilities. There was no doubt he must seek out more advanced equipment. Weapons of higher tiers possessed unique attributes that could enhance his abilities. If he could acquire 5 such items, he would have an array of attributes to choose from, allowing him to adapt to any situation. Just the thought of it filled him with vigor. Hidden in the alley, Chen further discovered the other functions of his inventory. Beyond merely housing spare equipment, It could also store various items, such as silver coins or even small stones from the ground. Was this not a form of storage space? Emo-chan was pleasantly surprised, his spirits lifting. A storage space was a legendary artifact, capable of holding items at will, eliminating the need to stuff them into pockets or sleeves. Alas, with only 5 slots available, it seemed rather limited. He pondered how many slots would be added with future system upgrades. After thoroughly examining the inventory, Emo-chan took time to familiarize himself with the strength enhancement provided by the black iron axe before returning to the servant quarters for rest. Just before the Lu residence's gates closed. Chapter 9. The Human Skin Mask. That evening, Emo-chan continued his clandestine martial training in the front courtyard, with Xiaowu trailing behind. However, as they arrived, a booming voice startled them. Everyone, stay vigilant tonight. According to reports from the magistrate's office, the thief, pursued by Captain Su, has sustained serious injuries and may still be hiding within the city. If he manages to infiltrate the Lu residence, none of us will escape unscathed. Yes, a chorus of affirmations erupted, sounding as if a dozen individuals were present, including the guard captain, Wu Baoyin. So many people? Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of fear. Mo Chen's gaze flickered. It seemed that learning tonight would be impossible, as the thief remained within the city. Let us return and get some rest, he declared, turning to leave, with Xiao Wu quickly following suit. Yet upon reaching the servant quarters, Mo Chen veered toward the direction of the latrine. Xiao Wu, my stomach feels unwell. You should head back and sleep. All right, Xiao Wu replied hastily, retreating to his room, fearful of being mistaken for a murderous thief by the guards. Once Xiao Wu had entered his quarters, Emo-chan halted for a moment before sprinting toward the tool shed behind the grinding stone. There, he spotted a glimmering piece of equipment emitting a faint yellow light. Human Skin Mask, Level 1. Crafted by a disguise master using special gelatin, it can convincingly alter one's appearance. Wielding conditions, none. Attributes, disguise, speed enhancement of 120. Emo-chan crept stealthily along the wall, his heart pounding like a drum as he observed the tool shed behind the grinding stone. This Level 1 human skin mask undoubtedly belonged to the thief, hidden within. According to the guard captain's earlier statement, the thief had been severely injured by Captain Su and could not have escaped far. Concealed within the Lu residence was indeed a strategic hiding place. Approaching the tool shed, Emo-chen's muscles tensed, and with a swift motion, a black axe materialized in his right hand, his gaze sharp. A man must be resolute. His eyes must reflect a fierce determination. The outcome hinged upon this very night. He would take a gamble. He would wager that the wounded thief could not endure another lethal strike. Furthermore, he would wager that the thief's skills were not formidable enough to retaliate against him in his weakened state. The glow of the thief's boots was just beyond the door. Emo-chen clenched his teeth and, with a powerful kick, burst through the door, channeling all his strength into a strike with the black iron axe. Who? A terrified shout erupted from within the tool shed. A figure clad in black suddenly sprang up, attempting to flee to the side. However, just as he moved, a muffled grunt escaped him, and he sank to one knee. At that moment, kill! Emo-chan roared, springing into action, wielding the axe downwards with both hands. The black iron axe, in his grasp, became a soul-harvesting blade from the underworld, descending with both weight and speed upon the side of the black-clad figure's neck. Critical hit. Crack. The unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoed as immense force struck. Ah! The black-clad man screamed in agony, and the next instant, his vision blurred as his head rolled to the ground. He gazed incredulously at Emo-chan, who was clad in the garb of a lowly servant. His eyes clouded with confusion, and his spirit lingering between life and death. It seemed that he would never comprehend how such a humble figure could unearth his presence, nor fathom the astonishing power that had erupted forth. Breath, breath. Emo-chan inhaled deeply, his entire body trembling as his heart raced violently. His eyes fixated on the decapitated corpse of the black-clad figure, filled with sheer terror. A single strike, a lethal blow. I actually triggered a critical hit with the black iron machete. He had not anticipated such fortuitous fortune. To have claimed his first life with a single stroke that severed the opponent's head. This was his inaugural act of killing. A scenario he could scarcely have envisioned in the past due to its gruesome nature. An intense discomfort and a sense of suffocation surged within him. The sensation of taking a life was indeed distressing. However, he was acutely aware that the fiend before him was a bona fide murderer, a desperate man who had slain 2 individuals. If he failed to deliver a fatal blow, it would be his own life that would be forfeit. Over here, quickly. Suddenly, distant shouts echoed from outside, and Emo-chen's expression hardened, leaving no time for contemplation. He hastily seized the black-clad man's cloth bag and ripped off his mask before fleeing. This way, the voices grew increasingly nearer. Some were sprinting, while others were vaulting over walls. Within moments, the tool shed was surrounded by the guards of the Lu family, armed with knives and clubs. There is someone. It's a corpse. A corpse. The guard captain, Wu Baoyin, strode forward with his waist knife in hand, and upon sighting the black-clad figure's remains, his countenance shifted dramatically. As he crouched down to examine the body closely, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Was this the thief? Had he met his end within the Lu estate? Earlier that evening, a wanted poster had been circulated throughout the city, though the black-clad man's appearance differed from the poster. The injuries matched precisely: severe wounds to the abdomen and a knife wound to the thigh. Gazing at the gruesome sight of the dismembered body, Wu Baoyin was struck with shock, feeling a chill creeping up his neck. Who could have slain him right under my nose? From his assessment, he quickly deduced that the black-clad figure had been executed with a single, clean stroke. The severed neck bore an exceptionally smooth break, devoid of any jaggedness. A master. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable expert. It was rumored that this thief had reached the realm of muscle refinement, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to kill him. As someone also at the muscle refinement stage, Wu Baoyin understood the prowess of such martial artists well. At this level, in addition to possessing the strength of refined flesh and resilient skin, they could unleash a speed akin to a bowstring's release. No ordinary person could possibly sever his neck with a single blow. Yet, upon witnessing the severed head lying nearby, Wu Baoyin was filled with trepidation. This caliber of strength could only belong to a practitioner of bone refinement. In Uni County, Wu Baoyin was aware of only two individuals who had surpassed the bone refinement stage: Captain Su and the second young master of the estate. However, to his knowledge, the second young master had not been present in the estate for several days. Who, then, could be responsible? Could it be that Captain Su had pursued the thief into the Lu estate? Wu Baoyin speculated quietly, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He scanned the surroundings, attempting to uncover any traces of that elusive figure, but alas, he found nothing. Captain, how should we handle the body? A deputy captain stepped forward, his expression grave. Wu Baoyin cast a glance at the black-clad corpse, a sense of unease gnawing at him. First, notify the master. After informing him, we shall decide whether to report this to the authorities. Understood. The deputy captain clasped his hands and hurried away. Chapter 10. Small gains from great risks, a bountiful windfall. That night, the Lu estate reported the incident to the authorities. Captain Su personally accompanied the county magistrate into the estate to examine the corpse. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The magistrate bellowed in anger, asserting that there must have been two thieves, one killed due to a dispute over loot, while the other had hidden away with the stolen goods. Pursue. We must capture the remaining thief. With this declaration, the matter was set in motion. Captain Su and his men sprang into action, thoroughly searching the Lu estate. Although the elder Lu was displeased, he had no choice but to cooperate with the investigation. After all, the magistrate's silver and jewels were nowhere to be found on the corpse. The elder Lu was increasingly anxious, fearing that the magistrate might pin the blame on him. Eventually, even Mo Chen and the other servants were summoned to the courtyard for questioning. Name: Mo Chen. Age: 14. What did you do this evening? Mo Chen offered a wry smile to the questioning officer, stating that apart from a brief visit to the restroom, he had been sleeping indoors the entire time. The officer shot him a cold glance, dismissively waving his hand. Enough, enough, you may go. A 14-year-old lad should have no connection to this affair. Very well. Mo Chen promptly acquiesced, returning to the crowd with utmost obedience. Glancing at the officers searching the servant quarters, he directed his gaze toward the county magistrate clad in official robes in the distance. After slaying that thief, he had not only acquired a human skin mask, but also a package. Both items were now safely stored in his system's inventory. As long as he did not reveal them, no one would suspect their presence. The human skin mask required no further explanation. Mo Chen had directly bound it and placed it in his inventory for safekeeping. The contents of the package, however, were different. It contained 11 ingots of silver and 3 pieces of jade, along with 2 books. Mo Chen briefly perused one of the books, and his pupils constricted in an instant as he hastily tucked both tomes into his inventory. The records within detailed the collusion between the county magistrate and mountain bandits in the trafficking of human lives. Lu Yuanwai, why did this thief enter your estate? Magistrate Yu Hezhong inquired with piercing eyes. Beside him, an elderly man adorned in a high hat and brocade garments forced a smile, replying, Sir you have asked the wrong person. I, too, am perplexed, as the thieves pursued by the government unexpectedly entered my estate. I have questions for you as well. Yu Hezhong scoffed. Lu Yuanwai, harboring thieves is a grave offense. Internally cursing the old fool, Lu Yuanwai feigned terror, exclaiming, Sir, such words should not be spoken lightly. I have always adhered to the law and have been steadfast in my loyalty to the court for decades. At that moment, a black-clad woman who had been following Yu Hezhong stepped forward, saying, Enough, Sir Yu. Lu Yuanwai should be unaware of this matter. Lu Yuanwai turned to the black-clad woman, momentarily taken aback. Who is this? Yet Yu Hezhong did not respond. Instead, he hurriedly turned, smiling. Indeed, Miss Su. Your keen insight surely enables you to discern the treachery of the wicked. The woman named Su appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, dressed in a fitted black outfit, exuding a striking presence. A standard curved blade was sheathed at her waist, causing Lu Yuanwai's expression to change dramatically upon noticing it. The Jinwu Academy. Within the Jinwu estate, the most formidable power was indeed the Jinwu Academy, which was directly overseen by the Lord of Jinwu Estate. tasked with monitoring officials and safeguarding the common folk. It is said that the disciples of the Xuanyuan Academy are not distinguished by their backgrounds. Each disciple is a formidable martial artist. They capture demons and malevolent spirits with one hand, while apprehending corrupt officials with the other, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of many. What brings the members of Xuanyuan Academy to Uni County? A sense of unease gripped Lu Yuanwei, as he speculated endlessly about the intentions of the woman bearing the surname Su. However, the woman seemed entirely uninterested in him. After the constables had conducted their search, she squatted beside the corpse, her eyes slightly squinted, murmuring to herself. The neck appeared to have been severed by a short blade, which bore nicks and a slight curling of the edge. Who would wield such a battered knife? Her gaze flickered, turning toward the array of tools in the tool shed. Ultimately, her attention settled upon an ordinary chopping knife. All right, it's over. You all can head back to sleep. After a night of turmoil, the constables finally departed. The town crier struck the gong to signal the hour of the pig. Wu Baoying called out, prompting Mo Chen and the other servants to turn and return to their quarters. Is it over? Mo Chen glanced at the distant figures of Lu Yuanwei and County Magistrate Yu, before fixing his gaze upon the woman in black attire. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, the woman cast a detached glance in his direction. Mo Chen quickly averted his eyes, avoiding her gaze. Good heavens, she could actually detect my observation? He merely found the woman to be quite cool and remarkably beautiful, which prompted him to steal a few extra glances. Little did he anticipate that she would be so perceptive, instantly aware of his scrutiny. Upon returning to his room, all the servants found themselves unable to sleep. Lying on the communal bedding, they animatedly conversed about the events of the evening. Did you hear? The person who died tonight was actually the thief who stole from the county magistrate. What? How could he possibly die in our Lu residence? Mo Chen listened for a while, but soon lost interest. He cradled his hands behind his head, contemplating his plans. At dawn, he would leave the city, first heading to the neighboring Daotai County to exchange for a tael of gold, before returning to Majiao village. The black-clad figure S bundle contained a total of 110 taels of silver. 10 taels would remain untouched, while another 10 would be exchanged for a tael of gold, thus enabling a system upgrade. The remaining 90 taels would be entirely devoted to advancing his martial training. With regard to the 3 pieces of jade, he decided to hold off on dealing with them until the commotion subsided. Indeed, to amass wealth, one must be both ruthless and audacious. Taking risks could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Mo Chen had wagered correctly this time, and he was about to strike it rich. Although the thief might have only pilfered a mere fraction of the county magistrate's silver, to the magistrate, it was insignificant. Yet, for Mo Chen, that 110 taels represented a substantial fortune. With just this windfall, he had accumulated enough for a system upgrade, and still had 90 taels left for his martial arts practice. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his lips. In truth, upon discovering the human skin mask, he had analyzed several possibilities in his mind. Finally, based on the snippets of information he had overheard, he concluded that the thief's abilities were likely limited. First, the individual had been severely injured while being pursued by Captain Su. Mo Chen was unsure of Captain Su's martial prowess, but he knew that a truly skilled martial artist would not serve as a constable in a poor county. Thus, he was convinced that the thief's combat capabilities were not formidable. Second, the individual was injured, with low martial skills and having sustained injuries. Mo Chen felt he had a 90% certainty of ridding the world of this menace. Yes, he was determined to eradicate this scourge. Mo Chen chuckled to himself, summoning the system. System, exchange for 3 years of progress in the Fierce Tiger Fist. Ding, exchange successful. In the next moment, Mo Chen's consciousness reappeared in the mysterious training arena. Year 1, you continue to practice the Fierce Tiger Fist, honing the essence of the tiger in your strikes. In just 6 months, you have mastered it, your punches embodying the ferocity of a tiger. You seem to have gained insight, yet have not been able to grasp the opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, you decide to venture into the mountains to seek the tiger. Year 2, you have spent an entire year living in the mountains, daily accompanying tigers, learning their ways, imitating their movements, and even engaging in combat with them. Now, every move you make embodies the essence of the tiger, and at last, your Fierce Tiger Fist has reached its pinnacle. Your skin is now tough and resilient, impervious to blades, and your body is as solid as bronze. Lines of notifications floated before him. Mo Chen gazed at his reflection in the training arena, as if witnessing the growth of a young tiger. With the passage of years, that once innocent cub had matured into the king of the mountains. Year 3, you remained diligent in your practice, continuing to study the Fierce Tiger Fist. One day, you suddenly recall the breathing techniques of the stance training. A flash of inspiration strikes. Why not combine breathing with the intricacies of your fist techniques? Thus, you embark on your research and ultimately, by integrating the breathing methods from your stance training, you comprehend the entry-level skill Dominating Tiger's Celestial Might. Dominating Tiger's Celestial Might. Entry-level, not yet mastered. What the hell? An entry-level skill? Mo Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, he was a martial genius. The fact that he could comprehend a skill was nothing short of miraculous. Eagerly, Chen continued to invest resources. System. Exchange 3 years of training time for dominating tiger's celestial might. Ding. Exchange successful. Consciousness shifted once more. The training arena opened anew. Year 1. With the foundation of having perfected the fierce tiger fist, you practice dominating tiger's celestial might, and within a year, you have grasped the basics. A mysterious energy surges within you, filling you with excitement. Year 2. You wish to advance further in dominating tiger's celestial might, but due to insufficient physical conditioning, you are unable to withstand the overwhelming power of the mysterious energy, resulting in serious injuries. Year 3. Having healed from your injuries and learned your lesson, you decide to pause your practice of dominating tiger's celestial might. Realizing that haste makes waste, you adopt a more patient mindset, shifting your focus to the White Serpent 9 Transformations Palm. The White Serpent 9 Transformations Palm reaches its pinnacle. As the 3 years of training progress concluded, a flicker of enlightenment arose within Chen. It dawned on him that the purpose of physical conditioning was to solidify his foundation. Only by laying a solid groundwork could one build a towering edifice. Dominating tiger's celestial might was an entry-level martial art. The trace of energy he had cultivated within himself was the essence of power. To truly condense this energy, one had to reach the 5th level of physical conditioning and achieve perfection. However, Chen had prematurely condensed a thread of this energy, which not only failed to aid him, but had instead injured him. Physical conditioning. What I should focus on now is not to reach for the stars, but to solidify my foundation. With this thought in mind, Chen exchanged for another year of training progress. 3 months later, due to insights gained from dominating tiger's celestial might, you draw parallels and make connections, leading to a nearly effortless breakthrough in the White Serpent 9 Transformations Palm. At the end of the year, you capture various serpents in the mountains, leaving no snake eggs untouched. Through careful observation and imitation, your tendons become as flexible as a serpent, bending and springing like a great bow, achieving mastery in the White Serpent 9 Transformations Palm. As his consciousness returned to reality, Chen abruptly opened his eyes, cold and merciless, like a great python descending upon its prey. In that fleeting moment, all the chatting disciples abruptly fell silent, collectively shuddering as if struck by an unseen force. What was happening? Why did I suddenly feel a pang of anxiety in my heart? I too, inexplicably, felt a chill run through me. It was as if I were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. How peculiar. Given the temperature, it ought to be growing warmer. Chen swiftly retracted his intention, resembling a white serpent, secretly amused. He had not anticipated that the perfected White Serpent 9 Transformations would possess such formidable might. Merely a cold, penetrating gaze had instilled fear in the hearts of those around him. In his cultivation, Chen had once again immersed himself in the companionship of serpents day and night, seamlessly integrating every movement and expression of the serpent into his own being. Upon achieving mastery of the White Serpent 9 Transformations, he had directly refined his muscles with remarkable success. It could be asserted that Chen's strength had undergone a revolutionary transformation, be it in terms of muscular power and skin resilience or the sinews throughout his body. He was no longer the Chen of merely days prior. Even his height had increased significantly. Now, with the perfected tiger fist and the consummate White Serpent 9 Transformations, even without the critical enhancement from the black iron knife, he could effortlessly slay that cloaked figure. A smile graced Chen's lips. After mastering the tiger fist, his musculature and skin had undergone profound changes. Now, with the complete mastery of the White Serpent 9 Transformations, he had entered the 3rd layer of body refinement. In Chen's estimation, within the Lu residence, no guardian could surpass him in combat prowess. When he had first surreptitiously learned the tiger fist, witnessing Hong Tiniu train had felt akin to encountering a martial arts master. Yet in hindsight, his movements now seemed akin to a child taking its first steps, riddled with flaws and lacking vigor. Chen understood that this was a change in perception brought about by the enhancement of both strength and insight. Perhaps when he ascended to a higher realm, looking back upon his current self, he would regard himself as terribly weak. With this thought, Chen chuckled softly to himself. Tomorrow he would depart the residence. It was best to get some rest. Shaking his head, he turned over and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as the first rays of sunlight ascended from the east, Chen bid farewell to Xiao Wu and the others, leaving the Lu residence. Initially, he savored 6 baskets of meat buns and 2 bowls of tofu pudding on the bustling street. Subsequently, he found a carriage service and hired a cart, setting forth towards Daotai County. By midday, Chen arrived at Daotai County. Gazing at the throngs of carriages and pedestrians at the city gate, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Having been in this world for 3.5 months, this was his first time departing the Lu residence. Even within Uni County, he seldom had the opportunity to wander freely. In the nation of Dexian, slaves possessed no rights or freedoms whatsoever. Others seemed to have long accepted this system, but Chen was different. He had traversed from Earth in the 21st century, enduring the exploitation and maltreatment of his masters without the luxury of freedom, which for him was tantamount to a threat to his very life. I shall first exchange for gold, and then seek out a bookstore or martial arts hall to inquire about cultivation realms. With this thought, Chen spotted a bustling money exchange and stepped inside. Ah, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? The attendant greeted him with a beaming smile. I wish to exchange money. Chen replied directly. Certainly, please follow me. The attendant's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he escorted Chen to a tea room. After a cup of tea, Chen emerged from the money exchange, his face etched with pain. This establishment was exceedingly unscrupulous. To exchange a mere tale of gold, they had charged him 2 strings of cash in service fees, leaving him quite distressed. Yet, if he did not proceed with the exchange, it would be exceedingly difficult to find another major city within a 10-mile radius. Compared to the inconvenience, he preferred to spend money for the sake of convenience. Oh well, this exchange ultimately netted me an additional 92 taels of silver. I shall devise a means of increasing my income once the system upgrades. Finding an inconspicuous corner, Chen discreetly turned in. Upgrade. As the gold entered his inventory, Chen immediately summoned the system. Ding. Would you like to consume 10 taels of silver and 1 tael of gold to upgrade the system? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations, upgrade successful. In the next instant, a golden light flashed before Chen's eyes, and a transparent attribute panel reappeared. Name, Chen, cultivation, body refinement realm, system level, 2nd tier, martial arts, low-grade tyrant tiger celestial technique, not yet initiated, tiger fist, perfected, white serpent 9 transformations, perfected, etc. Wealth, 6 taels and 700 coins. Convertible martial arts training progress, 6 months. Equipable gear count, 2. Storage capacity, 10. Lifespan, 49 years. Chapter 12, The Heroes of the Jianghu. Immediately after, the requirements for upgrading the system to the 3rd tier appeared in Chen's mind. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of apprehension. To upgrade to the 3rd tier, it required 100 taels of silver and 5 taels of gold. Such demands were rather steep. The funds he had managed to gather for the 2nd tier upgrade were purely due to fortunate encounters with severely injured bandits. But now, with the 3rd tier requiring 100 taels of silver and 5 taels of gold, could he continue to rely on luck? However, from the system's prompt, it seemed that once he upgraded to the 3rd tier, his physical deficiencies would be completely restored, and he would no longer need to worry about lifespan issues. Let us take one step at a time, Chen mused, shaking his head. The system's upgrade invariably brought immense benefits. Not only did it extend his lifespan, but the number of equipable items increased from 1 to 2, and the inventory expanded once more. Furthermore, according to the system's description, it appeared that leveling up the system might unlock new functionalities. Eagerly, Chen donned the human skin mask. In an instant, he was astonished to feel his body lighten significantly, as if his feet were treading upon springs. Whoosh! He lifted his foot, and in the blink of an eye, he had leaped 4 to 5 meters away. Witnessing such a remarkable increase in speed, Chen was filled with elation. The human skin mask not only enabled him to disguise his appearance, but also enhanced his speed and reflexes. Initially, after achieving mastery in the white serpent 9 transformations, his agility and speed had already seen a tremendous boost. Now, with the human skin mask, he enjoyed a speed enhancement of 120. His velocity had effectively doubled, akin to donning a relic of the Winter Empress. I have yet to practice lightness skill. Once I do, my speed will surely soar even higher. With this thought, anticipation sparked in Chen's eyes. Just imagining the dashing scenes of running along rooftops and walls made his blood race with excitement. However, the most crucial attribute of the human skin mask remained its ability to alter appearances. Moreover, the mask did not need to be worn on the face to exert its attribute enhancements. As long as the mask remained in the inventory while equipped, he could summon it at will. Returning to the alley, Chen concentrated, and a layer of skin-like membrane swiftly enveloped his face. As the membrane completely covered his visage, a pair of sharp, handsome brows and a cold, strikingly handsome face replaced Chen's former appearance. He wondered if he could ever revert to his once unparalleled beauty. Chen raised an eyebrow and searched around for a place to catch a glimpse of his reflection, but upon finding none, he reluctantly gave up. Familiarizing himself with the human skin mask, Chen soon stumbled upon a bookstore and inquired about martial arts texts. Martial arts manuals? The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, greeted Chen with a cheerful smile. I'm afraid we don't have any manuals for martial arts practice here. Seasoned warriors are quite reluctant to part with such treasures. Noticing Chen's disappointment, the shopkeeper's eyes flickered momentarily before he added, however, we do have a volume of the rogue heroes ranking brought back from the provincial city. Might you be interested in perusing it? Intrigued, Chen nodded. All right. Let us have a look. Splendid. The shopkeeper beamed, turning to retrieve a thin booklet from behind the counter and handing it to Chen. As he accepted it, he observed that the book was bound with thread, displaying a bold title and a smaller subtitle, Rogue Heroes Ranking, Town of Armament. Opening to the first page, he read, The world of Jianghu is tumultuous, with heroes and gallant figures emerging. A single blade, a solitary sword, a lone boat traversing the realm, brimming with vigor and ambition. As martial artists, we must forge ahead without fear, standing boldly, casting a long shadow. Who dares to contest us? The piece bore the imprint of Tianyue Tower, which Chen silently noted in his mind. This introduction alone ignited within him a surge of passion and fervor for the Jianghu. The subsequent content was predictably captivating. The Rogue Heroes ranking featured a total of 100 slots, with the top 10 dominated by disciples of the town of Armament Academy. The foremost among them was the true disciple, Dantai Xiaosong, boasting a cultivation level of great perfection in the 5 elements realm. The last on the list was Shun Jiyun, an inner disciple of the Taiha Martial Arts Hall. At the great perfection of the condensed Qi realm, Chen quickly scanned the rankings, captivated by the various sects and their cultivation levels. It was astonishing to learn that even the body refinement realm did not make the cut. Moreover, the back of the booklet contained detailed explanations of each cultivation stage. How much for this booklet? Chen inquired, as he remained uncertain of his own capabilities up to this point. This manual seemed tailor-made for him, a comprehensive guide to his journey. The shopkeeper cheerfully raised a finger. Dear guest, this booklet is quite reasonably priced at merely 1 or 2 silver coins. 1 or 2 silver coins. Chen was momentarily struck dumb, exclaiming, "Are you robbing me? For just a few sheets of paper, you demand such a price?" Unfazed, the shopkeeper remained at the counter, grinning as he explained, "I assure you, I'm not overcharging. The Rogue Heroes ranking is priced at 1 or 2 silver coins throughout the town of Armament, and even in our Daotai County." Chen glanced down at the booklet in his hand, shook his head, and turned to leave. "It's too expensive, I'll pass. If it were cheaper, I might consider purchasing it, but at this price, it's not worth it." The middle-aged shopkeeper suddenly grew anxious. "Oh dear guest, it's not that I'm unwilling to lower the price, but Tianyue Tower has mandated that it must be sold at 1 or 2 silver coins. Should we deviate from this pricing, we would be held accountable by Tianyue Tower. Why not do this? I could offer you additional books instead." Chen rolled his eyes in disbelief. "If you really wanted to sell it at a lower price, why not just keep it between us? How would Tianyue Tower ever find out?" The shopkeeper insisted earnestly. "No, you are gravely mistaken, dear guest. You may not fully comprehend the dire consequences posed by Tianyue Tower. Once you do, you will understand the gravity of my words." "Oh," Chen raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying if you sold it cheaply, Tianyue Tower would come after you?" The shopkeeper's expression shifted. "Dear guest, now that you are aware of the repercussions, let us not jest about such matters." Chen stared wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. Is it really true that selling it for less could lead to dire consequences? Ultimately, Chen withdrew 1 or 2 silver coins and purchased the Rogue Heroes ranking, largely due to the shopkeeper's persistent persuasion. Additionally, he received a dozen books and some writing materials, including 2 rather intriguing illustrated volumes, which spurred him to make the impulsive decision to buy them. Consequently, the name Tianyue Tower was indelibly etched in his mind. Once in the provincial city, he resolved to experience what the famed Tianyue Tower had to offer. Realizing the afternoon had slipped away, with the sun now setting, Chen felt a pang of hunger. Time to eat, he mused, casually entering a noodle shop and ordering 6 bowls of plain noodles. Devouring the meal ravenously, he left the shop with a full belly, leaving the attendant astonished as if he had witnessed a famished ghost. Ever since his cultivation had progressed to the muscle refinement realm, his appetite had soared alarmingly. As a martial artist, he required substantial nourishment to replenish his vitality and strength. During the initial days of practicing the fierce tiger fist, his increased appetite had not been particularly noticeable. However, following his training session last night, the change had been remarkable. He had consumed 6 baskets of buns for breakfast and 2 bowls of tofu pudding, then 6 bowls of plain noodles for lunch. "I need to find a way to earn money," he thought, bemusedly patting his round stomach. "If I continue at this rate, I'll soon find myself destitute." As he strolled down the street, he pondered how the household of the Liu family would never allow him, a mere servant, to eat freely, to enjoy a hearty meal. He would need to rise to the rank of the head guard of the Liu family. Yet, Chen was reluctant to place his hopes in the Liu family. He resolved to seek his own path. Having spent little time in Daotai County, he procured some fabric and daily necessities before returning to the carriage station to hire a cart bound for family village. Reflecting on his lineage, Chen remembered that after his father's passing, his uncle had advocated for him, securing a position at the Liu family that guaranteed him regular meals. As he sat in the cart, he contemplated his family background. They were a modest household with only 2 children, a son and a daughter. His elder sister had married early, leaving Chen with scant memories of her. The rest of his relatives were his uncle's family from family village. Upon returning to the village, he resolved to set aside some silver coins. After all, it was merely a matter of looking after his relatives. Although he felt little affection for them, he did not consider it a burden. Sitting in the cart, Chen took out the Rogue Heroes ranking and eagerly flipped through its pages. Chapter 13, Unilateral Massacre. The path of martial arts is divided into Body Refinement Realm, Condensed Qi Realm, 5 Elements Realm, and Mountain Opening Realm. The Rogue Heroes ranking only includes the young talents below the Mountain Opening Realm, hence it is also referred to as the Genius ranking. In the Town of Armament ranking, The majority of names belonged to the disciples of the town of Armament Academy. Mo Chen counted and was astonished to find 66 names, leaving him breathless. The town of Armament Academy was indeed the hallowed ground of martial arts within the town of Armament. To cultivate so many martial arts masters, it must possess an abundance of martial arts treasures and training resources. Mo Chen gazed at the ranking list, his heart swelling with aspiration. According to the information listed in the Rogue Heroes ranking, the town of Armament Academy was a true bastion of martial prowess, directly governed by Qin Kanjing, the lord of the town of Armament, one of the 36 prefectures of the Great Xian. The academy bore the responsibility of overseeing and protecting the common folk. Upon the lofty heights, one may slay corrupt officials, and in the depths, vanquish demons and malevolent spirits. It can be said that within the territory of the Jinwu Prefecture, the Jinwu Academy stands as a celestial beacon in the hearts of the common folk, a revered sanctuary of martial arts. Almost every aspiring young martial artist sets their sights on gaining admission to the Jinwu Academy. The second son of the Liu family appears poised to participate in the academy's grand examination in a month's time. If only I could accompany him. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Mo Chen's eyes, his heart racing with possibilities. Should he gain entry to the Jinwu Academy, his status as a slave would be immediately nullified, freeing him from the shackles of his bond. Yet, what prerequisites must one meet to be admitted to the Jinwu Academy? Presently, Mo Chen found himself adrift without a mentor's guidance, possessing only a scant understanding of the academy, utterly in the dark as to how to proceed. Thus, he resolved to explore every avenue to amass wealth, prioritizing the enhancement of his own martial prowess. 2 hours later, amidst the jolting of the carriage, Mo Chen arrived at the outskirts of a small mountain village enveloped in the cloak of night. The sky had darkened, the moon obscured by thick clouds. Yet at the village's entrance, a blaze of crimson flickered, punctuated by a cacophony of voices, cries of despair rising and falling. "Oh, my son! My son! Xiaoying! Release my Xiaoying! Cursed be you, bandits!" The carriage came to a halt as the driver, an elderly man, cast a bewildered glance towards the tumult at the village's mouth. "Young sir, is this not Mo family village?" At that moment, Mo Chen leapt from the carriage, furrowing his brow as he peered ahead. The scene at the village entrance aligned with his memories. Mo Chen nodded, affirming, "Indeed, this is the place. It seems trouble has befallen us." As the old driver's anxious words faded, several horses galloped forth from the village entrance. Flickering torches illuminated the darkness, revealing bloodthirsty bandits on horseback, clutching innocent children in their arms. "Mum, I want my mom. Ha ha ha, come with me, and I shall find you another mother." Upon witnessing this harrowing scene and hearing the raucous laughter of the bandit atop his steed, the driver was taken aback, hurriedly retreating the carriage to the side. "Young sir, we must flee. There are horse bandits ahead." However, Mo Chen remained steadfast, unswayed, drawing forth a black iron hatchet from his pack. Standing tall in the middle of the path, "Bandits? Then let us engage them." The 5 horses charged forward in an instant. Upon seeing Mo Chen brandishing his hatchet to block their path, the bandits erupted in derisive laughter. "A fool who does not fear death. Boy, while we are still in good spirits, you'd best get lost. Otherwise, I'll cleave you in two." Though they shouted, the horses showed no signs of slowing. The lead bandit, a burly man with a bushy beard, sneered, brandishing a 9-ring broadsword, lunging directly towards Mo Chen's neck. Should the blade connect, Mo Chen would surely be severed in two. "Kill him." The other bandits howled with laughter, regarding Mo Chen as nothing more than a dead man walking. "Young sir, get out of the way." The terrified driver urged from his hiding place, unable to bear the thought of Mo Chen meeting his demise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Mo Chen sprang into action. With his right hand gripping the hatchet, he propelled himself upward, landing deftly atop a horse. In the next moment, his hatchet swung down with tremendous force, cleanly severing the burly bandit's head as his eyes widened in shock. The horse whinnied in terror as the head flew like a ball, the headless body collapsing in a torrent of blood. Mo Chen swiftly seized the young girl from the horse's back and leaped to safety. The entire sequence unfolded with the swiftness of lightning. It was only when he placed the girl safely by the roadside that the remaining 4 bandits finally reacted, their furious roars echoing through the night. "Second brother, kill him! Kill him!" The 4 bandits dismounted, brandishing their knives as they charged at Mo Chen. Yet, to Mo Chen, their movements seemed painfully slow, the blades slicing towards him in a manner akin to slow motion. With a cold smirk, he met their charge head-on, dispatching 3 of them in the blink of an eye, each head falling with a swift stroke. "Who are you, to dare slay our second-in-command? You shall surely die." The final bandit trembled in fear, his pallid face betraying his terror as he gazed upon Mo Chen, retreating yet still attempting to issue threats. "Who am I?" Mo Chen replied with an air of indifference, raising his hatchet. "I am the woodcutter of Dashuan." With that declaration, he struck. Thud! The last bandit's eyes widened in shock, blood pouring from his mouth and nose as he looked down to see the hatchet embedded in his heart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Mom, save me. Please save me." The cries of the children on horseback echoed through the air. Unfazed, Mo Chen turned towards the horses. possessing the cultivation of the refining tendons realm. His speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than twofold, augmented further by a 120 speed enhancement from the human skin mask he had donned. He dashed forward, faster than the horses, reaching them in mere moments. 1, 2, 3. Another child had fallen, sitting by the roadside, wailing in distress. On the roadside, the driver, hidden in the grass, stared in astonishment. Was this truly the youth from his carriage? In the village, a throng of robust young men, armed with hoes, stood dumbfounded. Heavens! What has transpired? We rushed here, and all the bandits have been slain? As they beheld Chen returning with 4 children in tow, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Hero, we have encountered a martial arts hero. You are Chen? A young man among the villagers, gripping an axe, suddenly recognized Chen, who had not concealed his face with a mask, exclaiming in astonishment. What? Chen. This exclamation drew gasps of disbelief from the entirety of family village. All eyes turned toward Chen, and recognition dawned as they beheld his familiar visage. Chen, it truly is you. Chen, you actually possess martial prowess? Old Six. It is Old Six returned. Chen's cousins rushed toward him in ecstatic delight, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Well done, lad. You are extraordinarily formidable. As Chen beheld his cousins, the warmth of memories from the original owner's past flooded his heart, and a smile broke forth. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. En route back to family village, he had not donned his mask, allowing his identity to be revealed almost instantaneously. Hey, let us return home. Eldest brother Feixiong joyfully draped an arm around Chen's shoulders as they strolled into the village. Wait, Chen suddenly spoke. Old Six, do you have something else to attend to? Eldest brother Feixiong inquired curiously. I have yet to collect my belongings. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the entire village, Chen calmly began to search the corpses. Chapter 14. As practitioners of martial arts, we must uphold justice. From 5 corpses, he only managed to procure 7 taels of silver. Additionally, he retrieved 5 ordinary iron broadswords, leading Chen to silently curse the bandits for their penuriousness. How could a group of marauders venture forth with merely 7 taels of silver? Nevertheless, better something than nothing. Ultimately, having slain these 5 bandits cannot be deemed a futile endeavor. The 7 taels of silver are ample enough to facilitate 7 months of cultivation progress. As for the horses, Machen shook his head. In this era, steeds are strategic resources. With his current status as a mere handyman, he has no means to sell them. Even if he dared to do so, no one would be willing to accept them. These bandits, after all, are criminals, and their horses were undoubtedly acquired through theft. At that moment, a loud splash echoed. A group of over a dozen villagers, both men and women, knelt before Machen, children in tow. Machen, we thank you for saving our children. You are our benefactor. Please allow us to pay our respects. The relatives of several children, with red-rimmed eyes, knelt and bowed to Machen 3 times. Startled, Machen hurried forward to assist them, exclaiming, No, please rise. Well said. The villagers cheered. Their spirits lifted as they witnessed this scene. The village girls gazed at Machen with admiration, their eyes sparkling with awe. Machen is so handsome. He is truly remarkable now. If only I could marry him. Previously, Machen was the epitome of an unnoticed presence in the village. Fragile and frequently ill, he mostly followed his robust cousins in silence. Yet now, everyone present was astounded to realize that the 5 fearsome bandits had been completely vanquished by Machen alone. Please, rise. There is no need for such formality. In response to the villagers' reverence, Machen continuously urged them to stand. The abduction of children by bandits is inherently wrong. Moreover, as a resident of family village, how could I stand idly by? Well spoken. A resonant voice rang out. Uncle Zhengsheng stepped forward, patting Machen's shoulder and expressing his approval. Good lad. You've grown taller and stronger in just a year. Uncle, Machen called out awkwardly. In his memories, after the death of the original's parents, it was this uncle who had raised him, not merely as a father, but even better than one. Machen, you have performed a great service for our village. Uncle Zhengsheng sighed with a bittersweet smile, assisting the kneeling villagers. Third uncle, at your age, please rise. Machen is unworthy of such deference. Several cousins stepped forward to help lift them up. Second aunt, please get up. Uncle Yutsai, please rise. Little Shirtu, this is your 6th brother, Machen. The 3-year-old boy named Shirtu stared wide-eyed at Machen, and in a sweet, childish voice exclaimed, 6th brother, thank you for saving my life. No need for thanks. Machen replied, ruffling the boy's hair, a smile gracing his lips. The villagers nearby observed this heartwarming scene, their faces breaking into gentle smiles. Village chief, how should we handle the bodies of these bandits? At that moment, a middle-aged man pointed at the 5 corpses, his expression filled with concern. The previously bustling crowd fell silent, all eyes turning to Zhengsheng, awaiting his decision. Uncle Zhengsheng glanced at the bodies, his demeanor growing serious. Feixiong Yinbao. Here. The elder and second brother responded, stepping forward to await orders. You two will go to the county town first thing tomorrow to report this. These bandits hail from Hafing Mountain, and their audacity to harass the common folk and abduct children will not go unpunished by the county magistrate. Yes, the elder and second brother replied in unison, clenching their fists in determination. Upon hearing Hafing Mountain, Machen's heart raced, and his expression changed dramatically. He suddenly recalled the ledger in his inventory, an item obtained from a black-clad thief, which documented the population trafficking transactions between the county magistrate and Hafing Mountain. With this thought, Machen's expression turned grave as he called out to his cousins, "Wait, we must deliberate on this matter carefully." He glanced at Mo Zhengsheng, who was conversing with the villagers, deciding to inform them of the connection later that evening. If he had not fortuitously returned to the village, those children would have already been abducted by the bandits. Perhaps I should secretly eliminate that entire gang of bandits? A sudden thought emerged in Machen's mind. The people of Mo family village are merely ordinary folk, while the bandits of Hafing Mountain are ruthless killers. If he were to eradicate them, he would be saving countless innocents. Moreover, killing the bandits would yield monetary gain. His heart raced at the thought of the 7 taels of silver he had just acquired from the 5 bandits. To uphold justice, it is our duty as martial practitioners. That night, after his uncle and others had retired, Machen stealthily left Mo family village. An hour passed. At the foot of Hafing Mountain, a horse and a young man arrived. Where has the second in command wandered off to this time? He still hasn't returned this late. Huh. You don't know. He has a penchant for young wives. The bigger the better. The experience is simply divine. Indeed, I had one last month. She had just given birth, and I was astonished by how satisfying it was. You scoundrel. In the shadows, Machen observed the 2 bandit sentinels, his gaze icy and penetrating. He had considered that some might have been forced to become bandits due to chaotic times, but he never anticipated the depths of depravity exhibited by the bandits of Hafing Mountain. Seeing the 2 guards engaged in lewd banter, Machen suddenly leapt from his horse, delivering a hammering punch to the heads of the 2 sentinels. With his mastery of the fierce tiger fist now at its peak, Machen possessed the strength of an ox. His cultivation had significantly enhanced his speed. At this moment, even devoid of the tiger's intent and might, his fists were not something ordinary men could withstand. Bang! 2 muffled groans rang out simultaneously as the unsuspecting bandits were struck, their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, convulsing on the ground. To endure one of my punches and not have your skull shattered, your skull must be quite resilient. Machen chuckled coldly, surveying the unconscious forms of the 2 men as he flexed his fingers. Since he first killed a black-clad thief days ago, he had grown accustomed to the bloodshed. This night, whether it was the 5 bandits or these 2 gatekeepers, his heart remained untroubled. What grief could he possibly feel for those deserving of death? The 2 men, struck by his fists, were destined to be rendered fools if they did not perish. What is going on with you 2? The sudden cessation of laughter was followed by a voice filled with confusion from a nearby wooden cabin. Almost immediately, Machen, hidden among the trees, spotted a burly man approaching with an axe in hand. Boom! Machen sprang from his hiding place, delivering a decisive punch to the back of the burly man's head, killing him instantly. The thrill of a stealthy attack was exhilarating. Machen crouched down, eagerly searching the 3 corpses for silver. After finishing his search and acquiring 2 taels of silver, he quietly ascended the mountain. Chapter 15. A Master of Bone Refinement? The vigilant bandits in the shadows finally sensed something amiss after the consecutive assassinations of 3 of their own. A sudden cry pierced the air, followed swiftly by a throng of people surging forth, their furious shouts resonating from within the Black Wind stronghold nestled in the mountainside. Despite my concealment, I had been discovered. It seemed the leader of this stronghold possessed some cunning. As Mo Chen observed the bright flames flickering halfway up the mountain and the dark mass of humanity rushing down, he realized his cover was blown. With a cold smirk, he fearlessly advanced towards the oncoming crowd. Who was that ahead? A band of mountain bandits descended the path, and upon spotting Mo Chen, the leading bald giant bellowed in a menacing tone, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Sanguzi, I am Sanguzi," Mo Chen shouted, feigning panic as he rushed towards the crowd. "This is bad. There are soldiers coming up the mountain." "What?" The bandits erupted in shock. "Soldiers? Impossible. It must be a trick." The bald giant, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure, his face paling. However, before the other bandits could react, a terrifying tiger's roar echoed. In the next moment, a figure, akin to a rampaging tiger, crashed into the throng. "Get him! Kill him! I command you to kill him!" The bald giant roared, raising his hefty axe to strike at Mo Chen's back. Yet, before he could close the distance, a figure soared through the air and collided with him. "You useless fools!" The bald giant cursed as he shoved the corpse off him, only to be met with a shocking sight. Bodies lay strewn across the ground. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 men had perished. Gazing around, it was evident that wherever Mo Chen had passed, he was like a tiger among sheep. The mountain bandits crumbled before him, their bodies collapsing at the slightest touch. Fear gripped the bald giant, his throat constricted, terror flooding his heart. A master. He is a master. One man had dispatched the majority of their group in mere moments. Overcome with dread, the bald giant turned to flee, his fear palpable. Amidst the crowd, anguished screams echoed. In an instant, no one was left standing beside Chen on the mountain path. He abruptly halted, his fists clenched, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Was it over? Could it truly be that they had all fallen so swiftly? Lowering his gaze, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, he had forgotten everything upon entering the fray, consumed entirely by the desire to kill. Only when he sent the last one flying did he realize he was now alone, surrounded by the remnants of battle and cries of despair. Unbeknownst to him, his combat prowess had proven overwhelmingly formidable, having incapacitated over 20 bandits in the blink of an eye. Turning, he caught sight of the bald giant hastily escaping up the mountain path. Chen remained unhurried, first methodically rifling through the pockets of the fallen, gathering their silver, before pursuing the fleeing figure. As the bald giant dashed into the stronghold, he heard light footsteps behind him and instinctively turned to look, terror seizing his heart. Who are you? Who the hell are you? His roar echoed through the air as he halted, turning to confront Chen with his axe raised. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Chen retorted coldly, closing the distance without revealing his identity. With a swift motion, he swept his arms, hands claw-like, akin to a famished tiger, and barreled through the opposing axes, crashing into the bald giant's embrace. Boom! Chen's fist struck the bald giant's face with the force of a sledgehammer. The giant felt a sharp crack in his nose, his head snapping back as excruciating pain shot through him. His massive frame was sent hurtling backward like a bull struck by a charging beast. Warm liquid sprayed forth as his back collided violently with a large rock several meters away, his eyes rolling back as his breath faltered, and he fell lifelessly. How dare you, wretch? A voice thundered from within the Black Wind stronghold, the sound reverberating like thunder. Chen turned to see a colossal figure emerging from a grand bamboo and wood structure, resembling a small mountain as it descended upon him. Accompanying this figure was a gleaming white battle axe, Xuanhua Kaishan axe. Level, 2nd rank, forged by a renowned blacksmith of the town guard. It mutated after 2 centuries of lineage. Wielding conditions, bone refinement realm. Attributes, shield breaker, strength bonus of 150, effortlessly wieldable, special bonus, axe technique talent. What? A 2nd rank battle axe. Chen's heart raced, and he quickly rummaged through the fallen bodies. Almost instantaneously, as he extracted the silver, the imposing figure, resembling a great bear, raised the axe high and swung it down with ferocious intent. Die! The shining axe sliced through the air, emitting a shrill sound of cutting wind. Propelled by the wielder's wrath, crashing toward Chen. Boom! Chen rolled aside, narrowly evading the strike, yet the massive rock behind him shattered into pieces, debris scattering everywhere. Bone refinement realm? Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes narrowing as a black wooden knife materialized in his right hand. The newcomer was tall and powerful, his blood and energy abundant, far surpassing Chen's raw physical strength. Coupled with the 2nd rank Xuanhua axe's augmentation, the opponent's combat prowess was formidable. To defeat him, I must not engage in a direct confrontation. Against ordinary mountain bandits, Chen's strength was sufficient to fell them with a single blow. However, against a bone refinement realm expert, his strength paled in comparison. The 5th level of body refinement grants one the strength of an ox upon successful flesh refining. Skin refining enhances defensive capabilities, while muscle refining improves agility. Upon reaching the bone and blood refinement stages, strength is augmented twice more. At the pinnacle of body refinement, one can attain the strength of 4 oxen, rivaling that of a tiger. Therefore, as a bone refinement realm master, the opponent's base strength was at least 2 oxen. Adding his physique and weapon enhancements, his might could easily exceed 5 oxen, rendering him immensely powerful. Should Chen engage him head-on, it would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, I possess a human skin mask, granting a speed boost of 120. Perhaps I can maneuver effectively. Chen fixed his gaze on the opponent, gripping the black iron knife tightly as he charged forward, determined to take a gamble. The black iron knife boasted a strength bonus of 120, with a special critical hit chance of 1%. Let us wager on this critical hit. After breaking through to the flesh refining stage, Chen possessed the strength of an ox. With the weapon's enhancement of 120, he wielded strength exceeding 2 oxen. If a critical hit were to occur, his strength could surpass 4 oxen. When combined with the perfected Fierce Tiger Fist enhancement, the White Snake 9 changes palm, and the speed boost from the human skin mask, Chen felt confident. He believed he possessed the potential for victory. Kill. With a single stride, he crouched like a tiger ready to pounce, executing the fierce tiger's tail with precision. His knife techniques seamlessly merged with his fist techniques. Due to the mastery of the Fierce Tiger Fist, he had developed an instinctual fighting style, allowing him to wield the knife as if it were a tiger's claw, executing the Fierce Tiger Fist without a hint of hesitation. With just a broken wooden knife, do you think you can breach my defenses? Who dares to challenge me? State your name. The furious roar resounded as the battle axe swung with reckless abandon. The opponent, harnessing his immense strength, charged forward like a tank, causing the surrounding earth and stone to crumble and structures to collapse. With his agile movements, Chen nimbly darted around the towering brute, evading the deadly strikes of the battle axe while frequently launching his own attacks. Kill. Seizing the moment when the giant swung his axe and missed, Chen leapt onto the axe itself, his blade flashing like lightning. Clang. The knife struck the giant's arm, producing a sound akin to steel clashing. Yet it merely cut through the skin, failing to breach the bone. Is this what it means to be in the bone refinement realm? Chen's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It is said that upon transcending this stage, one's bones become as robust as steel, enhancing one's strength while allowing the bones to serve as shields against blades and axes. At full maturity, bones are as hard as fine steel, serving as both armor and weapon. Do you intend to kill me? You are not worthy. A disdainful voice echoed as the giant sneered and charged with his elbow. Chen immediately pushed off the ground, retreating swiftly. You wretched fool. Do you dare to confront me head-on? Seeing Chen evade him once more, the giant roared in fury, gnashing his teeth in anger. After battling for what felt like an eternity, he believed his might could crush anything, yet he had not even grazed the hem of Chen's garment. Chen stepped back from the giant, chuckling derisively. You scum. You think you are fit to engage with me directly? Have you lost your mind? You are nothing more than a sparring partner, merely sharpening my combat experience. Die. The giant bellowed in rage, swinging his axe with ferocity. Chen dodged and danced away from the blade's edge, striking when the giant was least prepared. Boom, 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 boom. The two exchanged blows. And for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. However, the buildings within the encampment suffered greatly, with nearly half reduced to rubble, debris flying in every direction. At that moment, Chen spotted another opportunity, closing in swiftly to deliver a strike aimed at the giant's right arm. The giant, with a cold sneer, raised his arm to block, his eyes filled with contempt. I have perfected my bone refinement. Do you truly believe your flimsy knife can pierce my defenses? Yet, in the next instant, a shocking event unfolded. Crack! A sharp sound rang out, accompanied by the giant's anguished scream. The black iron cleaver, after numerous attempts, finally triggered a critical hit. With all his strength combined with the critical strike, Chen's power surged to the equivalent of 4.5 bulls. At that moment, all his force converged upon a single point, crashing down upon the giant's right arm. In an instant, the giant's arm shattered, the battle axe clattering to the ground. What a splendid opportunity! Chen exclaimed with elation, lunging for the fallen axe and snatching it up. Equipping it, the axe vanished instantly into his inventory. I will kill you. The giant, now missing an arm and kneeling on the ground in unbearable pain, erupted with unbridled rage upon seeing the blood pooling around him. Since achieving his bone refinement, no one in Uni County had ever managed to injure him. With Chen severing his arm today, his fury reached a new zenith. His visage twisted into a mask of wrath. He vowed to ensure Chen met a fate worse than death. However, as he turned to search for his axe, he found nothing but emptiness surrounding him. Where's my axe? The giant was bewildered. It was nowhere to be found, neither by his side nor in Chen's grasp. His weapon had inexplicably vanished into thin air. Kill! At that moment, Chen sheathed the second-tier axe, and, once again wielding the black iron cleaver, charged forward. The giant, bereft of time to search for his axe, shouted in fury and confronted Chen with bare hands. Clang! The two clashed and recoiled from each other. Chen rolled, propelling himself off the ground to launch another side attack. Again, clang! The giant unleashed a kick like a hammer, but Chen remained undaunted, leveraging his superior speed to engage him directly. Without your second-tier axe, what can your bone refinement do? I will slay you. With the enhancement of the black iron cleaver, he felt confident enough to gain the advantage. Although it was difficult to breach the giant's formidable defenses, he knew that every human has their vulnerabilities. Third strike. Chen attacked once more, aiming directly for the giant's head. The giant sneered and raised his arm to block, thrusting out a leg in retaliation. Yet, Chen's strike was a feint. Just as it neared the giant's forehead, he abruptly altered his attack and struck fiercely at the giant's groin. Scoundrel! The giant cursed vehemently, hastily retracting his leg and rolling aside to mitigate the blow. Before he could regain his footing, a chilling gust swept toward him. Fourth strike. Thud. A harrowing scream erupted as the giant tumbled to the ground. The black iron cleaver had triggered another critical hit. Chen's blade severed the giant's remaining arm in one decisive stroke. Now how will you fight? With both arms lost, the giant lay on the ground, curled up in agony, his neck bulging with veins, and his eyes devoid of any ferocity. Who are you? Why do you seek to attack me, the Black Wind Bandit? Blood and sweat marred the giant's face, his complexion pale, eyes filled with despair. Who am I? Chen grinned menacingly, brandishing his knife. I am the Great Xuanyuan Woodcutter. With that proclamation, he swung his blade mercilessly across the giant's neck. The giant's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Chen, confusion etched upon his face. Great Xuanyuan Woodcutter? What in the world? With a mix of unwillingness, confusion, and astonishment, the giant breathed his last, his eyes remaining open in disbelief. Finally, he is dead. Chen stood over the lifeless body, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. This confrontation with the giant marked his first true battle since beginning his martial training. Though there were many shortcomings and flaws, he ultimately emerged victorious. Even though my cultivation has reached the muscle refinement realm, I am still lacking when compared to seasoned warriors. Reflecting on the fierce combat, Chen recognized his own deficiencies. His rapid advancement had outpaced his mental fortitude and combat experience. Had he not encountered a bone refinement bandit this evening, he might still be basking in pride over his recent breakthrough to the muscle refinement realm. If I had to exert all my strength to defeat a bone refinement bandit, how would I fare against someone in the blood refinement realm or the condensation realm? Chen took a deep breath, dispelling any lingering sense of pride. In this world, martial artists are plentiful. The muscle refinement realm is merely the first step in martial arts. Beyond that lie masters who can condense their vital energy and prodigies who have entered the five elements realm. What right do I have to feel proud? The path of martial arts demands a grounded approach, building a solid foundation before achieving greatness. From now on, I must maintain a calm mindset, neither elated nor disheartened, as I strive toward greater heights. As Chen pondered these thoughts, he began to search the giant's corpse. Moments later, he discovered a small money pouch containing 23 taels of silver. A smile of excitement crept across Chen's face. To carry 23 taels of silver in this small encampment, the giant must have been the chief of the Black Wind Bandit. I must search further to uncover how much silver he truly hoarded. In such a remote mountain area near a small county, possessing such wealth alone attests to his status. The lesser henchmen yielded only about a tael of silver each. Chen stored the silver in his inventory and cast a glance at the wealth indicator below. Wealth, 55 taels. Goodness, is there really that much? He had been so occupied with slaying enemies that he hardly had time to tally the spoils he had collected. Now, seeing this amount, he was filled with elation. Wait a moment, let me calculate. When I left Uni City, I had only. After dispatching 5 mountain bandits, and 3 more at the foot of the mountain, that totals over 16 taels. And what about those 20-odd bandits and that bald-headed fellow? Never mind, no need to dwell on it. Regardless, this trip has been extraordinarily worthwhile. Chen gleefully counted his silver and then thoroughly searched the giant's corpse, retrieving a key before making his way towards the buildings. Since he was here, he would leave no stone unturned. Chapter 17. Acting with justice is the fastest way to wealth. 4 hours later, as dawn broke, the morning glow arose in the east. Chen stood within the largest wooden house of Haifeng's stronghold, gazing at the treasures before him, his smile wide and unrestrained. After a night of searching, he had unearthed a total of 268 taels of silver, 3 taels of gold, 37 pieces of jade, and 63 silver ornaments. Moreover, beneath the bed in this grandest wooden house, he discovered a small box containing a manual and a half-torn treasure map. What a bonanza! This truly is a remarkable windfall. With such an abundance of silver and gold, he had more than enough to meet the system upgrade requirements. Although he felt the amount was somewhat lacking, having anything was better than nothing at all. He couldn't help but wonder if the bandits had concealed their wealth, as he only managed to find 200 to 300 taels. Despite his doubts, Chen excitedly stashed all the silver into his inventory. Indeed, robbing the rich and aiding the poor is the swiftest means to fortune. Not only does it rid the world of evil, but it also provides a rapid way to earn money and hone his martial skills. Suddenly, Chen felt he had stumbled upon a grand avenue, a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. If only I could eliminate all the bandits in the world. Just the thought filled him with exhilaration, prompting him to draw his sword. However, as he unsheathed it, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Gazing at the warped and shattered blade of his black iron cleaver, he felt a twinge of regret. Damn it, that fight with the big boss left my black iron cleaver utterly ruined. At this moment, 2/3 of the blade was bent and fractured, with a crack running through the middle. It seemed that with just one more strike, the cleaver would shatter completely. This battle against a bone refinement stage opponent had rendered his first-tier exquisite weapon unserviceable through sheer brute force. After all, the black iron cleaver was crafted from black iron, and its toughness was no match for weapons forged from fine steel. Fortunately, after slaying the giant, Chen obtained his second-tier Xianhua mountain opening axe. Though this axe lacked critical hit attributes, it was far from subpar. In addition to a 150 strength bonus, it possessed the attributes of shield breaking and effortless lifting. Furthermore, this axe enhanced axe techniques, making it an exceptional weapon for any axe practitioner. Alas, I shall miss my cleaver. Chen lamented as he gazed at the black iron cleaver in his hand, its critical hit capability having been incredibly useful. Losing this cleaver left him uncertain whether he would encounter another weapon with similar critical hit attributes in the future. Oh well, I shall deal with that later. The world is vast, and as long as I seek, I am certain to find another weapon with critical hit potential. Stowing away the black iron cleaver, Chen turned his attention to the manual and the tattered treasure map. Giant ape-long fist. This was a technique for stretching muscles and refining bones, enhancing vitality. The manual contained illustrations and text. The images depicted a person mimicking the fighting techniques of a giant ape, while the text detailed the methods of cultivation and its benefits. Chen quickly perused it, and the system panel immediately displayed the name of the manual. Low-grade giant ape long fist, not yet initiated. A foundational martial art? Not bad, not bad. Chen was pleasantly surprised. He was currently in need of a corresponding martial art for bone refinement and blood enhancement, and here he had found one. Satisfied, he tucked the manual away and picked up the tattered treasure map to examine it. The soft, parchment-like material depicted mountains, cities, and rivers in a rudimentary manner. A red dot marked a location in a mountain hollow, yet the crucial information and directional indicators were missing. Without the essential information, finding the treasure point would be nearly impossible. Chen shook his head and stowed the treasure map. He then packed all the jade and silver ornaments into his inventory before exiting the wooden house. Last night, while searching Haifeng's stronghold, he had discovered a dungeon. Inside were 7 young maidens and 3 children. Due to the darkness and uncertainty of whether any bandits remained alive, Chen had refrained from rescuing them immediately. Now that dawn had broken, having thoroughly pillaged Haifeng's stronghold, it was time to set them free and send them home. He made his way to the dungeon. A strong stench of filth and mildew assaulted his senses, covering his mouth and nose. Chen frowned as he ventured deeper into the dungeon, perhaps hearing his footsteps. Cries erupted from within. Please, let us go. We beg you. I don't want to be sold into a brothel. Wah, I want my mother. The wailing voices echoed, and as Chen reached the entrance of the dungeon, the maidens and children inside were already in tears. Everyone, step aside. Chen drew the Xianhua axe, aiming at the chains on the door. With a powerful swing, sparks flew as the iron chain shattered and fell. Chen pushed open the wooden door. You all take the children and follow me down the mountain. No, we don't want to be sold. The group of maidens turned pale with fear, retreating and huddling together, afraid to step outside. Chen furrowed his brow. If you don't leave, do you intend to stay here for the rest of your lives? The bandits on the mountain are all dead. You can go home now. With that, he turned and strode away from the dungeon. Damn it, this dungeon is far too foul. Those bandits are truly foolish. If the hostages fall ill, how would they fetch a good price? If I were in charge of these hostages. Ugh, forget that. I'm a good person. What do I care about hostages? Inside the dungeon, the group of maidens stood frozen as they watched Chen leave. They exchanged glances, tears still glistening on their faces, momentarily unsure whether to leave or remain. Shall we try going out? At that moment, one 12-year-old girl dressed in fine clothing took a timid step forward. The other maidens immediately rallied around her, nodding like chicks pecking at rice, and followed the girl out of the dungeon. The blinding sunlight made it difficult for them to open their eyes. Once they fully adjusted to the sunlight, they beheld the ruins of Haifeng's stronghold, and, amidst the debris, the silhouette of a robust young man standing with his back to them, illuminated by the golden rays. His long hair danced in the wind, and a magnetic voice floated to their ears with the breeze. All the bandits in Haifeng's stronghold have been eradicated. You are saved. There are provisions in the adjacent room. You may fill your bellies. Within today, someone shall come to escort you home. Farewell. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen turned and strode down the mountain. The young girl in splendid attire, witnessing Chen's departure, hurriedly called out, Thank you, noble benefactor, for saving my life. May I inquire your name? I shall repay your kindness. Without glancing back, Chen waved his hand dismissively, his voice echoing with a dramatic flair. I am the woodcutter of Xian, a chivalrous spirit, slaying demons and monsters. I leave no name behind. With that, Chen departed gracefully, leaving the maidens of Haifeng's High in a state of stunned bewilderment. The woodcutter of Xian? The girl in the splendid attire gazed vacantly in the direction of Chen's exit, murmuring softly. A nearby girl with a bun approached and quietly inquired, Miss, have you heard of the woodcutter of Xian? The girl in splendid attire shook her head, pondering that he must be a nameless hero of the martial world. The girl with the bun clasped her hands in excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If it was indeed he who saved us, he must be truly remarkable. The girl in splendid attire sighed with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, he is quite formidable. The leader of Haifeng's High, whose power has reached the bone refinement stage, was so easily dispatched by him. Chapter 18, Ascending to the Third Tier. Upon his return to Mo family village, Chen found that the old coachman had already left. After parting with his uncle and cousin, he remounted his horse and rode back to Daotai County. 30 miles outside the county, Chen chose to dismount. It was not that he was unwilling to sell the horse for profit, but rather that the process of selling a horse was far too cumbersome. And in a small county, it would be difficult to find a buyer in a timely manner. In this era, horses were considered strategic resources, their trade strictly regulated by the government, with each horse requiring registration, making post-sale tracking a simple matter. Selling to other farmers was also impractical, as they would neither have the funds to purchase nor dare to do so lightly. Thus, for safety's sake, Chen decided against selling the horse. Once inside Daotai County, Chen discreetly disguised himself and slipped a letter of denunciation into the yamen before making his exit. Surely the officials of Daotai County would not be in collusion. At Xinglong Bank, Ah, esteemed guest, please come in. The waiter greeted Chen warmly upon his arrival. I wish to exchange some gold. Chen, with his hands clasped behind him, made his way towards the tea area. Of course, please have a seat. The waiter cheerfully attended to him, failing to recognize the disguised Chen. After a while, Chen emerged from the bank, feeling a pang of regret after exchanging for 2 taels of gold, only to have the bank charge him 4 strings of fees. Truly outrageous. Xinglong Bank, do not let me catch you engaging in any wrongdoing, or I shall come to right the wrongs myself. Chen muttered angrily, glaring at the bank sign, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet feeling powerless. Having left the bank, he sought out a jade shop and sold a small portion of jade artifacts. After a stick of incense burned, Chen found himself with an additional 90 taels of silver. Discovering a secluded corner, he promptly opened the system panel. Upgrade. Ding. Would you like to consume 100 taels of silver and 5 taels of gold to upgrade the system? Yes. Chen nodded in affirmation. Ding. Congratulations, upgrade successful. A flash of golden light swept across, altering the figures displayed on the attribute panel. Name, Chen. Cultivation, body refinement stage. System level, tier 3. Martial arts, fierce tiger fist, grand completion. White snake 9 transformations palm, grand completion. Low-grade overbearing tiger celestial technique, entry, low-grade giant ape long fist, uninitiated, etc. Wealth, 303 taels and 3 coins. Exchangeable martial arts training progress, 25 years. Number of keepable items, 3. Inventory, 15 items. Required for tier 4 upgrade, 1,000 taels of silver, 10 taels of gold. Lifespan, 70 years. Ding, congratulations, your physical deficiencies have been restored. Henceforth, you need not worry about the foundations of martial training. As expected, an unexpected surprise awaited. Chen, seeing the requirements for upgrading to tier 4, shook his head in resignation. The silver required for the upgrade had indeed multiplied tenfold, while the gold demand had doubled. However, the benefits were undeniably evident. His physical deficiencies had been rectified, alleviating concerns about the adverse effects of training on his lifespan. The number of keepable items had increased to 3, and the inventory capacity had expanded to 15. Currently, he possessed 4 bound items: a common iron axe, a worn black iron hatchet, a second-tier Xianhua axe, and a human skin mask. An idea struck him. Could he possibly equip 3 weapons simultaneously? He had no other equipment at his disposal. The second-tier Xianhua axe required a breakthrough to the bone refinement stage for usage. Naturally, it was not an option for him at present. As for the black iron hatchet, though nearly worn out, its attributes remained intact. The common iron axe remained in his inventory as a backup. With this thought, Chen decided to experiment. He first retrieved the black iron hatchet, then selected the common iron axe as his third keepable item. Equip. His hands remained steady with the black iron hatchet, while the backup status of the common iron axe shifted. In an instant, Chen felt an overwhelming surge of strength, nearly doubling his power. Wow, so it truly can stack. Chen felt a rush of excitement. With 2 weapons equipped, as long as the primary weapon was in hand, the secondary weapon would not overshadow it. Instead, the secondary weapon would contribute directly to enhancing his attributes. Furthermore, through testing, he discovered that even if the weapon was not in his hand but merely stored in the inventory, the added attributes would not diminish. If that were the case, should he find 3 weapons of identical attributes, could he not maximize their enhancement potential? With this hypothesis, Chen became restless. He eagerly stowed away the black iron hatchet and began to wander through Daotai County in search of suitable first-tier equipment. He was willing to spend a bit to bolster his attributes with any appropriate finds. Unfortunately, despite thoroughly scouring Daotai County, he encountered no fitting equipment. The serendipity of stumbling upon the black iron hatchet at the blacksmith shop had not repeated itself. Luck seemed to have abandoned him. Daotai County was simply too small. Even obtaining first-tier weapons proved challenging. With a sigh, Chen decided not to obsess over immediately filling his keepable slots. He resolved to wait until he broke through to the bone refinement stage, at which point he would don the second-tier Xianhua axe. As evening fell, Chen returned to Uni County. At the errand workers' dormitory, Xiao Wu, Li Dazhuang, and Shi Yong had just returned from gathering firewood and spotted Chen sitting on the steps. Good, you're back. Xiao Wu greeted joyfully. Chen nodded with a smile. I am back. He raised his hand, presenting a tael of silver and a package of pastries to Xiao Wu. Here you go, Xiao Wu. This is a tael of silver I owe you, along with your favorite osmanthus cake. Wow. Xiao Wu set down his unicycle and rushed over excitedly. Go. Weren't you supposed to borrow for a month? Why are you returning it now? Chen shook his head. I made a quick trip home and didn't need it. Xiao Wu, trusting him completely, accepted the silver and eagerly unwrapped the osmanthus cake, his face glowing with delight. Delightful. Once again, the sweet taste of osmanthus cake graces our palates. Shi Yong and Li Dazhuang laughed heartily, jesting with Xiao Wu, before turning to unload the firewood. Once it was just Chen and Xiao Wu, the latter suddenly approached with the osmanthus cake in his arms, leaning in to whisper, Brother Mo, It's rather strange these past few days. Manager Lu keeps inquiring about your return. Furthermore, Captain Su and a woman clad in black also visited our manor to question the staff in the firewood room. I recognized that woman. She was by the county magistrate's side the night he came to our house. Upon hearing this, Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Questioning our firewood room. Xiao Wu nodded, confirming. Yes, they were asking about the events of that night when the thief was slain. The woman in black even wielded a firewood knife. The firewood knife? Chen raised an eyebrow, pressing further. Do you know what Manager Lu sought me for? Xiao Wu shook his head. I'm not sure. Manager Lu seemed rather anxious. Even asking me if you've hidden anything recently. Understood. Chen nodded solemnly. That will be all, Xiao Wu. Please attend to your tasks. I will seek out Lu Yuan shortly to discern his intentions. Xiao Wu cheerfully obliged, eagerly unwrapping the osmanthus cake and presenting it to Chen. Brother Emo, do have a piece. Chen managed a faint smile, politely declining. I've already indulged before returning. This is for you. Please enjoy. Very well, I shan't be modest. Xiao Wu exclaimed, promptly devouring a piece. Delicious, absolutely delightful. As Xiao Wu departed, Chen remained seated on the steps, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. Had they uncovered something? The only significant event in recent days had been the demise of that thief. Yet, he believed he had left no discernible evidence behind. How then? Had they come upon the truth? Captain Su and the woman in black hailed from the authorities, likely on the trail of this matter. But why was Lu Yuan seeking me out? Why inquire about hidden possessions? Lu Yuan had scarcely acknowledged his existence in the past, let alone demonstrated concern. His sudden interest was undoubtedly shrouded in ulterior motives. Chen's frown deepened, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a worker from the purchasing department entered the servants' quarters. Carrying a ledger, Chen instinctively turned to glance, his gaze locking onto the ledger with intense focus. Chapter 19. Exceptional Martial Arts? The ledger. Were they perhaps searching for the ledger? A thought sparked within Chen, and clarity washed over him. The theft of over 100 taels of silver was a commonplace crime, but should a ledger be stolen, the county magistrate would surely be restless. Could it be that Lu Yuan was entangled in matters concerning the magistrate? With this realization, Chen sprang to his feet, heading straight for the servant quarters. The sky was overcast, and the workers had yet to finish their tasks. The quarters were empty. Chen shut the door behind him, leaning against the wall as he retrieved 2 ledgers from the inventory. The first ledger detailed transactions involving the magistrate and the Black Wind Band, as well as the trafficking of individuals from the brothels in the city. Suddenly, Chen's pupils constricted in shock as he recognized a familiar establishment's name. Guyuxian? How could this be? Was Lord Lu involved in the trafficking of people? Guyuxian was an antique jade shop owned by Lord Lu Qingshan, a man renowned for his benevolence and generosity, known throughout Uni County for his charitable acts and annual distributions of food to the needy. Yet now, the name of his establishment appeared in this ledger. Chen felt as if his understanding of the world had been shattered. Truly, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Clenching his fists, a mix of disdain and derision flickered in his eyes. At that moment, he regarded Lord Lu's family as nothing more than beasts feasting upon the blood of innocents. After perusing the first ledger, Chen picked up the second one for examination. However, upon opening it, he froze in place. No text. The second ledger, which had been placed alongside the first, was completely blank. Impossible. How could it be devoid of any writing? Chen, perplexed, skeptically flipped through several pages, only to find no words whatsoever. Had he perhaps taken the wrong one? Pondering this, he sensed something strange. Given that this ledger was found with the first, it surely held some value. Additionally, when the thief stole, did they truly just grab it and flee without a glance? Might there be some hidden secret? Recalling certain espionage dramas from his past life on Earth, Chen was struck by inspiration. He fetched some water and sprinkled it onto the paper. Moments passed, yet the paper remained blank, devoid of any text. He then placed an oil lamp on the ground, igniting it with a fire stick, and held the paper over the flame. Suddenly, a series of brown characters began to emerge. Success! Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had indeed guessed correctly. The second ledger was a coded document. As the paper heated, the entire ledger revealed its hidden brown text. The characters appeared charred, as if scorched by flame. Leaning closer to the firelight, Chen scrutinized the minuscule script. To his astonishment, he found himself breathless, staring in disbelief. The incantation of divine fire? A martial arts manual? No, it would be more accurate to call it a manual for a method that harnesses the power of divine fire to refine the soul, ultimately allowing the spirit to detach from the body and achieve the status of a shadow spirit. Chen's hands trembled, nearly causing him to set the ledger ablaze. This couldn't possibly be some heretical cult technique, could it? Then, a line of small text caught his attention. The incantation of divine fire. One of the 4 exceptional martial arts of the Divine Hall of the Great Qi Kingdom allows the practitioner to project their soul after reaching the 3rd level, striking down enemies from 1,000 miles away. Yet, the conditions to achieve the 3rd level are exceedingly rigorous. Chen inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in astonishment. one of the 4 exceptional martial arts of the Divine Hall of the Great Qi Kingdom. He had never anticipated that after slaying the black-clad thief, he would come into possession of such a remarkable martial art. Moreover, this art did not require internal cultivation, making it accessible even to ordinary individuals. One could refine their abilities simply by continually gathering divine fire. How could the exceptional martial arts of the Great Qi Kingdom end up in the hands of the county magistrate? Uni County was a mere speck within the vast expanse of the Great Xian, let alone within the jurisdiction of the Jinwu Prefecture. Chen racked his brain, unable to fathom how the magistrate had obtained the secrets of the Great Qi. Could it be that the magistrate and his associates had ties to the Great Qi dynasty? The thought sent a chill down Chen's spine. This was tantamount to colluding with the Great Qi dynasty, a clear act of treason. Chen opened the system panel, and indeed, he spotted the name of the incantation of divine fire under the martial arts section. Exceptional incomplete incantation of divine fire, uninitiated. Incomplete? Chen's thoughts turned, quickly grasping its implications. The existence of such exquisite martial arts from the Great Qi's protectorate temple in the hands of a mere county magistrate of the Great Xian is, in itself, an extraordinarily peculiar matter. He could hardly believe that one of the 4 supreme techniques of the protectorate temple could circulate so freely. What significant affairs lie concealed within this? Chen furrowed his brows in contemplation, uncertain whether this matter would prove beneficial or detrimental to him. Initially, he had merely intended to eliminate a bandit cloaked in black and procure some silver for his martial training. However, he soon discovered that the bandits' bundle contained dark dealings involving county magistrate Yu's collusion with mountain bandits in the trafficking of human lives. Now, he had unearthed yet another shocking revelation. This was indeed troubling. County magistrate Yu was suspected of treason. Chen felt that a simple act of killing a thief was spiraling increasingly out of control. Now, there were subtle signs indicating that he might be drawn into this web. No, I absolutely cannot be ensnared. The grave crime of treason is one I cannot afford to bear. Chen extinguished the oil lamp, his mind heavy as he stowed away the ledger and martial arts manual, rising to his feet. At present, he had no one to rely upon but himself. Within the predatory confines of the Lu residence, it seemed the only path before him was to enhance his martial prowess. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of skilled martial artists like Steward Lu and Feng Yang hidden within the estate, as well as the watchful eyes of County Magistrate Yu, Captain Su, and that woman in black. Chen felt an acute lack of security, a sense of impending capture looming over him. I must hasten to elevate my cultivation. Approaching the training courtyard, just as Chen prepared to sit cross-legged in practice, the door to his chamber was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Immediately, a cold, middle-aged figure entered with hands clasped behind his back. Chen's heart jolted. It was Lu Yuan. What brings him here? His eyes flickered as he respectfully cupped his fists, greeting Steward Lu. Chen, you've concealed yourself quite well, Lu Yuan remarked, his eyes narrowing like a venomous serpent. Scrutinizing Chen from head to toe, Chen glanced at him, maintaining his composure, and replied, Steward Lu, I do not comprehend what you mean by concealing myself. Lu Yuan let out a cold chuckle. Someone wishes to see you. Come with me. With that, he turned and exited the servant quarters. Chen hesitated for a moment before following suit. Chapter 20. The second young master inside Steward Lu's courtyard, a young man in green, was vigorously practicing his punches. Lu Yuan brought Chen to stand respectfully at the side. The table within the room was laden with small dishes and beverages. Lanterns flickering to life as Feng Yang set down a wooden basin and towel on a nearby rack. Upon seeing the young man in green, Chen's heart stirred. Could he be the second young master? The youth practicing his punches was none other than Lu Jianshan, the illustrious second young master of the Lu residence. It was said that Lu Yuanwei had only this one surviving son after decades. His other 2 sons had perished in unfortunate accidents. As for his daughters, they were of little significance to Lu Yuanwei. Thus, this sole heir held a position of exceptional authority within the Lu residence, his words nearly law. Once the youth completed his set of punches, Lu Yuan approached respectfully, stating, Second young master, the person has been brought. Lu Jianshun accepted the towel handed to him by Feng Yang. Wiping the sweat from his brow while casting a playful glance at Chen, is this the servant whom the envoy from the Martial Guard Academy suspects? Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, Envoy Su Jinsei has been investigating him at the estate for 2 consecutive days. Excellent. Splendid. Lu Jianshun regarded Chen with a knowing smile. I did not expect our servant quarters to harbor such a skilled individual. Hearing their conversation and feeling their scrutinizing gazes, Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The Martial Guard Academy. An envoy. Suddenly, he recalled the striking woman in black. She hailed from the Martial Guard Academy. Within the Martial Guard Manor, the most formidable power was indeed the Martial Guard Academy itself. This academy is directly overseen by the Lord of the Martial Guard Manor, tasked with monitoring officials and protecting the common folk. It is said that disciples of the Martial Guard Academy are not limited by their origins. Each one is a paragon of martial prowess. They hunt down demons and malevolent beings, while also apprehending corrupt officials, instilling fear and trepidation in all. Standing before Lu Jianshun, under his penetrating gaze, Chen felt a surge of wariness. Just moments ago, while Lu Jianshun practiced his punches, he had sensed a trace of formidable energy emanating from him. This indicated that he was at the mid-stage of the condensed energy realm, exhibiting external energy. This second young master, who had kept his talents hidden, was secretly a martial artist of considerable strength. Chen, currently at the muscle refinement realm, was at a significant disadvantage. Should Lu Jianshun wish him harm, no amount of silver would enable him to prevail against such prowess. His chances of victory were non-existent. For now, he would bide his time and observe their intentions. Patience is a virtue. Chen took a deep breath. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. While he pondered this, Lu Jianshun stepped closer, grasping Chen's arm, and remarked, "Your physique is slight, yet your muscles are remarkably firm, your arms broad, indicative of refined muscle. The skin is resilient. Have you perhaps broken through the refining skin stage?" Suddenly, Lu Jianshun unleashed a swift kick aimed at Chen's knee. The kick came with lightning speed and without warning. Had it connected, Chen's knee would surely shatter. Damn it! Chen's expression shifted as he instinctively pushed off with his feet, leaping backward to evade. Was this second young master unhinged? Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced echoed as Lu Jianshun followed up, his body twisting as his right leg lashed out like a whip towards Chen's waist. This whip kick was even more ferocious than the previous strike, its speed unmatched. With Lu Jianshun's leg hurtling toward him and his stance unsteady, Chen summoned his muscle strength, forcing a twist of his waist, his hands pressing against Lu Jianshun's leg as he rolled away. However, Lu Jianshun displayed a blatant disregard for martial ethics, suddenly seizing a 3-foot-long sword tossed by Feng Yang, accelerating his speed exponentially. The sword swiftly cutting across Chen's left arm. Squelch! The sleeve tore, skin ruptured, muscle injured, blood spraying forth. Scoundrel! Chen inwardly cursed. Yet Lu Jianshun, discarding the sword, applauded, laughing heartily. Not bad, not bad. Your reflexes and speed are indicative of mastery in the muscle refinement stage. Chen landed a few paces away, maintaining a cold demeanor. This young man had indeed surreptitiously learned martial arts. He could even perform the fierce tiger fist and the white snake 9 transformations. Lu Yuan sneered, his gaze fixated on Chen with palpable intensity. In just a few exchanges, the three of them discerned the techniques Chen employed, the fierce tiger fist and the white snake 9 transformations, both martial arts practiced by the guards of the Lu residence. Moreover, they were the very techniques passed down by the second young master. Speak. When did you start learning martial arts? Lu Jianshun inquired with a measured smile. Now that he had been exposed, Chen ceased to feign ignorance. His caution heightened as he cupped his fists and replied, to the second young master. I began studying approximately 3 months ago, having been recognized for using the fierce tiger fist and the white snake 9 transformations. Claiming to have practiced since childhood would be futile. 3 months? Lu Jianshun and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces a mask of astonishment. Are you saying you reached the muscle refinement stage in just 3 months? Lu Jianshun's gaze bore into Chen's face with intensity. Chen's eyes flickered as he lowered his head, affirming, indeed. Impossible. Lu Yuan and Feng Yang exclaimed in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. Chen cast a glance at the two individuals, deliberately curling his lip as he remarked, what is so impossible about this? Is the muscle refinement realm truly that difficult? You have all witnessed my strength just moments ago. Lu Yuan and Feng Yang were rendered speechless by his retort. Ha ha ha, splendid. Well said. At this juncture, Lu Jianshun burst into hearty laughter, generously offering his praise. If you truly began your martial training only 3 months ago, you would undoubtedly be regarded as a remarkable martial talent. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a genial smile, he continued, Chen, since you possess such prowess, I would like you to serve as my bodyguard starting tomorrow and assist me in my endeavors. His intentions were clear. He sought to take Chen under his wing. If a martial genius like Chen could become his loyal aide, he would not hesitate to nurture him. Noticing Lu Jianshun's gaze fixed intently upon him, brimming with warmth, Chen felt a flicker of disdain within. Huh, become your bodyguard? What differentiates that from being a dog? A glance at Lu Yuan confirmed his thoughts, an utterly subservient wretch. Nevertheless, he feigned excitement, hastily clasping his hands in gratitude. Your subordinate is deeply honored by the second young master's recognition. Excellent. Lu Jianshun exclaimed with delight at Chen's acquiescence, then turned to issue a command. Feng Yang, fetch my healing ointment, and personally tend to young brother Chen's wounds. Yes. Feng Yang replied with a charming smile, casting a glance at Chen before sashaying away. Come, Chen, let us converse while we dine. Lu Jianshun appeared quite enthusiastic, stepping forward to take Chen's arm and guiding him towards the dining table. Second young master, I dare not. Chen hastily displayed a facade of deference, gesturing for Lu Jianshun to proceed first. Lu Jianshun offered a mild smile, declining to insist, and entered the room ahead of him. Moments later, the three were seated at the dining table. After a round of polite exchanges, Lu Jianshan shifted to the crux of the matter. Chen, with your remarkable skills, I presume you were the one who dealt with those bandits the other day? Chen shook his head firmly. It wasn't me. Such matters, without witnesses, must never be acknowledged. Oh, Lu Jianshan chuckled, seemingly unprepared for Chen's obstinacy. The envoy from the Jinwu mansion has already come to investigate you. Do you truly believe I am blind and foolish? Yet, Lu Jianshan did not press the issue further. Instead, he turned to Lu Yuan with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan promptly stood, present. Lu Jianshan casually remarked, I hear Chen was purchased from family village? Lu Yuan replied respectfully, indeed, second young master. A subtle glint of coldness flashed in Lu Jianshan's eyes as he continued, since Chen has now become my bodyguard, let us replenish the ranks of the back courtyard from family village. Remember, priority must be given to arranging for Chen's family. Lu Yuan smiled, casting a sidelong glance at Chen, and bowed, second young master, I assure you that I shall not neglect Chen's entire family. Upon hearing their overtures, which masked an implicit threat, a surge of chilling murderous intent erupted within Chen. How dare they threaten me? However, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient to confront Lu Jianshan, who was at the condensing chi realm. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress his emotions forcefully, donning a mask of gratitude as he exclaimed, your subordinate is deeply grateful to the second young master. Lu Jianshan maintained a smile that did not reach his eyes, stating, Chen, you are now part of the Lu residence, and naturally, you are to be utilized by me. If it truly was you who committed that act, I would not mind. You merely need to produce the 2 account books. Chen, undaunted, clasped his fists and replied, your subordinate speaks only the truth. I genuinely do not know of any account books. If the second young master does not believe me, you may have Steward Lu search through anything belonging to me. The 2 account books remained in his system's inventory, and no amount of searching by Lu Jianshan could unveil them. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lu Jianshan's smiling gaze, his formidable aura beginning to seep forth. Chen's eyes sharpened, yet he remained outwardly composed. Lu Yuan, with a cold snort, stepped forward without hesitation, commencing a thorough search of Chen's person. Moments later, he raised an eyebrow at Chen, shaking his head at Lu Jianshan, second young master. He has nothing on him. Just then, Feng Yang returned. Casting a glance at Chen before addressing Lu Jianshan, second young master, the servant quarters have been searched thoroughly. There is nothing. Chen shot a glance at Feng Yang, silently cursing her treachery. Were you not supposed to fetch the healing ointment? Why have you gone to search the servant quarters? Haha, splendid. Lu Jianshan suddenly burst into laughter, the aura of menace dissipating as he clapped Chen on the shoulder, saying, Chen, isn't it better that you are not the one responsible? Come, let us eat. Do not be nervous. Chen exhaled quietly. Thank you for your trust, second young master. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when Lu Jianshan, with a jovial demeanor, added, oh, by the way, Lu Yuan, accompany Chen to retrieve his family right away. The journey is long, and we have other matters to attend to tomorrow. Do not delay. Lu Yuan promptly bowed yes. I shall go fetch them immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart instead of anxiety. Excellent. As long as you allow me to leave, I shall never fall into your grasp again. Lu Yuan approached the wardrobe, opened the cabinet, and retrieved a large knife from the bottom. Casting a cold glance at Chen, let us go. I shall accompany you back. Chen's expression hardened. He stood, clasping his hands in retreat. Second young master, please take your time. Your subordinate takes his leave. Lu Jianshan chuckled as he raised his wine cup, leisurely watching Chen follow Lu Yuan out. By dawn, Missouri Chen would cease to exist. It was expected that the envoy from the Jinwu Academy would uncover no evidence. He preferred to err on the side of elimination than to let an opportunity slip away. Chapter 21, The Surge in Power. Upon exiting the Lu residence, Chen and Lu Yuan each harbored ulterior motives as they made their way toward the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the closed city gates, Chen hesitated before addressing Lu Yuan. Steward Lu, how shall we exit the city? Should we wait until tomorrow to go to family village? Lu Yuan, driving the carriage, chuckled lightly. What difficulty is there in this? With that, he cast a glance at the city defenses and suddenly produced a command token from his sleeve. Striding forward, by the order of the county magistrate, I am to exit the city for urgent matters. Please open the gates swiftly. The guards, upon seeing the token, expressed no doubt and bellowed to open the gates. Witnessing this scene, Chen felt a flicker of scorn but was not surprised. Indeed, the county magistrate and the Lu residents were in collusion. The city gates creaked open. Lu Yuan shot Chen a threatening glance, to which Chen responded indifferently, continuing to direct the way. The two swiftly vanished into the night. After approximately half an hour, they found themselves in desolate surroundings, enveloped in darkness. The carriage began to slow, and Lu Yuan frequently glanced back, his eyes betraying a hint of murderous intent. This is the place. Chen thought to himself with a cold smile, issuing a command in his mind. Exchange. Train in the Great Ape-Long Fist. In the remote wilderness. Under the cloak of night. It was an opportune moment for murder. Without hesitation, he entered the training ground to practice. In the first year, you mobilized all your muscles and bones, attempting to train, yet you could only progress to the 7th stance before your sinews and vital energy could not withstand the strain, leading to your defeat. The Great Ape-Long Fist is a purely external martial art, requiring no internal energy or chi. According to its description, this technique is a low-grade external martial art comprising 18 stances, each of which is exceedingly difficult and places significant demands on bones and vitality. If one achieves mastery in cultivation, they can stretch their muscles and refine their bones, thereby enhancing their vital energy and blood flow. In the second year, your training continues, and you officially enter the realm of the Great Ape-Long Fist. In the third year, you persist in your rigorous practice, honing your body's sinews and vitality with the Great Ape-Long Fist. When you unleash your punches and kicks, a maddening itch spreads through your bones, akin to termites gnawing at wood, causing unbearable pain. The Great Ape-Long Fist has reached a minor breakthrough. By the 8th year, after years of martial practice, the excruciating sensation in your bones suddenly dissipates. To your astonishment, you discover that you have unknowingly transcended to the bone-refining realm. At this moment, your entire skeletal structure is reinforced, as if forged from the strongest steel, and your strength has doubled. The Great Ape-Long Fist has also ascended to a new level, achieving a major breakthrough. The bone-refining realm? Chen nodded inwardly. Not enough. Onward. The Great Ape-Long Fist is, after all, a martial art dedicated to stretching muscles and refining bones while tempering vital energy. Thus, upon breaking through to the bone-refining realm, Chen felt no elation. It was merely a natural progression. Furthermore, perhaps due to his acclimatization to the swift simulations in the training grounds, his threshold for joy upon breaking through techniques has significantly elevated. Each move and stance of the Great Ape-Long Fist demands my utmost exertion. Whether in ferocious action or the requisite coordination of energy, it is beyond the capacity of ordinary martial artists. In the 9th year, you continue to practice the Great Ape-Long Fist diligently, while simultaneously venturing into the mountains to hunt and forage for ginseng, replenishing the vital energy consumed during your training. By the 13th year, after years of nourishing your body, your vital energy has greatly increased. The Great Ape-Long Fist has become second nature to you, penetrating deep into your marrow, reaching a state of consummate perfection. In the 15th year, you persist in your nourishing regimen and training, as your entire bloodstream undergoes transformation through the practice of your martial art. At this time, your blood flows like syrup, and your marrow births immense strength, bringing your cultivation to the blood-refining realm. The training concludes. Chen opened his eyes, feeling the explosive power surging within him, and he excitedly clenched his fist. It seemed that in the next moment, he could obliterate the very heavens before him. Is this the blood-refining realm? The 5 realms of body refinement consist of flesh refining, skin refining, muscle refining, bone refining, and blood refining. At this moment, he felt as if he possessed boundless strength, brewing between his blood and bones. Moreover, with his blood flowing like syrup and his marrow generating immense power, he had undoubtedly manifested the pinnacle of the blood-refining realm. If I were to engage in combat with the chieftain of the Black Wind Gang now, I could probably obliterate his head with a single punch. After entering the blood-refining realm, Chen's blood flowed like quicksilver, and the speed of blood generation from his marrow surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He gazed at his arm. The flesh that had previously been torn by Lu Jian deeply healed and regenerated, while dark impurities expelled from his skin's pores, akin to a complete rebirth. With my current cultivation, I could slay Lu Yuan, who is also at the blood-refining realm. In the shadows, Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed, and with a powerful push from his legs, he leaped forth like a great ape. Having long been prepared, he suddenly wielded a massive silver axe, striking downwards without a hint of hesitation towards the figure ahead. Kill. A common iron axe, adding 90 strength. A black iron machete, adding 120 strength. A Xianhua mountain cutting axe, adding 150 strength. Breaking shields with effortless ease. A total strength augmentation of 360, under the explosive force of Chen. The second-tier Xianhua mountain cutting axe came crashing down as if to cleave a mountain. You dare, roared Lu Yuan, startled and enraged. He reacted swiftly, sensing the impending danger as soon as Chen made his move. Yet, under Chen's preemptive strike, he was still a beat too late, shouting loudly as he braced his shoulders, forcing his knife into position to block. A tempest howled as the Xianhua axe struck heavily against the blade Lu Yuan had raised. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resonated. The axe, with its tremendous weight and speed, descended without pause, cleaving Lu Yuan's knife cleanly from his grasp. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock and fury, his hands now bloodied and mangled from the impact. However, Chen offered no response, denying him any chance to ponder, raising the axe for a second strike with all his might. Die! The axe blade sliced through the air, producing a fierce whistling sound. With the augmentation from 3 weapons, Chen's strength reached its zenith. The weight of the descending axe alone instilled a primal fear in the hearts of those who faced it. Chen, you cannot kill me. Lu Yuan, seemingly caught off guard by Chen's sudden surge of power, hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, alas, Chen's cultivation was no longer what it once was. He had decisively broken through to the blood-refining realm. Furthermore, empowered by the strength of 3 weapons, he was more than capable of slaying Lu Yuan. Not kill you? Why should I not kill you? Damn it, I've longed to take your life. From the moment you lashed me with that whip, your death was sealed. The axe came crashing down with unrelenting force. Chen sneered, harboring no intention of showing mercy. Lu Yuan, in a desperate flight, cursed furiously, "You dog. If you dare to kill me, the second young master will surely avenge me." He recognized that Chen's axe was beyond the realm of defense. Tonight, it seemed he was destined to fall into Chen's hands. What a load of nonsense. Bang! A scream erupted. Lu Yuan's body was cleaved in 2 by the axe. Blood splattering everywhere. His upper half crashed to the ground, while his legs continued to run in a grotesque display. Lu Yuan writhed in agony, howling as if his heart were being torn apart. Alas, Chen, looking down from above, showed no mercy as he delivered a 3rd furious strike. Die! Bang! The axe fell. The screams ceased. The world fell into an eerie silence. Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why Chen had the power to kill him, or how his strength had surged so dramatically. Chen exhaled softly as he gazed at Lu Yuan's severed head. Finally, this bastard is dead. Ever since he had traversed into this realm, he had harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lu Yuan. This scoundrel, relying on his position as the logistics overseer of the Lu family, had treated those of lesser status with utter disdain. Especially during the first half-month of Chen's arrival, he had been mercilessly whipped by Lu Yuan almost daily. His entire body bore the marks of the whip, and he had even suffered a high fever as a consequence, nearly losing his life. Thus, to refrain from killing Lu Yuan would not suffice to quell the hatred in his heart. Even if you are in the blood-refining realm, what does it matter? Reflecting on the battle that had just transpired, Chen realized he had not utilized any martial techniques. He had purely relied on the strength augmentation gained from his breakthrough into the blood-refining realm. The combined power of his 3 weapons amounted to a staggering 360 enhancement. Such immense strength would be difficult for even the most accomplished practitioners at the pinnacle of body refinement to withstand. The confrontation with Lu Yuan illuminated Chen's combat prowess. In terms of sheer strength, ordinary blood-refining realm warriors would find it exceedingly hard to contend with him. This level of power was already comparable to some martial artists at the pinnacle of body refinement. Should he exchange his current gear for superior weapons, his combat capabilities would ascend to a new echelon. If I were to don 3 pieces of second-tier equipment, I could certainly hold my own against an initial-stage expert of the condensation realm, couldn't I? Having escaped danger, Chen's spirits remained buoyant. Without further delay, he swiftly searched Lu Yuan's belongings. Lu Yuan carried with him 20 taels of silver notes and some pieces of silver. Chen then picked up the first-grade Han Tan fine steel knife from the ground, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This first-grade Han Tan fine steel knife was indeed a remarkable item. With a strength enhancement of 120 and the ability to cut through iron like mud, it was impervious to ordinary weapons. Chapter 22, Middle-Grade True Fist of the Giant Ape. Equipped, the Han Tan fine steel knife in Chen's hand vanished, replaced by an ordinary iron axe. By substituting the ordinary iron axe with the Han Tan fine steel knife, Chen's strength surged to an astounding 390, nearly quadrupling his power, an utterly terrifying feat. With a flicker of thought, Chen opened the system panel again to check his wealth. Wealth, 152 taels. Exchangeable martial arts training progress, 12 years. Upon seeing this number, Chen hesitated. Should he continue training in the giant ape long fist? The inferior grade Ba Hu Tian Gang technique required one to reach the pinnacle of body refinement before it could be practiced. Otherwise, recklessly condensing and operating the vital energy would inevitably harm one's meridians and organs. Although he had already broken through to the blood refinement stage, he was still a step away from achieving the perfection of body refinement, where flesh, skin, tendons, bones, and blood harmonized as one. Thus, the Ba Hu Tian Gang technique was certainly not available for exchange at this moment. As for the woodcutting blade technique, it was not worth the expense to enhance. Beyond that, it seemed the only remaining option was a fragmented copy of the incense fire divine method. To practice this exquisite yet incomplete martial art, he would likely need incense. However, acquiring incense was out of the question. After all, it required sculpting statues, building temples, and cultivating followers. Within the Great Xuanyuan realm, such uncontrollable matters were strictly prohibited by the court. The 36 prefecture lords also issued severe bans, often executing anyone they encountered, all to prevent infiltration by the Qi dynasty. I am still too impoverished. Chen shook his head, realizing that the martial arts he could practice were exceedingly few, and they were all the most rudimentary forms. If he relied solely on these foundational techniques, achieving mastery in the martial world would be exceedingly difficult. That woman in black was from the Zhenwu Academy, Perhaps I could seek an opportunity from her? The path for the second son of the Liu family had been completely blocked tonight. Therefore, if Chen wished to join the Xuanyuan Academy, he must find a way himself. The best choice would be to forge a connection with that woman in black from the academy. If I establish a connection with the Xuanyuan Academy, I could truly embark on the path of cultivation. Chen recalled the academy's recruitment requirements, which did not discriminate based on background. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. However, before that, he needed to elevate his cultivation once again to prepare for any unforeseen troubles. He chose to exchange for 5 more years of training in the giant ape-long fist. In the inky darkness of the night, Chen regulated his breathing and entered into cultivation once more. In the first year, although the giant ape-long fist reached perfection, you were not satisfied and continued to diligently practice day after day. In the third year, you felt the giant ape-long fist could still be improved, and thus innovated upon the 18 forms, expanding them to 20 forms. In the fifth year, you continued to innovate, further enhancing the 20 forms to 24 forms. The inferior grade giant ape long fist advanced to the middle grade true fist of the giant ape. Simultaneously, your cultivation became increasingly refined, subtly indicating signs of a breakthrough. Cultivation paused. Chen was somewhat astonished. Middle grade true fist of the giant ape? Without breaking through to the pinnacle of body refinement. He had instead innovated and upgraded the giant ape long fist. Chen found himself at a loss for whether to laugh or cry, and he exchanged for another year of training time. Grant me a breakthrough. In the 6th year, you diligently practiced the giant ape true fist, but did not achieve a breakthrough. Another year of exchange. Chen felt somewhat speechless. In the 7th year, the giant ape true fist reached great success. What? Chen gritted his teeth. Was breaking through to the pinnacle of body refinement truly so difficult? I refuse to believe it. In the 8th year, the giant ape true fist reached perfection. In the 9th year, you accumulated your strength and finally broke through the barrier, integrating your skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and blood, achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. Exhaling deeply, Chen opened his eyes and felt a wave of relief wash over him. His entire being felt remarkably lighter. Blood coursed through him like powerful rivers, imparting an unprecedented sense of ease, as though his skin could effortlessly expand and contract. Breath in, breath out. Chen stood up, executing a leg extension and striking out with a giant ape arm swing. Boom. With the might of a tiger and the roar of thunder, the upgraded giant ape true fist seemed to unlock a new realm, granting Chen an exquisite sense of control over his movements. If Liu Yuan were still before him, he felt he could strike him with a mere thought. This sensation was akin to shortening my reflex arc. With the advancement of the giant ape long fist, coupled with the breakthrough in body refinement, Chen's combat power ascended to a new echelon. Now, I can condense that strand of vital energy. As the thought arose, a strand of domineering energy immediately coalesced within him, swiftly traveling along his meridians to his fingertip. Chen gazed at this minuscule, intangible energy with great curiosity. It felt as though a ball of cotton enveloped his finger. I must have directly entered the early stage of the condensed vital energy realm, right? According to the rankings of martial heroes, the condensed vital energy realm is divided into 4 stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. The early stage involves the initial condensation of vital energy, which cannot be freely utilized yet, continuously accumulating within the dantian to fortify it. The middle stage allows the vital energy to overflow, also known as external vital energy. During this phase, the vital energy can envelop the fists, palms, legs, and feet, akin to armor, wielding immense power. In the late stage, the vital energy gathers massively, enveloping the entire body as if clad in battle armor. At this point, ordinary blades and swords cannot approach, as even skin cannot make contact. Upon reaching the perfection of the condensed vital energy realm, also known as internal vital energy, the vital energy can traverse the meridians to safeguard the organs, preparing for a breakthrough to the 5 elements realm. Chen's current state was rather peculiar. In the body refinement realm, he had fortuitously comprehended the Ba Hu Tian Gang technique, thereby cultivating a strand of vital energy. However, this strand of vital energy was not beneficial for him at that time. It felt more like an uncontrollable wild beast. Thus, unable to suppress this strand of vital energy, Chen chose to disperse it. Now, however, this vital energy could be condensed at will, manifesting with a mere thought. It was entirely different from the early stage of condensed vital energy described in the martial heroes rankings. My strand of vital energy is incredibly agile, not stagnant within the dantian. Chen was baffled, but chose not to delve further. He opened the system panel. Wealth, 44 taels. Gazing at the wealth column displaying 44 taels of silver, Chen felt a headache coming on. Where on earth could he acquire a substantial sum of money? After pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. Fortunately, he still had over 3 years of training progress left to exchange. Chen directly spent 24 taels to exchange for 2 years of training in the Ba Hu Tian Gang technique, stabilizing his position in the early stage of condensed vital energy. Chapter 23, My Lord, What brings you to follow me? The following day, Mo Chun donned a human skin mask and changed into a dark robe, transforming into a young gentleman as he returned to Uni County. His indenture was still with the Liu family, and his registration remained at the county office. Thus, he did not seize the cover of night to flee, nor did he intend to escape. With the aid of the disguise provided by the mask, Mo Chun strode boldly into the town. "Young master, I would like 10 baskets of steamed buns," he called out, locating a bun shop near the county office. He seated himself facing the entrance of the office. "Certainly. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment," the waiter exclaimed, promptly serving Mo Chun his buns. However, upon noticing that Mo Chun was alone, he paused momentarily. "Sir, are you truly planning to consume 10 baskets of buns by yourself?" Mo Chun glanced at the county office's entrance, raising an eyebrow. "What? Is it not permissible for me to eat alone?" The waiter hastily bowed, smiling. "Oh dear, esteemed guest, forgive my words. I merely thought you might not finish them all." Without further ado, Mo Chun placed a handful of coins upon the table. "No more chatter, count the money and leave. Do not disturb my meal." "Of course." The waiter's eyes brightened at the sight of the coins as he hurriedly counted and departed. Mo Chun cast a glance at the waiter's retreating figure, refraining from further conversation, and took a bun, filling his mouth. The waiting period felt interminable. As he ate, Mo Chun observed the comings and goings at the county office. He waited the entire day, and as night fell completely, the bun shop closed its doors. Yet, he had still not seen the cloaked woman from the Martial Academy. Was she not within the county office? Mo Chun furrowed his brows, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. He had assumed that the woman in black was always accompanied by someone from the county office, implying a close connection with it. However, after waiting all day, he had not even caught a glimpse of anyone. Surely, she had not departed Uni County? After waiting for another hour, the gates of the county office closed, and Mo Chun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Very well, time to check the inn. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence, in the servant quarters, a nondescript corner housed a woman in black. With her arms crossed and a dagger hanging at her waist, she gazed listlessly toward the servant quarters, feeling somewhat exasperated. "This Mo Chun, why is he so troublesome, keeping me waiting for 3 days?" She had visited the previous night, waiting all night without seeing the servant named Mo Chun. During the day, she had inquired among the other servants under the pretense of investigating the case of the dead thief. But they all looked bewildered and stated that Mo Chun had returned. As for where he had gone next, they were clueless. At this point, Su Jins felt utterly speechless. She had come to the Liu residence for 3 consecutive days in search of Mo Chun, yet she had not seen a single trace of him. "If I wait another hour, I refuse to believe I cannot find him." An hour later, Mo Chun sighed in disappointment as he exited the 5th inn. On the other side, Su Jins left the Liu residence in frustration. Clang. At the hour of the dog, the air was dry, cautioning against fire. On the streets of Uni County, every household had closed its doors and windows. The watchman beat his gong, calling out loudly. Mo Chun raised his eyes to the watchman, then shifted his gaze to the imposing red door of the Liu residence, not far away. Liu Jiaxin should still be awake at this hour. A flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. As long as Liu Jiaxin remained unaddressed, the thorn in his heart would persist. At that moment, a shadow suddenly flitted across the roof of the Liu residence, landing like a nimble cat in the shadows of the outer wall. Mo Chen's gaze froze, his brow arching. Was someone attempting to steal from the Liu residence? The figure in black lingered in the shadows, not leaving immediately. Instead, she observed for quite some time before swiftly dashing towards the shadows on the opposite wall. Mo Chen's eyes brightened. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished his axe, feeling invigorated. "Just as I lament the lack of silver to spend, fortune has now come knocking at my door." He had no intention of letting a thief or a rogue escape, especially one emerging from the Liu residence. Surely, their pockets were filled to the brim. What a splendid opportunity. Without hesitation, Mo Chen seized his axe and followed closely behind. Su Jins darted through the darkness, moving swiftly. Just as she was 3 streets away from the Liu residence, she abruptly halted in an alley. "Come out," she called coldly. Not turning back, Mo Chen stepped forward, axe in hand, surprised to find a woman before him. "I did not expect you to be a woman." The two stood 10 paces apart, and without looking back, Su Jins replied coolly, "You have followed me this far. If you have something to say, say it now." Mo Chen took a few steps closer, shaking his head. "No need for pleasantries. I have a single demand. Hand over all the valuables you stole from the Liu residence, and I may show you mercy." A heavy silence ensued. Su Jins, still facing away from Mo Chen, remained silent, her expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Had she truly been mistaken for a thief? Was this man from the Liu residence's guard or a member of an underworld gang? "What? You hesitate to comply?" Mo Chen glanced at his axe, his expression hardening. "Then do not blame me for being impolite. We shall split the spoils. 3 for you, 7 for me." Su Jin's expression grew even more peculiar. Unable to suppress a smirk, she turned to face Mo Chen, striding forward. "You are indeed an intriguing individual. But do you truly believe you can seize my money?" She drew the curved dagger from her waist, its cold, bright light gleaming under the moon. Yet, just as she finished speaking, Chen's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the weapon in her hand, exclaiming in shock, "What the hell? It's you?" The standard issue blade of the guards from the Martial Academy. After searching for her tirelessly throughout the day, he never anticipated encountering her in this manner. With a ponytail, clad in black, and wielding a curved dagger, her slender frame exuded an air of gallantry. This was indeed the envoy from the Martial Academy he had been seeking all day. "Ah, you recognize me?" Su Jin's raised an eyebrow, her expression skeptical. Chen hesitated momentarily, feeling the formidable aura enveloping her. Gritting his teeth, he made a decisive choice. "I have nothing to lose." With a swift motion, he removed the human skin mask, revealing his true face. Then, he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, bowing slightly. "Chen, at your service." Envoy of the Martial Academy. Su Jin's expression froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What did you say? You are Chen? Good heavens. This is quite fortuitous indeed. I have waited 3 whole days for you, only to find you attempting to rob me in this alley." Su Jin found herself at a loss, uncertain whether to consider herself lucky or unfortunate. She sheathed her dagger, her expression oddly bemused. "Very well, since you've come to me willingly, let us make our way." "Agreed." Chen nodded without hesitation. As Su Jin took a few steps forward, she observed Chen's calm demeanor and felt a flicker of doubt. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Chen shook his head and replied, "Fear not. I have committed no wrongdoing, hence there is nothing to fear. On the contrary, I am eager to join your ranks." "I fear nothing." With that, he said, "Come with me." Su Jin cast a couple of glances at Chen but did not delay, leading him onward. Chapter 24. I only wish to kill. Within the city, in an inconspicuous and secluded residence, Chen waited patiently on one side. Su Jin, meanwhile, was furrowing her brow as she perused the ledger alongside a young man. "Damn those corrupt officials. They have utterly lost their humanity. Is the surname you deliberately staging this break-in to conceal this ledger? I yearn to dispatch him with a single stroke. In the past 3 years, over 100 women and children have vanished from Uni County, and those scoundrels from the Liu family and the mountain bandits. Beasts, every last one." The young man, of refined appearance and clad in a blue robe, unleashed a torrent of curses, consumed by rage. In contrast, Su Jin seemed accustomed to such tirades. Though her expression was grim, her eyes exhibited a calmness that belied her youth. "Senior Chen, now that the evidence is irrefutable, how do you propose we proceed?" After finishing the ledger, Su Jin turned to the young man beside her. The county magistrate of a remote border town colluding with bandits to engage in such heinous acts was enough to incite fury. What else can we do? Let us apprehend them and execute them. Chen Xianin slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "As for that you fellow, let us drag him back and subject him to all 36 tortures of the dungeon, making him wish for death, yet unable to die." Su Jin nodded solemnly. "If they could extract more names from you and Zhong, it would allow for a thorough cleansing of Uni County." Chen Xianin scoffed. "In my opinion, these peripheral counties should have been purged long ago. I cannot fathom what those old geezers up top are thinking, allowing these beasts to run rampant for 3 whole years." Su Jin rolled her eyes, exasperated, and tapped her fingers on the table. "Senior Chen, do tread carefully, though those old geezers deserve it. They are still elders of the academy. If they were to overhear such talk, we would both be in grave danger." "Fear not." Chen Xianin snorted. "Those old fools spend their days forming cliques, playing balance games, and suppressing others. Look at what they've turned the Xuanyuan Academy into. One day, when our senior sister takes the stage, we shall lead the charge against these decrepit elders." Su Jin was rendered speechless, unable to respond. Chen, seated across from them, found Chen Xuanin's tirade rather peculiar. What was happening here? Was the Xuanyuan Academy not as united as he had presumed? It seemed he had overheard some matters not meant for his ears. After a moment, Su Jin pointed at Chen. "What shall we do with him now? Liu Jiaxin likely will not spare him. I suspect that upon returning to the Liu residence, Liu Jiaxin will seek to take his life." Chen Xianin, agitated, replied, "You handle it. I am in no mood for anything other than killing. I'm off." With that, he stormed out of the residence. In an instant, only Chen and Su Jin remained in the room. Su Jin glanced at Chen, who, picking up on her concern, spoke. "Special Envoy Su, you need not worry about me. I can ensure my own safety." He refrained from revealing his intentions at this juncture, deeming it inappropriate to inquire about Xuanyuan Academy just yet. Upon hearing Chen's words, Su Jin shook her head, saying, "Chen, since you have provided us with evidence, it is our responsibility to ensure your safety. This residence is rented by us, and you may stay here temporarily. Please refrain from venturing out for the next few days, and do not hesitate to inform us of any needs you may have." Chen's eyes flickered as he tentatively asked, "I have no other demands. My only request is for financial assistance. Can you provide me with some silver?" "Certainly." Su Jin replied without hesitation. "As a reward for your contribution of the ledger, I can grant you 20 taels of silver." 20 taels of silver was a considerable sum for an ordinary family, enough to sustain a household of 5 for 5 years. However, for Chen, this amount was scarcely sufficient. "Is that all?" Chen blinked in surprise. Su Jin sighed. "To be frank, We cannot offer more. All funds seized during investigations must be submitted. Very well, Chen nodded, accepting the offer. 20 taels were better than nothing. Su Jin's promptly retrieved a silver note from her pouch and placed it on the table. This is a silver note. You may exchange it for cash at Xinglong Bank in a few days. Chen smiled slightly and took it without ceremony. Very well, you should rest. We have other matters to attend to. Su Jin stood, gripping the hilt of her sword. Once this matter is resolved, I shall return to seek you out. Understood. Chen nodded, rising to see her off. Su Jin cast a lingering glance at Chen before leaping out the door, her figure soaring gracefully onto the rooftop. In mere moments, she vanished into the night like a shadowy feline. What remarkable agility. Chen clicked his tongue, watching her depart with a tinge of envy. When might he learn such lightness of foot? That night would be one of unrest, as the wind began to howl, trees swayed ominously, and doors and windows rattled. The moon was swallowed by dark clouds. The town crier struck the copper gong, calling out the hour, urging townsfolk to secure their doors and windows against theft. Soon, the heavens unleashed a steady rain. Kill! A voice filled with wrath rang out. Chun Xianin, armed with a sword, clashed with the county guards, leaving a scene of chaos and bloodshed. Elsewhere, at the Lu residence, amidst the downpour, two figures, one clad in black, the other in white, stood poised beneath the eaves. One wielding a sword, the other a knife, confronting one another. Lu Jiaxin, why do you not surrender? Su Jin shouted coldly at the young man in white. Lu Jiaxin, dressed in white and holding a long sword, laughed mockingly at her words. Miss Su, if I were to surrender, do you think you would spare me? Su Jin replied icily. I can grant you a complete corpse. Lu Jiaxin chuckled. A complete corpse, you say? Very well. Let me witness whether that blade of yours is truly as sharp as you claim. With that, Lu Jiaxin dashed away, fleeing into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Su Jin cried out angrily, leaping in pursuit. In the rain, Chen, wielding his battle axe, arrived at the gates of the Lu residence. He glanced up at the intensifying downpour, then propelled himself over the wall and into the estate. He swiftly navigated through the corridors until he spotted Feng Yang, hastily preparing to flee with a bundle. Who goes there? Hearing the noise, Feng Yang paused, her instincts alert. Emerging from the shadows, Chen brandished his axe. Aunt Feng, where are you off to in such a hurry? Upon seeing Chen, Feng Yang's pupils dilated. Yet, when she recalled that the second young master had assessed Chen's cultivation to be at the muscle refinement stage just yesterday, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Get out of my way. Do not obstruct me. As she spoke, Feng Yang swiftly drew a dagger with her right hand and aimed it at Chen's neck. In her mind, as a practitioner at the bone refinement stage, eliminating someone at the muscle refinement stage would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. However, with a thunderous crash, her speed upon entry was matched by her ferocity upon exit. Before Feng Yang could comprehend what transpired, a massive axe descended from the heavens, growing larger in her sight. Bang! Her head was instantly shattered, her limbs convulsed, and she fell utterly still. Thank you for assisting me with my belongings. Chen remarked as he picked up the package on the ground. After a cursory glance, he tossed it into the system's inventory. Wealth, 288 taels. Exchangeable cultivation progress, 24 years. Lower grade autumn water sword technique, not yet learned. Lower grade blazing fire blade technique, not yet learned. Willow leaf dagger, first tier. A fruit knife crafted by a certain renowned artisan, unfortunately left behind. Wearing requirement, none. Attributes, sharp, capable of food testing for poison. Chapter 25, The Collapse of Worldview. Feng Yang's demise brought Chen yet another windfall. He had been impoverished to the point of lacking silver for cultivation, yet this encounter replenished his resources. Beyond acquiring over 200 taels of silver notes, he also obtained 2 lower-grade martial arts manuals and Feng Yang's fruit knife. Upholding justice and ridding the world of evil is indeed the duty of those of us who practice martial arts. Chen gleefully toyed with the willow leaf dagger in his hand, feeling that his food safety was significantly secured. The attribute of food testing for poison was exceedingly rare. Henceforth, traversing the martial world, Chen harbored no concerns regarding his combat prowess. With the martial arts master system, his growth rate was unmatched by any. What truly warranted concern was the sustenance entering his stomach. Whoosh! At that moment, a white figure suddenly soared past, darting from the rooftop. Chen barely had time to glance up before the figure vanished from sight. In that instant, 3 luminous equipment names flashed by. Moonshadow Sword, Level 2. Cloud Pattern Armor, Level 2. Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots, Level 2. The 3 pieces of second-tier equipment emitted a brilliant glow in Chen's eyes. Goodness, who is this? So much equipment? Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Where do you think you're going? A chilling feminine voice suddenly rang out, as another black figure streaked past, hot on the heels of the white figure. Upon hearing this voice and spotting the glow of the demon-suppressing blade, Chen's heart stirred. Su Jinshi? Is she also at the Lu residence? Recalling the information in the ledger regarding the Lu residence, Chen's eyes twinkled with understanding. The white figure that had just fled was none other than the second young master Lu Jianshan. and Su Jinshi's arrival was to apprehend Lu Jianshan. Without hesitation, Mo Chen donned a human skin mask and swiftly followed suit. Utilizing the speed boost of the mask, he barely managed to keep pace with the two figures, trailing from a distance. Ahead, Lu Jianshan, at the mid-stage of the condensation of qi, donned the second-tier swift-wind fox fur boots, moving like a startled rabbit. As graceful as a flying swallow, he left Su Jinshi, who possessed considerably higher cultivation, in the dust, racing straight towards the outskirts of the city. Su Jinshi, at the very least at the late stage of condensation of qi, possibly even at great perfection, exhibited remarkable lightness in her movements. Despite lacking footwear that enhanced her speed, she kept up surprisingly well with Lu Jianshan. The two soon exited the city, while Mo Chen sprinted behind, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Darn, these two are incredibly fast. Lu Jianshan was understandable with his second-tier swift-wind fox fur boots. Yet, Su Jinshi, without any speed-enhancing gear, managed to keep up solely through her lightness skills. Truly a monster. This clearly illustrated the terrifying martial heritage of the Zhenwu Academy. The level of lightness skill displayed was, in Mo Chen's estimation, undoubtedly top-tier martial arts. Otherwise, one could not hope to match the speed and grace of someone wearing second-tier swift-wind fox fur boots. If I ever enter the Zhenwu Academy, my first task shall be to study lightness skills. Mo Chen mused as he trailed the two. If I could master a lightness skill and devise a set of speed-enhancing equipment, it would be immensely advantageous. The thought alone was invigorating. In the future, should I need to execute a surprise attack or flee from an unwinnable battle, I would possess a solid guarantee of safety. Upon exiting the city gate, the wilderness lay shrouded in darkness. The rain poured, and the night was as thick as ink, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Mo Chen gazed ahead, drenched and quite disheveled. Where did they go? Following closely, but once outside the city, he could no longer see anyone. Limited by the system's detection range, he could discern no glow or information from any equipment. With a mindset of curiosity, Mo Chen pressed on for another 5 or 6 miles, still encountering no signs of life. As he was about to turn back toward the city in resignation, a tremendous noise erupted from the southern distance. Over there, Mo Chen swiftly pivoted and approached the source. As he drew nearer, the sound of clashing swords and blades reverberated, accompanied by a mocking laughter that rang out through the air. Is this all the Zhenwu Academy is capable of? Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Mo Chen's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Are there others? Then, he heard Lu Jianshan's sinister laughter. Su Jinshi, you tread the path to heaven but refuse to walk it. You crash the gates of hell with no invitation. If you provoke us, do not blame us for being merciless. Kill. A thunderous roar echoed. A blood-red, gleaming broadsword inexplicably hung in the air, as if held by an unseen hand, and it suddenly slashed down. Yet, in Mo Chen's view, there was clearly no one present. Only a second-tier weapon known as the 9-loop Tyrant Lion Blade remained in the air. Boom. A slender, black figure flew backward, crashing into the mud. The tremendous impact resembled a boulder striking the earth, sending rainwater flying and creating a crater 2 meters in diameter. Su Jinshi let out a muffled groan, flipping over and rising without uttering a word, gritting her teeth as she charged once more. What on earth is that? Mo Chen observed from afar, startled. The air was devoid of anything, and on the ground, he could only see the figures of Su Jinshi and Lu Jianshan. Who was the stranger whose mocking laughter he had heard? What was the mystery surrounding the 9-loop Tyrant Lion Blade? Could it be that ghosts truly exist in this world? A bizarre spectacle, an existence that transcended understanding. Mo Chen's worldview was utterly shattered. Su Jinshi, I advise you to surrender. Lu Jianshan's voice echoed once more. If you kneel and submit, serving us, I would not mind leaving you with a complete corpse. The words he uttered were a mockery of Su Jinshi's earlier statement directed at him within the city. Boom. Su Jinshi was once again struck by the airborne broadsword. Sent flying. Her smaller frame crashed violently against a tree, which was as thick as a bowl, snapping instantly and toppling over. As Su Jinshi's protective aura wavered, she barely regained her footing before spitting out a mouthful of dark blood, her complexion paling. Colluding with the great Qi deserves death. She uttered a cold curse, and with a swift step, she found herself before Lu Jianshan. Die! Lu Jianshan turned and fled. The 9-ringed Tyrant Lion Blade descended from the sky, blocking Su Jin's strike. Laughter echoed once more through the air. Your opponent is me. Come, let me witness your potential. Clang. The clash of blades resounded again. In the distance, Mo Chen hid among the grass, suddenly taken aback by Su Jin's words. Colluding with the great Qi? Suddenly, a technique came to mind. The Supreme Incomplete Incense Fire Ascension Technique, one of the 4 supreme martial arts of the Great Qi Kingdom's National Guardian Temple. Mastery of it grants the power to manifest one's soul and strike down enemies from 1,000 miles away. Could this be the Incense Fire Ascension Technique? Mo Chen's breath hitched, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the enormous blade in the sky. Initially, he had thought the Incense Fire Ascension Technique merely a hyperbolic and sinister art, yet the scene before him unequivocally revealed otherwise. The Incense Fire Ascension Technique was not only not an evil art, but rather a genuine celestial technique. It dawned on him that his previous understanding of the martial world was profoundly mistaken. This world was not merely a realm of martial arts, but an unequivocally celestial and martial universe. It had been nearly 4 months since Chen traversed to the Great Xian. His outings had been few and far between. Even now, the farthest he had ventured was merely to the neighboring Daotai County. The original inhabitant of this body had fared even worse. Having never left the Mo family village from birth until being sold into the Liu household, this world remained an enigma to Chen. The experiences of this night would undoubtedly alter his entire worldview. Chapter 26, Striking at the Root. Boom. Su Jin's was once again sent flying by the massive blade. This time, her protective aura trembled violently, nearly shattering, and the demon-suppressing blade in her hand was cleaved in two. She fell into the muddy water, coughing up dark blood, her face as pale as parchment. Yet, the 9-ringed tyrant lion blade showed no intention of sparing her. The blood-red blade cleaved down, followed by another fierce strike. The blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound of rushing wind. The oppressive, murderous intent was almost tangible. Boom. Su Jin's rolled away just in time, the blade crashing into the ground with ferocious energy. The earth shattered. The gust of wind trembled. A crack several meters long appeared, with the surrounding soil fracturing and extending outward. Oh no. Chen gasped. Su Jin's was on the verge of collapsing. He could not comprehend why she did not flee. However, he had to escape. He could not linger. If Su Jin's perished, he would be easily discovered. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen turned and sprinted in the direction he had come. He had only intended to observe the spectacle. With his current strength, he could not possibly save Su Jin's. She was at least at the late stage of aura condensation, while he was merely at the initial stage. How could he withstand such a confrontation? If he intervened, a single strike would surely spell his doom. It was not that he did not wish to save her. He was simply powerless. Good luck to you. Chen sighed inwardly. In their brief encounter, he had discerned that Su Jin's was genuinely committed to doing good for the common people. If she were to fall victim to the treachery of Liu Jianshan and his ilk, it would indeed be a pity. As Chen fled, he sighed again. Yet, in the pitch-black night, he ran for over 10 miles without sighting the gates of Uni County. Am I truly lost? Chen halted, wiping the rain from his face. Frowning as he surveyed his surroundings, he distinctly remembered heading west after exiting the city. After hearing the sounds of battle involving Su Jin's, he had then moved south. Yet now, despite retracing his steps, he could not locate Uni County. In the Great Xian dynasty, there were no compasses available. It was night, and he could not use the sun for guidance. Chen furrowed his brow, deciding to change direction and search anew. He scanned his surroundings and, relying on instinct, proceeded forward to the left. Unbeknownst to him, he ran another 3 or 4 miles. This place was desolate, densely wooded, with scattered stones, and he could faintly hear the sound of a river. Beside a small path, he spotted a horse-drawn carriage hidden among the trees. Is someone there? Chen paused. His vigilance heightened. If he had not looked closely, he would not have noticed the carriage at all. With the intention of asking for directions, he stealthily approached the carriage to observe. Is anyone inside? No response. The chestnut horse, standing as if asleep, opened its eyes in surprise and took 2 steps back, snorting. Chen stepped forward once more, patting the horse's back, knocking on the carriage window, and calling out loudly, "Hey, is anyone in there?" After waiting for a moment, still no reply. This is strange. A carriage is parked in the wild at this late hour? Chen boldly lifted the carriage curtain to peer inside. Good heavens. The sight nearly made Chen's heart leap from his chest. Inside sat a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, dressed in black, seated cross-legged with his eyes wide open, hands forming a seal. Before him was an incense burner, in which 3 half-burned sticks of incense were placed. Seeing the man's peculiar posture, Chen's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. The incense fire ascension technique, the soul's emergence? Chen recalled the 9-ringed tyrant lion blade that had just battled with Su Jin's. Connecting it with the mysterious carriage at the roadside, his expression grew strange. Could you be the soul that battled Su Jin's? His luck was indeed extraordinary. He had encountered the true form of that soul. With this thought, Chen seized the middle-aged man's money pouch, and in an instant, a hatchet appeared in his hand, swinging it towards the man's neck. Thud! Blood splattered, the head severed as easily as chopping wood. Who is it? An enraged roar thundered from the heavens. Chen glanced back, snatching up the incense burner and fleeing. Whoosh! With all his might, not looking back, he dashed like the wind, weaving through the night. This is all I can do. Take care, Su Jin's. Chen exerted every ounce of strength to run forward, disregarding everything else. Behind him, several miles away, Su Jin's was nearly reduced to a bloodied figure. Just as her final vestige of aura was shattered, she lay on the ground, despairing as she awaited death. Suddenly, the massive blade in the sky seemed to be enchanted, freezing in midair. Then, a frantic roar echoed across the sky. Who is it? The 9-ringed tyrant lion blade, filled with murderous intent, inexplicably abandoned Su Jin's and shot off rapidly toward the north. What? Su Jin's gazed at the fleeing 9-ringed tyrant lion blade, her eyes reflecting a mixture of exhaustion, disbelief, and bewilderment. At the critical moment, her opponent had chosen to spare her, to let her live? How could this be possible? Lu Jianxin, who had been lurking nearby, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why had Master Aoki departed? He watched helplessly as Su Jinshi clung to her last breath. Just as he was certain that Master Aoki would surely sever her head, the great blade suddenly froze in midair. Then, with a fierce roar, Master Aoki actually abandoned the barely breathing Su Jinshi and left? Yes, he left. 3 enormous question marks erupted in Lu Jianxin's mind, leaving him utterly perplexed. What had transpired? Why did he not kill her before departing? Turning back, Lu Jianxin glanced at Su Jinshi, who was slowly rising from the ground. And a menacing glint flickered in his eyes. Damn it, I shall kill her, he declared, wielding his second-tier Moonshadow sword and donning second-tier Gale Fox boots. And in an instant, he darted to Su Jinshi's side. Su Jinshi, you shall die? A chilling voice echoed. Lu Jianxin charged at Su Jinshi, his Moonshadow sword piercing towards her throat like lightning. A killing strike. With this thrust, Lu Jianxin held nothing back, pouring all his strength into it, unleashing his external vigor. He aimed for a lethal blow, leaving no room for survival. Seeing the sword aimed at her, Su Jinshi raised her feeble hands, then resolutely closed her eyes. I have done my best, she sighed inwardly. However, in the crucial moment, a long spear whistled through the air, carrying an unmatched force that struck Lu Jianxin's throat with precise ferocity. With that single collision, Lu Jianxin's sword became rigid, halting just a mere hair's breadth from Su Jinshi's throat. Then, to Lu Jianxin's astonished disbelief, his entire body was violently propelled away by the spear. Boom! The spear struck the ground. Earth and stone shattered. Mud erupted. The ground trembled. Lu Jianxin was ruthlessly pinned to the earth by the unexpected assault. The edge of the deep pit enveloped his head, burying it in the soil, leaving only his lower body motionless above ground, lifeless beyond measure. Su Jinshi suddenly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the dark spear embedded in the earth, her lips moved slightly, and darkness enveloped her. She fainted. Chapter 27. I Cannot Die. In the darkness, 2 figures rushed forward. Upon witnessing Su Jinshi, who was nearly bloodied beyond recognition, Chen Xianin nearly lost his mind with rage. Sister Su, those bastards. I shall make them suffer. The other figure was a young woman, around 18 years old, clad in a green dress, her form lithe and graceful. Her brows and eyes were exquisitely beautiful, and her cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall down her back. Yet, her gaze was sharp, her demeanor icy, and every movement instilled fear. Seeing Su Jinshi gravely injured, she calmly glanced at the lifeless Lu Jianxin, briefly surveyed the battlefield, and immediately made a decision. Chen Shidi, take Sister Su back to heal. There is still a 5th realm expert here. I shall deal with it. Yes, senior sister, be careful. Chen Xianin, aware of his inferior strength and unable to assist the woman, suppressed his furious intent and agreed, swiftly carrying Su Jinshi back to the city. Once Chen Xianin had departed with Su Jinshi, the woman retrieved the dark spear and collected Lu Jianxin's 3 pieces of equipment, frowning as she surveyed her surroundings. The Great Qi dynasty truly remained relentless in its ambitions. There were no signs of a third party, yet everywhere bore the marks of such a presence. This could only indicate one possibility, the incense spirit of the Great Qi dynasty. Whoosh! The woman propelled herself forward with her spear, employing a tracking technique based on a faint aura. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Inside the carriage, Master Aoki stared at his own corpse, utterly deranged. His spirit had ventured forth to slay foes, only for his true self to be ambushed and slain. What a cunning maneuver. In his fury, he resembled a raging lion, shattering the carriage with a single strike. He had anticipated that it would take merely a cup of tea's time to eliminate Su Jinshi. Little did he expect that within such a short span, his true form would be effortlessly discovered and killed. In the desolate wilderness, devoid of any human presence, he seethed with rage, gnashing his teeth. Which despicable wretch could have done this? Master Aoki roared in fury, his true self now deceased, leaving his spirit an aimless wisp, beginning to dissipate. The incense that had shielded him was severed, exposing his spirit to the chilling void. You scoundrel! You even stole my incense burner. Had the incense burner remained, its power could have temporarily preserved his spirit, allowing him to survive the night in search of an escape. However, now that it had been stolen, he stood little chance of enduring until dawn. He could not even dare to cast spells, for doing so would consume his very essence. Clang! At that moment, after a bout of furious venting, the last remnants of incense protecting Master Aoki's spirit were expended. The 9-ringed tyrant lion blade in his hand lost its supportive strength and fell to the ground. Gazing at the weapon on the earth, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, rendering him utterly powerless. An overwhelming dread washed over him, and he thought, I cannot die, I must not die. There must be a way, there is still a way. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of escape. This was not a place conducive to nurturing souls. Without the protection of incense power, his spirit was akin to a lost soul hovering around its corpse. When dawn broke, the scorching sunlight would surely incinerate him alive. The scent of blood. The woman with the spear approached, her nostrils flaring as she moved swiftly. Upon seeing the shattered carriage and the deceased middle-aged man, her expression shifted slightly in surprise. Someone had actually killed his true form? A faint aroma of incense lingered, something the incense spirit of the Great Qi dynasty must carry to nurture its essence. Thus, the woman quickly deduced the truth. Picking up the 9-ringed tyrant lion blade from the ground, she smirked, a hint of derision flickering in her eyes. Sensing a wisp of spirit nearby, she swiftly thrust her spear, unleashing a burst of force that sent tremors through the air, accompanied by faint cries of anguish. Consequently, that wisp of spirit was obliterated by the formidable energy. If you intend to corrode my great Xian bit by bit, be prepared for annihilation. The woman briefly examined the battlefield, no longer lingering, and resumed her vigilant search. Meanwhile, Chen had sprinted a good 20 to 30 miles before finally stopping in a canyon. Surely that spirit could not track him here. He patted his chest, exhaling in relief while replaying the details of the incense spirit ascension technique in his mind. Since he had only acquired fragments of the technique, his understanding of the true power of the spirit remained limited, leaving him somewhat in the dark. The introductory section of the incense spirit ascension technique primarily elucidated the cultivation and nurturing of the spirit through the power of incense. The text does not elaborate on the specific abilities acquired after mastering the Yin spirit. Glancing at the wealth column, I noted that after acquiring the pouch of coins from Elder Qingmu, my wealth had increased by 56 taels. What a miserly elder, to venture forth and slay, yet not carry a few thousand taels of silver. I found myself speechless as I counted the coins. Currently, my wealth had risen to 344 taels, which translates to a cultivation advancement of 26 years. This sum is sufficient for me to practice a low-grade martial art of the condensing chi realm. However, there is no rush to cultivate. I shall wait until I return to Uni County to meet with the individuals from the town martial academy. I remain uncertain of Su Jin's fate, and it is likely that Lu Jinshan will flee from Uni County. I believe that since the town martial academy has intervened, my contract issue may find resolution. If I can seize this opportunity to join the town martial academy, I might even learn superior martial arts. Therefore, exchanging for this 26 years of cultivation progress may prove to be a poor trade-off. Money is hard-earned, and the cost of hardship is steep. The Bahu Tiangang technique is my only low-grade martial art at present. Spending my funds on this inferior skill is undoubtedly less advantageous than investing in a superior or even exceptional martial art. With the Town Martial Academy's triannual recruitment martial exam on the horizon, it seems prudent to wait and save some funds as a contingency. After a while, the heavy rain transformed into a gentle drizzle. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to return and take a look. This time, I was not overly anxious, instead retracing my steps at a leisurely pace. Approximately 2 incense sticks later, I arrived back at the carriage. The area was deserted. The carriage lay in ruins. The chestnut-colored horse deceased nearby, and the scene was a complete mess. Without a true body, my Yin spirit would likely not withstand the events of this night. After surveying the area and recalling the techniques of the incense fire divine method, I surmised that the true body and the Yin spirit cannot be separated for extended periods. Once the Yin spirit departs the body, it must be protected by incense fire. Taking the other party's incense burner should significantly restrict and harm their Yin spirit. Having examined this area, I ventured once more to the site of Su Jin's battle. Upon discovering Lu Jinshan's corpse, but not finding Su Jin's, I felt a quiet relief wash over me. Thankfully, she should still be alive. Chapter 28, The Chief Master Sister. The manner of Lu Jinshan's demise was peculiar. His entire body was intact, save for a precise rupture at the throat. No other injuries marred him. The condensed chi showed no signs of leakage. A single, lethal strike had left Lu Jinshan with virtually no means of resistance. This was clearly the work of a formidable master. I squatted beside Lu Jinshan's body, scrutinizing it closely while my mind raced with analysis. It appeared that Su Jin's had received support from others at the Town Martial Academy. The newcomer possessed formidable prowess, even surpassing the condensing chi realm, reaching the 5-element realm. Su Jin's herself was no weakling, her chi forming armor to protect her entire body. Moreover, despite being frequently struck and heavily wounded by Elder Qingmu, she still had the strength to rise and fight, indicating that her chi had grown powerful enough to reach the inner condensing level. At this level, one can safeguard their internal organs with chi, representing true perfection within the condensing chi realm. A warrior at this stage boasts formidable combat strength, making their vital organs resilient and exceedingly difficult to kill. This was evidenced by Su Jin's ability to withstand an attack from an Yin spirit of the 5-element realm, showcasing the formidable physique of a perfected condensing chi practitioner. Yet, despite her level of cultivation, she could not catch up to Lu Jinshan before he met his demise. Someone had struck him down with a single blow. If the assailant were not a master of the 5-element realm, I would find it hard to believe. Soft footsteps echoed behind me, the sound of shoes splashing through the water. Who could it be? My heart raced as I turned to look. There, 10 meters away, stood a cold and stern woman clad in a blue dress, silently wielding a long spear. Had she not deliberately made a sound, I would not have noticed her approach. "Are you from the Great Xian or the Great Qi?" she inquired with a calm gaze, her question leaving no room for debate. I felt a chill run down my spine as I beheld the strikingly beautiful woman before me. My throat instinctively constricted, and I swallowed hard. "I am from the Great Xian, a master. By all that is holy, I had encountered a formidable master." The woman's presence had gone unnoticed by me. Had she chosen to strike, I would undoubtedly have been a corpse by now. Moreover, a blinding golden light glimmered in the woman's hand. Heavenly Xian Dragon Scale Spear. Rank, 5th tier. Crafted from a meteorite mixed with the scales of the mythical dragon fish. Requirements: 5-element realm, small mastery of the Heavenly Xian Unified Spear. Attributes: mastery of spear techniques, great mastery of the Heavenly Xian Unified Spear, precision, shield breaking, strength enhancement, 300, speed enhancement, 300, special enhancement, spear technique talent. A 5th tier weapon. Undoubtedly 5th tier. I was utterly astonished, gasping in disbelief. What on earth was this woman's identity? Reflecting upon this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. If she intended to harm me, I would likely not even have the chance to flee. A person from the Great Xian? The woman scrutinized me, but I could detect a hint of incense fire in her aura. I produced the incense burner from behind my right hand. "Are you referring to this?" The woman glanced at the burner, remaining silent. Feeling innocent, I explained, "I chanced upon a carriage earlier, and the middle-aged man inside didn't seem like a good person. So I took the liberty of decapitating him." The woman lifted her gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "So, it was you who killed him?" I shrugged. Upon seeing Miss Su in danger and recognizing my own limited strength to assist directly, I opted for actions within my means. The woman nodded, approvingly. "Good. I accept your reasoning." With that, she suddenly unfastened a cloth pouch from her back and tossed it to me. The sound of clashing weapons resonated as the pouch landed before me. "This is your spoils." She turned to leave, but paused after taking a few steps, not looking back, and said, "I am Dantai Xiaosong. I owe you a favor. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to seek me at the town martial academy." A dragon-shaped jade pendant was tossed to me, signifying the weight of her words. I reached out to catch it, my expression shifting in astonishment. "You are Dantai Xiaosong? The number 1 on the heroic rankings? A martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a millennium at the town martial academy? The foremost combatant among the younger generation? The chief master sister of the town martial academy." Under the glow of such illustrious titles, the person herself stood before me. I was thoroughly amazed. The woman raised an eyebrow and turned back. "Do you know me?" I shook my head. "I know of you. You do not know me. The number 1 on the heroic rankings, the town martial academy's Dantai Xiaosong." The woman scoffed. "Those are all mere titles." "Wait," I called out urgently, hastening a few steps to catch up. "Since you are the master sister of the town martial academy, I have a question to ask. How can one join the town martial academy? What are the requirements for the academy's assessment?" Dantai Xiaosong turned around, her gaze towards Mo Chen tinged with curiosity. "Are not these questions you pose something that any warrior from the Jinwu Mansion would know?" Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Every warrior in Jinwu Mansion knows this?" Dantai Xiaosong nodded affirmatively. Mo Chen fell silent. He had never interacted with other warriors before. Even if he had, he would have had no opportunity to inquire. "If you wish to join the Jinwu Academy, I can offer you a recommendation slot. You may arrive in the capital city in half a month's time to participate in the martial examination," Dantai Xiaosong stated. "However, whether you can pass the assessment will depend solely on your martial talent." As the chief's senior sister, she indeed possessed certain privileges. Mo Chen's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity to ask, "What if my martial talent is exceptionally rare? Is there a possibility of being directly accepted as a true disciple?" Dantai Xiaosong frowned, casting a look of incredulity towards Mo Chen. "The path of martial arts necessitates groundedness. Do not harbor any unrealistic notions. The quality of one's martial talent is determined by one's innate constitution and comprehension. Feeling good about oneself is of no consequence." Dantai Xiaosong felt she had spoken too much this evening. It was time to return to Uni County to conclude her business. "Wait, don't go just yet." Seeing her attempt to leave, Mo Chen, still filled with curiosity, inquired, "Does the Jinwu Academy possess supreme martial arts?" "Indeed," Dantai Xiaosong replied. Mo Chen continued to express his curiosity, asking, "Are there deities in this world? You know, those who can soar through the skies and possess eternal youth?" "I must take my leave now." Dantai Xiaosong glanced back at Mo Chen without answering, then turned and departed. Wait for me." Mo Chen hastily picked up the package he had dropped and hurried after her. However, upon noticing Mo Chen closing the distance, Dantai Xiaosong immediately accelerated, covering several zhang in a single bound, vanishing beyond 100 meters in an instant. Mo Chen halted, gazing ahead, utterly speechless. Damn, this woman is incredibly swift. She was a formidable master at the 5 elements realm, possessing remarkable lightness of foot. There was no way he could catch up to her. It was unfortunate that he had no time to ask her more about martial arts. Mo Chen shook his head and sighed, having finally encountered a highly skilled master. He had a multitude of questions, yet Dantai Xiaosong seemed reluctant to engage with him. There was little he could do about it. Forget it. In half a month's time when I reach the capital, I shall undoubtedly meet more warriors. With that thought, Imo-chun felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 29. I have matters to attend to. After Dantai Xiaosong departed, Imo-chun found himself alone in the desolate wilderness. He opened the enormous package in his hands, revealing 4 pieces of equipment, each a different color, that leapt into view. Moonshadow Sword, 2nd tier. Attributes: entry-level Moonshadow Sword technique, sharp, strength bonus of 150. Cloud Pattern Armor, 2nd tier. Attributes: damage reduction of 20, lightweight, chi recovery speed increased by 150. 9-ring Overlord Lion Blade, 2nd tier. Crafted by the Qiangmu Hall of the Great Qi Nation. Wearing condition: Incense God Method, 2nd level. Attributes: Incense God Method, 3rd level, weightless in hand. In God Strength increased by 150. Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots, 2nd tier. Made from the fur of a 3-tailed fox that has just gained sentience, possessing extraordinary effects. Wearing condition: early stage chi condensation. Attributes: light as a swallow, agile, speed bonus of 150. Special bonus: lightness skill talent. Upon examining the detailed attributes of these 4 pieces of equipment, Imo-chen's face broke into a radiant smile. This senior sister from the Jinwu Academy was indeed generous. For pieces of 2nd-tier equipment, simply given without hesitation, Imo-chan could hardly believe such fortune had fallen into his lap. Equip. With a mere thought, all 4 pieces of equipment entered his item inventory, their status changing to available. Currently, his system level was at the 3rd tier, but he could only equip 3 items at a time. With these 4 pieces, he now had an additional option for his equipment combination. The human skin mask provided a speed bonus of 120, and the Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots a bonus of 150, combined with his agility. His speed was now comparable to that of a 5-elements realm warrior. Previously, Lu Jinshin, merely wearing 1 pair of Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots, had speed that left Su Jinsong unable to catch him. Now, not only did he possess the Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots, but also the human skin mask. With the 2 speed bonuses combined, he had an astounding 270 speed enhancement. Moreover, the attributes of agility and lightness, along with the talent for lightness skills, were simply exceptional. It was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Imo-chan grinned from ear to ear, eagerly examining the Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots. This pair of footwear was arguably the finest among all his equipment, a veritable tool for fleeing and chopping wood. If I can find another speed-enhancing piece of equipment in the future and learn lightness skills. Imo-chan's breath quickened with excitement. It was almost unimaginable how fast he might become. Surely, even Dantai Xiaosong, the master at the pinnacle of the 5 elements realm, would struggle to keep up with him. Anticipation. He was simply bursting with it. After a bout of daydreaming, Imo-chan gleefully replaced the position of the black iron axe with the Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots. The cooldown time was now 3 hours. The equipment currently worn by Imo-chan was as follows: Xianhua Mountain Axe, 2nd tier. Human Skin Mask, 2nd tier. Swift Wind Fox Fur Boots, 2nd tier. His method of equipping did not necessitate wearing or holding the items. Once chosen, the attributes would automatically augment him, and all attributes would take effect immediately. Whoosh! Imo-chan darted forward. The trees that had been 3 meters away from him in an instant blurred and fell behind by several meters. The wind howled, and raindrops struck his face. My speed is astonishingly impressive. The sensation of harnessing the wind filled Imo-chan with exhilaration. It felt akin to driving a sports car. The thrill of speed and racing igniting his fervor. As he adapted to this newfound speed, he sprinted toward the direction Dantai Xiaosong had departed. Before long, Uni County City came into view. First, I must head to the Lu residence. The death of the 2nd young master, Lu Jinshin, had ignited a desire within Imo-chan to raid the family. However, upon arriving at the Lu residence, he was met with a pungent scent of blood. At the Lu residence, all the guards and servants had gathered in the courtyard, trembling in fear as they beheld the corpses scattered throughout the estate, utterly at a loss. A squad of soldiers and constables was conducting a raid. Box after box of valuables was being carted out of the Lu residence and loaded onto carriages. 2 young men clad in black, each wielding a demon-slaying blade, stood vigilantly on either side, their cold gazes warning against any approach. Those who dared come near would find a blade at their throat, demanding their identity. Seeing this scene, Imo-chan dared not approach. The Jinwu Academy was personally conducting the raid. If he were to go over and take silver, it would be tantamount to courting death. With this thought, Imo-chan turned and left. The Lu residence was no longer a place he could return to. He made his way toward the lodging arranged for him by Su Jinsong, planning to wait until the next day to bid farewell to Xiao Wu and the others at the Lu residence. Winding through the streets, every household in the county town had their doors and windows tightly shut, the silence palpable. Just as Imo-chan reached the entrance of the lodging, he felt a chill run through his body, as if someone had locked onto him with chi. Who goes there? The icy voice of Dantai Xiaosong echoed through the air. It's me, Imo-chan declared as he pushed open the door. Upon seeing Imo-chan, Dantai Xiaosong paused momentarily in surprise. You? Emo-chan clasped his fists and replied, Miss Dantai, we meet again. Dantai Xiaosong furrowed her brows and inquired, how did you find this place? She had distinctly thought she had rid herself of him. Yet, here he was, like a loyal hound, precisely tracking her down. Furthermore, his speed was astonishing. Had she only just arrived here, and he had already followed her? Dantai Xiaosong scrutinized Mo-chan with skepticism, no matter how she probed. He appeared to lack the cultivation level of an overflowing vital energy. This indicated that Mo-chan was at most in the initial stage of vital energy condensation. Upon hearing Dantai Xiaosong's question, Mo-chan glanced at the bed where Su Jinshi lay swathed like a mummy, sighed, and casually remarked, I actually reside here. Dantai Xiaosong swept her gaze around the room. Is this your house? Mo-chan shook his head. No, it belongs to Miss Su. Who let me stay here for my protection? Dantai Xiaosong cast a puzzled glance at the unconscious Su Jinshi, nodding slowly with evident doubt. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. And Chen Xianin burst through the door. Senior sister, I've received news. The entire Black Wind stronghold has been annihilated. Dantai Xiaosong's beautiful eyes narrowed. Who did this? Chen Xianin reported. According to the rescued hostages, it was done by a hero who calls himself the Great Xuanyuan Woodcutter. Oh, the Great Xuanyuan Woodcutter? A strange glimmer flashed in Dantai Xiaosong's eyes, feeling that this title was rather peculiar. What sort of hero would choose such an appellation? Clearing his throat, Mo-chan raised his fist to his mouth, prepared to stand and claim responsibility. However, upon hearing the cough, Chen Xianin turned to look at Mo-chan, his brow slightly furrowing. If there's nothing pressing, you should refrain from wandering about. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your safety. Mo-chan's movements froze for a moment. Dantai Xiaosong cast a glance at Mo-chan before addressing Chen Xianin. All right, you may go prepare the medicine. Understood. Chen Xianin bowed respectfully and exited, obediently following Dantai Xiaosong's command. Mo-chan shrugged and raised his hands toward Dantai Xiaosong. So, Miss Dantai, now you must believe that I reside here, right? Dantai Xiaosong lowered her head, remaining silent. Mo-chan promptly seated himself opposite her, inquisitively asking, Miss Dantai, you have yet to answer my previous question. Do deities exist in this world? Have you ever encountered one? By the way, what is the highest cultivation level at the Xuanyuan Academy? Can one destroy a city with a single slap? Moreover, I am indeed the one who obliterated the Black Wind stronghold, and my martial talent is quite commendable. May I inquire about some aspects of cultivation? I have matters to attend to. Dantai Xiaosong suddenly rose, leaping onto the rooftop without a backward glance, disappearing in an instant. Mo-chan stood there, utterly stunned, his neck rigid as he turned his head. Sensing a faint fragrance wafting through the air, he felt utterly disoriented. What was this? Were these questions taboo? He produced a gleaming silver axe, and, illuminated by the oil lamp, examined his own face. Handsome and dashing, undeniably charming. Though not as striking as his appearance on Earth, he was certainly a quintessential handsome youth, far removed from any notion of ugliness. Could it be? Mo-chan contemplated the youthful visage reflected on the axe, pondering if she was perhaps socially anxious. 3 days later, the entire Uni County erupted in chaos. The collusion between the county magistrate and mountain bandits for the trafficking of humans was laid bare, inciting a tremendous uproar throughout Uni County. On the streets, Yu Hajong and his accomplices were confined within a prison cart, paraded through the streets toward the capital for interrogation and execution. As they passed, the populace cried out in outrage, hurling insults. Yu Hajong was pelted with rotten eggs and wilted vegetable leaves, his face smeared with filth. Kill him! Kill him! Beast! He is a beast! Return my child! Return my child! Woe is me, my son! The mastermind has finally been captured. Amidst the crowd, Mo-chan observed this scene. His emotions tangled, shaking his head with a sigh. Prosperity brings suffering to the people. Destruction brings suffering to the people. Though the villains have been apprehended, some innocent victims will never return. Therefore, these evildoers truly deserve to die. Those like Yu Hajong, who conspired with bandits, deserve to perish. Brother Mo, once you leave, you likely won't return. Xiao Wu gazed longingly as the procession began to exit the city. Mo-chan smiled. Who knows what the future holds? We shall take it one step at a time. The downfall of the Liu family and the county magistrate's disgrace brought evident benefits. Mo-chan's identity as a menial servant could no longer serve as a barrier to his departure from the Liu residence. With Dantai Xiaosong's personal recommendation, he could now freely travel to the capital to partake in the martial examination. No one would dare restrict him any longer. Xiao Wu, remain here and apprentice under the shopkeeper. When I achieve success, I will definitely return to find you. Mo-chan fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu, imparting his words of encouragement. Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. Brother Mo, I will. I wish you success in the martial examination and entry into the Xuanyuan Academy. Good. Mo-chan smiled, patting Xiao Wu on the shoulder before resolutely turning to join the procession. Among the caravan heading to the capital were not only the prisoners being escorted, but also disciples from various nearby counties who had acquired slots for the martial examination, numbering over 20. Upon learning that the Xuanyuan Academy would be escorting prisoners to the capital, these disciples gathered and followed behind the convoy, proceeding together to the city. Outside the city gates, Li Dazhuang and Shi Yong were also amidst the crowd. They watched from a distance as Mo Chun trailed behind the convoy, their expressions complex and tinged with envy. That lad Mo Chun has truly made a name for himself. Indeed, who could have anticipated that he, having secretly practiced for only a few days, would manage to connect with the Xuanyuan Academy? Alas, different fates for different individuals. Comparisons are futile. On the other side, many menials from the Lu residence stood within the throng, gazing enviously at Mo Chen's figure. No one had anticipated that Mo Chun, also a menial, would receive an opportunity to participate in the Xuanyuan Academy's martial examination. It was utterly astonishing. What shall we do about the money Mo Chen owes you, Wu Hongbing? Someone teased, laughing. Wu Hongbing recoiled, startled, and angrily retorted, Go away. When did Mo Chen ever owe me money? Don't spread such nonsense. I might owe him money instead. What was Mo Chun's current status? He was undoubtedly a seedling of the Xuanyuan Academy. Moreover, today he had witnessed Mo Chun engaging in lively conversation with that exceptionally beautiful envoy. With such a background, Wu Hongbing knew he could not afford to provoke him. If Mo Chen became displeased and dealt with him with a single blow, who would he turn to for justice? Aware of the dubious nature of his own dealings, Wu Hongbing dared not antagonize Mo Chun. Hey, have you all heard? That kid is just a menial in the woodshed. Yet he somehow managed to obtain a recommendation from senior sister Dantai. What? A menial in the woodshed? My sister must have misheard. I heard it with my own ears when the menials from the Lu residence were discussing it. There can't be any mistake. Originally, he was merely a lowly servant. Many disciples of the Martial Arts Academy turned their heads, casting peculiar glances at Mo Chun. What a joke. How could he possibly accompany us to the capital city? Mo Chun walked at the end of the line, acutely aware of the numerous eyes upon him, as if he were an anomaly. Curiously, he looked over and discovered that the disciples wore expressions of mockery and derision, whispering amongst themselves while pointing at him. Upon noticing his gaze, they displayed unabashed arrogance, lifting their chins defiantly and offering him scornful smiles. What a spectacle! Were they gossiping about me behind my back? Witnessing this scene, Mo Chun could easily surmise that these individuals, upon discovering his status as a servant, looked down upon and rejected him. It mattered little. Mo Chun shrugged, for the opinions of others were theirs to express as they pleased. When it came to pride, Mo Chun, armed with the martial master system, surpassed them all. They were merely a collection of self-important individuals, unworthy of his time. Soon enough, the convoy departed from the confines of Uni County. Chun Xianin led the way, escorting the prisoners Yu Hezhong and Zhong. Meanwhile, the two women, Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jintze, sat within the carriage at the center of the procession, engaged in lively conversation. Are you saying that Mo Chun has practiced martial arts for no more than half a month? Dantai Xiaosong stared at Su Jintze, her eyes wide with astonishment. Su Jintze inhaled deeply and solemnly nodded. Senior sister, according to my investigation into the servant from the Lu family's woodshed, Mo Chun indeed had no prior martial prowess. It was only when I spoke to a servant named Shi Yong that he inadvertently revealed that Mo Chun began clandestinely learning martial arts merely half a month ago. Dantai Xiaosong's expression turned serious. So, he has transformed from an ordinary person into a condensation realm warrior in just half a month? Su Jintze affirmed, indeed. I initially found it hard to believe. However, after further investigation, I am certain that he is of impeccable origin and experience, devoid of any doubts. Dantai Xiaosong fell silent, seemingly contemplating something. After a moment, she suddenly recalled that when Mo Chen first encountered her, he had inquired about whether exceptional talent could lead to becoming a true disciple. At the time, she thought him overreaching and sternly advised him that the path of martial arts required grounded perseverance, devoid of unrealistic aspirations. Yet now, reflecting on that moment, Dantai Xiaosong felt a stirring within her. Perhaps he was not overreaching, but rather possessed an extraordinary innate talent? The thought struck her as astonishing. What sort of genius could ascend to the condensation realm in a mere half-month? It was worth noting that she herself was a prodigy, currently the most formidable martial talent at the Xuanyuan Academy. Yet, how long had it taken her to transition from an ordinary person to the condensation realm? The answer was precisely 2 years. With that realization, Dantai Xiaosong found her breath quickening, her hands instinctively clenching into fists. Junior sister Su. Su Jintze nodded. What is it? Senior sister? Dantai Xiaosong resolved. During our rest period, I shall find an opportunity to test Mo Chun. If he truly is an unparalleled genius, I will promptly report this to our master. Su Jintze smiled softly. That is only fitting. Dantai Xiaosong lifted the curtain, her beautiful eyes gazing outward. At the tail end of the convoy, a handsome youth clad in dark garments, burdened with a satchel, trailed behind at an unhurried pace. Chapter 31 Mediocre Roots? Xuanyuan Academy. One of the 36 prefectures of the Great Xian dynasty, stands as the greatest power within the Xuanyuan prefecture. Legend has it that Xuanyuan Academy originated from the private army of the Qin family within the Xuanyuan prefecture. After development, the Qin family ascended to the position of the Great Xian's ruler, thus transforming the former private army into the now dominant Xuanyuan Academy. 300 years later, although the Qin family no longer holds the title of the Great Xian's ruler, Xuanyuan Academy has long since flourished. Today, the outer disciples number 30,000. The inner disciples 3,000, and the direct disciples exceed 100. Within the academy, talents abound, and powerful figures are plentiful. Yuni County lies approximately 4,000 miles from the capital of Xuanyuan Prefecture. Calculating the speed of the carriage, they are expected to arrive at the capital in about 10 days. Along the journey, all disciples preparing for the martial examination are brimming with excitement, diligently enhancing their skills and discussing strategies for success. During the course of their travels, Chen gained a clearer understanding of the entire Great Xian. The Great Xian's founder divided the realm based on merit, with the 36 prefectures represented by 36 martial experts and families, rather than his own descendants. This method of division resembles the allocation of shares on Earth. Each individual holds a stake in the Great Xian dynasty. When one suffers, all suffer, and when one thrives, all thrive. Thus, the security of the Great Xian is no longer solely a matter for one family, but a shared interest for all. As for the stability of the Great Xian's ruler over the dynasty, at least for now, it is exceedingly stable. In a world where strength dictates status, only the powerful have a voice. If one lacks sufficient strength yet insists on occupying the position of the Great Xian's ruler, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Hence, a saying circulated within the Great Xian, which even surprised Chen. The Great Xian's ruler rotates, with the 36 prefectures jointly governing the nation. Such a system is indeed unique. Chen mused to himself. This arrangement renders martial prowess synonymous with power. The power derived from this status extends beyond mere martial resources. It encompasses prestige, wealth, beauty, respect, and so much more. As a result, the path of martial arts naturally becomes the coveted goal of ascension for all within the Great Xian. Set up camp. Pitch the tents. A bellow from the front rang out. The entire convoy came to a halt, seeking space along the roadside to erect their tents. Chen glanced up at the darkening sky and surveyed his surroundings. They had arrived in a desolate wilderness, far from villages and inns, though fortunately, a nearby stream provided a source of water. The outer disciples of Xuanyuan Academy, clearly seasoned in outdoor camping, swiftly erected tents, fetched water from the river, and prepared meals. Chen removed his axe, intending to assist in chopping wood for the fire, when Chen Xianin approached with a stern expression. Chen, come here for a moment. Chen paused, somewhat puzzled. Is there something you need, senior brother Chen? Chen Xianin replied curtly. The senior sister is looking for you. With that, he turned and walked away. Upon hearing that Dantai Xiaosong was seeking him, Chen responded affirmatively and followed Chen Xianin. The two made their way to the riverbank, walking alongside the water for 3 or 4 miles until they arrived at a clearing where Dantai Xiaosong stood, her back to them, gazing at the scenery. Behind her, a dark long spear was planted diagonally into the ground. Senior sister, I have brought him, Chen Xianin respectfully announced, stepping aside like a loyal servant. Dantai Xiaosong snapped back to attention, her gaze settling on Chen's face. Chen, her voice melodious and pleasing. Dantai Xiaosong, Chen replied with a slight smile. Inclining his head, Dantai Xiaosong began. I have heard that you only commenced your martial training half a month ago? Chen was momentarily taken aback. Whom did you hear that from? He recalled that he had never disclosed the duration of his martial arts training to anyone. How could she possibly know? Oh, but he did mention it once to Lu Jianshun, 3 months ago. However, Lu Jianshun had already become a ghost, and thus did not count as a person. Regardless of whom I heard it from, just tell me, is it true? Dantai Xiaosong clearly wished to avoid any circumlocution, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Awaiting his response, Chen sighed, realizing that his extraordinary martial talent could no longer remain concealed. Dantai Xiaosong scrutinized Chen, biting her lips slightly. Chen Xianin, who had previously maintained a submissive demeanor, now looked up in astonishment at Chen. He had truly only begun practicing martial arts half a month prior? Suddenly, Dantai Xiaosong stepped forward, placing her right hand upon Chen's shoulder. Relax, do not be tense, she instructed softly. Subsequently, a surge of vital energy flowed from her fingertips, swiftly coursing through Chen's meridians. He felt a tingling sensation enveloping his entire body. And before he could fully process it, Dantai Xiaosong had removed her hand from his shoulder. This is... Dantai Xiaosong furrowed her brow, observing Chen's expression with a hint of confusion. You possess an average aptitude. Are you truly not deceiving me? Average aptitude? Chen was momentarily stunned. Dantai Xiaosong elucidated. In martial arts, one's aptitude and comprehension are paramount. Aptitude is categorized into 6 levels: inferior, average, superior, earthly, heavenly, and saintly. Each level signifies an individual's potential for martial advancement. Chen hastily inquired, then what does it mean for me to have average aptitude? What is my potential? He had believed himself to possess incredibly extraordinary martial talent. To his dismay, it seemed it was merely a facade. Dantai Xiaosong shook her head. With your aptitude, you may only reach the pinnacle of the condensing energy realm, and thereafter, you will not be able to progress further. Unless you can find a miraculous fruit of heaven and earth or practice a martial art that can alter your aptitude, you will remain constrained. Chen blinked. Realizing this meant his martial journey would end at the culmination of the condensing energy realm. Dantai Xiaosang turned away, nodding. Throughout countless centuries, there have been virtually no exceptions recorded in the annals. Chen raised an eyebrow. With my aptitude, is there any possibility of entering the martial academy? Dantai Xiaosang glanced back at him. Yes, but at most, you can only enter the outer sect. Chen exhaled in relief. As long as he could enter the outer sect, there remained a chance. Yet, a flicker of disappointment crossed Dantai Xiaosang's eyes. She had initially believed Chen to be an even more gifted genius than herself, someone who could assist her. Alas, she found herself disappointed once again. At that moment, Chen recalled something and curiously asked, by the way, Miss Dantai, since martial practitioners prioritize aptitude and comprehension, you mentioned aptitude. What about comprehension? Is it categorized into levels as well? Dantai Xiaosang shook her head. No, comprehension is too enigmatic to be classified into levels. Some individuals possess heavenly aptitude, yet spend their lives unable to break through to the five elements realm, while others with inferior aptitude may suddenly achieve enlightenment and succeed. Chen's eyes lit up. So, does this mean that even with average aptitude, there is still a path forward for me? He understood his own circumstances well. The classification of aptitude did not apply to him. With the aid of the system, he could surpass most martial artists, regardless of his innate talent. Thus, his rapid learning speed could indeed be attributed to his comprehension. Dantai Xiaosang was aware that no martial factions placed their hopes on comprehension. After all, comprehension is uncontrollable, while aptitude is quite evident. Compared to the difficulty of selecting disciples based on comprehension, selecting based on aptitude is far more straightforward and simple. Upon hearing this, Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. If that is the case, my comprehension should be at the saintly level. Dantai Xiaosang and Chen Xian exchanged bewildered glances, viewing Chen with expressions of incredulity. They could not fathom the source of his blind confidence. Chapter 32. The Reversal of Comprehension. Do you not believe me? Noticing the speechless expressions on Dantai Xiaosang and Chen Xianyan's faces, Chen chuckled. Miss Dantai, put me to the test. Show me a set of martial techniques or a fighting style I have never encountered, and I will demonstrate what it means to possess extraordinary comprehension. Talent must be exhibited for all to witness. At times, concealing one's abilities only results in missed opportunities. As a transmigrator, Chen understood this principle all too well. There are times to conceal one's strengths and times not to. If he still could not discern Dantai Xiaosang's intentions in approaching him, he would indeed be a fool. The moment Dantai Xiaosang inquired whether he had only begun practicing martial arts half a month ago, Chen had already surmised the senior sister's objective, to recruit a prodigy. Given this, he was determined to seize the opportunity and strive for his future. I believe no one surpasses me in martial comprehension, Chen proclaimed with a grin, extending his hand in an inviting gesture. Miss Dantai, please present your challenge. Dantai Xiaosang regarded Chen thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. Very well, let us test your talent. Upon uttering these words, Dantai Xiaosang exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Xianyin. He immediately understood her intention, sneering as he stepped forward. Ignorant brat, you boast too much. Don't hurt your tongue. Observe closely. With that, Chen Xianyin began to demonstrate a set of domineering boxing techniques that Chen had never before encountered. This particular style, known as the Mighty Bear Demon Fist, was one of the three superior martial arts of the Martial Academy and was said to possess the ability to alter one's aptitude when mastered to perfection. Dantai Xiaosang watched Chen Xianyin execute the techniques while providing a dispassionate commentary. Unfortunately, this technique is merely a fragment, barely qualifying as inferior-level martial arts. Due to its difficult entry, few within the Martial Academy choose to practice it. Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. A fragment of a superior martial art? Dantai Xiaosang chose not to elaborate further and continued observing as Chen Xianyin executed the techniques. Glancing at Chen Xianyin smirked derisively before fully immersing himself in the performance of the boxing techniques. The ground trembled as he moved, imitating an ancient demon bear. His steps reverberating with power. His arms swung forcefully, creating sonic booms in the air with each strike. With a ferocious charge, he struck like a bear crashing into a tree, unleashing devastating force that shattered rocks and leveled the surroundings. After merely 7 or 8 moves, everything within reach had been reduced to rubble under the overwhelming wind of his punches. The explosive power and thunderous speed demonstrated in the Mighty Bear Demon Fist thoroughly astonished Chen. This was the most domineering martial art he had ever witnessed, tenfold, even 100-fold more so than the Fierce Tiger Fist. While both were forms of horizontal training, one soared through the heavens while the other languished in the depths. Indeed, as a superior martial art, even a fragment of it was beyond the reach of ordinary techniques. The raw power and explosive force exhibited within the Mighty Bear Demon Fist shook Chen to his core. If I had utilized this technique last night, I might have been able to defeat Lu Jianshan, who was at the mid-stage of the condensing energy realm, with a single punch. The mastery of strength displayed in the mighty bear demon fist was unlike anything Chen had ever conceived. It appeared heavy yet was, in reality, swift and fierce, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. With the explosive vitality emanating from Chen Xianin, a formidable presence, Chen's gaze burned with an intensity that was almost frightening. I must master this set of boxing techniques. The Great Strength Bear Demon Fist comprises 36 forms, yet only 18 remain intact. As Chen Xianin swiftly demonstrated the techniques, he composed himself, regulating his breathing, and then turned to Chen with a mocking smile. It's your turn now. Let's see what you call your saintly comprehension. Dantai Xiasong. Hands clasped behind her back, regarded Chen with keen interest, eager to witness his understanding. Very well. Chen snapped back to reality, drawing a deep breath, his expression unusually earnest. I am quite fond of this boxing technique, so I shall not hold back. Chen Xianin scoffed. Surely you do not believe that merely watching once will enable you to master this technique? Although the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist is incomplete, even the first 18 forms represent a high caliber of martial arts. Moreover, the entry threshold is exceedingly challenging. Over the past 3 centuries, countless disciples of the Zhenwu Academy have attempted this technique, only to ultimately abandon it in regret. In Chen Xuanin's view, how could a disciple of average aptitude like Chen possibly learn it after just one glance? To think that one could grasp such a sophisticated martial art after a mere observation is utterly laughable. Chen Xianin curled his lip, his disdain for Chen palpable. Dantai Xiasong shot him a disapproving glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Be quiet. If you keep babbling, I suggest you leave at once. Yes. Chen Xianin retreated slightly, standing obediently to the side of Dantai Xiasong. Chen, witnessing this exchange, smiled nonchalantly. Since both of you are so eager, allow me to demonstrate what true comprehension looks like. With that, he seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and commanded inwardly, System. Exchange for the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. Training for 24 years. All in. Just moments ago, after Chen Xianin had completed the 18 forms of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, the relevant martial arts information appeared within Chen's system panel. High-grade incomplete Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, not yet mastered. Thus, upon exchange, his consciousness instantly transported to the training arena. Year 1. You mobilize all your muscles and bones, attempting to practice the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. However, after merely 3 moves, your body cannot endure the strain, and you are defeated. Year 3. You grit your teeth and persist in your arduous training, using the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist to forge your body, sweating profusely each day, depleting your vitality and energy. Your appetite surges, allowing you to consume 3 pots of rice in one sitting. Year 7. You have grown quite familiar with the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, yet still have not mastered it. Each time you practice to the 12th move, your skin burns, your muscles ache, your tendons feel taut, and your bones itch as if being gnawed by ants, rendering you nearly lifeless. Year 10. Through sheer willpower, you finally overcome the agony of training in the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. From this point on, you view pain as a means of refinement and exhaustion as motivation, striving harder and with greater diligence. Year 13. You finally grasp the fundamentals of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. Chen felt a slight relief in his heart. Wow, this technique is truly challenging. For other martial artists, 13 years would slip by in vain. Hence, few possess the endurance to persist, leading many to abandon their pursuits. However, Chen was different. Though his innate talent was mediocre, he could continue training through the system, incurring only a minor financial cost. Let us go again. Chen immediately resumed his practice. The Great Strength Bear Demon Fist is inherently a high-grade martial art that relies solely on the mobilization of the entire body's muscles, bones, and vitality to execute various complex techniques. Each move is fraught with difficulty, whether due to the peculiar actions or the required coordination of vitality, making it unattainable for ordinary martial artists. It can be asserted that the reason the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist is deemed a high-grade martial art lies in its genuine capacity to transform muscles, bones, and vitality. Even at this preliminary stage, Chen could already sense the foundational enhancement the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist was imparting to his martial arts skills. Chapter 33. One master sister is not enough. Let us add another junior disciple. Year 17. After years of martial training, the sensation of pain diminishes. You suddenly realize that your flesh, bones, and blood have undergone a remarkable transformation. Year 22. You can no longer feel pain. Instead, your entire body feels lighter. Your flesh, bones, and blood are further reinforced, as if reborn, and your strength doubles. Year 24. Through your relentless efforts, you effortlessly perform all 18 forms of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. Each strike penetrates to the bone. Every move has evolved. The high-grade incomplete Great Strength Bear Demon Fist has reached minor perfection. As his consciousness returned to reality, Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze electrifying, his spirit surging instantaneously. Under the astonished gazes of Dantai Xiaosong and Chen Xianin, he leaped from the ground and began to practice the great strength bear demon fist. Unfazed by the world around him, the demon bear emerges. The eagle bear fights with fervor. The great strength bear stands tall. Its paws strike like cannon fire. The strength of the bear surpasses that of the tiger. The might of the demon bear can shatter mountains and crush stones. Mo Chun had never seen a demon bear. Yet he possessed an unmatched advantage. The martial arts master system's simulations. A technique he had never encountered before, now flowed seamlessly through his limbs, vigorous and powerful. Each of the 18 forms of the great strength bear demon fist manifested effortlessly in his execution. It seemed as though he had always been intimately familiar with this martial art, unleashing a force and transformation that sent shivers down spines. Witnessing this spectacle, Dantai Xiaosong was left speechless. Chen Xianin was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible, they exclaimed in unison, their worldviews nearly shattered by Mo Chen's display. Nevertheless, the evidence lay before them. As they beheld Mo Chun's formidable strikes, akin to those of a raging tempest, both Dantai Xiaosong and Chen Xianin lost their composure. Their eyes filled with incredulity. The great strength bear demon fist is indeed a high-grade martial art within the inner circle of the Xuanyuan Academy. Both of them had practiced it, and Chen Xianin had even brought this incomplete technique to minor perfection, so he was no stranger to it. Although Mo Chen's technique still bore imperfections, each move encapsulated the essence of the great strength bear demon fist. With every strike, his body experienced a profound integration and explosive release of power. The true merit of this technique lies in its ability to comprehensively forge the practitioner, ultimately achieving a transformative effect. Neither dared to fathom that such a challenging martial art could be mastered to this extent after a mere observation. Is he even human? Dantai Xiaosong and Chen Xianin exchanged glances, recognizing the shock and disbelief mirrored in each other's eyes. Understanding, could it be that he truly possesses saintly comprehension? They were both certain that only disciples of the Xuanyuan Academy's inner circle were permitted to learn the great strength bear demon fist. Mo Chun, not being a disciple of the inner circle and lacking merit to exchange for it, would surely be unable to master this technique. Dantai Xiaosong had only asked Chen Xianin to present this technique to test Mo Chun. Yet now, both were left dazed and questioning their own judgments. To achieve minor perfection in a single breath, Chen Xianin, himself, was oblivious to the tremors of excitement coursing through his body. No longer did he regard Mo Chun with disdain or ridicule. Instead, his gaze was filled with exhilaration akin to that of discovering a precious gem. The Xuanyuan Academy is, after all, a gathering place for the most talented individuals in the entire Xuanyuan Prefecture. The most authoritative organization in the entire Xuanyuan Prefecture, renowned for its martial prowess, is dedicated to the protection of the populace and the preservation of peace and harmony within the realm. Thus, they are in dire need of martial prodigies. Only through such individuals can there be a promising future. Only martial experts possess the capability to suppress the malevolent forces that threaten the land. Astonishingly, they have discovered an extraordinary martial genius, Mo Chun, in a humble county. Chen Xianin could hardly contain his exhilaration. He could almost foresee a brilliant future for the younger generation of the Xuanyuan Academy. With Mo Chen's presence, the grand visions and aspirations of the senior sister are now firmly secured. Chen Xianin danced with excitement, casting a look of sheer delight at Mo Chun. Those ancient elders of the council, just wait and see. One senior sister is not enough, is it? Then let us add another junior disciple. In a few years, you all shall step aside for our generation to take your places in the council. At that moment, after completing the powerful bear demon fist, Mo Chun was slightly out of breath. He paused his movements, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Dantai Xiaosong. How do you find my comprehension? He inquired. Dantai Xiaosong's expression was unusually adorable, gazing at Mo Chun as if he were a giant panda. Her beautiful eyes widened in awe, her exquisitely delicate face brimming with astonishment. Senior sister, Chen Xianin, witnessing Dantai Xiaosong's daze, could no longer contain his joy and called out as a reminder. Dantai Xiaosong snapped back to reality, a sudden flush of crimson coloring her cheeks. She nodded, forcing herself to maintain a calm demeanor as she replied, "Good, very good." Such remarkable comprehension was a first for her. Despite the tempest of emotions raging within her, the dignified image of the senior sister forbade any overt display of joy. Just good? Mo Chen asked curiously. Does this level of comprehension qualify me to become a true disciple directly? Junior brother Mo. Before Dantai Xiaosong could respond, Chen Xianin, unable to contain himself, rushed forward, grinning widely to reveal his 16 pearly white teeth. Your comprehension has already surpassed that of 99% of the disciples. While I can't guarantee true disciple status, becoming an inner disciple is a certainty. I apologize for my earlier words. I truly failed to recognize your brilliance. Root and comprehension. He continued, comprehension surpasses root. For while one's root can be cultivated, comprehension cannot be altered. Brother Chun, your words are overly flattering, Mo Chun replied, genuinely pleased. Becoming an inner disciple is sufficient for me. I have no lofty demands. As long as I can enter the Xuanyuan Academy, opportunities will abound. Whether or not I become a true disciple, I am not particularly concerned. Of course, a higher starting point would make the journey easier, and if the chance arises, I will certainly strive for it. Chun Xianin, Dan Tai Xiaosang suddenly called out with an air of seriousness. Chun Xianin, startled, turned to her, suppressing his excitement. Senior sister, what is your command? Are we to plot the downfall of the Elder Council? Dan Tai Xiaosang shot him an icy glare, pointing eastward. You get lost. All right. Chun Xianin grinned as he turned to flee. After a few steps, he turned back to shout at Imo Chun, junior brother Imo. Once we reach the capital, I shall arrange a grand feast to welcome you. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Dan Tai Xiaosang's expression turned frigid, her eyes filled with menace. Imo Chen blinked in surprise. This brother Chen was quite an interesting character. Ambitious, dream-driven, courageous, and capable. Most importantly, he could adapt and be both soft and strong. Naturally, Imo Chun possessed similar qualities. Miss Dan Tai, is there anything else? After Chen Xianin departed, only Dan Tai Xiaosang and Imo Chen remained. Imo Chun turned to the stunningly beautiful Dan Tai Xiaosang, donned in a flowing blue gown, and smiled. I summoned you here solely due to your extraordinary talent. There is nothing else. At this, Dan Tai Xiaosang fixed her gaze on Imo Chun. With your talent, joining the Xuanyuan Academy should pose no difficulty. However, I must advise you in advance. Once you enter the academy, do not hastily seek a master. Especially avoid taking any of the elders as mentors. Oh, Imo Chun inquired, puzzled. Why is that? Drawing the spear from the ground. Dan Tai Xiaosang's gaze turned cold as she fixed her eyes on the horizon, speaking deliberately, because I suspect that some elders in the council have become traitors. Imo Chen's eyes widened in shock. Traitors? This revelation was too explosive, overwhelming his mind. What on earth is happening? Has there been some upheaval within the academy? Dan Tai Xiaosang sighed. This may be too much for you to grasp at this moment. Just remember, once you enter the academy, do not casually take any elder as your master. Imo Chen nodded earnestly. All right, I will heed your advice. In the brief days of their acquaintance, he had discerned that Dan Tai Xiaosang was a woman of integrity and honor. Her words were certainly trustworthy. Let us return and rest. Dan Tai Xiaosang declared as she brandished her spear and began to walk ahead. Imo Chun followed closely behind. Upon returning to the camp, over 20 disciples of the martial hall were gathered around a fire, laughing and chatting boisterously. Suddenly, one disciple raised an eyebrow and quietly alerted the others. Hey, look. That Imo Chun, the errand boy, has returned with the senior sister. In an instant, everyone turned to gaze at them. Upon seeing Dan Tai Xiaosang walking alongside Imo Chun, expressions of envy and resentment filled their faces. Damn, this errand boy is so lucky. What could the senior sister possibly see in him? One female disciple gushed, her hands cupping her face in admiration. Uft, no matter how handsome he is merely a lowly errand boy, retorted another, dismissively. Perhaps the senior sister just needs him to run errands at the Xuanyuan Academy. Nearby, a young man, noticing the girl swooning, grimaced as he glared at Imo Chun. Just wait. Su Yi, I heard you are a distant cousin of Elder Sunday. Should we find an opportunity to deal with this brat? The youth named Su Yi smirked coldly. Just wait and see how I handle him. From a distance, Imo Chun overheard the murmurs among the martial hall disciples. Disinterested in engaging in conflict with them, he turned to Dan Tai Xiaosang and said, Miss Dan Tai. Dan Tai Xiaosang halted, turning to him. From now on, just call me senior sister. Imo Chun obediently complied, senior sister. Dan Tai Xiaosang frowned, correcting him. Master sister. Imo Chun instinctively glanced at her chest, conceding, very well, master sister. Dan Tai Xiaosang acknowledged with a slight nod and continued walking forward. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Imo Chun hastily inquired, do you have any lightness skill martial arts? Dan Tai Xiaosang replied, yes, but I cannot teach you. According to academy rules, you must pass the martial examination before you can learn any martial arts within the academy. Imo Chun raised an eyebrow. Then why did you teach me the bear demon fist? Dan Tai Xiaosang's expression shifted, visibly troubled. Such a challenging technique. Who knew you would actually be able to master it? She paused, turning to face Imo Chun seriously. Imo Chun, remember this. Upon entering the academy, one must exercise utmost discretion and refrain from displaying the might of the bare fist. Otherwise, both you and I shall incur severe penalties from the Elder Council, potentially risking our very lives. The thought of what Dan Tai Xiaosang just mentioned, betrayal within the Elder Council, made Imo Chun take a deep breath, solemnly nodding in agreement. Rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation. Dan Tai Xiaosang cast a penetrating glance at Imo Chun, choosing silence as she turned to enter a tent that had been set up. In the ensuing days, nothing of great significance transpired. The journey was long and monotonous, and even the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy seemed to lose their enthusiasm for conversation, appearing lethargic and drowsy. However, if there was a single diversion, it was that Imo Chun no longer needed to walk. He had been personally invited by Dan Tai Xiaosang to ride in a carriage. This development ignited a frenzy of envy and jealousy among the disciples of the martial arts academy, while even the outer disciples of the Zhenwu Academy within the convoy harbored murderous thoughts towards him. For within the carriage sat not only the breathtakingly beautiful Dantai Xiaosong, but also the poised and spirited Su Jin's. Throughout the journey, the laughter of the girls echoed from within the carriage, further darkening the countenances of the disciples outside. By heavens, this Chen must be a sycophant, they sneered. Indeed, just from the sound of it, he is utterly shameless. Initially, I thought the senior sister was drawn to his martial prowess, but it seems she has been deceived by this charlatan's silver tongue. He is courting death. I have heard that the eldest elder's grandson, Lu Jun, is pursuing the senior sister. He has offended Lu Jun, and soon he shall meet his end. Moreover, the son of the estate lord, Qin Feng, is also vying for the senior sister's affection. Chen has indeed paved his path to demise. The disciples cast scornful glances towards the carriage, their laughter laced with disdain. They lamented for Chen's future. Take a look at yourself. Who do you think you are, daring to covet the senior sister? Just a mere lowly servant. Does he aspire to soar like a frog dreaming of eating swan meat? Inside the carriage, Chen remained blissfully unaware of the envious glares from the disciples. He was animatedly recounting tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio to Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's. He narrated a story of a scholar who, one day, was slain by robbers, his head drooping against his chest. After the robbers departed, his family managed to reattach his head, intending to give him a proper burial. To their astonishment, after a while, the scholar exhibited faint signs of life, as a portion of his throat remained intact. After a day and night, the scholar began to moan, and his family nourished him with soup. Miraculously, after half a year, he fully recovered. Years later, while sitting with friends, someone told a joke that sent everyone into peals of laughter, including the scholar, who laughed heartily. Yet, in the midst of his mirth, the scar on his neck suddenly split open, and his head fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Everyone was horrified, rushing to check on him, only to find he had perished. His family immediately accused the joker, but the authorities found it hard to reach a verdict. In time, they pooled funds to provide for his burial, and the matter was settled. From that day forth, a saying circulated in the locality. Whenever someone heard a funny joke, they would clutch their bellies and exclaim, "Oh dear, you've made me laugh to death. My head is about to fall off." Su Jin's could not contain her laughter and let out a chuckle. Dantai Xiaosong also smiled, finding the tale rather amusing. Both women gazed at Chen with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Su Jin's, smiling brightly, inquired, Chen, where do you hear these intriguing and bizarre stories? Chen chuckled, I merely concoct them for amusement. Su Jin's praised him, I never imagined you possessed the talent of a storyteller. Chen replied cheerfully, in truth, before I began my martial training, I dreamed of becoming a storyteller, sharing tales, reading books, and occasionally embarking on journeys. What bliss that would be. Su Jin's nodded. Such a life would indeed be quite pleasant for an ordinary person. Dantai Xiaosong remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chen, brimming with anticipation. Chen, catching a glimpse of her expectant expression, was momentarily taken aback. This expression of anticipation had surfaced more than once, always during his storytelling. Did the senior sister enjoy tales? On the 7th day, the traveling convoy finally arrived at a county town, prompting a chorus of cheers and jubilations. After leaving a few disciples to guard the prisoners, the rest rushed into the town to procure supplies. Chen, alongside Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's, entered a tavern. With a resounding clap of silver, Chen declared, Waiter, bring forth a splendid feast. Of course. Just a moment, esteemed guest. The waiter, elated, hastened to inform the kitchen. The sight of two beautiful maidens dining with a distinguished gentleman in black attire suggested that he was no stranger to wealth. Perhaps he was a scion of some noble family. The tavern was bustling with martial arts disciples who, upon hearing Chen's call and witnessing his intimate demeanor with Dantai Xiaosong, felt a pang of envy and discontent, their expressions darkening. Ladies, why not join us to share in the exquisite delicacies and fine wine? Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed from across the room. The trio turned to see two young men seated by the window, one clad in white, fanning himself with a folding fan, and the other in pink, pale-faced, with a lecherous grin. Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's frowned at them, their demeanor frosty. Chen, however, cheerfully declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but I believe we shall pass. The young man in pink scoffed at Chen, dismissively saying, Who the hell is talking to you? Get lost. With that, he staggered towards Dantai Xiaosong, liquor jug in hand. Haha, fair maiden, if you do not wish to come to me, I shall come to you. Today, I am smitten. Whatever you desire, it shall be my treat. As he was about to take a seat, Chen forcefully kicked the chair away. Bang! The young man in pink fell heavily to the ground, drenched in wine, utterly humiliated. You scoundrel! The young man in white's expression darkened. Closing his fan and rising in indignation, in broad daylight, you dare to oppress the innocent. Guards, take them away for strict interrogation. At that, four constables appeared swiftly, encircling Chen and the others. You three have stirred up trouble. Please accompany us. One of the constables sneered. Mo Chun remained seated, taking a sip of tea, and smiled. I foresee you courting death. The expressions of Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's turned grave, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. In broad daylight, there truly existed those who would dare to oppress the common folk. Moreover, the one who summoned the guards was none other than a constable from the county office. Was this not a slap in the face to their Zhengwu Academy? With a swift motion, Dantai Xiaosong drew her blade, severing the head of the leading constable. Blood sprayed forth. Wow! The entire tavern erupted in gasps of shock. Bring me your county magistrate. Dantai Xiaosong's face was ashen, her eyes icy with fury. The remaining constables were left in utter disbelief. You dare to commit murder. As the lifeless body convulsed and collapsed into the embrace of the young man in pink attire, the latter was jolted into sobriety, erupting into a frenzied scream. Murder! Murder! The youth in white, standing by the window, was equally shaken, his lips turning pale. He pointed his folding fan accusingly at Dantai Xiaosong. You! How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? Dantai Xiaosong let out a cold snort. I shall grant you but one chance. Summon your county magistrate. Su Jinsei rose from her seat, slamming her waist knife onto the table with a resounding thud, her voice icy. You decide whether you live or die. You'll pay for this. The youth in white could no longer bear the weight of his fear, fleeing in a panic with 3 constables and the young man in pink, leaving in disarray. Oh, how disappointing. Mo Chen shook his head. I had hoped for a fine meal, but alas, I encountered such an incident. The tavern's proprietor and a server, alerted by the commotion, ascended the stairs only to recoil in terror at the sight before them, screaming in fright. Stepping forward, Su Jinsei produced a silver ingot. Here, consider this a token to compensate for your losses. The proprietor hurriedly accepted it, nodding profusely. Thank you, noble heroine. Once they departed, a table laden with food was soon delivered by the anxious server. Mo Chun and his companions remained unhurried, partaking in their meal while awaiting developments. Meanwhile, some disciples of the Martial Arts Academy were visibly shaken, their faces pallid, even more so than those fleeing constables. Many had never encountered death, let alone witnessed a beheading. How could they possibly eat under such circumstances? A young girl cast a fearful glance at the headless corpse lying at Mo Chen's feet, her stomach churning and nausea overwhelming her. The male disciples were no better off, trembling in their limbs, struggling to maintain composure, and swallowing nervously. These are mere trifles. Calm yourselves. The disciple named Su Yi, noticing the other's terror, calmly tapped the table before turning his gaze towards Dantai Xiaosong and Mo Chun, deep in thought. After a time that felt like the burning of an incense stick, chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the tavern. In here, capture them. A furious voice bellowed. The murderer is on the 2nd floor. Yes. The chorus of shouts was accompanied by hurried footsteps as constables and various ruffians surged into the tavern, swiftly surrounding it. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy wore anxious expressions as Mo Chun and his companions calmly set down their chopsticks and rinsed their mouths with water. Bang! A massive fist crashed onto the table, sending dishes flying. Who was it that committed the murder? The fierce-looking head constable, dressed in his authority's garb and wielding a waist knife, glared menacingly at Mo Chun and his companions. And where is the county magistrate? Dantai Xiaosong inquired coldly. The youth in white, following closely behind, wore a cruel smile, exclaiming, The county magistrate? What are you to summon my father? Today, none of you shall leave. You wretched scoundrel, I shall ensure your suffering is prolonged. Head Constable Wong, a figure of menace, commanded, Seize them. Oh, so you are the county magistrate's son? Dantai Xiaosong remained silent, as did Mo Chun and Su Jinsei. Surprisingly, it was a disciple from the Martial Arts Academy who spoke up. They turned to see a youth clad in gray, wielding a sword, stepping forward with a nonchalant smile. Fearless. He fixed his gaze on the youth in white and the burly head constable, scoffing. Do you know who sits before you to dare defy authority? Bang. You blind fools. His commanding voice echoed, coupled with a forceful slap on the table, startling the youth in white. Wow. Senior Su Yi is incredible. A female disciple's eyes widened in admiration. He is truly a role model for us. I am ashamed. Upon hearing the praises from his peers, Su Yi felt a surge of exhilaration and energy. With a resounding clap on Mo Chen's shoulder, he commanded, Mo Chun, rise and face them alongside me. How could I let our senior sister engage in battle herself? Mo Chen's lips twitched, casting a peculiar glance at his comrade. Surely you jest? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yi secretly harbored intentions to drag him into the fray. Just then, an explosive force erupted. The fearsome head constable Wong unleashed a punch directed at Su Yi's face. In an instant, Su Yi had no time to react. As the massive fist sent him crashing backward, he collided with 3 sets of tables and chairs before breaking through the railing of the 2nd floor, ultimately plummeting down. Thud. You. Su Yi's eyes widened in shock. His spine contorted as he gasped in pain, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. What audacity! To dare strike the table in my presence. Head Constable Wong retracted his fist, gazing down at Su Yi with derision. The 2nd floor fell into a hushed silence. A chilling stillness enveloping the room. All the disciples of the martial arts academy stood aghast, rendered speechless. Su Yi, a cultivator of the blood refinement stage, had succumbed to a single blow. Chapter 36, Rooting Out the Weeds. Attack. Head Constable Wang roared, gesturing to apprehend Imo Chun and his companions. However, Imo Chun rose, exhaling a sigh. That previous gentleman was correct. How could mere lackeys provoke our senior sister? Allow me to handle this. Head Constable Wang was amused, stepping forward menacingly to glare at Imo Chun. Am I to be given face? What insolence! Do you dare to rise above your station? He swung his hand towards Imo Chun's face. Slap. Before his hand could even descend, Imo Chun retaliated with a swift strike, sending him flying like a severed kite. The same script played out, yet this time, the fierce head constable was hurled through the window, crashing onto the street below. Face down, limbs sprawled, he lay motionless. Hiss. A synchronized gasp rippled through the crowd. All the constables turned to Imo Chun, shock etched on their faces. How is this possible? Head Constable Wang was a master of the condensation stage, the most formidable expert in Yushan County, possessing strength at the initial stage of condensation. In the vicinity of Yushan County, none could escape his pursuit. To say he was a figure of authority would be an understatement. Yet now, this fierce and powerful head constable had been bested in a single strike by this youthful figure. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling. In stark contrast, one was decisive in action, the other incomparably powerful. You there, stay? You all summon help. Imo Chin's expression remained calm as he pointed at the youth in white, addressing the other constables. In the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, should I not see your county magistrate prepare to collect his son's remains? The youth in white collapsed to his knees, wailing and banging his head on the ground. I was wrong. I see my error. I did not recognize the great mountain. Brother, spare me. Young ladies, two of you, please, spare me. I promise I will never dare again. Imo Chin mocked. Where were you earlier? If apologies were of any value, what need would there be for the martial academy? Both Dan Tai Xiasang and Su Jinsei's eyes sparkled with admiration for Imo Chun's words. How incredibly bold. Indeed, by taking the young man in white as a hostage, the county magistrate would undoubtedly be compelled to come. The two women refrained from interrupting Imo Chun as he managed the situation, instead watching with keen interest as he demonstrated his prowess. This junior disciple, whom they had come to respect, truly stood apart. Not only did he possess an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, but he also exhibited remarkable skill in handling trivial matters. Go summon someone. Quickly, call my father. The young man in white, witnessing Imo Chin's unyielding demeanor and icy ruthlessness, was instantly filled with dread, turning back to shout urgently. The two constables hurriedly dashed out of the tavern to notify the county magistrate. A brief moment later, scarcely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a carriage arrived at breakneck speed. County Magistrate Zhang Haichong, drenched in sweat, ascended to the second floor and extended his hands in a gesture of respect from afar. I, Zhang Haichong, Magistrate of Yushan County, pay my respects to the envoy of the Martial Academy. On his way, he had thoroughly inquired about Imo Chun and his companion's characteristics. Upon learning that many bore curved sabers at their waists, he gasped in horror. The envoy of the Martial Academy had arrived. As Magistrate Zhang approached, Imo Chun turned to Dan Tai Xiasang and said, Senior sister, I leave the rest to you. After all, he was not yet a disciple of the Martial Academy. It was not fitting for him to interfere in matters concerning the magistrate. Understood, Dan Tai Xiasang replied, a look of appreciation in her eyes as she stood up and placed Su Jinsei's demon-slaying sword upon Magistrate Zhang's shoulder. The magistrate, struck with terror, exclaimed, Spare me. Envoy, I had no knowledge of my son's offense against you. The moment I heard, I rushed over immediately. With that, he turned and kicked the young man in white, cursing, You wretched child. Look at the trouble you've caused. The young man lay on the ground, weeping, Father, help me please. Zhang Haichong glared at Dan Tai Xiasang, pleading, Envoy, for the sake of my years of service to Yushan County, I implore you to spare my son. Dan Tai Xiasang nodded slightly, permitting his life to be spared. Zhang Haichong and the young man rejoiced. However, before they could express their gratitude, a flash of steel glinted. The magistrate's head was severed in an instant. Ah! The piercing scream echoed throughout the tavern. The young man in white collapsed in horror, a foul odor wafting up as he lost control of himself. Dan Tai Xiasang stated coolly, But sparing you is out of the question. As a local official, to dare to misuse the power and authority of the county to oppress and exploit the common people is unforgivable. Such a person must be executed without hesitation. If we allow someone like this to live, it is a grave insult to the populace and undermines the very foundation of the Martial Academy. Disciples of the Martial Academy, heed my command. Dan Tai Xiasang suddenly turned and shouted coldly. Yes. All the outer disciples knelt in unison, their expressions solemn. Seize the Yushan County office. Purge all corrupt officials throughout the county. Should anyone resist or attempt to flee, they shall be executed without mercy. Understood. Su Jinsei retrieved the demon-slaying sword and led the way out. The outer disciples of the Martial Academy swiftly formed ranks and departed the tavern, dispersing in all directions. Inside the tavern, All the martial arts disciples, including Chen, were profoundly shaken by the scene unfolding before them. Previously, they had little understanding of the extent of the Martial Academy's authority. Today's events served as a stark lesson. The meaning of the Martial Academy instilled within them a surge of righteous fervor, a sense of duty and responsibility to protect the common people. Rather than merely serving as an oversight institution for the martial government, the Martial Academy was, in fact, a formidable centralized force, a terrifyingly powerful army. Chen silently mused to himself. Experiencing the Martial Academy's operations firsthand deepened his understanding of the institution. The academy did not merely capture the hearts of the gentry and powerful, it won the hearts of the people. Only with the support of the populace could the Martial Academy continuously draw upon a wealth of talent to strengthen itself and sustain its martial legacy. Historically, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Whether on Earth or in Xian, this principle holds undeniable truth. With this thought, Chen took a deep breath and turned his gaze to the young man in white. With a swift motion, he severed his head, grasped the hair, and tossed it outside the window, eliciting gasps and screams from the gathered crowd. Dan Xiaosang abruptly turned to Chen. He smiled at her, stating, "To eradicate the roots of evil. What use is there in sparing such a scoundrel?" Dan Xiaosang frowned. "I promised to spare his life." Chen shrugged. "You made that promise, I did not. Do not glare at me. Remember, I am not yet a disciple of your martial academy, and am not obliged to heed your commands." Hearing this, Dan Xiaosang felt a surge of frustration. Witnessing Chen's nonchalant demeanor, she silently gritted her teeth, marking this transgression in her mind. However, she also recognized the validity of his argument. To leave the roots of evil intact allows them to flourish anew, especially when it comes to such vile perpetrators who abduct women and oppress the common people. They must be eradicated. Chapter 37. The Emergence of the Dragon. The events in Yushan County could only be deemed a minor interlude during their journey. The caravan had merely paused in Yushan County for 2 days before setting off once more towards the capital. Along the way, the more than 20 disciples of the Martial Arts Academy set aside their lethargy, diligently practicing their skills in preparation for the martial examination. Chen, however, found himself rather idle. Each day was spent either recounting stories to the two ladies or contemplating how to earn some money. He was in dire need of funds. Upon arriving in the capital, his first order of business would undoubtedly be to find a means to acquire some money. The rigorous training of the great power bear Demon Fist had depleted his meager savings of over 300 taels of silver. Should he be compelled to practice martial arts at this juncture, he would be utterly unable to do so. Fortunately, while sharing stories with Dan Xiaosang and Su Jinsei along the journey, he had gathered a wealth of information about the capital. Thus, upon their arrival, he would not be entirely in the dark. For days passed in a flash. One morning, as the sun rose, shouts rang out from the campsite. Get up, get up. We will reach the capital by this evening. Everyone, rise and prepare for departure." Excited cheers erupted. The entire caravan readied themselves for the journey ahead. Along the way, the excitement was palpable, with groups of people chatting animatedly. "The capital, the heart of our martial government. I've heard it is particularly vast and prosperous. This is my first visit." "Me too. I can hardly wait. They say the capital is home to 3 million people. I wonder if that is true?" "Of course, it is. In addition to the permanent residents, it attracts merchants and travelers from all over the country. 3 million is an understatement. It must be at least 5 million. Wow. Our county has only a few tens of thousands of residents. The capital is truly enormous." Listening to the discussions, Chen gazed ahead with a sense of longing. An ancient megacity? He was indeed eager to see it. As the caravan continued its journey, at last, the twilight hours approached. In the distance, a colossal silhouette loomed, nestled against the mountainside. As they drew nearer to this shadowy figure, the thoroughfare became increasingly bustling with horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians. All passers-by couldn't help but gaze ahead, their eyes alight with wonder. "Look, that is the city of the prefecture. We can already see the buildings. The city walls are so towering. Is someone flying up there? My goodness, what a massive bird." There were clouds and palaces atop the mountain behind. That was the Jinwu Academy. Their destination was indeed in sight. The Jinwu Academy, established atop the misty mountain to the north of the Jinwu prefecture, was said to derive its name from this very mountain. In ancient times, a great flood dragon resided on Misty Mountain, endowed with intelligence and the ability to take human form, naming itself Wujiao. However, after a failed transformation into a dragon, its temperament drastically altered, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty, prone to devouring humans. Enraged, the human masters united to set a powerful formation that suppressed the great flood dragon beneath Misty Mountain, confining it from the world. Thus, the Jinwu prefecture was born. Thousands of years later, the Jinwu Academy emerged amidst the clouds of Misty Mountain, becoming the epicenter of power and martial prowess for the entire Jinwu prefecture. "Oh, we've finally returned." Su Jins lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the distant high mountains with a gentle smile. Dantai Xiaosong and Chen also dismounted, looking toward the structures hidden within the mist. "Is that Jinwu Academy atop the mountain?" Chen asked in astonishment. Dantai Xiaosong nodded, the corners of her mouth curling upward. Yes, we've arrived. Chen's eyes fixed on the distant peaks, captivated by the pavilions and towers that seemed to ascend like layers in a dreamlike paradise. He had never encountered such breathtaking scenery before. At that moment, a roar echoed through the air. Chen felt as if he heard the resounding cry of a dragon. Immediately, he caught a glimpse of a gigantic azure flood dragon's phantom spiraling upwards from the distant misty mountain, only to vanish in an instant. This is... Chen's face displayed shock as he hurriedly stepped forward, rubbing his eyes and looking again. The immense dragon's illusion had already dissipated. Simultaneously, within the training arena, a statue of a flood dragon among the guardian beasts suddenly trembled violently. The statue seemed to come to life, exuding a resonant dragon's roar before falling silent once more. As if it had never been awakened. The external divine beasts could actually resonate with the arena's statues? Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment. Even more incredibly, beneath Xuanyuan Academy, a flood dragon was indeed imprisoned. Moreover, this flood dragon was immense, stretching 1,000 feet in length, with 5 claws protruding from its belly. Its entire body was adorned with brilliant azure scales that radiated an enchanting brilliance, exuding an aura of majesty. That was a flood dragon, a legendary divine beast. Beep. Detection of upgradable divine beast in the training arena. Capturing the divine beast will enhance the arena's level. Permanently increases the chance of fortuitous encounters during training by 20. Permanently increases the chance of sudden enlightenment during training by 20. Permanently reduces the chance of injury during training by 20. Permanently increases the recovery speed of vital energy by 20. Permanently increases the recovery speed of health by 20. Permanently increases the nurturing speed of spiritual consciousness by 20. What the heck? What? The system's notification resonated in his mind. A barrage of attributes for upgrading the training arena bombarded Chen's consciousness. He was utterly dumbfounded. No way. That's a flood dragon. You want me to capture a flood dragon? Although capturing the flood dragon would result in significant upgrades for his training arena, it was still a flood dragon. Not a mere snake. Even a small snake would require time and effort to catch, let alone a flood dragon. However, unbeknownst to him, his heart raced, and his muscles trembled with excitement. Clenching his fists, a thrill of exhilaration and challenge continuously tempted him to gaze upon Misty Mountain. His training arena housed 8 divine beast statues. Didn't this imply that if he captured all 8 divine beasts, he could activate them all? The first upgrade could increase all attributes by 20. What if he upgraded 8 times? Wouldn't that yield an astounding increase of 160 in all attributes? The thought ignited a fervor within Chen. Activating all 8 divine beast statues would enhance his chances of sudden enlightenment and fortuitous encounters by 160. This was simply extraordinary. If he also received permanent boosts to health recovery, vital energy recovery, and spiritual nurturing speed, was there any martial skill he could not master? With the flood dragon sealed beneath the earth, he still had a certain chance. Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The rewards for upgrading were incredibly tempting, but he needed the strength to seize them. For now, he must focus on preparing for the martial examination at Xuanyuan Academy. Once he entered the academy and enhanced his own strength, he could then consider how to capture the flood dragon. Chapter 38. The City of Xuanyuan Prefecture. The mountains loom ahead. The prefecture city was now in sight. Yet, it took Chen and the others an entire hour to reach the city gates. Looking up, they beheld 4 grand arched gate openings set into the towering, imposing city walls, and the excited shouts of numerous disciples erupted. Wow, how magnificent! Is this the prefecture city? Xuanyuan Prefecture, Xuanyuan Academy, here I come. Upon seeing the city gates, all the Martial Academy disciples cheered excitedly, eliciting smiles from many pedestrians. On either side of the gates stood 4 black-armored soldiers, their piercing gazes sweeping over all who entered and exited the city. Passing through the gate, a wide avenue stretched forth into the city. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians and galloping carriages, spacious enough to accommodate a dozen horse-drawn carts simultaneously. By now, the sun had set, and darkness enveloped the sky. Bright lanterns adorned the ancient buildings within the city, illuminating the entire West Gate Street of Xuanyuan Prefecture, teeming with people and bustling with activity. Buns, steaming hot buns, lodging, fine guest rooms available. The brothels of Yanhua Li, ladies of jade. Those seeking to indulge in flower wine, this way. The sound of gongs rang out. A burly man with a thick beard struck a gong, bellowing, team formation. Tomorrow morning, we head to Misty Mountain to gather herbs, led by a master at the pinnacle of the condensing chi realm. 3 spots still open for condensing chi warriors. Another youth, bearing a longbow, called out loudly, hunting in the depths of Misty Mountain for spirit beast cores. 1 condensing chi warrior still needed. On the opposite side of the street, a middle-aged man waved a banner, inscribed with the words high prices paid for elixirs. Chen followed Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's into the city, his eyes widened in awe at the bustling scene within. He was astonished to find so many masters at the condensing chi realm in this city, and the abundance of first-tier weapons left him marveling. Within this prefecture city, masters walked among them, and weapons were plentiful everywhere. Compared to Hefucheng, Yuni County is indeed a remote mountain village. Residing in Yuni County, he felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, his eyes unable to absorb all the splendor. Emo-chan, what do you think? Isn't it magnificent? Su Jin's inquired with a smile. Emo-chan glanced at her and nodded, exclaiming, it is truly breathtaking. This is my first encounter with such a bustling and prosperous ancient city. During his time on Earth, he had witnessed modern megacities. Yet in comparison to this overwhelmingly stunning ancient metropolis, the modern cities seemed far less impressive. The construction of such an ancient city must have been an incredibly arduous task. Reflecting on the Great Wall he had seen in his past life, it was said that it was built entirely by human effort, with countless lives lost. The establishment of Jinwu City was indeed a monumental challenge. Su Jin turned to Emo-chan and elaborated. However, this grand city was not built in a day. It has evolved over centuries. The zenith of the city occurred 300 years ago when the Lord of Dexian descended upon Jinwu. At that time, with a single command from senior Qin men, countless martial artists participated in the city's construction, thus creating the Jinwu we see today. Emo-chan absorbed this knowledge, exclaiming, I see. Su Jin smiled gently, continuing, Jinwu City boasts a permanent population of over 3 million. The martial examination at Jinwu Academy, held every 3 years, attracts more than 2 million visitors from all over the region, eager to partake in the festivities and commerce. The throngs you see now are not a common sight throughout the year. Emo-chan listened attentively, while the disciples of the martial arts school behind him perked up their ears to hear Su Jin's narration. Dantai Xiaosong, adorned in a flowing gown with cascading hair, shouldered a 5th-tier heavenly Xian dragon scale spear, walking gracefully at the forefront. Emo-chan continually surveyed the shops lining both sides of the street, where an array of establishments offered diverse wares. Despite the encroaching night, the streets remained alive with people entering and exiting the shops, engaging in trade. In the distance, towering buildings illuminated the scene with bright lights, while women waved red ribbons to attract customers, creating a lively ambience. As Emo-chan beheld this spectacle, inspiration struck him, and he recited a poem describing the night scene of Yangzhou during the late Tang dynasty. A splendid poem. Suddenly, applause erupted nearby. Emo-chan turned to see an elegant young man in a white robe approaching. The man appeared to be around 20, with a curved saber at his waist. And he smiled as he praised. I never expected that after a trip to a remote county, Dantai Shimi would return with such a talented poet. Curiosity piqued. Emo-chan regarded the newcomer, while Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jin's expressions turned frosty. Step aside. The young man in white chuckled lightly, winking at Dantai Xiaosong. Dantai Shimi, is it necessary to wear such a cold demeanor upon seeing me? Dantai Xiaosong unsheathed her spear, directing its tip towards the young man's throat, coldly stating, I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I shall fight to the death. Haha. The young man in white laughed heartily, unfazed as he gently pushed the spear aside. Dantai Shimi, your straightforward nature remains unchanged. I find it delightful. I shall not intrude upon your poetic enjoyment today. We can gather another time. With that, he turned to Emo-chan, winking with a smile. Little shitty, your poetic talent has truly impressed me. I hope we can share tea and discuss poetry sometime. Emo-chan merely managed a strained smile, offering no response. The only reply to the young man was the point of Dantai Xiaosong's spear. Haha, Dantai Shimi, I shall take my leave. We can continue our conversation upon your return to the academy. With a booming laugh, the young man melted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. Who is he? Emo-chan could not help but inquire. Dantai Xiaosong remained silent in her anger, prompting Su Jin to explain, he is Lu Jun, the grandson of the Grand Elder of Jinwu Academy, and one of the suitors of the senior sister. Oh, Emo-chan gazed at Dantai Xiaosong in astonishment, not having imagined that the young man was her admirer. Why does he refer to the senior sister as Shimi? Su Jin sighed. Because he entered the academy before the senior sister and possesses formidable strength. He was the chief disciple of the last term. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. The chief disciple of the last term? Su Jin nodded. Jinwu Academy has a position for the chief disciple, determined solely by strength, not seniority. Anyone with sufficient prowess can challenge the chief disciple, and upon success, not only do they gain the title, but also enjoy the benefits associated with it. Lu Jun has held the title for 8 consecutive years, but he deliberately lost to the senior sister in the last challenge 6 months ago to pursue her. You should understand the rest. Emo-chan nodded in realization, I see. Just then, a lively innkeeper approached, cheerfully calling out, Greetings, young heroes. Looking for a place to stay? How much for a night? Emo-chan queried. The innkeeper replied with delight. A Tian room is 10 taels per night, a D room is 5, and a Ren room is 2. A 4-person room costs 1 guan per night. The disciples gasped in unison, their faces paled. Heavens, is it really this expensive? Coming from a small county, they had not brought much money with them, and now, upon entering the city, they found themselves unable to afford lodgings. Indeed, it was exorbitant. Emo-chan's lips twitched as he instinctively glanced at his wealth, only to find a mere 3 guan of copper coins remaining, turning his face pale. 3 guan of copper coins? Is that enough for just 3 nights in a 4-person room? Absolutely not. I refuse to be reduced to such indignity. I am a proud lumberjack of Dexian. I should occupy a 5-person room, or even a 10-person room. By heavens, I am truly impoverished. Thus, Chen rummaged through his inventory of jade and jewelry, resolving to sell them at the earliest opportunity. Hearing the exclamations of the disciples, Su Jintz shook her head. The prices are indeed steep. I recommend you all pool your resources to rent a room together for a while, and once the martial examination is over, you can vacate the premises. As disciples of Jinwu Academy, they need not stay outside, for the academy provided their accommodations. Chen, follow me. I shall arrange your lodging. Suddenly, Dantai Xiaosong, spear still in hand, turned to Chen and said calmly. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Behind him, the disciples of the martial arts school stared daggers at him, their eyes ablaze with resentment. Damn, the senior sister is being excessively kind to this mere servant. Why is it not me? All the disciples glared at Chen with fiery eyes, filled with hostility, their teeth clenched in anger. He truly deserves to be punished. Chapter 39. I am a person of fairness and justice. I dislike rounding things off. The disciples of the martial arts school were utterly unaware of Chen's exceptional talent. Thus, in their eyes, he merely ascended through flattery, as laughter from Su Jintz had echoed throughout their journey in the carriage. A group of disciples from the martial arts academy harbored considerable resentment as they cast disdainful glances at Chen, wishing fervently to confront him and mar his face, tearing apart that mouth which so adeptly flattered. Lowly servant, what skill is there in ingratiating oneself? Bah! Su Yi, his head swathed in bandages, concealed himself amidst the crowd, expressing his sour grievances. The other disciples echoed his sentiments with scoffs. Indeed, he might not even pass the martial examination at the academy. The assessments rely on one's innate talent and comprehension, not mere words. Damn it, even if it were by flattery, I would outshine that servant. My maid blushes profusely at my every compliment. Yet, had they dared to voice such opinions in front of Chen, their courage would have faltered, for he had demonstrated his might by sending the initial stage of capturing energy, Wang, flying with a single slap at the tavern in Yushan County. Thank you, senior sister. Chen's spirits soared as he realized he could save on lodging expenses, a stroke of fortune indeed. However, his expressions of gratitude only served to incite further ire among the martial disciples. Flatterer, you'll meet your end beneath the tail of a horse. Chen paid them no mind. Let us depart. Dantai Xiaosong cast a glance at Chen, restrapping the Tianxin dragon scale spear to her back as she led Su Jintz and Chen away. Without their leader, the disciples felt a sense of unease. Su Yi cleared his throat, stepping forward despite his bandaged head. Everyone, the lodging costs are exorbitant. Why don't we discuss renting a house instead? With newfound direction, the disciples eagerly agreed. Navigating through the bustling streets, under Dantai Xiaosong's guidance, Chen and Su Jintz arrived at a shop named Dantai Jewelry. The name struck a chord within Chen. Moments later, Dantai Xiaosong's voice reached his ears. Chen, this is my shop. You shall reside in the back courtyard until your martial examination. As she spoke, she summoned the shopkeeper to relay instructions. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man named Lu, beamed with enthusiasm upon hearing Dantai Xiaosong's orders. Ah, it is you, young hero Mo. I have long admired your reputation. Please, allow me to personally show you to your room. Chen glanced at Dantai Xiaosong and Su Jintz. Su Jintz smiled. Go ahead. You have the rest of your time free. My sister and I must return to the academy. I will arrange for someone to bring you some materials for the martial examination. Make the most of the next 2 weeks. Dantai Xiaosong's eyes sparkled like crystalline springs. We shall await your return at the martial academy. Do not disappoint us. Unable to suppress a smile, Chen replied, rest assured, I will not let you down. Dantai Xiaosong nodded, departing the jewelry store with Su Jintz. This way, please. Lu, the shopkeeper, gestured invitingly. I apologize for the inconvenience during your stay, Master Mo. Chen smiled politely, following him into the courtyard. The courtyard of the jewelry store was spacious, sufficient to accommodate over 20 people, in Chen's estimation. Lu arranged for a fine guest room and instructed the staff to bring 3 dishes, a soup, and some refreshments, before returning to the shop to attend to business. After a leisurely wash and a hearty meal, Chen reclined on the bed, hands clasped behind his head, finally displaying a semblance of comfort and contentment. After a fortnight of travel, he could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Lost in thought about how to earn money, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The warm morning sun poured through the window. Unknown birds chirped at the eaves. Chen opened his eyes, momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings of his guest room. Before realizing he was in the capital of the Jinwu prefecture, he had dreamt all night, nearly unable to distinguish between dream and reality. In the dream, he found himself back on Earth, surrounded by modern skyscrapers, bustling highways, and cars. He sat in an office, anxiously attempting to make a phone call, only to find he could not get through. Zhuangzhou dreams of a butterfly, or is the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Now, I cannot discern whether my experiences on Earth were merely a dream. After a moment of contemplation, Chen abruptly sat up in bed, taking a deep breath. No. Now that I am in this world, I must live well here. The martial examination at Jinwu Academy. Chen's eyes sparkled as he arose to wash up and have breakfast, then sought out Lu, the shopkeeper. Lu, could you appraise the value of these jade and silver items? Chen laid out all the jade pieces from his inventory on the table. Lu glanced over them and shook his head, offering a price. Young hero Mo, the craftsmanship of these jade and silver items is rather ordinary. Together, they may only fetch 249 taels of silver. For the lady's sake, I will round it up to 250. Upon hearing this, Chen's eyelid twitched, and he waved his hands in exasperation. No, please, do not do that. I am a fair and just man. I do not appreciate rounding. I insist on 249, not a single coin less, nor more. Ridiculous. 250? Are you mocking me? I am not someone who scrambles for a mere tael. Fine. Even if I were keen on that tael, why must it be 250? Chen's words left Lu momentarily flabbergasted, but he quickly regained composure, bowing in admiration. Young hero Mo, your integrity is truly commendable. Chen smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, and finalized the transaction with Lu. The jade and silver had originally been acquired from the Black Wind stronghold, and he recognized Lu was not deceiving him. Being able to sell them for 249 taels was already satisfactory. Once the transaction was complete, Chen took the silver notes and prepared to head out. Lu, I will take a stroll. You need not prepare lunch for me. Of course. Lu nodded with a smile, courteously seeing Chen out. As Chen stepped outside Dantai Jewelry, the vibrant scene before him once again left him awestruck. Candied hawthorn. How delightful. Griddle cakes. Selling griddle cakes. The night market was ablaze with lights and bustling activity, while the daytime market overflowed with vendors and throngs of people. There are truly so many people, even more than at night. Chen marveled as he waded into the crowd. To his left, he spotted a first-grade golden gourd hammer. To his right, a second-grade fishbone whip. A bit behind him lay a second-grade dagger, and directly ahead, a third-grade longsword. Wait, a fourth-grade weapon. Chapter 40. The most likely candidate for true inheritance. Chen instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the glow, immediately noticing a tea house where a stone plaque stood, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The fourth-grade weapon was a dark, wolf-headed battle axe, hoisted on the shoulder of a towering man, bare-chested and standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 5. Hey, in this martial examination at Jinwu Academy, the one most likely to attain true inheritance must be Situ Xian, with his earth-level root bone. Besides Situ Xian, Hushichi from Anfeng County is also a contender for true inheritance. It is said that Hushichi also possesses an earth-level root bone. Bah, your information is outdated. Just yesterday, a traveling merchant brought word that a genius with a heaven-level root bone has emerged from Liangshan County. No way, a heaven-level root bone. Is that true? Absolutely true. It is indeed a heaven-level root bone. I have heard that the prodigy named Ruan Tianjing, at the tender age of merely 15, has already attained the initial stage of the 5 elements realm. Goodness gracious. Such a pace of cultivation rivals that of Dantai Xiaosong. Who could dispute that? He is certainly on the path to breaking into the mountain opening realm before the age of 20. Here it comes, the latest news regarding the martial exam disciples. A young attendant emerged from the tea house, beaming as he affixed a white sheet filled with names to the stone tablet at the entrance. Esteemed guests, this is the most recent announcement. The Academy has established betting odds, and they are set. Please place your bets promptly. Huzzah! A chorus of excitement erupted, with many onlookers' eyes lighting up as they cheered in approval. The triannual martial exam of the Jinwu Academy always sees participants reaping abundant rewards. Betting for a chance at fortune is a customary event every 3 years. Can we place bets? Hearing this piqued Chen's interest, and he squeezed into the crowd to gaze at the stone tablet. First place, Ruan Tianjing, celestial grade root bone, the son of a wealthy merchant from Liangshan County. He became a disciple of the Qianjun Martial Arts School at the age of 6, showcasing extraordinary talent. At just 15, he has broken through to the initial stage of the 5 elements realm, with hopes of reaching the mountain opening realm by 20. The odds for a true disciple are set at 1 silver to 101. 1 silver to 101. That translates to odds of 101. Chen mused silently, recalling the conversation he had just overheard. Ruan Tianjing, being of celestial grade root bone, naturally draws the admiration of countless individuals who foresee his entry into the Jinwu Academy, securing the position of true disciple. Hence, the odds are understandably low. Second place, Situ Xian, earth grade root bone. At 16 years old, he has achieved great perfection in the condensation realm. The odds for a true disciple stand at 1 to 1. Chen noted that compared to Ruan Tianjing's celestial grade root bone, Situ Xian's odds have skyrocketed. Third place, Hushichi, earth grade root bone. At 17, he is in the late stage of the condensation realm. His innate strength is well known, yet he is seldom seen. The odds for a true disciple are 1 to 2. The disparity in odds among those with earth grade root bones is strikingly vast. Chen shook his head, preparing to delve into the detailed introduction of Hushichi when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of his own name. He was taken aback. 6th place, Chen. Root bone unknown. At 15 years old, he is in the initial stage of the condensation realm. A mere servant in the chefog of a local official in Uni County. He fortuitously learned martial arts. When Dantai Xiaosong visited Uni County on official business, he took a keen interest in this youth, allowing him to accompany him to the capital. Suspected of possessing exceptional martial talent, he defeated a head constable in the initial stage of the condensation realm with a single strike. The prospect of entering the inner sect is slim, with odds set at 1 to 5. Chen's eyes widened. My odds are 1 to 5? His heart raced like a drum. He fished out a silver note, bubbling with excitement. If I wager 200 taels, wouldn't that yield a return of 1,000 taels? The allure of 1 to 5 odds was irresistible. Chen had never before perceived his name as being so valuable. However, once he regained his composure, he tucked away the silver note. Within the Xuanyuan Academy, the number of true disciples has only just surpassed 103 centuries, implying that the average martial exam only admits 3 true disciples each time. If no suitable prodigies are found, they might not admit anyone at all. As he gazed at the list of names boasting exceptional root bones, a twinge of insecurity gripped his heart. With my only average root bone, would I be stuck at the root bone inspection and unable to proceed? Throughout his journey, he had inquired extensively with Su Jints about the martial exam and learned about the procedures of the Xuanyuan Academy. The martial exam consists of 4 stages. First stage, moral character inspection. One must possess commendable virtues to gain entry. Second stage, root bone inspection, verification of root bone to determine its grade. Third stage, comprehension assessment, evaluation of talent for selective admission. Passing the third stage grants entry into the Xuanyuan Academy as an outer disciple. Particularly exceptional candidates may enter the inner sect directly. Fourth stage, practical combat. This assesses courage and endurance, testing reaction and adaptability. Only by passing the 4th stage does one have a chance to become a true disciple. Typically, some disciples are turned away at the 1st stage due to poor character, while others may fail the 2nd stage due to inadequate root bones, leaving in disappointment. Chen contemplated the possibility of being eliminated at the 2nd stage. An average root bone seems barely sufficient to pass the 2nd stage, but to enter the inner sect and aspire for true discipleship, my root bone falls short. His comprehension is predicated upon financial means. Currently, his pockets are empty, making it impossible to display his comprehension. Thus, the challenge of earning money loomed once more. Chen felt a pang of frustration. How could he earn money in just half a month? He scanned the bustling crowd around him, and suddenly, inspiration struck. Catering. In areas with the highest foot traffic, the food industry is undeniably lucrative, and the fastest way to make money is undoubtedly through fast food. With this thought, Chen swiftly turned on his heels and raced back to Dantai Jewelry. Manager Liu, behind the counter. Manager Liu was engaged in conversation with 2 elegantly dressed women when he heard Chen's call and looked up. What can I do for you, young sir? Chen inquired. Does senior sister have a tavern? Manager Liu shook his head. Miss does not own a tavern. Upon seeing Chen's smile gradually fade, revealing a hint of disappointment, he quickly added, however, Miss Su does have a restaurant, though it has struggled for quite some time and is not doing well. Snap. Chen snapped his fingers, excitement rekindling. As long as there's a restaurant. In that case, arrange for someone to send a message to Senior Sister Su, saying I wish to collaborate with her. Certainly, no problem. Manager Liu nodded, asking no further questions, and summoned a young attendant to assist Chen with the arrangement. After a brief tea break, Chen finished composing a letter, detailing his desire to collaborate on the catering venture with Su Jints, and sent the attendant off with the message. By afternoon, the attendant returned, bringing not only a letter of agreement from Su Jints, but also some introductory materials about the Xuanyuan Academy. Perfect. Chen was elated upon reading the letter. In it, Su Jints expressed no expectations for her restaurant and encouraged him to manage it as he saw fit. She indicated that even if he earned money, there was no need for her to receive a share. A portion of the rent would suffice. Senior Sister Su is well-intentioned, but I must maintain principles and boundaries. Chen chuckled softly, having no intention of monopolizing the profits. The letter proposed a 50-50 split, and so it shall be. He promptly tidied himself up and set off for the address mentioned in the letter. Chapter 41. The Ultimate Luxurious Supreme Package. Su Jints Restaurant, though not situated in the most favorable location, was neither entirely disadvantageous. While it strayed from the main thoroughfare and the bustling city gates, its position was still decent. With sufficient foot traffic, the restaurant spanned approximately 150 square meters on the first floor, with 2 levels, totaling over 300 square meters, accommodating over 100 diners simultaneously. When Chen arrived, he found the restaurant's door ajar, revealing only 3 patrons on the first floor, indulging in unprofitable noodle dishes. Manager. Chen called out, bemused. Behind the counter, a young man, startled awake from a nap, blinked at Chen. The young man yawned rhythmically, inquiring dully, what would the esteemed guest like to eat? Chen furrowed his brow as he gazed at the young man, inquiring, Are you the proprietor? The young man, eyes closed, lazily nodded. Indeed, that's me. Chen was somewhat speechless. Initially, he had presumed that the young man behind the counter was merely a waiter, only to discover he was the actual owner of the establishment. It was rather peculiar for a proprietor to doze off at the front counter, with the door barely ajar. It was no wonder business was poor. Contemplating this, Chen wasted no time and directly produced Su Jin's token and letter. From today onward, the management of this establishment is in my hands. I expect your full cooperation. The young man accepted the letter and token, momentarily taken aback, before hastily exiting the counter to bow in deference, saying, I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I hope you will forgive our oversight. Since it is Mrs. Explicit instruction, we shall certainly do our utmost to assist. Excellent. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, relieved not to encounter the rumored resistance. Upon reflection, it was understandable. In the Great Xuanyuan dynasty, slavery and indentured servitude were legitimized. Typically, the proprietors and chefs within such establishments were of the same ilk. Should they defy Su Jin's orders, it would undoubtedly spell their doom. Hence, they had no choice but to remain loyal to their mistress and treat her guests with utmost respect. Let us first inspect the kitchen, Chen commanded. And without further ado, he instructed Manhwaedit to lead the way as they both entered the back kitchen. Upon arriving, they found the scene akin to that of the front counter, with 2 chefs and 4 helpers all napping. The sounds of snoring filled the air, each one more resounding than the last. One particularly rotund chef, after a loud snore, took an eternity to resume breathing. Just when Chen could no longer restrain himself and was nearly suffocating from holding his breath, the plump chef suddenly jolted awake, snoring again as he regained his breath. Good heavens! Almost suffocated from a mere nap. Chen shook his head, feeling rather helpless. Could such a crew truly realize his aspirations? Bang! Manhwaedit abruptly slammed his palm against the table, startling the back kitchen into a cacophony of gasps. The 2 chefs and 4 helpers sprang to their feet. Confusion etched on their faces as they looked toward Manhwaedit and Chen. What is the meaning of this, Manager Meng? With a stern expression, Manhwaedit declared, I am here to announce a matter of importance. From this day forth, by order of the young lady, we are all to assist young Master Mo. Anyone who defies this order shall personally seek out the young lady to receive their punishment. Understood. The group responded in unison, their expressions turning serious. Chen nodded and spoke. The situation is not so dire. I am here to engage in a business venture with Miss Su. Whether this venture can be successful and meet her expectations hinges on your full cooperation with me. At the mention of Su Jin's involvement, the spirits of all present lifted, and they exclaimed with enthusiasm, we will ensure the task is completed. Wonderful. A glint of determination flashed in Chen's eyes as he produced the menu he had prepared in advance. Here is the menu I have crafted. First, procure the necessary ingredients, and then I will begin instructing you on the culinary process. We shall commence operations bright and early tomorrow. With that, Chen handed the menu to Manhwaedit. Upon glancing at it, Manhwaedit's expression shifted to one of astonishment at the dishes listed: braised pork, lion's head meatballs, crispy fried meat, stir-fried shredded meat, braised eggplant, homestyle tofu, stir-fried chives, and spicy shredded cloud fungus. The ingredients listed were readily available in Jinwu City. Yet the methods of preparation were unheard of in the Great Xuanyuan. Manhwaedit and the 2 chefs perused the menu, their expressions a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. However, ignorance did not equate to daring to question. They promptly set to work, heading out to procure the necessary items. By the time they had gathered all the ingredients, 2 hours had passed. Chen had already prepared 4 dishes, which he placed on the table. I noticed some condiments in your kitchen, so I decided to prepare a few dishes for you to sample, he explained, not elaborating further as he handed out chopsticks to everyone. Having honed his culinary skills during his previous life on Earth, he effortlessly crafted the dishes, and their presentation left the kitchen staff in awe, their mouths watering in anticipation. Manhwaedit and the others gazed at the fragrant dishes on the table, unable to suppress their salivation. So delicious. Let us dig in, Chen commanded. And they could no longer contain themselves, eagerly diving into the meal. Manhwaedit picked up a glossy piece of braised pork, cautiously placing it into his mouth. In an instant, a wave of unprecedented flavor exploded on his palate. Gulp. The meat melted in his mouth, leaving a lingering taste that was neither greasy nor heavy, compelling him to savor every bite. Simultaneously, the others were completely captivated, their delighted exclamations echoing through the kitchen. My goodness, this is simply exquisite. How could it taste this good? Wow. Tofu can be prepared this way. This braised pork is divine. And this crispy meat, hands off. I've never tasted such delectable cloud fungus in my life. Witnessing their enthusiastic reactions, Chen finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Gentlemen, it pairs even better with rice. Thus, the 4 dishes, accompanied by a large pot of rice, were devoured by the 7 individuals, leaving not a drop of broth behind. As night fell, Chen personally guided the 2 chefs, who were diligently learning. The 4 helpers were busy chopping the vegetables needed for the next day's service. Together, the 8 of them, including Chen, prepared themselves for the challenges ahead. The following morning, Imo Chun arrived bright and early at the restaurant. The two chefs were already cooking according to the recipes he had taught them. After observing for a brief moment, Imo Chun nodded in approval. True professionals. They grasped the techniques effortlessly. With only 13 days remaining until the martial examination at Jinwu Academy, the influx of people to the city would only increase during this time. When they had arrived the previous day, they had already seen many setting up tents outside the city. It was rumored that within 7 days, the open areas outside the city would be completely filled. At that point, securing a meal would prove to be a significant challenge. Hence, their fast food would undoubtedly sell out. Once the dishes were prepared, they would be served in large wooden bowls, neatly arranged on tables outside the restaurant. Customers would pay first, then collect their meals before entering to dine. Manhwaaudiobook hang yesterday's pricing sign at the entrance, displaying the uniform prices. The top-tier luxurious supreme set with 3 meat and 5 vegetable dishes shall be priced at 1,000 coins per serving. The deluxe set with 2 meat and 3 vegetable dishes will be 600 coins per serving. The auspicious martial set with 2 meat and 1 vegetable dish will be 300 coins per serving. The extreme tasting set with 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish will be 100 coins per serving. What? That's exorbitant. No, you misunderstand this business model. Our fast food is designed for travelers, capitalizing on short-term profits. Those who practice martial arts are either wealthy or noble. The common folk cannot afford to train in martial arts. Furthermore, rarity breeds value, understand? We are introducing something unprecedented. Its novelty will attract customers. Moreover, procure a batch of simple tables and chairs. When the crowd swells, set them up in every available space outside the restaurant. Also, purchase a gong, and so forth. Although Imo Chun spoke with conviction, Manhwaaudiobook and the others exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. They felt a sense of trepidation, convinced that Imo Chun's pricing was nothing short of fantastical and utterly impractical. Surely, only a fool would pay 100 coins for a single meal. Chapter 42. Thank you, brother. Concerning the matter of earning money and the possibility of acquiring additional funds to pursue martial arts, Imo Chun cannot be said to lack dedication. Despite the exorbitant pricing of fast food, the average person can still grit their teeth and afford a meal. In comparison to the costs of lodging, the prices of their meals are remarkably economical. After all, the current influx of people in the capital city is immense, and the local populace enjoys a relatively high income. With a considerable number of affluent individuals, if one can seize this wave of prosperity, substantial profits should surely follow. It would be ideal if there were bandits and mountain thieves around the outskirts of the city. Imo Chun finds himself reminiscing about the thrill of chivalry, where money could be earned swiftly. Unfortunately, the martial academy in the capital is far too formidable to allow any bandits or thieves to operate in the vicinity. Otherwise, before Imo Chun could arrive to enact justice, they would have already met their demise. As the clock struck the 4th hour, nearing noon, 8 large wooden basins filled with steaming dishes were neatly arranged on tables outside the shop. 2 large barrels of rice were opened, releasing an enticing aroma. Just as they finished setting up the food, curious passers-by approached to take a look. What dish is this? It smells divine. My goodness. The cheapest set meal costs 100 coins? This is highway robbery. And the most expensive set meal costs a guan. Upon hearing the astonishment of the onlookers, Manhwaaudiobook nervously emerged, clutching a bronze gong. However, seeing the crowd of curious onlookers, he gritted his teeth and resolutely struck the gong. The resounding clang quickly attracted all passers-by, who paused to observe. Manhwaaudiobook addressed the crowd loudly. Our establishment is celebrating its grand opening with incredible promotions, especially hiring top chefs from across the land. Don't miss out, everyone. If it's not delicious, you won't have to pay. The number of onlookers continued to swell, and gasps of surprise echoed. Top chefs from around the world? Goodness, this shop must be out of its mind. Charging a guan for a meal. At that moment, Imo Chun, disguised as a young man, stepped forth from the crowd, with his hands clasped behind his back. He coldly scoffed. What nonsense about top chefs from around the world. I must taste what kind of dish could command such a sky-high price. When I get serious, I can be quite harsh. I don't believe you want to take the bait. Sir, which set meal would you like? Manhwaaudiobook asked with a cheerful smile, knowing it was one of the patrons arranged by Imo Chun. I'll take this one, the 3 meat 5 vegetable supreme luxury set meal. I am not short on money, but I crave happiness, Imo Chun declared grandly, pointing to the top of the wooden sign. Clang. Manhwaaudiobook struck the gong with zeal, excitedly shouting, Thank you, esteemed brother, for ordering a supreme luxury set meal. Wishing you all the best and abundant wealth. Several young attendants bowed deeply to Imo Chun, shouting in unison, Thank you, esteemed brother. The onlookers were taken aback. However, upon looking at Imo Chun again, they inexplicably felt that his proud demeanor exuded an air of authority. He was clearly a wealthy individual. Goodness, is the dining standard this high for a mere meal? My word, I feel inexplicably exhilarated. Imo Chun, maintaining an aloof demeanor, approached a table outside, laden with dishes on a tray. Addressing the gathered crowd, he boldly proclaimed, I shall first taste the food to discern its quality. If it is not palatable, I shall demolish this establishment. With a commanding presence, Chen sat down, gesturing to the surrounding onlookers, sneering repeatedly. Bravo! Our esteemed brother is truly imposing. The crowd erupted in applause, eager to witness the spectacle, cheering for Chen. Everyone, pay close attention. Chen once again clasped his hands and then picked up his chopsticks, pointing to the braised pork. I shall first sample this dish. Manhwa immediately chimed in. Esteemed brother, this dish is called braised pork. It is made from the finest pork belly, requiring 18 intricate cooking processes and 3 hours to prepare a single pot. It is one of our establishment's supreme specialty dishes. You have excellent taste. Supreme specialty dish? Humph. Let me have a taste. Chen remarked. And in full view of the crowd, he slowly picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth. After a moment of pause, he exaggeratedly expressed his shock. Wow, this is unbelievably delicious. Without waiting for the onlookers to inquire, he began to devour the food voraciously. Heavens, it's delectable. So incredibly good. This braised pork melts in the mouth, bursting with flavor. This crispy pork is extraordinary. Worth it. My money has been well spent. It's hard to buy happiness with money, but I am thoroughly satisfied. I used to eat rubbish before. Witnessing Chen's exaggerated speed of eating and the stark contrast in his attitude, all the onlookers were left bewildered. Is this food truly that delicious? Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the crowd, Manhwa, sensing a shift in mood, immediately called out, 100 coins for a tasting price. You won't regret it. Don't wait until the prices rise and you wish you had acted sooner. At that moment, a portly man, noticing Chen's enjoyment, could no longer resist. He stepped out from the crowd and shouted, I'll have a portion. Manhwa inquired, esteemed brother, which set meal would you like? The portly man hesitated. I'll try a tasting set meal first. Certainly. Manhwa struck the gong vigorously, proclaiming, Thank you, esteemed brother, for ordering an exquisite tasting set meal. The young attendants shouted in unison, Thank you, esteemed brother. The portly man turned around to see the astonished and envious expressions of all the onlookers. This was the first time he had ever garnered such attention. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a surge of pride, his vanity greatly satisfied. He walked with a newfound swagger, his posture straightening with each step. Esteemed brother, here is your set meal. Please take it. With Chen leading the way, the portly man did not resist picking up the tray. He feigned an air of aloofness, nodding slightly, and imitated Chen by sitting outside the shop. Braised pork. I shall also have a taste. The portly man picked up his chopsticks, hesitating momentarily before placing a piece of braised pork into his mouth. The moment he tasted it, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his expression transformed dramatically. Gulp. The portly man swallowed the braised pork whole, eagerly lifting his bowl to devour the food with gusto. Esteemed brother, how does it taste? Is it good? Delicious. Truly delicious. The flavor is extraordinary. Shopkeeper, give me another tasting set meal. The portly man mumbled, giving a thumbs up, and continued to eat without pause. A young attendant quickly brought him an extra serving. Manhwa cheerfully called out again. Is there anyone else willing to try? I guarantee you won't regret it. A taste of heavenly delicacies that will leave you yearning for more. 2 more individuals hesitated for a moment before pushing through the crowd. I'll have a portion. I want to try. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals ventured to indulge in the culinary delights. Their gasps of astonishment and exclamations of admiration echoed throughout the air. The emergence of classic homestyle dishes like braised pork and crispy meat at the Xian was akin to a dimensional strike, instantly captivating the palates of all diners present. Passers-by feasted with grease-laden mouths, nearly swallowing their tongues in delight. Chapter 43. This is faster than robbing a bank. Good heavens, how could it be so fragrant? What sorcery is this? Incredible. I initially thought it was a scam, yet I never anticipated it would be so delectable. Unprecedentedly delicious. I've never encountered such flavorful cuisine. Truly, this chef, who has traveled across nations, possesses skills that surpass even the renowned fragrant pavilion of the capital. Indeed, it's exceptionally worthwhile. I've journeyed far and wide, tasting countless delicacies, but this braised pork suits my palate splendidly. Waiter, I shall have another serving of the 600-won set meal. As time progressed and noon approached, the streets were filled with patrons seeking dining establishments. The restaurant, spanning 2 floors, was completely packed, with even the makeshift tables and chairs outside overflowing with eager diners. Manhwa and his 6 companions were busily engaged, and the table turnover rate soared. According to Chen's calculations, within just 1 hour, the total number of patrons, both inside and outside, exceeded 600, with tables being turned over a staggering 4 times. At the hour of Shan, around 3 p.m., the number of patrons gradually dwindled to around 20. The 7 of them, including Chen, collapsed wearily into their seats. Exhaustion etched across their faces. Xiao, I am utterly impressed. Your methods are unparalleled and exceedingly rare. I never imagined diners could be so frenzied. Manhwa gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow and giving Chen a thumbs up of admiration. Chen laughed heartily while sipping his tea. What is this? Just wait a few days, and the capital will be bustling with even more people. We shall be even busier. If I had more hands, I would send some of you out of the city to sell. Please, not at all. I truly cannot handle it. Manhwaaudiobook chuckled, shaking his head. However, when it came to the issue of manpower, Chen recognized several drawbacks, such as the need for more effective promotion, handling payments, and quickly cleaning utensils. The lengthy queues during meal service hampered efficiency, and when guests requested additional dishes, timely delivery was hindered. The two chefs in the kitchen struggled to focus solely on cooking. Among other issues, these factors were significantly reducing the turnover rate, resulting in a considerable loss of potential customers and, consequently, revenue. Contemplating these matters, Chen remarked, Manager Meng, a significant influx of patrons is expected tonight, so prepare yourselves. Additionally, I have an idea. Calculate today's accounts and hire 30 more attendants to elevate our turnover efficiency and service quality. Turnover efficiency? Manhwaaudiobook was taken aback. Chen clarified, you can understand it as the number of times a table can be reused within an hour. I observed that a table was turned over 4 times within that hour, with a considerable amount of time left vacant. If we had sufficient staff, doubling this turnover rate would be effortless. Manhwaaudiobook nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed, and replied, all right, I'll tally the accounts and then head to the hiring agency. Chen smiled and nodded, sipping tea from his cup. After a short while, Manhwaaudiobook completed the calculations and was left utterly astonished as he gazed at the money box and ledger. Good heavens, we've made such a substantial profit. From the 4th quarter of the hour of C to the 1st quarter of the hour of Shan. They had served over 1,500 patrons within a mere 2.5 hours. 70% of them indulged in the 100-win tasting set, yielding a staggering profit of 33 taels of silver. Upon seeing this figure, Manhwaaudiobook gasped, his astonishment beyond words. This is an outrageous profit margin. The cost of the 100-win tasting set, comprising 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, is at most around 21. Selling it at 100-win nets us an 80-win profit. Moreover, the 600-win luxury set and the 1,000-win supreme set yield even greater profits. How can the wealthy diners be so unconcerned about prices? Do they truly purchase the supreme set with their eyes closed? This is quicker than robbing a bank. Manhwaaudiobook found himself in a conundrum. Robbing a bank entails risks, yet they faced none in their restaurant venture. Meanwhile, Chen, witnessing the income, felt his spirits lift. If they continued at this rate, the day could yield at least 50 taels of silver, resulting in 650 taels over 13 days. In a month, that could amount to 1,500 taels, a far more stable endeavor than wandering in search of justice. Even if the number of patrons diminished after the martial examination at the town martial academy, their set meals would still be in demand. They could simply reduce prices and promote sales to maintain customer flow. For Chen, having a stable source of income was far superior to risking life and limb. It was said that inner disciples of the town martial academy possessed only 1 storefront, while true disciples could command 5. If I could become a true disciple, wouldn't that allow me to expand my business further? The very thought made Chen's mind race. After all, his pursuit of martial arts was entirely dependent on silver. For him, earning money meant enhancing his martial prowess. Thus, becoming a true disciple, with the accompanying support and resources, was undoubtedly the best course of action. I must take the plunge. I must strive to become a true disciple. If successful, not only would I gain a storefront, but also access to numerous martial arts manuals. With sufficient funds, Chen could devote himself to cultivation. He considered the possibility of striving for true disciple status, which might not be entirely out of reach. Regarding the restaurant's profits, he had previously agreed with Su Jin's that they would settle accounts annually. Thus, the money earned during the restaurant's early days could be wholly invested in his training. The senior sister had mentioned that mastering the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist would enable one to alter their innate constitution. Chen pondered. Could I use money to fully realize this incomplete high-grade martial art? Though it would indeed require a considerable expenditure if he aimed for true disciple status. He needed to proceed cautiously. Should he manage to enhance his innate constitution, it would significantly benefit not only his own training speed, but also his preparation for the 2nd round of the martial examination, making it a worthwhile investment. Moreover, having previously experienced 2 martial arts iterations, developing the Fierce Tiger Fist into the inferior Grade Tyrant Tiger Celestial Force, and the Giant Ape Long Fist into the intermediate Grade Giant Ape True Fist, Chen was confident that, given sufficient funds, he could also complete the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist in the martial arena. There was no rush to refine it today. He would wait until 10 days later, just before the martial examination commenced, to fully invest in his cultivation. With these thoughts in mind, Chen clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination, his entire being brimming with vigor. Chapter 44. An invitation from the Drunken Moon Tower's courtesan? In the span of merely 7 days, time has swiftly slipped away. During this period, the population of the Xuanyuan Mansion City has surged dramatically, creating a bustling atmosphere, both within and beyond the city walls. Throngs of people fill the streets, with carriages and pedestrians flowing incessantly. Throughout these days, the fast food business run by Chen has experienced a remarkable rise, with revenue nearly tripling since its inception, yielding over 140 taels of silver daily. Moreover, having employed an additional 30 young attendants, Chen has found himself with more leisure time. On ordinary days, he merely oversees operations in the establishment, while the remainder of his time is spent behind the counter, familiarizing himself with all the materials related to Xuanyuan Academy. As noon approaches, a young man clad in exquisite garments, accompanied by a charming young girl and an elderly servant, approaches with a smile. "Esteemed guest, which Taocan would you like?" The young attendant eagerly inquires, beaming with enthusiasm. The young man glances at the wooden sign displaying the prices and meal options, casually responding, "Two of the most extravagant ones." Clang! A resounding gong reverberates, startling the trio. Before they can fully comprehend the situation, they hear the attendant shout loudly, "Thank you, esteemed brother, for ordering 2 sets of the top-tier luxury, Supreme. Wishing you all the best. May your ambitions soar high. Thank you, esteemed brother." Suddenly, all 30 attendants, both inside and outside the establishment, erupt into a harmonious roar, their voices powerful and commanding. The young man in exquisite attire and the charming girl momentarily halt in their tracks, taken aback. They then notice that all the patrons dining or queuing in the restaurant have turned their heads in astonishment. Wow, 2 Supreme Taocan at once, how extravagant. He truly is a big brother, clearly a person of wealth. Indeed, just look at his attire and presence, they are distinctly different. When will I also get to experience a Supreme Taocan, basking in the spotlight? How impressive. As the murmurs of admiration and envy surround them, the young man inexplicably feels a thrill of satisfaction, compounded by the 30-odd attendants respectfully addressing him as Big Brother, which instills in him a sense of reverence. What a ridiculous atmosphere. The young man scoffs disdainfully, somewhat dismissive, and takes a seat with the charming girl. Before long, the elderly servant brings the taocan for the young man and the girl and stands respectfully by, ready to serve. However, neither the young man nor the girl touches their chopsticks, instead directing their gaze toward Chen behind the counter. "This thief that my senior sister has taken a liking to is indeed quite an interesting character," the charming girl chuckles, remarking, while Ruan Tianjing is diligently honing his martial skills in these final days. He is here selling meals, appearing utterly nonchalant. The young man shakes his head and smirks, saying, "It seems he recognizes he cannot compete with Ruan Tianjing and the others, and has resigned himself." As a disciple on the brink of participating in the grand examination at Xuanyuan Academy, it is quite peculiar that Chen, at such a critical juncture, neglects preparation for the martial arts assessment in favor of focusing on business ventures. This amusing tale quickly spreads among the disciples of Xuanyuan Academy, who remark that the dai recommended by the senior sister is lacking ambition, a naive boy unfamiliar with the world. Yet, when it comes to discussing the taocan sold by Chen, a consensus emerges among the disciples praising its deliciousness, noting its unique flavors that are simply irresistible. Qin Feng and Qin Shiriyue, the legitimate son and daughter of the mansion's lord, Qin Kanjing, soon learn of Chen's existence after overhearing the inner disciples' discussions. Driven by curiosity, they decide to visit, eager to see for themselves the prodigy personally recommended by Dantai Xiaosong. However, their expectations are soon dashed. How could a youth engrossed in business and profit possibly be a martial arts prodigy? Qin Feng and Qin Shiriyue are both skeptical. My senior sister must have misjudged him. After all, this is her first recommendation, and she likely lacks experience, Qin Shiriyue remarks, reaching for her chopsticks, her eyes blinking curiously at the dish. What an unusual dish. Is it truly as delectable as they say? Qin Feng shrugs, also picking up his chopsticks, nonchalantly saying, "Let us give it a try. It's just some food. How good could it possibly be? I've had my fair share of delicacies from all corners of Dashuan." With that, he pops a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Moments later, he finds himself devouring 10 portions of the luxurious Supreme Taofa. Even Qin Shiriyue, seated beside him, cannot resist and ends up eating 3 portions before stopping. Burp. Qin Feng sighs contentedly, closing his eyes as he reclines against the chair's back. I must admit, while this Chen may not apply himself to martial arts, he certainly possesses remarkable culinary skills. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a meal so satisfying. Brother, weren't you just scoffing at the food moments ago? How did you end up eating 10 portions? Qin Shiriyue glances at her brother's now bulging belly and giggles quietly. Qin Feng's face reddens. What I scoffed at was his lack of dedication to martial arts, not his cuisine. As Qin Shiriyue prepares to retort, Qin Feng quickly interrupts, shifting the topic. Find a suitable opportunity to send an invitation to this Chen, allowing him to meet a few talented individuals and awaken his fighting spirit. He shouldn't be lounging around all day, or he bring shame to Xiaosong during the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, Qin Shiriyue understands her brother's protective instincts, choosing not to confront the matter. Instead, she nods with a smile, saying, "Very well. I can also provide him with some elixirs, but as for the expenses, I'll cover it." Qin Feng rolls his eyes, giving his sister an exasperated glare. Qin Shiriyue bursts into laughter, clapping her hands in delight. Thus, after the 2 siblings depart, Chen, who has been quietly reading behind the counter, soon receives an invitation. Xiao, someone has brought you an invitation. Manhwaaudiobook enters with a look of envy, accompanied by a young attendant in azure attire. Oh, an invitation for me? Chen muses, puzzled. as he realizes he hardly knows anyone in the mansion aside from Dantai Xiaosong, Su Jin's, and Chen Xianin. Who could possibly be inviting him? The young attendant approaches with a smile, presenting the invitation with both hands. Young Master Imo, I am from the Zuyu Tower in the mansion, specially tasked by Miss Yunqi to extend an invitation for you to attend a banquet at Zuyu Tower tonight. Gentlemen such as young Master Wan Tianjing, young Master Situ Xian, and young Master Hushichi will all be present, and we hope you can grace us with your presence. Mo Chun is momentarily taken aback. Zuyu Tower? He has heard of its esteemed reputation during his time in the mansion. It is said to be the most upscale brothel in the entire Xuanyuan mansion, featuring 4 renowned courtesans of unparalleled beauty and 10 top-tier entertainers, each exceptional in their own right. It is rumored that the clientele of Zuyu Tower consists solely of the affluent and the distinguished. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to even cross its threshold without a certain level of prestige. Moreover, Miss Yunqi is renowned as the foremost among the 4 courtesans, celebrated as a beauty capable of captivating nations, with countless noble patrons willing to lavish fortunes upon her. Yet, it is perplexing that such an opulent establishment and a premier courtesan would extend an invitation to a mere nobody like him. Mo Chun feels a sense of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. I must inquire, why would Miss Yunqi invite me to a banquet when we are not acquainted? The attendant offers a wry smile and shakes his head. Young Master Imo, I am not privy to the details. My sole purpose is to deliver the invitation. Very well. Mo Chun nodded slightly, not wishing to make things difficult for the young servant. He produced 20 copper coins and handed them over, saying, Thank you for your efforts. Here is a little something for your trouble. Go enjoy some tea. The servant, upon seeing this, was overcome with joy, hastily accepting the coins with both hands, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, young Master Imo. Thank you, young Master Imo. Mo Chun chuckled softly, rising to his feet. All right, you may return now. I shall attend the banquet myself this evening. The servant expressed his thanks once more, taking 3 steps back before turning and leaving in high spirits. Manhwaaudiobook, observing from the side, remarked with a hint of concern, Young Master Imo, you needn't have rewarded that servant. Delivering messages is merely his duty. Mo Chun turned to glance at him, a silent laugh escaping his lips as he shook his head, offering no further explanation. Chapter 45. The stars encircle the moon that afternoon. The news of Miss Yunqi hosting a banquet at the Drunken Moon Tower for the prodigies of the martial arts examinations spread like wildfire. In an instant, the entire city turned its attention to the Drunken Moon Tower, as it pertained to the selection of the next generation of true disciples and inner sect members. Numerous merchants and noble families weighed the pros and cons in advance, dispatching representatives to show their support and forge connections. As night fell, the Drunken Moon Tower was bustling with activity, a throng of guests from wealthy and influential families arriving in high spirits. In the grand hall on the first floor, numerous guests gathered around a circular stage, clinking their glasses and engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, on the second floor, many nobles indulged in fine wine, embracing beautiful companions, all the while discreetly observing the unfolding dynamics below. I dare wager that the position of true disciple will undoubtedly go to Wan Tianjing. One guest proclaimed. Such a statement is redundant. It seems no one in or out of the city is unaware of Wan Tianjing's illustrious name, right? Another chimed in. Indeed. His innate talent is simply astounding. He is yet another one of Dantai Xiaosang's prized students. Haha, speaking of Dantai Xiaosang, I can't help but laugh. I heard she utilized her recommendation quota for the chief disciple to personally endorse a certain Mo Chun, a mere servant. Surprisingly, upon arriving in the city, he not only neglected to diligently train for the examination, but also ventured into the restaurant business. I've heard of this as well. They say that he is quite skilled in trade. Could it be that Dantai Xiaosang specifically sought out the shopkeeper? Impossible. Why would Dantai Xiaosang bestow her recommendation on a mere shopkeeper? Haha, that certainly holds true. That servant is truly an oddity. Even before the talented contenders arrived for the martial arts examination, they had already become the center of attention, particularly Wan Tianjing and Mo Chun, whose stark contrast made them the subjects of much discussion. One was hailed as an unparalleled genius, while the other was ridiculed as a merchant's lackey. At this moment, a young servant outside called out loudly, "A distinguished guest has arrived. Young Master Situ is here." Instantly, the entire hall fell silent, followed by a thunderous uproar as half the guests rose to welcome the newcomer. "We have the honor of meeting young Master Situ." A young man clad in a dark robe, his hair adorned with a ceremonial crown, descended from a grand carriage. Seeing the crowd's warm welcome, he clasped his hands in greeting, laughing heartily as he returned the salutes. "What merit do I possess to warrant such a reception from everyone? Please, no need for formality. Young Master Situ, please," the guests urged, engaging in animated conversation as they escorted him inside. However, just as they entered, the servant outside called out again. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Young Master Wan Tianjing is here." With a rumble, the entire Drunken Moon Tower, both floors, erupted as nearly all the guests rushed towards the entrance. "Quick! Wan Tianjing has arrived." Oh my goodness. Young Master Ruan has finally emerged from seclusion. I must be the first to present my name card. With Ruan Tianjing's entrance, the drunken moon tower became eerily quiet, almost entirely vacant. Even the musicians could not resist putting down their instruments, standing on tiptoes to catch a glimpse. The crowd surrounding Situ Xian, once filled with enthusiasm, abruptly shifted their attention, leaving him feeling neglected. Standing in the hall, Situ Xian gazed at the emptiness around him, then turned to see Ruan Tianjing being celebrated like a star. Situ Xian's lips twitched, his face stiffening as his hands inadvertently clenched into fists. Damn it, this is truly unfortunate. At that moment, a large hand, akin to a fan, slapped down on Situ Xian's shoulder. Situ brother, how have you been? A booming laugh resonated as Situ Xian turned in astonishment to see a towering figure behind him. Is that you, Hushichi? The giant nodded. Indeed, it is I. When did you arrive? Situ Xian asked, his face a mix of surprise and suspicion. He recalled not seeing this giant upon entering, nor hearing the servant announce his name. Yet now, he had somehow appeared right behind him. Hushichi, a towering figure at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, shook his head with a sigh. I arrived right after Ruan Tianjing, yet despite my imposing stature, those people failed to notice me. Situ Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by hearty laughter as he clutched his stomach. Ha, you have it worse than I do. At least he had been acknowledged upon entering, receiving warm welcomes and flattery. In contrast, Hushichi's entrance was met with absolute silence, his significant size making him a conspicuous figure in the crowd, yet overshadowed by Ruan Tianjing. He had become practically invisible. This comparison brought immense relief to Situ Xian, who could not help but laugh uncontrollably, thoroughly entertained. Ha, this is too amusing. You truly are in a dire situation. Unable to contain himself, Hushichi playfully punched Situ Xian on the shoulder, chiding him. You rascal, don't laugh too hard. You're in no position to mock. You're just as unfortunate. Come, let us find a place to have a drink. With that, he pulled Situ Xian along in search of seats. After a moment, as the crowd dispersed, a young man dressed in crimson robes and adorned with a purple gold crown entered the hall, flanked by admirers. Spotting Situ Xian and Hushichi, he approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Situ brother, who brother? Situ Xian and Hushichi grumbled in response, reluctantly standing and returning the greeting. Ruan brother. Ruan Tianjing, unfazed, smiled brightly. As I am new here, would it not be better to share a table with both of you? Just as Situ Xian and Hushichi were about to decline, the multitude of eyes upon them compelled them to nod in reluctant agreement. Ruan Tianjing smiled slightly, seated himself across from them, and poured himself a drink. By the way, have either of you seen Chen? Both Situ Xian and Hushichi shook their heads in unison. We have not seen him. Oh, he has not arrived yet. Ruan Tianjing raised an eyebrow. In truth, he was most eager to meet Chen that evening. Upon emerging from his own seclusion, he had heard of Dan Tai Xiasang recommending Chen for the examination in her capacity as chief disciple. Thus, he was quite curious about the servant who had garnered the attention of the esteemed senior disciple, eager to discover what talents warranted such a personal endorsement. Have either of you met Chen? Ruan Tianjing pressed, unwilling to let the matter rest. Situ Xian and Hushichi shook their heads once more. We have not encountered him. However, at this moment, a flicker of interest ignited within Situ Xian's heart. I have heard whispers that he has recently opened a restaurant in the capital, and it is said to be thriving, exceedingly popular. Hushichi remarked. I too have heard the same. My fellow townsfolk who have come to participate in the martial examination have all recommended that I sample his set menu. Ruan Tianjing nodded in agreement, stating, in that case, this Chen appears to be quite an intriguing individual. Yet, deep within, he harbored a sense of disdain and contempt. After all, he was just a lowly servant, unworthy of being compared with the likes of us. Distinguished guests have arrived. Master Mo is here. A loud announcement from a servant echoed from outside. All the guests turned in unison, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Chapter 46, Miss Yunqi. Who is Dan Tai Xiasang? She is the foremost disciple of the Zhenwu Academy, ranked first in the Jianghu Heroes list. 3 years ago, she stood head and shoulders above her peers, claiming the position of true disciple. Today, 3 years later, while she remains at the pinnacle of the 5 elements realm, none dare to underestimate or challenge her. However, the arrival of Chen today stirred a peculiar sensation among all present. Consequently, their perceptions of Dan Tai Xiasang began to waver. Distinguished guests have arrived. Master Mo is here. Upon hearing the servant's loud call at the entrance, not a single person in the grand hall rose to greet him, nor did anyone show him any regard. The scene was starkly different from when Ruan Tianjing had arrived, where the space was nearly empty, and he was the center of attention. The arrival of Chen rendered the entire Ziyu Tower hall suddenly silent. Guests exchanged glances, each revealing a smirk of schadenfreude, whispering among themselves. Could this Chen truly be the servant recommended by Dan Tai Xiasang? It seems he is rather unpopular. Haha, humph, just a lowly servant. What popularity could he possibly garner? Should we go out to greet a mere servant? Indeed, if he knew his place, He wouldn't have dared to attend this banquet tonight. What a disgrace. True. Miss Yunqi has hosted this banquet surely to invite young Master Wan and others. What business does a servant have mingling here? Such ignorance of decorum. Truly a lowly individual. The crowd exchanged knowing glances and derisive remarks about Mo Chen, completely disregarding him. Particularly, those clustered around Wan Tianjing and Situ Xin were eager to belittle Mo Chen while elevating Wan Tianjing. This only amplified Wan Tianjing's smile, filling him with secret delight as he held his head high. I, Wan Tianjing, possess a heavenly constitution. In mere days, I shall surely enter the ranks of true disciples. Miss Yunqi has arranged this banquet for me. I shall not disappoint her. Miss Yunqi, renowned as the foremost courtesan among the four at Ziyu Tower, possessed a beauty that was otherworldly, capable of captivating entire nations. Even many influential figures in the capital rarely had the privilege of glimpsing her. Today, she had deliberately hosted a banquet to invite numerous talented disciples. In the eyes of various powerful factions, this was undoubtedly a gesture to curry favor with Wan Tianjing, a prelude to establishing a relationship with him. Thus, the guests showered Wan Tianjing with fervent enthusiasm, going to great lengths to flatter and ingratiate themselves, lest they fall behind and suffer losses to rival factions. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted, swiftly merging into a singular wave. Yunqi, it's Yunqi. Miss Yunqi is descending. Heavens, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Hearing the exclamations, all in the hall raised their gazes toward the third floor. They beheld a stunning woman clad in a flowing pink gown, her shoulders adorned with fluttering ribbons, her face veiled in white silk, descending gracefully with the assistance of 6 maidens, akin to a living painting. The lady's attire was exquisitely beautiful. With each step, she seemed to glide, her skirt swaying like a poetic scene, elegant and enchanting. Wan Tianjing's eyes widened, and he gasped in awe. She was simply too beautiful. He stared, entranced by the stunning figure that captivated his very soul. Situ Xin was equally spellbound, gazing at Yunqi as she descended the staircase. In contrast, Hu Shiqi remained the most composed. He merely glanced once, sighed softly, and resumed his quiet drinking. Miss Yunqi, Yunqi. All the guests on the first floor rose, filled with excitement and fervor, shouting enthusiastically. The doors of the second-floor guest rooms swung wide open, with the corridors packed with guests eager for a glimpse of Yunqi. Wan Tianjing's heart raced, his face a mask of elation as he approached Yunqi. As Yunqi reached the first floor, Wan Tianjing displayed what he believed was a charming smile. Bowing slightly, Wan Tianjing pays his respects to Miss Yunqi. Yunqi lifted her lovely gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Wan Tianjing before gracefully inclining her body. This humble servant greets young Master Wan. Wan Tianjing, with a beaming smile, stepped forward to speak, only to suddenly realize that Yunqi had gracefully glided past him, making her way toward the entrance. What? Wan Tianjing stood momentarily stunned, turning to observe. Other guests were equally taken aback, following Yunqi's direction. Then, the guests on both the first and second floors of Ziyu Tower beheld the figure of Mo Chen stepping through the entrance. Who is this? At the entrance. Moreover, a young man donned in a flowing blue garment, with striking features and a demeanor that exuded confidence, entered Ziyu Tower, guided respectfully by a servant. With his hands clasped behind his back and a smile upon his lips, he radiated assurance. Noticing the silence that enveloped the hall as all eyes were upon him, he returned the gazes with a calm demeanor, performing a courteous salute. My apologies for the delay, the streets were quite crowded. At this moment, Yunqi, accompanied by her 6 maidens, approached slowly. Upon seeing Mo Chen, Yunqi secretly sighed in relief, grateful that he had finally arrived. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to explain to the Qin siblings. This humble servant, Yunqi, greets Master Mo. Thank you for taking the time to attend the banquet. Yunqi publicly bowed to Mo Chen, a gesture of respect. The entire assembly erupted in astonished murmurs, their minds reeling. Mo Chen, is he truly Mo Chen? What is happening? Yunqi is actually welcoming Mo Chen. I see now. Yunqi descended early solely to meet Mo Chen, not for Wan Tianjing. Who exactly is this Mo Chen? Is he not just a servant? In that moment, not only were the guests of Ziyu Tower taken aback, but even Mo Chen himself was astonished. He gazed at Yunqi's enchanting visage and graceful figure, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and bewildered by the unexpected attention. However, recalling the list of invitees for today's banquet, he soon relaxed, smiling gently. Surely, Wan Tianjing and the other talented individuals preparing for the martial examination received the same treatment. After all, Yunqi was the host and would naturally extend a warm welcome to every distinguished guest in attendance. With this thought, Mo Chen felt a sense of ease wash over him, and a relaxed smile graced his lips. Miss Yunqi, you are too kind. I am honored to have received your invitation. To show my appreciation, I have composed a poem as a gift for you. Yunqi paused momentarily, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise at the unexpected gift of a poem. Wan Tianjing, unable to contain himself, felt a surge of jealousy as his eyes reddened. He stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Chen, exclaiming, Mo Chen, You a mere servant of lowly status. Do you even comprehend the essence of poetry? Chen gazed at Yuan Tianjing with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Might I inquire who this esteemed individual is? The attendant hastily introduced, young Master Mo. This is Master Yuan Tianjing. Enlightenment dawned upon Chen. Ah, so you are the one known by that name? The attendant reiterated, Yuan Tianjing. Chen exclaimed with delight. Ah yes. Yuan. What was it? Yuan something? Yunqi couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter, her hand covering her mouth. Even the brooding C2 Xin and Hushichi, who had been sulking with their drinks, erupted into laughter. While many guests and courtesans on both floors struggled to suppress their mirth, finding Chen's jest rather biting. In stark contrast, Yuan Tianjing's expression darkened. His eyes ablaze with fury, fixating malevolently on Chen. Chen, it appears you are courting death. Yuan Tianjing, a prodigy since childhood, had always been the center of attention. Yet tonight, not only was he overlooked by Yunqi, but he was also publicly humiliated by Chen's mockery of his name. A gentleman may be slain, but never insulted. This enmity had been forged. Yuan Tianjing silently vowed to ensure that during the martial examination, Chen would perish without even understanding how it happened. Chapter 47, Willing to be a Foolish Monarch. Observing the venomous smirk in Yuan Tianjing's gaze, Chen felt a sense of disdain. No wonder the first assessment at the Zhenwu Academy scrutinized the character and virtue of its warriors. It seemed that in this world, where martial prowess reigned supreme, many individuals displayed lamentable moral fiber. Some possessed immense talent yet preyed upon the weak, contributing little to society. Dismissing Yuan Tianjing, Chen cheerfully accepted a scroll from the attendant, unfurling it with a flourish. Lady Yunqi, please behold. The scroll cascaded through the air like a waterfall, drawing the attention of everyone present, with those nearby eagerly reading the poem aloud. Clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty, spring breezes caress the rail, dew glistens profusely. Had I not seen you atop the mountain of jade, I would meet you beneath the moonlit Yao Terrace. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, her expression faltering as her eyes widened in astonishment at the poem. Wow! The atmosphere within the Ziyu Tower erupted in astonishment once more. Many influential figures present were aficionados of poetry and eloquence, and upon hearing the verses, they were utterly captivated. The poem Clouds Yearn for Garments, Flowers Long for Beauty is simply exquisite. I have a premonition that this poem will resonate throughout the vast realm of Dexian. Resonate throughout Dexian? Surely you jest. Such brilliance. Indeed. You may not grasp the depth of poetry, but once this piece is unveiled, Yunqi will undoubtedly become a sensation. By the end of the martial examination, her name shall echo throughout Dexian alongside this poem. Is this poem truly so formidable? Yunqi was initially overwhelmed by the poem's profound imagery. Now, upon hearing the crowd's exclamations and admiration, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her body trembling with emotion. Courtesans prized their renown above all, especially the top courtesans, who were driven mad by fame. She had spent 13 years in the Ziyu Tower, achieving the pinnacle of the 4 great courtesans. Yet in the 36 prefectures of Dexian, her fame was still insufficient. However, tonight's poem held the potential to elevate her reputation throughout Dexian's 36 prefectures. From then on, whenever someone recited Clouds Yearn for Garments, Flowers Long for Beauty, they would inevitably recall her name, Yunqi. Realizing this, Yunqi eagerly stepped forward, cautiously accepting the scroll from Chen's hands, her heart swelling with gratitude as tears fell. I am profoundly grateful for this precious gift, young master. It is far too generous. Initially, she had merely been tasked with organizing this banquet, fulfilling the wishes of her employer, Qin Shirihua. Yet now, her heart brimmed with surprise and gratitude, leaving no room for her earlier intentions to dismiss Chen. Instead, she felt immense respect and appreciation for him. What Chen had gifted her was not merely a poem, but a transformative opportunity. Through the dissemination of this poem, her name would surely transcend the confines of the city, spreading throughout Dexian. As long as Lady Yunqi is pleased, Chen replied, standing with an air of composure, chest out and a subtle smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of sophistication. It is merely a poem I have bestowed. I have many more in my mind. Such verses only reveal their true worth when shared. Young Master Mo, please have a seat, and allow me to perform a dance for you. After which I shall invite you upstairs for a private chat, Yunqi said coyly, biting her lip. Her autumn-like eyes were fixated on Chen, as if trying to draw him in. This time, nearly every man gazing at Chen was filled with envy and jealousy. The third floor, Lady Yunqi's private chamber, where one may enjoy her favor. It is rumored that Lady Yunqi is still a maiden. Could she be preparing to wed tonight? What a pity. Why am I not the one who composed that poem? Amidst the lamentations, the music began to play. As the gentle notes of the guzheng filled the air, Yunqi gracefully ascended the stage, her enchanting gaze locked on Chen as she shyly began to dance. Her pink skirt swayed, petals swirling around her as smoke rose, creating an ethereal atmosphere. When 6 maidens joined her, all the guests in the Ziyu Tower were captivated, their souls whisked away by the enchanting performance. So beautiful. C2Xin gazed at the butterfly like Yunshi, utterly mesmerized. Hushichi remarked, she is indeed lovely, but her backside is too small, not suitable for childbearing. What do you know? C2Xin shot Hushichi a disdainful glance. You, a brute, what do you understand about women? Have you even tasted the fruits of womanhood? Hushichi chuckled, even if I haven't tasted it, I know that Yunshi is a woman you shall never possess. C2Xion's face darkened, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianjing was seething with rage, his teeth clenched, his gaze directed at Mo Chen as if he wished to kill him. Since Mo Chen's arrival, he had been thoroughly overlooked. This was an affront that the proud scion could never tolerate. Mo Chen, very well, very well. Since I embarked on the path of martial arts, no one has ever regarded me as a stepping stone. Ruan Tianjing rose in anger, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. He, a being of celestial lineage, would use the day of the martial examination to redeem his honor from this night's humiliation. As the dance concluded, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Young Master Mo, did you enjoy my performance? Yunshi inquired shyly, her smile radiant. Mo Chen clapped, praising her profusely. Indeed, indeed. Lady Yunshi is truly a rare beauty, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. He came to understand why ancient emperors were often foolish and tyrannical. With such beauty and dance before him, he too would willingly become a foolish monarch. However, such blasphemous thoughts he would never voice aloud, merely contemplating them in the recesses of his mind. Yunshi, upon hearing his praise, smiled sweetly, curtsying gracefully. I implore you, young master, to accompany me upstairs, where I shall personally pour you a drink in gratitude. Certainly, Mo Chen replied with a bright smile, rising to follow Yunshi up the stairs. Behind them, the guests at Ziyu Tower sighed in discontent, murmuring their grievances. Consequently, more people began to harbor resentment towards Mo Chen. This Mo Chen truly is a hopeless case. Indeed, in a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, where every citizen of the 36 prefectures takes pride in their martial training, Mo Chen, a mere servant with no martial skills, resorts to such underhanded antics. I believe such individuals should be expelled from the city with the emergence of his poetry. How many aspiring martial artists may be swayed by improper influences? The envious remarks flowed from the lips of numerous young masters from various factions, who, unbeknownst to themselves, revealed their own jealousy and admiration. These individuals sought to belittle Mo Chen's poetry with the utmost fervor, yet secretly yearned to claim it for themselves. Wishing to usurp Mo Chen's place and bask in the limelight at the Ziyu Pavilion, hoping to elicit a smile from a beautiful lady. Alas, such fortune is rarely bestowed upon one. Thus, a frenzied jealousy erupted among them, and upon witnessing Mo Chen ascend the stairs with Yunshi, Ruan Tianjing stormed off in fury. The crowd, filled with indignation, rose in a cacophony of curses and scorn, departing one after another. Mo Chen, merely a lowly servant. When the martial examination arrives, we shall see how you prance about. Meanwhile, some of the invited talented disciples clenched their teeth and tightened their fists in silence. How absurd that we, a group of disciples, should merely serve as a backdrop for Mo Chen. If that is the case, we shall trample you beneath our feet at the martial examination. Chapter 48, Exceptional Roots. This evening's banquet was destined to stir the undercurrents of intrigue. Even if Mo Chen had not composed poetry, the mere fact that Yunshi personally came forth to greet him had already incited the ire of countless individuals both within and beyond the city walls. This world operates on such principles. A mere insignificant figure is unworthy of possessing treasures. Should you acquire what we cannot, it is deemed your fault. There is no fairness to be found. Who, after all, has made you weak? On the third floor, Mo Chen followed Yunshi into the chamber. A round table was already lavishly adorned with an array of delicacies and wine. The veil that once shrouded Yunshi's face had mysteriously slipped away, revealing a delicate and blushing visage. Young master, please take a seat, she said. Mo Chen gazed at Yunshi, nodding with a smile as he settled beside the table. Standing before him, Yunshi shyly poured him a cup of wine, then, with both hands cradling the cup, bowed gracefully. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your poem. Young master, should I ever achieve fame in the Great Xian, I shall forever remember your kindness. With that, she tilted her head back and drank every last drop from her cup. Excellent. Mo Chen applauded, offering his praise. Yunshi filled another cup, her expression now tinged with gravity. After placing the cup down, she opened the windows, peering out 3 times before returning to Mo Chen's side. Then, raising her cup, she spoke with a hint of apology. Young Master Mo, this second cup is my apology wine. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, confused by the sudden declaration of an apology. Why was there a need for such a thing? Yunshi, biting her lip in embarrassment, glanced at him. Leaning closer, she whispered, Young Master Mo, tonight's banquet was actually prepared specifically for you. Mo Chen furrowed his brow, looking towards Yunshi. Prepared for me? With a finger pointing upward. She lowered her gaze in shame, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment. You wrote a poem for me, and I feel truly remorseful for deceiving you. A profound understanding dawned upon Chen, and he sighed deeply. So that was it. I had wondered how a mere servant like me could receive such an invitation. It turns out someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. A sardonic smile played at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon Yunxi. Pray, enlighten me about the details. What are your true intentions? Yunxi explained with a weary smile. Young Master Emo, we harbor no ill will. That individual merely feared that you, engrossed in your culinary pursuits, were neglecting your martial training and might tarnish Miss Dantai's reputation. Thus, they instructed me to host this banquet, inviting many talented individuals to ignite your competitive spirit. At this juncture, she retrieved a small white porcelain vial from a nearby cabinet. Young Master, this contains 3 essence-gathering pills, prepared for you by Qi Nan. These pills hold immense benefits for practitioners at the condensing Qi realm, assisting you in rapidly consolidating your energy and breaking through your bottleneck. Upon seeing the vial in Yunxi's hand, Emo-chan raised an eyebrow and accepted it. Essence-gathering pills. This was his first encounter with such elixirs. A smirk crept across his face. Qin, he had a hunch as to who it was. The surname Qin, concerned that I might jeopardize the affections of the senior sister. Could it be anyone other than Qin Feng? Having spent several days in the city, Emo-chan had caught wind of some gossip surrounding Dantai Xiaosong. It was said that the senior sister had 2 ardent admirers. One, the grandson of the Grand Elder, Lu Jun. The other, the son of the city lord, Qin Kanjing. Good heavens! On the 9th day since my arrival in the city, I find myself pursued by both of these sycophants. On the first night, Lu Jun had praised his poetry, suggesting they share tea and discuss literature. Then, this very evening, he had been ensnared by the schemes of Qin Feng, inciting the ire of numerous talented disciples. All of this was inextricably linked to Dantai Xiaosong. This left Emo-chan with no recourse but to chuckle wryly. Damn it, pursue your senior sister all you want, but why must you involve me? Very well. If this is how you wish to play, I shall show you all who will ultimately reign supreme. In just 7 days, the total revenue of the restaurant had reached an astonishing 900 taels, coupled with Emo-chan's own 249 taels. This amounted to a staggering 95 years of cultivation time. With this thought, Emo-chan rose and prepared to return to the rear courtyard of Dantai Jewelry for his training. Young master, where are you going? Yunxi asked anxiously. Emo-chan shot her a cold glance. Naturally, I'm going to sleep. Do you expect me to sleep with you? Yunxi's face turned crimson as she lowered her head and replied, if young master wishes to stay, I would certainly attend to you properly. Enough. Emo-chan shook his head dismissively, stating with indifference, I am not one to impose upon others. Yunxi's complexion paled as she looked up at Emo-chan, only to witness him open the window and vanish in an instant. In that moment, Yunxi felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if she had let go of something profoundly significant. They mock my madness, yet I smile at their ignorance. With a sardonic grin, Emo-chan departed the Ziyu Pavilion. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of Dantai Jewelry, he summoned the system and entered the training ground. Exchange. Master-level fragmentary bear demon fist. Training for 90 years. Ding. Exchange successful. As the system's voice echoed, Emo-chan's consciousness was instantly transported to a training arena shaped like a bagua, guarded by 8 statues of divine beasts. In the first year, you mobilize all your muscles, bones, and blood, continuing to refine the bear demon fist. In the 3rd year, you exhaust all your strength daily, pushing your body to its limits, and discover that your flesh, bones, and blood undergo further transformation. In the 7th year, you venture into the mountains. Observe the black bears, mimic their movements, and provoke their cubs to incite their wrath, utilizing these battles to continuously refine the bear demon fist technique. In the 15th year, through extreme training, your physical resilience grows stronger. After years of battling bears, you have evolved 2 new techniques, perfectly integrating them into the bear demon fist. At this point, the bear demon fist comprises 20 forms. In the 28th year, through your relentless research, the bear demon fist has once again evolved, incorporating 4 new techniques into its repertoire. The bear demon fist, now enhanced, boasts 24 forms. In the 32nd year, you diligently practice the 24 stances of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, only to find the torment of bone itch returning once more. This time, the itching penetrated deep into your marrow, compelling you to writhe in agony, yet the relentless itch remained unquenched. You resorted to various means, striking with iron sand, stones, and sticks, submerging in icy pools, and exposing yourself to flames, all in a futile attempt to alleviate the maddening discomfort. Although some relief was attained, it was still unbearable. By the 37th year, you had grown accustomed to the suffering of bone itch, resolutely practicing your punches each day, refusing to cease until your body was bloodied and bruised. One fateful day, the relentless itch suddenly vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of coolness coursing through your bones. An epiphany dawned upon you. After 37 years of relentless cultivation, your innate constitution had finally undergone a transformation and ascended to a higher realm. The incomplete Great Strength Bear Demon Fist had reached its 24th stance, completion. Your innate constitution had been upgraded to a superior grade. With a deep breath, Chen opened his eyes, his heart swelling with excitement. Indeed, the great strength bear demon fist could reshape one's constitution. For all these days, he had toiled in a restaurant, selling fast food, all for this very moment. The enhancement brought forth by the transformation of his constitution would signify a qualitative leap. Not only would it accelerate his cultivation speed, but it would also bolster his chances of successfully advancing to become a true disciple. It was truly a dual benefit, one of the most lucrative martial arts investments. With renewed vigor, Chen immersed himself back into the training arena, refining the great strength bear demon fist. Chapter 49, Heavenly Grade Constitution, Xuanyuan Bear Demon Bone. In the 44th year, you continued to refine the great strength bear demon fist, adding 4 more techniques, expanding it from 24 stances to 28. By the 50th year, through your relentless practice, the great strength bear demon fist gained an additional 5 techniques, evolving from 28 stances to 33, drawing ever closer to the complete form of the fist. However, by the 53rd year, you seemed to encounter a bottleneck. The singularity of your martial arts hindered your progress, plunging you into a period of stagnation for several years. In the 55th year, you sought out the black bear once again, emptying your mind to observe and imagine. During this period of contemplation, you instinctively began to gesture, and an understanding crystallized within you. Thus, the great strength bear demon fist naturally evolved to 36 stances, perfectly completing this fragmented martial art. Superior incomplete great strength bear demon fist. Promotion. Superior great strength bear demon fist. In the 59th year, full opportunity to send an invitation to this Chen. With the superior great strength bear demon fist, perfection, your constitution underwent yet another transformation. However, you were still not at the level of earth grade constitution. In the 64th year, seizing upon a previous moment of clarity, you continued to refine the great strength bear demon fist, astonishingly adding 4 more techniques. You were taken aback to discover that the potential of the great strength bear demon fist had not yet reached its zenith, and it could still be further developed. By the 70th year, the great strength bear demon fist had evolved to 46 stances. Your flesh, sinews, and bones underwent tremendous changes. The sensation of bone itch surged dramatically. You gritted your teeth and persevered through self-inflicted pain in your training, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter and trees to splinter, as if a demon bear had emerged into the world. In the 73rd year, the great strength bear demon fist reached 48 stances. Superior great strength bear demon fist. Promotion. Peerless Xuanyuan great strength bear demon fist. Your constitution transformed into earth grade constitution. In the 82nd year, the peerless Xuanyuan great strength bear demon fist, completion, returned with a vengeance, and the sensation of bone itch assailed you once more. This time, every bone in your body felt as though it were being crushed and kneaded by immense force, inflicting unbearable pain. The itch penetrated deep into your marrow. You could wager that this was a pain and itch unlike any you had ever experienced in your 2 lifetimes, and at that moment, you wished for nothing more than to escape this torment through death. By the 87th year, the torment of bone itch persisted relentlessly for 5 long years, during which you drifted in a haze, unsure how to endure. Each day, each moment was a trial of agony, a self-imposed crucible of martial practice. Finally, on one fateful day, the excruciating pain and itch abruptly vanished, and an overwhelming force erupted from the depths of your marrow. Your vitality surged fiercely like a demon bear, and your height increased by an inch, your bones cracking audibly as your constitution underwent its 3rd transformation. Peerless Xuanyuan great strength bear demon fist, perfection. Your constitution ascended to heavenly grade constitution. It was named Xuanyuan bear demon bone. The current martial art refinement had been completed. No further progress could be made. Remaining cultivation time, 3 years. The system automatically calculated. Chen once more opened his eyes, a wave of ecstasy flooding his heart. Heavenly grade constitution, Xuanyuan bear demon bone. He had never anticipated that after accumulating wealth for so long, he would achieve a leap of 3 levels in his constitution all at once. The constitution, in essence, represents an individual's innate skeletal and facial structure. Its suitability for martial arts can be readily discerned upon examination of the bones. Generally, those suited for martial arts possess naturally resilient and robust frames. Hence, martial artists often boast formidable physiques. Heavenly grade constitution, compared to average grade, signifies not just a minor enhancement. It is akin to the difference between a steed of great lineage and an ordinary horse. With my constitution elevated to superior grade, the speed of my martial art refinement will witness a significant surge. Now, with my constitution ascended to heavenly grade, my cultivation speed will likely multiply several times over. The superior great strength bear demon fist has elevated my constitution to superior grade. Its promotion to peerless level has directly transformed my constitution to earth grade. Now that the peerless form has reached perfection, it has engendered a transformative change within my bones, propelling me to the heavenly grade constitution of Xuanyuan bear demon bone. The gains from this round of cultivation cannot be understated. This arduous process of refinement took a full 87 years. and when added to the previous 24 years of partial mastery of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, it totals 111 years. Chen inhaled deeply. The average human lifespan scarcely reaches 70 years. Yet, in a mere moment, he had refined a peerless martial art capable of transforming one's constitution over the span of 111 years. Fortunately, I possess the martial arts master system. A common martial artist would likely never dream of altering their constitution in a lifetime. Upon reflection, the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist seems somewhat lacking. For ordinary martial artists, mastering this fist technique is extraordinarily challenging, often taking 1 or 2 decades just to grasp the basics. To reach even a partial mastery could take an additional 10 or 20 years. Thus, the alteration of one's constitution could realistically occur only once in a lifetime for the average practitioner. Conversely, for those gifted with extraordinary talent, such as Dantai Xiaosong, this martial art would struggle to facilitate further transformations of her heavenly grade constitution. Therefore, for her, the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist serves merely as a means for body refinement and physical enhancement, offering little in the way of further constitutional transformation. While the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist may seem superfluous to others, for me, it is akin to a treasure. As long as Chen can generate income, the more such martial arts, the better. I shall acquire as many as I can. With enough financial resources, I could elevate these martial arts to high realms. Once my constitution is enhanced, combined with the cultivation progress exchange from the martial arts master system, my training speed will surpass that of countless prodigies. In the future, should I gain entry into the Xuanyuan Academy's scripture pavilion? At this thought, a hopeful smile unconsciously graced Chen's lips. If I enter the Xuanyuan Academy's scripture pavilion, I will master all the top-tier martial arts. While refining the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, he had encountered a bottleneck due to the singularity of his martial arts understanding. Thus, enriching his repertoire of martial knowledge would greatly benefit his cultivation. Chen opened the system panel. Name, Chen. Cultivation level, initial stage of condensing Qi. System level, Tier 3. Martial arts, Ferocious Tiger Fist, Grand Completion. White Serpent 9 Transformations Palm, Grand Completion. Inferior Grade Tyrant Tiger Heaven-Defying Force, Entry Level. Intermediate Grade Great Ape True Fist, Grand Completion. Supreme Grade Incomplete Divine Incense Method, not yet entered. Supreme Grade Primal Strength Bear Demon Fist, Grand Completion. Wealth, 105 taels. Convertible Martial Arts Training Progress, 8 years. A keepable gear count, 3. Inventory, 15 items. Required for 4th level upgrade, 1,000 taels of silver, 10 taels of gold. Regrettably, although my bone structure has been transformed into the Primal Strength Bear Demon Bone, this martial art cannot be utilized to condense Qi. As a result, his internal power cultivation has not increased. Only his physical body and external martial arts have been enhanced. In terms of physical prowess, the upper limits have risen significantly. With just 8 years remaining, should he invest in other martial arts to test his bone structure? The Supreme Grade Primal Strength Bear Demon Fist is purely an external technique and has not allowed him to break through to a new realm, causing Chen to hesitate. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. With only 5 days left until the martial arts examination, the restaurant's revenue had been nearly depleted by his expenditures. 105 taels of silver, when invested in training, would only yield 8 years of progress, making it challenging to elevate a martial art to the state of grand completion. Conversely, investing in the restaurant to procure ingredients would generate more silver for his cultivation. After waiting 5 more days, on the day of the martial arts examination, he would redeem all his silver. Having made his decision, Chen felt a wave of contentment wash over him. As he lay on his bed, he began to envision a promising future. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a delightful slumber. Chapter 50. The martial arts examination begins. Ding, ding, ding. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, at the early hours of the morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. Just as Chen arose, he heard the resonant chime of a bronze bell emanating from the distant cloud mist mountain. He stepped outside, leaped onto the rooftop, and gazed in the direction of the bell's toll, a smile of excitement blossoming in his eyes. The martial arts examination had finally arrived. As the colossal sound of the bell reverberated throughout the entire city, countless disciples participating in the examination emerged from their homes, converging towards the base of Cloud Mist Mountain from all directions. From afar, they resembled a black dragon, snaking its way up the mountain. Young Master Lu, the steward of the Dantai Jewel House, along with his attendants, also emerged from their residence. Upon seeing Chen atop the roof, they all looked up with smiles, cupping their hands in salute. Young Master may you succeed in the martial arts examination and leap through the Dragoness Gate. Wishing young Master triumph in the martial arts examination, Chen smiled faintly and cupped his hands in return, saying, I am grateful for everyone's care over the past half-month. I shall not disappoint you. With that, he leapt down from the rooftop and hurried towards Cloud Mist Mountain. The Xuanyuan Academy holds its martial arts examination once every 3 years. Within the Xuanyuan Mansion, the Xuanyuan Academy is akin to the heavens. controlling the fates of all its disciples. Over the past 300 years, countless gifted youths have entered the Zhenwu Academy, subsequently achieving great success and garnering fame. Ushichi, do you have confidence in vying for the position of true disciple? On the road to Cloud Mist Mountain, many martial artists filled the path. Situ Xin took a deep breath, feeling somewhat anxious. Ushichi, carefree and unconcerned, shook his head and replied, "The position of true disciple? I have never considered it. My only goal is to enter the inner sect. As long as I pass into the inner sect, I will be satisfied." Situ Xin cursed inwardly, thinking, "This fool. How can the inner sect compare to the position of true disciple?" Gaining entry into the inner sect only grants access to intermediate martial arts. To obtain superior martial arts, one must accumulate enough merit for exchange. True disciples, however, can select superior martial arts upon entry. Moreover, the treatment afforded to both groups within the academy is worlds apart. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows the vast disparity between the two. Aware of the significant gap, Ushichi scoffed, "With Ruan Tianjing possessing such a heavenly bone structure, those elders won't even glance our way." Situ Xi encountered, besides the elders, there is also the Mansion Lord. The Mansion Lord currently has a vacancy for a true disciple. If we could win his favor, we might directly be inducted as a true disciple. Ushichi shot him a sidelong glance. What a ridiculous thought. Situ Xin was infuriated, feeling utterly powerless, akin to a scholar facing armed soldiers. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianjing was preparing for departure, with a throng of followers excitedly accompanying him. "Young Master Ruan, we have prepared a feast, eagerly awaiting your triumphant return. This time, young Master Ruan will surely be listed among the true disciples." Ruan Tianjing laughed heartily, cupping his hands in gratitude. "Everyone, await my good news." The crowd cheered, sending off young Master Ruan with fervor. Su Yi and the disciples of the martial arts school had endured a rather miserable few days. Lacking suitable accommodation, they had spent merely 5 days in an inn before exhausting all their funds, forcing them to camp in the wilderness outside the city. At this moment, upon hearing the bell toll, the disciples of the martial arts school rose excitedly, their faces dirty yet their spirits undeterred, shouting with fervor, "The martial arts examination has commenced. It has finally begun. Haha, today is the day for me, Li Xuanyang, to shine. Let us go. We must not be late." Su Yi, remaining calm, stood up leisurely, plucking a stray weed from his sleeve and tossing it aside, coughing lightly. Once the martial arts disciples turned to look at him, he feigned composure and remarked, "What are you all panicking for? It's just a martial arts examination. We haven't even entered the mountain gate yet, and you're already howling. If the Mansion Lord and the Academy elders see us, what will become of us?" The disciples were momentarily taken aback, then deeply agreed. Senior Brother Su is right. Indeed. We are too excited, lacking composure. We must maintain our calm to leave a good impression on the Mansion Lord and the elders. Consequently, the group tucked away their smiles, adopting serious expressions, and lined up to ascend Cloud Mist Mountain. On the way, many disciples who encountered the solemn group, faces stern and unsmiling, mistakenly believed they had crossed paths with outer sect disciples returning from a mission. A young man, upon seeing Su Yi leading the procession, hurriedly bent at the waist and cupped his hands. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to how this young man recognized him, when suddenly he noticed all the disciples en route were looking in their direction. A chill ran down his spine as he maintained his serious demeanor and nodded slightly. He then led the group forward. Other onlookers, witnessing Su Ye's acknowledgement, were taken aback. What the hell? Could they really be outer sect senior brothers returning from a mission? Many quickly stepped aside, bowing their heads in respect. "We pay our respects to the esteemed senior brothers." As one person bowed, another followed suit. 2 became 4. 4 expanded to 8. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of disciples had cleared the path, respectfully exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the esteemed senior brothers." Su Yi and the martial arts disciples stood there, bewildered. They exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces. What was going on? Why were they being revered? The first to recover, Su Yi coughed a couple of times, mustering courage to address his companions. "Brothers, do you see? This is our spirit. Everyone is awed by our presence, and we must maintain this momentum." "Yes," the martial arts disciples replied in unison, their expressions growing more solemn as they followed Su Yi up the mountain. Thus, along the way, all disciples bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Hail, senior brothers." As the group approached a short distance behind Chen, he turned upon hearing the noise, momentarily frozen in place. What the heck? When did they acquire such prominence? Leading the way was Su Yi, whom Chen recognized at a glance. The other disciples were also familiar faces, although their interactions had not been particularly harmonious. Having traveled together for nearly half a month, Chen remembered their appearances. Just then, Su Yi looked up with a serious expression, and in an instant, their gazes locked. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." Chen smiled cheerfully, imitating their formality and performing a respectful bow towards Su Yi and the others. Su Yi and the others were startled upon seeing Chen, completely flustered. Chen. At that moment, Even those who were usually slow to react realized they were in trouble. If Imo-chan were to expose their true identities now, they would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Senior brother Su, please. Imo-chan stepped back to clear the path. Su Yi, in a panic, quickly gestured. No, senior brother Imo, please, you go first. Imo-chan smiled slightly, patting Su Yi on the shoulder. Very well. We are practically fellow townsmen. Let us walk together. The mountain path was crowded, making it difficult to navigate. With Su Yi and the others leading the way, it would indeed be easier. As he spoke, he positioned himself behind Su Yi. Senior brother Su, you lead the way. Su Yi, with a mournful expression, quietly pleaded. Imo-chan, please don't make this difficult for me. We're in a tight spot. Imo-chan chuckled menacingly, threatening. If you don't lead, I will immediately reveal your true identities. Just imagine, please, don't. Absolutely not. Su Yi hurriedly waved his hands. The exam was about to commence, and he certainly didn't want to be delayed by an injury. Then do a good job leading. Imo-chan grinned mischievously, causing Su Yi to feel uneasy. With a wry smile, Su Yi nodded, straightened his face, and solemnly took the lead. We pay our respects to all esteemed senior brothers. The respectful greeting echoed once more. Soon, under the guidance of Su Yi and the others, Imo-chan arrived at the entrance of the Xuanyuan Academy. Wow, are those disciples of the Xuanyuan Academy? They look incredibly formidable. Upon reaching the square, a sea of people surrounded them, the clamor resonating loudly. Countless exam candidates eagerly gazed at the inner and outer disciples maintaining order ahead, buzzing with excitement. Imo-chan followed their gaze and saw numerous young disciples clad in gray, armed with swords at their waists, their expressions stern and their formations impeccably aligned, standing guard before all those participating in the martial examination. On the edge of the platform, disciples dressed in black held their weapons at the ready, exuding an air of vigilance. In the Xuanyuan Academy, outer disciples wore gray, inner disciples donned black, while direct disciples could wear whatever they pleased. Noticing Imo-chan observing the disciplined disciples of the Xuanyuan Academy, Su Yi approached with a sheepish grin, eager to enlighten him. Imo-chan glanced at him, finding it rather amusing, and nodded in acknowledgement. Su Yi continued, Did you see the man in the center of the platform? That is our Xuanyuan Prefecture's lord, Chen Kanjing, who is also the current head of the Xuanyuan Academy. To his left is the Grand Elder Lu Hongshan, and to his right, the bearded second elder son Shihai. Oh, and the woman seated in front of the Grand Master is Qian Moran, the only female elder, reputed to be the second most powerful after the prefect lord. Imo-chan was astonished, looking at Su Yi as if seeing him for the first time. How do you know so much about the Xuanyuan Academy? This fellow had traveled with him from the prefecture city, yet he had yet to grasp any information about the academy. Su Yi seemed to know the names of many elders as if they were his intimate acquaintances. This was indeed astonishing to Imo-chan. It's just a little hobby of mine. I enjoy gathering information. Su Yi chuckled lightly, adding, I'm not particularly gifted in martial arts, so I came to participate in the examination merely to test my luck and broaden my horizons. It would be wonderful to join the Xuanyuan Academy, but if not, that is fine too. Imo-chan nodded, understanding now. He had previously underestimated Su Yi, not realizing that beyond his bravado, he possessed a knack for gathering intelligence. Chapter 51, No Mercy. Before the entrance of the Xuanyuan Academy lay a vast flat square. At this moment, Prefect Lord Chen Kanjing and 10 elders were seated upon a high platform, gazing down upon the assembled martial examination candidates with nodding smiles. Behind them stood a true disciple, each surveying the candidates below with scrutinizing eyes. 3 years ago, we only accepted Dan Taisya as a true disciple. I wonder how many promising candidates we will have this year. Chen Kanjing, seated at the forefront, reflected with a hint of nostalgia. The Grand Elder Lu Hongshan, seated to his left, slightly turned his gaze. This year should have several promising candidates. I've heard that a boy named Ruan Tianjing is quite remarkable, possessing a heavenly grade constitution and having already broken through to the initial stage of the 5 elements realm. To the right, the bearded second elder son Shihai chuckled. Stroking his beard, 3 years ago, Dan Taisya joined under junior sister Qian. This year, it should be my turn to take in Ruan Tianjing, shouldn't it? Oh, the Grand Elder Lu Hongshan replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. That's quite unfortunate. I am also in need of a disciple. Since elder son desires him, I suppose we will have to compete. Hearing this, the bearded elder narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Hongshan with a smile that concealed a chill. Since you wish to compete, let us indeed contest. The two exchanged glances, each carrying a hint of coldness. Enough. Stop bickering, Chen Kanjing said with a headache. The assessment hasn't even begun yet. You two old fellows should settle down. The other elders present observed this exchange with knowing glances. At that moment, the white-clad woman, Qian Moran, seated before Dan Taisya, suddenly smiled at Prefect Lord Chen Kanjing. Lord, if I recall correctly, you are also in need of a true disciple, aren't you? Chen Kanjing nodded slightly. Indeed. I am lacking a disciple. Ever since Xianji went to the imperial capital, I have had a vacancy. The white-clad woman, undeterred by the glares from Grand Elder Lu Hongshan and the bearded second elder, mischievously suggested. In that case, I believe the prefect lord should take the opportunity to select. If there are suitable candidates, they could be taken under your wing for careful cultivation. Qin Kanjing glanced at Grand Elder Lu Hongshan and Second Elder Sun Shihai, shaking his head with a sigh. I shall refrain from joining the fray. Both Lu and Sun are currently in need of disciples, so I can wait until the next batch to choose. Upon hearing this, both Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai felt relieved, bowing respectfully to Qin Kanjing. Thank you for your consideration, Prefect Lord. Qin Kanjing smiled and gestured forward. The time has come. Let the examination officially begin. A green-clad elder, who had been waiting on the side, stepped forward with a flash of his gaze and announced loudly, the time has come. The examination officially begins. His powerful voice resonated throughout the venue. Chen was astonished to discover that he had not used any amplification device, yet could project his voice clearly for miles. What kind of technique is this? Could it be a form of sound amplification skill? With a single shout, his voice echoed loud and clear, instantly silencing the crowd. On the platform, the green-clad elder's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the candidates below. A cold smile gracing his features as he produced a list and began to read aloud. The first stage, assessing character and virtue. The list of eliminations includes Wang Shitu, Lu Ashui, Zhao Tianyan, and Li Zhengxin. As each name was announced, the atmosphere was filled with shock and disbelief among the disciples awaiting the martial examination. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! What is happening? Hasn't the martial examination just commenced? How can they begin eliminating candidates already? How on earth was I disqualified? This is unacceptable. The martial examination has not even started, so why am I being eliminated? There must be some foul play. Suddenly, a robust young man shouted furiously. He had traveled a great distance to the capital city and had waited for over half a month. Now, just as the examination began, he was abruptly informed of his disqualification without having had the opportunity to even compete. He was indignant. He could not accept it. His anger surged. He believed that he had been deliberately eliminated by the elders of the Zhenwu Academy. There was certainly a conspiracy at play. You were dissatisfied? The elder in the blue robes, upon hearing his outburst, responded with a cold smile, pausing in his reading to gaze at him. Zhao Tianyan, before you even arrived in the capital, you committed murder and violated innocent women. What right do you have to claim injustice? Guards, execute him without mercy. Yes. An inner sect disciple in black, maintaining order, swiftly approached Zhao Tianyan. Under the terrified gaze of Zhao Tianyan, a flash of steel glinted, followed by a sickening squelch as his head fell, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding disciples shrieked in terror, retreating in panic. As a wide space was instantly cleared in the crowd. Is there anyone else who dares to contest my authority? The elder in the blue robes looked down from the platform, his eyes icy, his tone laced with lethal intent. The disciples, filled with dread, lowered their heads, their faces pale, too fearful to meet the elder's gaze. Some even began to quietly slip away down the mountainside, effectively abandoning the martial examination. If there are no dissenters, I shall continue with the announcements. The elder's eyes flicked toward the fleeing disciples, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. And he resumed reading. Zhu Mingzhu, Jiao Tianlu, Wu Qingquan. How foolish these individuals are. The martial examination of the Zhenwu Academy effectively commenced the moment registration began. Su Yi shook his head, seemingly having anticipated this scene, his expression calm and composed. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart stirred. So the first round concerning moral character was conducted in secrecy. Would his acts of chivalry be exposed? After contemplating, he felt at ease, for he had a clear conscience. After a stick of incense had burned, the list was completed. The elder in the blue robes set down the scroll and stepped forward, announcing in a loud voice. The second round, bone assessment. Following this, 16 sturdy elders in blue robes emerged from the side of the platform. They stood in unison at the foot of the stage. The disciples, under the guidance of the outer sect disciples, lined up in front of the 16 elders to undergo the bone assessment, one after the other. Low-grade bone structure. Disqualified. Medium-grade bone structure, barely acceptable. High-grade bone structure, qualified. Name, Li Yu. Good. Follow the side disciple to the third round. Yes. Within a short span of tea time, the 16 elders had eliminated dozens of disciples. These unfortunate souls left with bitter smiles and dejected expressions as they descended the mountain. Witnessing this, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he had altered his bone structure in advance. Otherwise, under this bone assessment, he too would have faced elimination in the second round. With this thought, he glanced up at the platform and met the gaze of Dan Taishiasong, who looked back at him with evident concern, gently shaking her head. Chen was unsure of her meaning, but speculated that Dan Taishiasong must have devised another plan to ensure he wouldn't leave the Zhenwu Academy. She was unaware that his bone structure had undergone a remarkable transformation. A secret smile played on Chen's lips as he decided to surprise Dan Taishiasong later. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the front. Immediately, one of the elders conducting the bone assessments exclaimed with excitement. He possesses heavenly grade bone structure. It is indeed heavenly grade. The atmosphere shifted as Qin Kanjing and the 10 elders stood in unison, directing their attention to the assessed individual below. The Grand Elder Lu Hongshan and the Second Elder Sun Shihai displayed expressions of astonishment, swiftly darting towards the candidate below. Yuan Tianjing. It is he. All the disciples looked on in shock. A young man, clad in white, stood with an air of disdain and arrogance. Chen observed as Yuan Tianjing met his gaze, revealing a mocking and challenging smile. Next, Chen. Yuan Tianjing's provocation was evident. Upon witnessing the disdainful look from Yuan Tianjing, Chen muttered a curse and chose to disregard him. This Yuan Tianjing seemed utterly deranged, harboring an intense animosity since their first encounter. Chen found himself perplexed, thinking how someone could be so extraordinarily gifted yet so antagonistic. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder reached Yuan Tianjing simultaneously, placing their hands on his shoulders, their energies swirling as they conducted their examination. After a moment, both elders displayed expressions of satisfaction, sharing a slight smile. Indeed, it is heavenly grade bone structure. Lu Hongshan laughed heartily, addressing Yuan Tianjing. Yuan Tianjing, I am the Grand Elder of the Xuanyuan Academy. As long as you manage to pass the next 2 rounds, I will accept you as my true disciple. The Second Elder, Sun Shihai, unwilling to be outdone, added with a grin, Yuan Tianjing, would you like to directly take me as your master? You dare to make such a request? Lu Hongshan's gaze turned cold as he retorted, Sun Shihai, do you seek to disrupt the rules? Sun Shihai merely chuckled, unfazed, and replied, who says I intend to breach the rules? I am merely inquiring. Naturally, he must still pass the subsequent challenges. With a fierce glare, Lu Hongshan declared, if you are so bold, I too can accept him as my disciple right now. Sun Shihai snickered, turning to Yuan Tianjing with a smile. Ah, Yuan, the Grand Elder already has a biological grandson. Joining him may not be in your best interest. As for me, I have no descendants. You shall be treated as my own. Sun Shihai, Lu Hongshan growled, what of biological grandsons? A true disciple will be nurtured as if family. Sun Shihai scoffed. That may be so, but how can you ensure absolute fairness? Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as Lu Hongshan's aura erupted violently, brimming with combat intent. Sun Shihai instantly retaliated with his own energy, and a fierce confrontation loomed. Enough. At that moment, a cold grunt interrupted. A massive hand of energy separated the two. Qin Kanjiing, with a stern expression, admonished, you 2 elders are quarreling in front of the disciples. What kind of example is this? Return to your seats and wait until he passes the 4th round. Understood, Lord Prefect. Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai simultaneously bowed to Qin Kanjiing, their eyes clashing before each coldly huffed and returned to their seats. Qin Kanjiing then turned his gaze toward Yuan Tianjing, speaking gently, Yuan Tianjing, continue with the examination. The Xuanyuan Academy shall not allow any tarnish upon its brilliance. Yuan Tianjing hurriedly bowed respectfully, I humbly accept the prefect's command. Very well, let the assessment proceed. With a single command from Qin Kanjiing, the 16 elder figures in azure robes resumed their examination of bone structure. Below the high platform, Yuan Tianjing turned, a proud smile gracing his lips as he strode toward the 3rd challenge. As he passed through the crowd, he deliberately raised an eyebrow at Chen, boasting with a smirk, oh, is that not Chen? Have you finished chopping wood for today? Chen, dismissive, merely curled his lip in disdain. What an imbecile. A good dog should stay out of the way. Scram. He thought to himself, anyone can hurl insults. I could berate you into oblivion. Yuan Tianjing halted, fury igniting within him as he clenched his fist. Chen, are you courting death? Chen regarded him with amusement, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed. I am courting death. Do you dare to make a move, you coward? Yuan Tianjing's anger boiled, nearly bursting forth as he fumed. Chen was utterly devoid of martial etiquette, hurling insults directly and crudely. He longed to smash Chen's teeth out, but caught sight of the elders on the platform, forcing himself to suppress his overwhelming rage. With a menacing smile, he spat, you little wretch, may your talent be as resilient as your tongue. With that, Yuan Tianjing sneered and stepped aside, casting a distant gaze at Chen, filled with disdain. In his mind, he had already devised a plan. Once Chen was eliminated, he would seize the opportunity to rid himself of him and alleviate his grievances. He glanced at Chen in the crowd, his lips curling into a venomous smirk. I shall see what a lowly servant is truly made of. Chen, noticing Yuan Tianjing's watchful eyes from afar, let out a derisive chuckle. This arrogant fool, devoid of intellect, will be dealt with in due time. The examination of the bone structure continued, under the swift scrutiny of the 16 elder figures clad in azure. The number of individuals standing in the square dwindled. Half had advanced to the 3rd challenge, while the other half had been summarily eliminated. By the time Chen approached the front, only a little over 100 remained. At this moment, on the high platform, Qin Kanjiing shook his head in disappointment. It appears that this year's selection has yielded but one individual with heavenly grade bone structure, Yuan Tianjing. Elder Lu Hongshan sighed. Indeed, each generation is less promising than the last. In the past 20 years, our Xuanyuan Academy has only produced 4 with heavenly grade bone structures. It is truly a decline in talent. The second elder, Sun Shihai, remained silent, but his gaze fixed resolutely on Ruan Tianjing. This year's sole candidate with heavenly great potential was one he intended to secure. At that moment, the call rang out. Next, Chen. The azure-robed elder's voice suddenly pierced through the murmurs, drawing all attention. Chen, the servant recommended by the senior sister? He's here. It's Chen's turn. Huh. Chen's bone structure has always been a mystery. The truth shall soon be revealed. In the crowd, Situ Xian and Hushichi perked up, while Su Yi and others widened their eyes in anticipation. On the high platform, Dan Tai Xiasang's gaze sharpened. In the distance, Ruan Tianjing's lips curled into a smile of excitement, though a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. Dan Tai, is he the servant you recommended? Lu Jun, standing behind the Grand Elder, raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk. Dan Tai Xiasang snorted, offering no reply. Qin Feng, positioned behind Qin Kanjiang, glanced at Lu Jun and mockingly retorted, some people truly have a loose tongue. With all this talk of servants, one might think you hold yourself in high regard. Who do you look down upon? Lu Jun narrowed his eyes, casting a cold smile at Qin Feng. I wasn't even speaking to you, why interject? Qin Feng feigned innocence, turning with surprise. Oh, Lu Jun, did I mention your name? No, I believe I wasn't addressing you either. Do you perhaps have a hearing problem? Lu Jun frowned, about to respond, when the Grand Elder Lu Hongshan's stern voice cut through. Enough. Behave yourself. Qin Kanjing also turned, his displeasure evident as he scolded. You too. Speak out of turn again and return to your studies. Seeing the warning in the eyes of the two elders, Lu Jun and Qin Feng exchanged glances, both huffing in annoyance before disregarding each other. However, amidst their bickering, the attention of all the elders fell squarely on Chen, since he is Xiasang's recommended disciple. Let us observe closely. As Qin Kanjing's words lingered, he regarded Chen with keen interest. Disciple pays respects to the elders. Chen stepped forward, bowing to the azure-robed elder in charge of the examination. The elder nodded, gesturing for him to stand properly. Come forward and stand still. Yes. Chen took a step forward, standing motionless. I will examine your bones. Relax, do not resist. As the elder spoke, his hand began to pat and knead Chen's arms and thighs. After a brief moment, the elder's gaze froze, disbelief widening his eyes as he stared at Chen. Your bone structure is indeed quite peculiar. He had never encountered such resilience and explosive potential in a skeletal structure. As he needed, he found his strength unable to budge Chen's bones in the slightest. The elder's expression turned uncertain as he immediately employed a technique to channel his energy into Chen's body. The outcome of this probe was explosive. The elder's energy was forcefully rebuffed by the overwhelming power emanating from Chen's bones, sending him staggering back 2 steps before regaining his balance. Excellent. Witnessing this, the elder was not incensed. Instead, he broke into an ecstatic laugh. Heavenly grade bone structure. Another one with heavenly grade potential. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, gasping in astonishment. On the high platform, Qin Kanjing and the 10 elders sprang to their feet, their minds reeling. What? Another with heavenly grade bone structure? Dan Tai Xiasang's eyes widened in shock. How can this be? I personally examined Chen's bone structure. It was clearly of average caliber. How could it possibly be heavenly grade? Could the examining elder be mistaken? What on earth? Another with heavenly grade bone structure. This is incredible. Oh heavens. I know Ruan Tianjing possesses heavenly grade potential, but now Chen too. Ruan Tianjing's expression morphed into one of disbelief, his smile fading as if he had bitten into something foul. Heavenly grade bone structure? What a jest. It cannot be true. How could a lowly servant like him possess such talent? This must be a mistake. In that moment, Ruan Tianjing's confidence shattered, panic setting in, his face paling as if he had swallowed a fly. In the crowd, Situ Xian stood agape, while Hushichi's eyes sparkled with envy. Su Yi was dumbfounded, swallowing hard. The disciples of the Martial Arts Academy felt chills run down their spines, faces stricken with horror. Countless spectators from various factions, present to witness the martial examination, widened their eyes, horrified, breaking into a cold sweat. By heavens, Chen has concealed himself far too well. Boom. On the high platform, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder could no longer contain themselves, leaping down to Chen's side in an instant. Swoosh. Following closely were Dan Tai Xiasang, Qian Ran, Qin Feng, Lu Jun, and Qin Kanjing. As the Grand Elder placed his hand on Chen's shoulder and probed with his vital energy, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his body trembling violently as he gasped in awe. What a magnificent foundation of vitality. What a dominating explosive power. It surpasses even that of Ruan Tianjing by a solid 3 degrees. A spark ignited in Qin Kanjing's heart as he placed his hand on Chen's other shoulder, his vital energy swirling, his eyes gleaming with shock and disbelief. The Huantian bear demon bone? How could it be? 3 centuries ago, the head of the Qin family, Qin Min, vanquished the great Xian tyrant to ascend to power. That great Xian tyrant possessed the innate Huantian bear demon bone, a fact meticulously recorded in the Qin family genealogy, unbeknownst to the common folk. However, as the current head of the Qin family and the reigning leader of the Zhenwu Academy, Qin Kanjing was acutely aware of the terror that the Huantian Bear demon bone embodied. Had it not been for that great Xian tyrant being poisoned by several prominent leaders, even for Qin, Mince would have struggled to seize the throne of the Great Xian. Heavenly grade foundations are also classified into tiers. Inferior heavenly grade foundations cannot be compared with superior ones. Yet, Mo Chen's Huantian Bear demon bone is undoubtedly a pinnacle heavenly grade foundation. Mo Chen, Qin Kanjing, suddenly exhilarated, placed both hands on Mo Chen's shoulders and earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Chapter 53, The Leader's Unwavering Commitment. A promise worth 1,000 gold. What? The moment Qin Kanjing uttered these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. The head of the Zhenwu Academy, an almost divine figure in the eyes of all the citizens of Zhenwu, was now expressing a desire to accept Mo Chen as a disciple. Master. The Grand Elder Lu Hongshan and Second Elder Sun Shihai immediately grew anxious, stepping forward in unison and clasping their hands in a gesture of respect. Master. At this moment, we each have a disciple, so why not leave this for us to decide? Indeed. Master, you just promised to wait until the next term to select disciples. How can you go back on your word? Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai glared in frustration. You old six. Just a moment ago, you pledged to wait until the next term to accept disciples, allowing us to choose from this cohort. How can you so swiftly toss your promise into the dung pit? Is this how a leader behaves? What happened to your word being your bond? Hearing their outburst and witnessing their eagerness to argue, Qin Kanjing paused. Did I say such a thing earlier? Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai rolled their eyes. The other elders could not stifle their smirks, resisting the urge to interject. Master, you truly have a penchant for forgetting important matters, Sun Shihai remarked, his mind brimming with expletives. Master, you proclaimed this in front of everyone. All the elders heard it. And so did the younger generation. Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word? Lu Hongshan added, his face darkened with indignation. Yes, Master. You must uphold your promise, no reneging. Beside them, Sun Shihai hastily echoed. In this regard, he and Lu Hongshan reached a brief tacit consensus, vehemently opposing Qin Kanjing's attempt to take Mo Chen for himself. Qian Shimi, did I truly make such a promise? Qin Kanjing turned to the white-clad Qian Moran, asking with uncertainty. Qian Moran stifled a laugh, casting a glance at the agitated Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai, and chose to speak the truth. Master, you indeed made a promise, and we all heard it. Phew. Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai felt a slight relief wash over them. Consequently, their gazes towards Qian Moran brimmed with goodwill. However, I believe your promise was made rather hastily. With those words, Qian Moran caused both Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai's expressions to shift dramatically, their previously relaxed hearts tightening once more. Qian Shimi, ignoring the furious glares from the two, Qian Moran cheerfully remarked, Master, with a talent like Mo Chen, if you have taken notice, you should seize the opportunity. Be sure not to let him slip away. After speaking, she turned and winked at Mo Chen, whose face was a mix of bewilderment and intrigue, revealing a playful smile. Upon catching Qian Moran's gaze, Mo Chen suddenly felt enlightened. So, his senior sister's master was on his side. Even if his foundation was lacking, Qian Moran would intervene to assist him. Thus, his admission into the Zhenwu Academy seemed almost guaranteed. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Chen smiled, calming his heart. However, at that moment, two furious voices erupted simultaneously. Qian Moran. Hearing her words, Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai were infuriated, glaring at her with fiery eyes. They were grinding their teeth, staring daggers at Qian Moran, wishing they could seize a weapon and hurl her away. You troublemaker. This instigator of chaos is utterly detestable. As Qin Kanjing nodded slightly, revealing a contemplative expression of agreement. Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai grew increasingly anxious, immediately signaling to the other elders nearby. The other elders, catching their cue, stepped forward in unison, clasping their hands and urging, Master, please grant the Grand Elder and Elder Son another opportunity. Seeing everyone come forward to persuade him, Qin Kanjing placed his hands behind his back and burst into hearty laughter. Enough, enough. Look at how anxious you all are. It's merely a true disciple. I, Qin, am not so petty. Since I have made a promise, I shall honor it. Mo Chen shall be entrusted to you. Excellent. Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai were overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your generosity, your unwavering commitment, a promise worth 1,000 gold. The other elders also paid their respects simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, The Master is magnanimous. Qin Kanjing laughed heartily, fixing his gaze on Mo Chen, speaking with conviction. Mo Chen, both the Grand Elder and Second Elder are unparalleled experts in our Zhenwu Academy. Either one would make an excellent master for you. Henceforth, regardless of whom you choose as your mentor, you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, earnestly pursuing a higher path in martial arts. Upon hearing Qin Kanjing's earnest admonition, Mo Chen straightened his expression and clasped his fists in respect. I shall dutifully heed the master's teachings. Very good. Qin Kanjing smiled warmly. patting Mo Chen's shoulder before turning back to the raised platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the rules of the Xuanyuan Academy's martial examination must not be broken. Let us wait until after the 4 trials before formally accepting disciples. With this proclamation, all the elders nodded in agreement, returning to the platform. Mo Chen. Lu Hongshan lingered a moment longer, smiling as he patted Mo Chen's arm, warmly saying, "Good lad, I never expected you to possess a heavenly grade foundation. You truly astonish me." Mo Chen hurriedly bowed deeply, saying, "I have seen the Grand Elder." Sun Shihai, witnessing this, laughed heartily and declared, "Mo Chen, the position of my true disciple is reserved for you. Do not let your master down." He had evidently forgotten his earlier commitment to Ruan Tianjing. Sun Shihai, you scoundrel. Lu Hongshan could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Shihai. "You have already accepted Ruan Tianjing. Do you now intend to snatch Mo Chen from me? Get as far away as possible. Do not force me into a deadly confrontation with you." Sun Shihai sneered, glancing sideways. "What will you do? The master explicitly stated that Mo Chen may choose either of us as his mentor. Do you wish to monopolize him? Have you considered Mo Chen's own thoughts? Mo Chen's heavenly grade foundation, upon even a cursory examination, is evidently of a much higher caliber than Ruan Tianjing's. Such prodigies are undeniably treasures that one cannot simply relinquish. They must be held tightly within one's grasp." This was the thought that lingered in Mo Chen's mind. Lu Hongshan raised an eyebrow, suppressing his ire as he regarded Mo Chen. Sun Shihai also shifted his gaze towards Mo Chen. Both their eyes brimmed with anticipation, and a gentle smile gradually illuminated their faces. Mo Chen, a soothing voice broke the silence. Mo Chen hastily cleared his throat, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Esteemed elders, I sincerely apologize, but I have just navigated the 2nd trial of bone assessment, and the 3rd trial awaits. Might I request that you defer your decision until I have completed the tests?" Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai nodded amiably in agreement. "Certainly. Of course." Lu Hongshan exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor reminiscent of a parent coaxing a child. "Go on, go. Make haste, we are not in a rush." Sun Shihai thumped his chest in reassurance. "Mo Chen, fear not. Even if you fail the subsequent trials, I shall ensure your admission into the academy and take you under my wing." Mo Chen, both amused and exasperated, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder, for your kindness." With that, he eagerly made his way towards the 3rd trial. How could he even think of selecting a master when he had yet to pass the 3rd trial of comprehension? As he walked, he internally lamented. Compared to his foundation, it was his comprehension that was truly extraordinary. Until he had showcased this formidable talent, it would be unwise to rashly choose a mentor. Moreover, the thought of Qin Kanjing nearly taking him as a disciple had stirred something within him. The master of a household, the de facto leader of the Xuanyuan Academy, and the most formidable expert within the Xuanyuan mansion, being a disciple of Qin Kanjing would undeniably surpass the advantages of apprenticing under either Lu Hongshan or Sun Shihai. Mo Chen recalled the words of Dantai Zaisang. Once admitted into the academy, one should be cautious in choosing a mentor, especially avoid any member of the Elder Council, for among them lurk traitors. Contemplating this, he glanced back at Dantai Zaisang, only to find her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. At that moment, her brow furrowed slightly, as if she wished to convey something. The gentle breeze lifted the hem of her skirt and her hair, imbuing her with both grace and vigor. It seemed she yearned to speak with Mo Chen privately, yet with the presence of the elders and others, she refrained from interrupting. She must be pondering about my foundation. Mo Chen mused, offering her a subtle smile as he guessed some of her concerns. He then raised his hand, signaling an okay gesture, and called out, "Senior sister, rest assured, I shall heed your words and will not disappoint your expectations." With that, he departed with flair towards the 3rd trial of comprehension. Behind him, Dantai Zaisang appeared momentarily taken aback as she watched Mo Chen's retreating figure, her expression contemplative. After a brief pause, she lowered her head and lifted her right hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together while raising her middle finger, ring finger, and pinky, her face a mask of confusion. What could this gesture signify? Chapter 54. The heartbreaking melancholy of the imperfect supreme quality. In the realm of martial arts, the selection of disciples particularly emphasizes one's foundational aptitude. After all, the foundation directly identifies geniuses, while comprehension remains elusive and intangible. The 3rd trial of Xuanyuan Academy is the trial of comprehension, aimed at discerning exceptionally talented individuals and ensuring that no gem goes unnoticed, striving to unearth the full potential of these disciples. Upon arriving at the side of the plaza, Mo Chen was greeted by an outer sect disciple clad in gray, who welcomed him warmly. "Brother Mo, congratulations on being selected as an inner disciple." The outer disciple, sporting a hint of ingratiating smile, clasped his hands in salute. Mo Chen smiled faintly, responding courteously, "Brother, please do not elevate me prematurely. I have yet to pass the assessment, and it is you who ought to be addressed as brother." "Oh right. Brother, how shall I address you?" The outer disciple promptly replied, "I am Yin Quan. You may simply call me Yin." Nodding, Mo Chen replied, "Yin Quan. Very well, I shall remember that." Yin Quan's face lit up as he clasped his hands once more. Brother Imo, should you require anything upon entering the academy, I shall go through fire and water without hesitation. Imo Chen smiled and nodded, assuring him that he would not hesitate to reach out if needed. As they conversed, they approached the entrance of a cavern. The cave's mouth was expansive, resembling a naturally formed grotto. At its center flowed a crystal-clear stream, winding its way along the misty mountainside and cascading downwards. Upon seeing the cave, Imo Chen inquired with curiosity, Brother Yen, is the third trial conducted within this cavern? Yin Quan respectfully replied, Indeed, this cavern was reportedly modified by Lord Qin Min himself 300 years ago at the founding of Jinwu Academy. Inside, there are murals carved by Lord Qin Min, specifically designed to assess a martial artist's comprehension. Murals? Imo Chen exclaimed in astonishment. They can be used to gauge comprehension? Seemingly sensing Imo Chen's confusion, Yin Quan explained with a smile, Brother Imo, you may not be aware, but these murals were created by the Grand Xian tyrant. Although he was notoriously brutal, he was also an exceptionally talented martial artist. He devised these murals, incorporating hundreds of martial arts forms to propagate throughout the Grand Xian, serving to select those with extraordinary comprehension. These martial arts are categorized into 6 ranks, ranging from ordinary to supreme quality. It is said that among them, there is even a transcendent martial art cultivated by the Grand Xian tyrant himself. Unfortunately, to this day, it remains exceedingly rare for anyone to grasp the supreme quality martial arts from these murals, let alone that transcendent martial art. Nonetheless, upon discovering their utility, the various lords have preserved these murals rather than destroyed them, passing them down to this day. At this revelation, Imo Chen comprehended that the murals within the cavern concealed a wealth of martial arts secrets. A spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he promptly opened his system panel for a glance. Wealth, 833 taels. Exchangeable cultivation progress, 69 years. I wonder if the funds I've accumulated over the past 5 days can assist in deciphering the martial arts within the murals. Just 5 days prior, his wealth had dwindled to a mere 100 taels. Over the past 5 days, the restaurant had consistently earned around 145 taels daily. Today, he had reached a total of 833 taels, enough to exchange for 69 years of cultivation progress. Yet, a sense of unease settled within Imo Chen. His comprehension was not truly innate. Should he receive a martial arts manual, he could exchange money for cultivation directly. However, now he needed to decipher the knowledge from the murals on his own. Would he truly be able to grasp it? Anxiety gnawed at him. 69 years of comprehension. Surely I won't come away empty-handed. Noticing Yin Quan's gaze upon him, Imo Chen maintained his composure as he walked towards the cave, casually asking, Brother Yin, what are the rules for this third trial? Yin Quan explained, Brother Imo, the rules for the third trial are quite simple. Within 10 days, you must comprehend any martial art of your choosing. After 10 days, the Lord and the elders will come to verify your understanding. The higher the rank of the martial art you grasp, the better your comprehension will be. Understanding a martial art does not necessitate immediate mastery. Hence, the requirement is merely comprehension. Understood, Imo Chen nodded, his mind now clear. Having bid farewell to Yin Quan, he ventured alone into the cave. Outside the cave, he observed Imo Chen entering, and the other disciples responsible for the third trial approached with envious gazes. Look at Yin Quan, forging a connection with Imo Chen so swiftly. Indeed, if he strikes it rich in the future, let's hope he remembers his brothers. Yin Quan offered a wry smile and sighed. What connection have I made? It's merely a matter of being somewhat familiar. I'm not even sure if Imo Chen remembers me. True enough, the true disciples are exalted. They are certainly beyond our reach as outer sect disciples. I never imagined Imo Chen possessed such heavenly roots. It's truly astonishing. Indeed, I recall when some outer and inner disciples mocked him for selling meal packages. Those who scoffed must be regretting it immensely now, fearing Imo Chen may seek retribution. Hearing their banter, Yin Quan shook his head. After this martial examination, I should be able to exchange my merit points for a mid-tier martial technique. Perhaps I might even make a bid for the inner sect. Casting a glance at the dim cave, he returned to the square, leading the other disciples back to the third trial. Meanwhile, Imo Chen stepped into the cave, momentarily engulfed in darkness. As his eyes adjusted to the dim yellow light within, he discovered numerous torches adorning the walls. With so many torches, could there possibly be a lack of oxygen? He noticed several figures standing or sitting, murmuring to themselves, their gazes fixed vacantly on the walls. Unfortunately, he spotted Wan Tianjing among them, who was engrossed in the wall paintings, oblivious to Imo Chen's entrance. Good. This spares me from another verbal spar. Imo Chen casually scanned the surroundings, realizing that although the cave appeared small from the outside, it was actually quite spacious, resembling an indoor plaza capable of accommodating 300 to 400 people. The walls were intricately carved with countless small figures, each depicting various actions, numbering in the tens of thousands. A mere glance was enough to bewilder the senses, causing a tingling sensation at the back of one's neck, leaving no room for clarity. Fortunately, I do not suffer from claustrophobia. Otherwise, one glance would have rendered me unconscious from suffocation. Emo-chan gazed at the multitude of figures on the walls, involuntarily exclaiming, "This is exceedingly challenging." Instantly, a chorus of lamentations arose around him. Indeed, it's incredibly difficult. With so many techniques, which ones can be combined into a martial art? I fear I am doomed. 10 days is hardly enough time to comprehend anything. I feel the same. I forget what I saw earlier as soon as I look at the next. My head is spinning. Emo-chan turned to the few disciples who were scratching their heads and frowning in confusion, shaking his head with a bitter smile before focusing his gaze on the first mural. The first mural featured 9 small figures horizontally and 9 vertically, showcasing a total of 81 distinct techniques. Each technique was remarkably vivid, demonstrating the skill and dedication of the sculptor. Among them were figures with outstretched arms resembling eagles, others crouching like tigers, some poised on one leg like scorpions, as well as various stances for wielding swords and spears. Emo-chan examined each unique figure, stepping forward to attempt a mimicry. Suddenly, notifications rang out. Ding. Ordinary incomplete 3 talents combined palm, not yet learned. Ding. Low tier incomplete true essence energy technique, not yet learned. Ding. Ordinary incomplete eagle claw technique, not yet learned. Ding. Upper tier incomplete soul pursuit finger, not yet learned. Ding. Low tier incomplete tiger suppression body refining technique, not yet learned. Ding. Ordinary incomplete scorpion fist, not yet learned. Ding. Mid-tier incomplete white crane sword technique, not yet learned. Ding. Exceptional incomplete sorrow of eternal stability, not yet learned. Chapter 55, The Heavenly Book in Others' Eyes. Wow, an exceptional sword technique. Sorrow of eternal stability? Emo-chan was taken aback, his movements pausing as he stared at the first mural, utterly astonished. This mural indeed contained an exceptional martial art. Initially, he had believed Yin Quan's explanations were mere legends. After all, tales from 300 years ago are often shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, no one had grasped an exceptional martial art in the past 300 years. The existence of such extraordinary techniques remained a question mark. However, at this moment, Emo-chan had witnessed the incomplete version of an exceptional martial art with his own eyes, a blend of shock and joy washing over him. It was almost too incredible to believe. He had stumbled upon an incomplete exceptional martial art so effortlessly. The system was truly formidable. How astonishing. Emo-chan was nearly buoyant with excitement. Looking again at the mural, his heart soared as if he had discovered an unparalleled treasure. The cave was filled with murals, and what he had seen was merely the first of thousands awaiting his exploration. If he managed to view them all, would it mean that hundreds of martial arts could be recognized by the system? Would it imply that these arts could each be completed, leading to the perfect understanding of all martial arts? With these thoughts, Emo-chan could no longer contain his enthusiasm. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and goosebumps prickled his skin. If all the techniques could be perfected, it would be akin to emptying an entire scripture repository. Most importantly, hidden within these murals were an extraordinary martial art and an exceptional martial art. If he could complete and cultivate these 2 arts to perfection, just the thought made him feel as if he could awaken from a dream with a smile. Suppressing the urge to laugh joyfully at the heavens, he opened the system panel to examine the details of the exceptional sword technique. However, what he received were 3 large question marks and a system prompt. System prompt. Current cultivation level is too low to view this type of martial art. Please elevate your cultivation to the mountain opening realm before attempting to view. Emo-chan paused for a moment, taken aback. What? There's a cultivation restriction? I need to be at the mountain opening realm to view it? This realm was above the 5 elements realm, reputed to be quite unique. And Emo-chan had yet to gather much information about it. Nevertheless, considering the exceptional rank of the sword technique and its distinctive name, he chuckled softly, deciding not to dwell on it. After all, it would eventually be his. There was no rush. The third trial was, to him, a treasure trove waiting to be explored. With that thought in mind, he ceased his waiting and eagerly moved forward to examine the murals. To others, the murals of the third trial appeared as inscrutable as celestial scriptures. Yet to him, these murals were utterly straightforward. This was the remarkable aspect of his extraordinary talent. Ding. Ordinary incomplete azure water long blade, not yet learned. Ding. Low tier incomplete flying flame spear technique, not yet learned. Ding. Ordinary incomplete wind breaking leg, not yet learned. Ding. Ordinary incomplete iron sand palm, not yet learned. Ding. Low tier incomplete flying swallow multi-strikes, not yet learned. With notification after notification echoing, Emo-chan remained transfixed, eagerly absorbing the knowledge from the wall murals. As he gazed upon an increasing number of murals, some ordinary martial arts techniques gradually filled in their deficiencies, elevating them to complete forms. Ding. Ordinary incomplete 3 talents combined palm. Promotion. Ordinary 3 talents combined palm. Ding. Ordinary incomplete scorpion fist. Promotion. Ordinary scorpion fist. Ding. Ordinary incomplete eagle claw technique. Promotion. Ordinary eagle claw technique. Witnessing these ordinary martial arts being perfected one after another, Emo-chan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. his blood boiling with vitality and fervor. It won't be long now. Ordinary martial arts have the fewest moves and are completed the quickest, surely. Next, some low-grade martial arts will also be perfected. Generally speaking, ordinary martial arts consist of a mere 3 to 12 moves, making them relatively simple. Low-grade martial arts, on the other hand, are somewhat more complex, usually comprising around 18 techniques. Thus, among the thousands of mural figures, it is not particularly challenging to piece together a set of ordinary martial arts. This criterion serves as the minimum standard for entering the inner sect of the Xuanyuan Academy. As for outer sect disciples, forming 3 or 4 consecutive moves suffices. The requirements are not stringent. Bang! Lost in his thoughts, Chen accidentally collided with someone. Realizing his mistake, he quickly turned to help the other person up, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I was too engrossed and didn't notice you." Xiao. A chuckling voice suddenly interrupted. Chen paused, recognizing the young man he had knocked down, and was slightly taken aback. "It's you?" Su Yi, picking himself up from the ground, grinned and said, Yes, it's me. I didn't realize Xiao still remembered me." Chen couldn't help but chuckle. How could he forget? They had just been conversing moments ago. "By the way, are you hurt?" He felt a tinge of concern, aware that with his current strength as a bear demon, even a casual bump could exert immense force. He worried that he had inadvertently injured Su Yi, who was in the blood refinement realm. I'm fine. My skin is tough and resilient. I can take a hit," Su Yi replied, though blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth as he smiled, revealing crimson-stained teeth. As he wiped the blood from his lips, he added with a grin, Xiao, you carry on. I'll step out to see a doctor. I'll return after my checkup." With that, Su Yi turned and staggered towards the exit. However, as he reached the front of an outer sect disciple maintaining order, he suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground, sprawled out motionless. Oh no! Chen rushed forward to assess Su Yi's condition. The outer sect disciple was startled and quickly called for an elder. A figure in a green robe, noticing the commotion from a distance, hurried over to investigate. Upon assessing the situation, the elder's expression relaxed slightly. It was merely some minor internal injuries, nothing serious. He produced a milky white pill and placed it into Su Yi's mouth. "This little frame of yours, though a blood refinement realm disciple, is rather fragile. Get him out to rest. Chen, you may continue your comprehension. There's no need to worry." Chen watched as the outer sect disciples carried Su Yi away, feeling a bittersweet smile form on his lips as he nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, Elder. It's all in a day's work." The elder replied with a nod and a smile before returning to his post at the entrance. Chen glanced back to see Su Yi being taken out of the cave. He silently promised to compensate him after the assessment and once again immersed himself in the murals. Before he realized it, an hour had swiftly passed. As noon approached, an outer sect disciple entered the cave wielding a knife, observing the many disciples who were furrowing their brows in distress. With a smirk, he called out, Time for a meal. Come out and eat. After lunch, you may return to continue your comprehension." Upon hearing the announcement, many disciples felt as though they had awakened from a dream. However, more disciples let out a collective sigh of relief, eagerly rushing towards the cave's exit. "Oh my goodness. Finally, a moment to relax. It's been so difficult. So incredibly difficult. Indeed, with so many techniques. Even a deity would need a century to comprehend them all. Sigh. This mural has me dozing off. What on earth am I to do? Hey you lot. Have any of you managed to grasp a technique or two? Let us share insights." Hearing the lamentations of their fellow disciples, the outer sect disciples maintaining order couldn't help but smirk at their plight. This was only the first day, and they were already struggling. There were still 9 days ahead of them. They too had traversed this stage. The true torment of the third trial was merely beginning. In the days to come, these new disciples would find themselves just as bewildered, having comprehended nothing by the end of the 9 days. When the Lord and elders came to test them, they would all panic, frantically trying to memorize a few techniques, performing them awkwardly like novices, devoid of any confidence. It could be said that the third trial served as Xuanyuan Academy's first test of mettle for the new disciples, designed to temper their spirits and quell their initial enthusiasm. At that moment, Situ Xian furrowed his brow, withdrawing his gaze from the murals with a sigh. "Old who? Let us go." He turned his attention to Hushichi, who was snoring against the wall. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't resist delivering a firm kick, toppling Hushichi to the ground. Crash. Hushichi jolted awake, propping himself up and blinking in confusion as he surveyed his surroundings. "What is going on? Where did everyone go?" Situ Xian scolded. "You lazy bum, sleeping as soon as you entered. Everyone has gone to eat. We should join them. Eat." Hushichi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Let us go. I'm starving." Situ Xian, observing his carefree attitude, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a twinge of envy at Hushichi's nonchalant demeanor, completely devoid of worry. Just as the two made their way towards the cave entrance, they noticed a figure still engrossed in the murals, ravenously absorbing the knowledge. Chen, Situ Xian and Hushichi exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of astonishment. Could it be he has already grasped something? Situ Xian speculated, uncertainty lacing his tone. Hushichi nodded, a glimmer of envy in his eyes. Look at how he is glued to that mural. He must have caught a glimpse of opportunity. Situ Xian inhaled sharply, contemplating the prodigious talent of Mo Chun, whose innate gifts were evident not only in his celestial roots, but also in his remarkable comprehension. Hushichi pointed to another figure nearby, nudging his head in that direction. There's another one. Situ Xian turned to see Yuan Tianjing, who appeared to be gritting his teeth, intensely focused on the mural. Occasionally, he cast a glance at Mo Chun, then returned to his diligent study. It seemed he was determined to surpass Mo Chun in the third trial, unwilling to be outdone. Situ Xian merely glanced at the two, and immediately discerned the disparity between them. Yuan Tianjing wouldn't make it. Just from their demeanor, it was evident who was making progress and who was not. Comprehension, that elusive and enigmatic quality, cannot merely be attained through sheer diligence. As Situ Xian and Hushichi exchanged a glance, they both smiled and departed from the cave. Observing that the number of disciples inside the cave had dwindled significantly, with most having left, the elder on guard and the external disciples maintaining order turned their astonished gazes toward Mo Chun and Yuan Tianjing. Were these two truly so engrossed from the very first day? In the past, there had been disciples who diligently immersed themselves in their studies and grasped advanced martial arts within the third trial. However, never had any disciple been able to fully dedicate themselves on the first day to the extent of neglecting meals. Upon realizing that it was Mo Chun and Yuan Tianjing, both possessing heavenly grade roots, the external disciples could only shake their heads. Even with heavenly grade roots, it was utterly improbable for them to achieve any understanding on their very first day. 3 years ago, Dan Tai Xiasang, also of heavenly grade roots, had only begun to comprehend something by the third day. The notion that Mo Chun and Yuan Tianjing could attain any insights on their first day seemed utterly fanciful. Yet, bound by duty and regulations, they refrained from interfering with the disciples within the cave, merely casting a few glances before returning their attention elsewhere. After the incense had burned for a while, many disciples returned from their meal, and upon witnessing Mo Chun and Yuan Tianjing still diligently studying the murals, expressions of surprise adorned their faces. Goodness, I distinctly remember they hadn't tea left when we went out. How is it that the moment we return, they resumed their studies? A sudden wave of shame washed over the group as they realized that these two individuals, with their exceptional talent, were also working harder than themselves. Reflecting on this, they hastily immersed themselves in their own understanding of the murals. Yuan Tianjing, however, was painfully aware of his hunger. Despite his repeated attempts to endure it, his stomach growled louder and louder. Turning his head, he found Mo Chun still engrossed in his study of the murals. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, don't you ever eat? Struggling against his hunger, he attempted to refocus on the murals, but found himself unable to concentrate. After a moment, noticing that more disciples were returning, he could no longer withstand it. With a sullen expression, he shot a glance at Mo Chun, muttering curses before leaving the cave. Ding. Ordinary incomplete scattered mantis leg, uninitiated. Ding. Medium quality incomplete illusory sea sword, uninitiated. Ding. Low quality incomplete 9 shallows 1 deep staff, uninitiated. Ding. Supreme quality incomplete dragon elephant King Kong exorcism classic. Promotion. Supreme quality dragon elephant King Kong exorcism classic. Delighted. Mo Chun's heart soared with joy. This supreme quality martial art had finally been completed. How wonderful. The reason he had not joined the others for a meal was precisely because of this supreme quality martial art. From the initial 13 incomplete forms, it had explosively progressed to 29 forms, and by the time mealtime arrived, it had reached 44 forms. In his eagerness, Mo Chun could no longer wait and, in one fervent effort, completed the Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic. At last, his perseverance had borne fruit. In that moment, the Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic achieved the status of a fully realized supreme quality martial art. With a broad smile, he eagerly opened his attribute panel to examine the details of this supreme quality martial art. The Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic is divided into 2 parts. The upper section focuses on internal cultivation, detailing the methods for refining and circulating vital energy, with a refinement speed several times that of superior quality martial arts. The lower section pertains to external skills, enhancing one's defense and strength. Attaining minor proficiency allows one to wield the power of a dragon elephant. Upon reaching great perfection, one could possess the strength of 9 dragon elephants, rendering one's skin and bones impervious to harm, capable of vanquishing demons and suppressing evil. Previously, Mo Chun had only possessed a method for refining vital energy, which was the low-quality Tyrant Tiger vital energy technique. Now, however, he found no need to cultivate this inferior martial art any longer. The Tyrant Tiger vital energy technique had been an unexpected acquisition during his development of the Fierce Tiger Fist. Yet at that time, his realm was too lowly. His physical strength could not withstand the might of vital energy. Thus, he had never cultivated this low-quality martial art. After later breaking through to the vital energy realm and coincidentally encountering Su Jin's and Dan Taixiasang, Chen had chosen to invest his limited resources in showcasing his talent, aiming to gain admission to the Jinwu Academy. The martial examination at Jinwu Academy prioritized martial talent and future potential. Thus, raw strength was not of paramount importance. As Chen reflected on being stuck in the early stages of the vital energy realm, a smile crept upon his lips. However, the upcoming fourth trial was rumored to focus on practical combat. He could exchange all his 69 years of cultivation progress. Since he had improved his route to heavenly grade after practicing the mighty bear magic fist, he had longed to test his roots with resources. Yet with the martial examination looming, he restrained his impulses, planning to assess the specifics of the examination before making a decision. Now, free from other concerns, he could wholly dedicate himself to elevating his cultivation. With this thought, Chen's consciousness shifted, instantly entering the martial arena. Exchange. Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic. Cultivated for 69 years. Ding. Exchange successful. As the system notification sounded, Chen's figure began practicing martial arts within the arena. In the first year, you cultivate the upper section of the Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic, commencing the refinement of vital energy. Due to your possession of the heavenly grade Xuanyuan Bear Magic Bone, this technique is effortlessly mastered. Once refined, your vital energy swiftly fills your dantian. At the beginning of the second year, your dantian, nourished by the abundant vital energy, becomes resilient and firm. With a mere thought, vital energy instantly emanates from your body, enveloping your hands and feet like protective gauntlets, significantly enhancing your combat prowess. Your cultivation breaks through to the mid-stage of the vital energy realm. By the end of the second year, your mastery of the upper section of the Dragon Elephant King Kong Exorcism Classic deepens further. As your vital energy continually strengthens your dantian, the accumulation of vital energy grows. At this moment, the vital energy gathers powerfully, enveloping your entire body like armor, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary blades to breach. Your cultivation breaks through to the late stage of the vital energy realm. In the third year, you can now manipulate your vital energy at will, guiding it through your meridians to envelop your internal organs. Henceforth, sustaining internal injuries will become exceedingly rare. Your cultivation breaks through to the great perfection of the vital energy realm. So swift? Chen was astonished. Though he had anticipated some progress, he had never imagined that within a mere 3 years, he would achieve full mastery of the vital energy realm. Indeed, with heavenly grade roots combined with a supreme quality martial art, the cultivation process felt akin to riding a rocket. With these two factors combined, the vital energy realm posed no challenges whatsoever. It was as if he were traversing an unimpeded path, effortlessly advancing. What about the five elements realm? A smile tugged at the corners of Chen's lips, his heart racing with excitement. The five elements realm, as its name suggests, involves the cultivation of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the human body, these five elements correspond to the five organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The heart corresponds to fire, the liver to wood, the spleen to earth, the lungs to metal, and the kidneys to water. By utilizing vital energy to nourish and invigorate these organs, a martial artist can develop extraordinary abilities. For instance, after nourishing the heart, a martial artist could experience a surge in vitality, their complexion glowing, and their lifespan extended by 30 years. After nurturing the liver, their vision would sharpen, allowing them to see in the darkest of nights without hindrance. After nurturing the spleen, one's muscular strength surges dramatically, rendering the tongue and mouth no longer clumsy, while the body's ability to assimilate the medicinal properties of elixirs accelerates. Following the nurturing of the lungs, the pores can open and close at will, enabling one to hold their breath underwater, with sensory perception becoming exceedingly acute. Upon nurturing the kidneys, the bones undergo a further evolution, the auditory canals wide open, allowing one to discern the sounds of insects from miles away. In summary, once the threshold of the five elements realm is breached, the body will experience a profound enhancement, birthing abilities that transcend those of ordinary individuals. Reflecting on the introduction to cultivation realms that Su Jin's had sent a few days prior, Chen mused quietly, "My progress is so swift. I wonder if it will astonish them." Yet, contemplating the extraordinary comprehension he was about to manifest, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. A genius. One ought to tread an unconventional path. With this thought, he wasted no time and immersed himself once more in his cultivation. Chapter 57. The Roar of Dragons and Elephants. In the fourth year, you continue your cultivation, directing your vital energy to your heart, attempting to nurture it. Due to the sheer vigor of your Xuanyuan bear demon bone, your physique is robust, and your heart faces virtually no resistance or risk of damage, leading to a successful nurturing. Your vitality surges abruptly. Your heart beats like a war drum, your complexion flushes with health, and you sense, almost instinctively, that your lifespan has been extended. You have broken through to the initial stage of the five elements realm. In the 5th year, while nurturing your heart, you simultaneously direct your vital energy to your liver, and, akin to the heart, there are almost no obstacles, resulting in success. At this moment, you suddenly notice a slight soreness in your eyes. After closing them for a brief rest, you open them once more, and your vision is illuminated, piercing through the darkness. From henceforth, the night shall no longer hinder your sight. In the 6th year, your nurturing of the spleen is successful, your muscular strength surges once again, and your mouth moistens with vitality. You swallow a vitality pill, and its medicinal power swiftly assimilates into your body, bolstering your vital energy further. You have broken through to the mid-stage of the five elements realm. In the 7th year, your nurturing of the lungs is successful, and your pores can open and close at will. No longer do you rely solely on your nasal passages for breathing. Every pore in your body can now respire, and your sensory perception sharpens to an extraordinary degree, perceiving even the slightest fluctuations in the air. In the 8th year, your nurturing of the kidneys is successful, leading to changes in your bones, enhancing their hardness and thickness. Unbeknownst to you, your physique becomes more imposing, your height increasing by another inch. Simultaneously, your auditory canals widen, allowing the sounds of insects from a kilometer away to be heard clearly. Your hearing undergoes an astonishing enhancement. You have broken through to the late stage of the five elements realm. In the 10th year, your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys have all been nurtured to their optimal states. On this day, a stirring in your heart ignites the cycle of the five elements, invoking their interdependent relationships. Fire generates earth, earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, and wood generates fire. The five elements have been established. They are ceaseless and interconnected, flowing continuously, with your vital energy coursing through your body like a roaring river, cleansing all impurities within. You have attained the great perfection of the five elements realm. In the 11th year, you encounter a bottleneck, unable to break through to the mountain opening realm. Please elevate your physical limits before attempting again. Indeed, under the combined influence of the Xuanyuan bear demon bone and exceptional martial arts, breaking through the five elements realm was effortless, yet the distance to the mountain opening realm remained. Chen felt not the slightest surprise. Mastering the five elements realm entails a cyclical process within the body, akin to the perpetual generation of the five elements. When it comes to nurturing the internal organs, the demands on the application of vital energy are exceedingly high. Consequently, many prodigies tread cautiously in the five elements realm, fearing that their vital energy might harm their internal organs, potentially leading to injury or even death. However, for Chen, the five elements realm posed no issue. His Xuanyuan bear demon bone had been forged through over a century of rigorous training. The relentless honing of his physique, vitality, and bones rendered Chen impervious to the tyrannical nature of vital energy. With the cycle of the five elements established, from this point onward, my application of vital energy will be as intuitive as an extension of my own limbs, precisely controlled. Feeling the robust vital energy within him, Chen attempted to project it outward, enveloping his entire body. To his astonishment, the density of his vital energy was almost tangible. This vital energy armor, when confronted directly, could likely shatter even the armor of a perfected vitality realm practitioner. Curiously, Chen extended his arm. Upon closer inspection, the vital energy armor of the five elements realm was nearly visible to the naked eye. The vital energy enveloped him like an impervious transparent suit of armor, shielding him from head to toe. Moreover, this vital energy was immensely potent, infused with the abundant strength of his vitality. At this moment, he radiated like a blazing sun in the eyes of malevolent spirits, emanating heat that deterred them from approaching. Now that my nurturing of the internal organs has reached its limit, to advance further, I must once again elevate my physical limits, refining my body to the ancient dragon-elephant form before I can nurture again. Although Chen was not entirely clear about the mountain opening realm, he gleaned a glimpse of its significance from the information provided by Su Jins. The mountain opening realm is said to be critically important for martial artists, so significant that countless predecessors deemed it the beginning of a martial artist's transformation from the mundane to the extraordinary. Thus, the prodigies of the Great Xian's 36 prefectures linger in the five elements realm for extended periods, aiming to solidify their foundations to the utmost before proceeding to the mountain opening. For some reason, Chen suddenly recalled the admonition from Dantai Xiaosong. The path of martial arts must be grounded. Do not harbor any unrealistic notions. A faint smile graced Chen's lips. It seemed this senior sister was subtly influencing others with her own approach to martial arts. As the chief disciple of the Zhenwu Academy and the most formidable talent on the Zhenwu ranking list, her influence was undeniable. Furthermore, her cultivation was indeed formidable. It was said that she had remained at the great perfection of the five elements realm for 3 to 4 years. As a genius with a celestial grade root bone, her ability to stay at the great perfection of the five elements realm for such an extended period speaks volumes of her dedication to accumulation. Currently, I have 58 years left in my cultivation journey, I shall continue my practice of the Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2. Chen cast aside his thoughts and once again immersed himself in his cultivation. In the 11th year, you begin to practice the Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2. From the very first session, you realize that this is a body refinement technique even more formidable and domineering than the Mighty Bear Demon Fist. Unlike the purely external training of the Mighty Bear Demon Fist, the Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2, employs vital energy for body refinement, systematically elevating the flesh and blood to the powerful level of the ancient dragon elephant, with the difficulty nearly multiplied. You comprehend that this martial art cannot be hastily mastered. It demands prolonged and meticulous effort. Thus, you settle your mind and delve deeply into the technique, refining your body. In the 12th year, you utilize vital energy to hammer your body, akin to a blacksmith forging iron, each strike following the last, ceaseless and precise, as your body undergoes gradual transformation. In the 19th year, you have entered the threshold of the exceptional Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2. In the 27th year, you achieve a minor success. Possessing the strength of a dragon elephant, your bones are further reinforced, faintly glimmering with hints of gold. In the 39th year, you attain great success in the exceptional Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2, possessing the strength of 4 dragon elephants. In the 57th year, you finally elevate the Dragon Elephant Diamond Demon Suppression Classic, Part 2, to the realm of great perfection. At this moment, golden light radiates from your body, and 9 ancient dragon elephants raise their heads in unison, your physical form stepping into a new realm, harmonizing inner and outer strength, defending like a diamond, moving like a dragon elephant. The supreme dragon elephant Vajra subduing demon ceremony, great perfection. The current martial arts have reached their pinnacle, and further cultivation is no longer possible. Remaining cultivation progress has been calculated, 11 years. Chen opened his eyes, and consciousness instantaneously returned to his corporeal form. His body underwent a momentary and intense transformation, as if his muscles and bones were reborn, radiating an overwhelming vitality. With a resounding roar, the 9-headed dragon elephant bellowed in unison, its momentum immense. A breathtakingly domineering aura emanated from Chen, surging outward in all directions. This is bad. Chen's complexion shifted as he instantly sensed something amiss, hastily retracting his powerful presence to mitigate the overwhelming force. However, he was a moment too late. The dragon elephants roared, their might sweeping forth like a tempest, instantly toppling all martial examination disciples within the cavern. The disciples were thrown into disarray, cries of shock filling the air. What on earth is happening? What is Chen doing? They all gazed in astonishment at Chen. At the center of the commotion, bewildered, upon hearing the panicked shouts of his fellow disciples and witnessing their collective collapse, Chen could only manage a wry smile. Alas, I completely forgot about this. His rapid advancements in cultivation had led to an overwhelming surge of energy upon returning to reality, preventing him from immediately controlling the oppressive aura of the 9-headed dragon elephant. In the distance, at the entrance of the cavern, an elder stationed at the 5 Elements realm suddenly stood up, his mind shaken. He looked toward Chen, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? In that instant, the elder sensed a terrifying might emanating from Chen, far surpassing that of the 5 Elements realm. Chapter 58, Contradiction. Qin Kanjiang, Zhenwu Academy. In the conference hall, the governor Qin Kanjiang and 10 elders were engaged in a heated discussion. Just as their argument reached a fervent pitch, with voices raised and tempers flaring, suddenly, they all fell silent, turning abruptly to gaze outside, their faces filled with horror. Who is it? A mount-opening realm expert? Qin Kanjiang's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. It's the 3rd trial. In an instant, his figure vanished from the hall. The other 10 elders, upon hearing Qin Kanjiang's alarm, quickly responded, their expressions shifting as they hurried to follow. Damn it, could it be the ruffians from Deqi? The Wei dynasty is notorious for assassination. It must be an assassin from Wei. How dare they launch a preemptive attack on our Zhenwu Academy disciples for that valley? This is sheer folly. The elders, seething with rage, rushed toward the 3rd trial cavern. However, upon arriving at the cavern, the scene before them left the elders momentarily stunned. Inside the cavern, harmony and camaraderie reigned, with all disciples safe and sound. To their surprise, the first to arrive, the governor, was seen patting Chen on the shoulder, laughing joyously toward the heavens. What is going on? Where are the attackers? Where are the assassins? Jin Moran looked puzzled, her beautiful eyes blinking as she turned to inquire of the other elders. The other elders wore awkward expressions, each equally clueless about what had transpired. That aura earlier felt somewhat unfamiliar. Why was there no commotion upon their arrival? The outer disciples, maintaining order at the entrance, quickly greeted the elders, bowing respectfully. Greetings to the esteemed elders. Indeed, the elders nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Hongshan glanced toward Chen's direction, then turned back to the bowing outer disciples and asked, I ask you what just occurred? Why did a powerful aura emanate from here? The other elders fixated their intense gaze on the outer disciple, eagerly awaiting his response. The outer disciple, feeling the scrutiny of the esteemed elders, nervously replied, reporting to the elders, "I did not witness any powerful expert just now. I only know that Chen suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, causing all martial examination disciples to be knocked to the ground." "What? Chen?" The elders gasped in astonishment. "Yes, it's indeed Chen." Thankfully, Elder Bai had inquired earlier, as no disciples were injured. Upon hearing the outer disciple's words, the elders were left utterly bewildered, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared in Chen's direction. That earlier aura was actually Chen's. How could this be? At that moment, two furious roars erupted. Following closely, Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai unleashed their formidable energy, darting toward Chen like an eagle and a leopard. The elders watched as Qin Kanjing exchanged words with Chen, who then appeared ready to kneel in homage. "Chen, do you wish to take me as your master?" Qin Kanjing asked with a beaming smile. "I am willing. Master, please accept my bow." At that moment, Chen was about to kneel to pay his respects. Suddenly, the two furious voices rang out, and despite his efforts, his knees would not bend, as if held aloft by an invisible force. "Qin Kanjing, how can you go back on your word? Qin Kanjing, we respect your position as governor, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics. How shameless! How disgraceful! You are unworthy to be a son." Qin Kanjing laughed heartily, unfazed. "Brother Lu, junior brother's son, since you both oppose, let us step outside to settle this. There are too many disciples here. It's best not to harm them." As he spoke, Qin Kanjing unleashed a dual strike, summoning two enormous blood-streaked lions that charged forth, roaring ferociously, colliding with the two elders. With a thunderous crash, Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai were sent sprawling backward, unable to withstand the might of Qin Kanjing's punch. "Brother Lu, junior brother's son, I must have Chen today. If you two refuse to comply, I shall beat you into submission." Qin Kanjing laughed triumphantly as he pursued them, bursting forth from the cavern in a blink. Wow! Inside the cavern, all disciples witnessed this spectacle, their astonishment palpable as they gasped in unison, wide-eyed. Qin Kanjing, single-handedly facing two opponents, had effortlessly sent two esteemed elders flying with a single blow. Just how strong must he be? The governor is truly formidable. What realm of power is he at? Could he be at the Mount Opening Realm? Nonsense. The Mount Opening Realm is impossible. I wager the governor must be above that realm. Chen, equally astonished as the other disciples, felt a tempest of emotions within him. The strength displayed by Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai had already surpassed his own mastery of the Five Elements realm, and the power unleashed by Governor Qin Kanjing was even greater. That single punch had rendered Chen utterly incapable of resistance. Recalling Qin Kanjing's earlier words, Chen's heart surged with excitement, unable to contain his joy. "Master, please lend me your strength. Do not falter." To be able to take on a master of such extraordinary prowess as Qin Kanjing, it would undoubtedly ease his journey on the path of martial arts. After all, in a world like Dexian, where strength reigns supreme, a master plays an invaluable role. A formidable master can indeed provide him with an exceptionally safe and comfortable environment for cultivation. Fortunately, I spoke candidly just now, otherwise, it would have been impossible to make the Lord retract his words. Chen chuckled softly. The exaggerated expression on Qin Kanjing's face upon learning of his comprehension of extraordinary and transcendent techniques brought him immense joy. These two martial arts were precisely the fundamental reasons why Qin Kanjing was willing to break his promise, enduring the shame of being called shameless and unprincipled, just to take Chen as his disciple. For, mastering these two martial arts signifies that Chen possesses an unparalleled aptitude, a talent that is exceedingly rare in a millennium. Such a prodigious genius in martial arts must not be overlooked by Qin Kanjing. He must accept him as his disciple. "Qin Kanjing, you shameless rogue. You've gone back on your word. Ha ha ha, shamelessness reigns supreme. It's not a good thing to be too dignified, unprincipled. Thankfully, my teeth can still endure for a few more years. You, who violate your promises, are unworthy of being the lord of a manor. Ha ha. Promises are merely made to be broken. Otherwise, why would the term breaking a promise even exist? You think you can have Chen? Chen is mine to claim. You too might as well save your breath and inquire about Chen's thoughts." The sounds of scolding and battling echoed into the cave. All the disciples widened their eyes, turning to look at Chen. Their expressions were a whirlwind of emotions, filled with envy and jealousy. What a blow to the spirit. Indeed, one cannot compare people to one another. When will I ever be fought over by several elders as a disciple? I could laugh myself awake from such a dream. My ancestral grave would even emit green smoke. Why does the Lord wish to take Chen as a disciple again? What did he discuss with Chen just now? Did anyone hear? No. We seem unable to hear what the Lord and Chen were discussing. Could this be an advanced martial art that blocks sound? At the cave entrance, the elders were utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? How did the three suddenly come to blows over Chen? Indeed, we sense the aura of powerful beings approaching. How did it escalate to them vying for Chen? Hadn't he, the Lord, already promised the Grand Elder and the Second Elder? Why is he going back on his word? At this moment, a white-browed elder gazed towards Chen, his heart racing with a startling conjecture. The Lord suddenly breaking his promise could only mean one possibility. What possibility? The other elders looked at him, puzzled. The white-browed elder narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "This possibility is that Chen not only possesses heavenly-grade roots, but also an extraordinarily powerful comprehension." The elders frowned in unison. Comprehension? Many felt a stirring in their hearts, gasping in shock. This possibility indeed exists. Seeing the astonished gazes directed towards Chen, the white-browed elder's eyes gleamed with confidence as he smiled. Everyone, think about it. If Chen did not possess formidable comprehension, why would the Lord suddenly break his promise and secretly take him as a disciple? You mean someone is wide-eyed? The Lord would rather be scolded than not accept Chen, which shows Chen's comprehension is a rare and extraordinary talent. Upon hearing this, the elders' eyes sparkled as they all turned their gaze towards Chen, surrounded by numerous disciples, their hearts ablaze with excitement. Indeed, the Lord did not vie for Chen earlier or later, but chose this precise moment to do so. What is this place? The third test of comprehension. What could possibly attract the Lord to break his promise? Ahem, I wish to inquire something from Chen. Please wait for me a moment. Suddenly, a slender elder approached Chen with a sly grin. I too have something I wish to ask Chen. Another elder chuckled dryly, moving towards Chen. I merely wish to chat with Chen. What business do you have? Hey, we think alike. I too want to have a word with Chen. In the blink of an eye, 6 out of the 8 elders had gathered around Chen, with only Qian Moran and the white-browed elder remaining smiling and still. Seeing so many elders approaching him, Chen, puzzled, clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Disciple salutes the esteemed elders." One elder, beaming, asked Chen, "Have you considered taking me as your master?" Chen was momentarily taken aback. Taking a master? The other elders' eyes lit up, and they surged forward. Chen, take me as your master. I guarantee you the finest cultivation resources. Chen, choose me. I own a merchant guild. Whatever you desire, I can procure for you. Chen, my martial prowess ranks the highest in the martial academy. Take me as your master. I will make you the top of the heroic rankings. Get lost. If you're the strongest, what about the Lord? What about Qian Shimi, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder? Gazing at the crowd of elders, all eagerly promoting themselves with broad smiles, Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The lineup of potential masters is rather formidable. Do the Lord and the Grand Elder, Second Elder realize these elders are scheming? Nearby, the other disciples were utterly dumbfounded, collectively breaking down. Even the outer disciples maintaining order twitched their mouths, gazing at Chen with incredulous expressions. Did this Chen save the Great Xuanyuan in his past life? Is he truly this favored? Chapter 59, Allow me to guide you. Everyone be gone. A thunderous voice reverberated, accompanied by a mix of disbelief, amusement, nostalgia, and a hint of dominance. As the voice faded, Qin Kanjing appeared in an instant. With a series of muffled grunts, 6 elders were kicked away, 5 of them flying through the air, while one scrambled away in a panic. Dare to covet my disciple? Who gave you the audacity? Qin Kanjing bellowed with vigor, hands clasped behind his back, directly approaching Chen with a smile, saying, Chen, from this day forth, you are my disciple. Chen stealthily glanced at Qin Kanjing's panda eyes, feeling too intimidated to speak or ask anything. He promptly knelt down, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Qin Kanjing, sporting a pair of panda eyes, let out his signature hearty laughter. "Ha, splendid. Excellent." After Chen rose from his bow, Qin Kanjing, with a kindly expression, said, Chen, today we shall establish our master-disciple relationship. After the martial examination, I will conduct a formal ceremony for you, as per the master's command. Chen bowed respectfully, his demeanor sincere and reverent. However, a smile did creep onto his lips. Finally, he has entered the martial academy. Even more astonishingly, he has become the true disciple of the Lord of the martial manner. Chen, with your capabilities, there is no need for you to participate in the 4th test. Qin Kanjing, pleased with Chen's respectful demeanor, waved his hand, and a token inscribed with the character Qin fell into Chen's hand. From tomorrow onwards, you can come to find me anytime. Your martial training is brief. Let me guide you. Very well. Chen's heart leaped with joy. Having just attained the pinnacle of the 5 elements realm, he truly needed guidance. Otherwise, he was genuinely uncertain about the path of cultivation that lay ahead. All right. You continue to comprehend the mural. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. With that, he concluded the conversation. Qin Kanjing, in high spirits, clasped his hands behind his back, humming an unfamiliar tune, confidently striding out of the 3rd cave with a pair of panda eyes. Watching Qin Kanjing's retreating figure, Chen was filled with admiration and reverence. My master, the Lord of the Manor, is truly confident. He is indeed a paragon for us martial artists to aspire to stride forth with such poise, unperturbed by the 2 panda eyes, is something most could not achieve. Even those with a modicum of modesty would find it hard to carry off such nonchalant bravado. The Lord is extraordinary. He truly deserves the title of the foremost expert of our Zhenwu manner. Indeed, that punch he delivered moments ago still leaves me in awe. It was utterly terrifying. The instant the two colossal lions appeared, I could hardly keep my legs from buckling beneath me. The Lord is undoubtedly at the mountain opening realm. Perhaps he has even transcended it. Only those at the mountain opening realm could momentarily soar into the skies. Yes, to ascend briefly into the air is no longer the act of a mere mortal. I am deeply curious. You all speak of the mountain opening realm. Does it truly possess such marvels? At this moment, over 400 disciples who had passed the second round clustered together in excited groups, their expressions animated as they engaged in lively discussions, filling the cave with a buzz of chatter, their minds far from contemplating the murals. After all, they had just witnessed the clash of three formidable experts. It would be remarkable for the newly admitted disciples of Zhenwu Academy to calm their minds in such a short time. Amidst the awe and chatter of the crowd, Ruan Tianjing stood at the back, his expression twisted with malice, fists clenched. With gritted teeth, he glared at Mo Chen in the center of the throng, his eyes brimming with resentment and envy. All of this should have been mine. The emergence of Mo Chen had completely stolen the attention that rightfully belonged to him. Although both he and Mo Chen possessed heavenly roots, they seemed worlds apart in their essence. Ever since Mo Chen's bone appraisal, the attitudes of elders Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai had turned wholly in favor of Mo Chen, leaving Ruan Tianjing forgotten in their wake. This was intolerable for Ruan Tianjing, who had always basked in the spotlight and acclaim. From a young age, he had proudly considered himself a prodigy of extraordinary talent. Yet upon arriving at the Manor City and encountering Mo Chen, he had faced a string of setbacks, losing all his luster and attention to Mo Chen, relegating him to invisibility. This he could not endure. He was unwilling. His hatred simmered to the brink of madness. He could not accept that a mere lowly servant had usurped everything that was rightfully his. Mo Chen, you better watch out. One day I will crush you beneath my feet. Ruan Tianjing's gaze turned venomous, a cold smirk playing upon his lips as he vowed with clenched teeth. In contrast, on the other side, Situ Xian and Hushichi maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor. Being sought after by the Lord and numerous elders for discipleship suggested that Mo Chen's comprehension was indeed extraordinary. Hushichi lounged lazily on the ground, smacking his lips. Indeed, without genuine prowess, the Lord would never have unleashed such a fierce battle. Situ Xian took a deep breath, gazing towards Mo Chen, and suddenly said, Old Hu, do you think we should consider aligning ourselves with Mo Chen? Hushichi's heart stirred as if struck by a thought, his expression turning to one of surprise. You mean we should become his aides? Situ Xian turned to him, nodding gravely. Once we become true disciples, we will gain access to a wealth of cultivation resources. Each true disciple can recruit 2 aides and 10 guards. For Mo Chen, other established inner sect members might hesitate to attach themselves to him, but we are different. We have traversed the martial world and know which paths are favorable and which are not. A thoughtful expression crossed Hushichi's usually simple face, his eyes revealing a shrewdness unexpected for someone of his stature. After a moment, he nodded. You're right. If we can become Mo Chen's aides, it should be far better than going solo. Both of them hailed from humble backgrounds. Had it not been for fortunate circumstances leading them to the path of martial arts, they would likely have remained among society's lowest echelons for their entire lives. The nobility had enabled their rise. Thus, they understood the significance of following a person of stature. With Mo Chen's status as a true disciple all but assured, seizing the opportunity to become his aides would surely benefit both him and them. Hearing Hushichi's agreement, Situ Xian declared, then it's settled. Once the third round concludes, we shall seek an opportunity to approach Mo Chen. But Hushichi chuckled, folding his arms behind his head and closing his eyes against the wall. You rascal. Situ Xian shook his head helplessly, feeling utterly powerless against someone lounging in the farthest corner of the cave. 10 days swiftly passed. During this time, Mo Chen diligently studied all the minor figures within the cave twice. Upon finishing the last mural, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Ordinary incomplete lunar blade. Promotion. Ordinary lunar blade. Ding. Medium quality incomplete godly step of 1,000 shadows. Promotion. Medium quality godly step of 1,000 shadows. Ding. High quality incomplete soul pursuing finger. Promotion. High quality soul pursuing finger. Ding. Medium quality incomplete star picking hand. Promotion. Medium quality star picking hand. Wait, why is the superlative incomplete grief of the eternal mountain still not complete? Mo Chen's breath hitched as he stared at the wall, momentarily stunned. He had meticulously viewed every mural in the third cave twice over the past 10 days. Yet now, while all other techniques had been completed, the superlative sword technique remained incomplete. Could it be that the Great Xian tyrant did not fully incorporate this martial art? Mo Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating this possibility. After all, this was a superlative martial art, and it was likely that even the Great Xian tyrant would treat it with utmost importance. In a world where martial arts reigned supreme, Martial techniques symbolized heritage and represented the precious resources that various factions governed. Would the Great Xian Tyrant truly be willing to let such a technique be uncovered by another? If I were in the Great Xian Tyrant's position, I would probably also keep something back. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen shook his head, deciding it best to consult his master, Qin Kanjiing, before proceeding. If the superlative incomplete grief of the Eternal Mountain truly could not be completed, then he would have to wait until he reached the mountain opening realm to examine the system introduction and devise a detailed plan. Chapter 60, True Disciple Chen. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding bronze bell echoed throughout the entire manor city once more. On Yunwu Mountain, the third round of comprehension assessment at Jinwu Academy had officially concluded. Within the cave, hundreds of disciples reacted to the bell's toll with a cacophony of expressions, a chorus of anguished cries and lamentations filling the air. What? How could it end so quickly? I haven't even mastered this set of punches yet. What do? I'm finished. I haven't comprehended anything. Hey, brother. Could you teach me a few moves? I'll reward you handsomely later. Teach you? Look at what those outer disciples are doing. If they discover me, I'll be eliminated too. Su Yi observed the panicked expressions of the many disciples, remaining calm and composed with his hands behind his back, a proud and confident smile gracing his lips. 5 days prior, during his recovery, Chen had secretly taught him a set of ordinary boxing techniques. Thus, upon hearing the bell, he felt no panic. Rather, he was eager for the opportunity to conclude swiftly and showcase his skills before the elders. Throughout my life, I, Su, have always conducted my affairs with unwavering confidence. Today, at this third trial, success is assured. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on Su Ye's shoulder from behind, causing him to furrow his brow and prepare to reprimand the intruder. To his surprise, he turned to find Chen. Immediately, Su Ye's posture slackened, his confidence evaporating. He hastily donned a sycophantic smile and greeted, Senior Brother Emo, you are taking this path as well? Chen, puzzled, glanced around the cave. Is there another path to traverse in this cavern? Su Yi quickly waved his hands. No. What I meant was, are you walking this path yourself? No, wait. What I actually meant was, how come you are walking at all? Let us proceed together. Unable to suppress a laugh, Chen waved a hand, leading the way forward. Very well, Senior Brother Emo. Su Yi immediately sulked, harshly chastising himself for his blundering tongue, thinking, what a fool I am. Upon noticing Chen walking ahead, he swiftly adjusted his demeanor, trailing behind with an ingratiating smile. Senior Brother Emo, do take care, watch out for the stones. Be cautious, there are steps ahead. Observing Su Ye's obsequious manner, Chen felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. This individual, usually exuding an air of mastery before others, seemed to transform into a servile figure in his presence. Enough, silence yourself. Chen could no longer endure the incessant chatter and issued a command. Understood. Su Yi promptly fell silent, stepping back solemnly, adopting a demeanor befitting a stoic guardian, his gaze sharp and vigilant. Chen cast a glance back at him, shook his head, and chose not to speak further. Upon exiting the cave, they found the lord of the estate, Qin Kanjiing, along with 10 elders, had been waiting on the high platform for some time. As the disciples gathered, a senior elder clad in green announced to the assembly, the third trial assessment officially commences. In unison, the 16 disciples commenced demonstrating their understanding of martial techniques. In a mere moment, a selection of inner and outer disciples was determined. Yuan Chongqing, Superior Root Bone, has comprehended the basic technique Flying Star Continuous Strike, eligible for the inner disciple roster. Yi Yun, Superior Root Bone, resorted to deceit, passing off his own technique as an understanding of martial arts, immediately expelled from the academy, permanently barred from re-entry. Su Yi, Medium Root Bone, has grasped the basic technique Scorpion Fist, eligible for the outer disciple roster. Situ Xin, Earth Grade Root Bone, has comprehended the basic sword technique Frost Blade Technique, eligible for the inner disciple roster. Hu 17, Earth Grade Root Bone, has. The elder in green hesitated but declared eligible for the inner disciple roster. As each disciple's results were announced, reactions varied. Some rejoiced, others lamented, some were invigorated, while others departed in despair. After 2 hours had elapsed, the square, which once housed around 400 disciples, now had just over 200 remaining. The elimination rate approached 50%, with most being those of medium root bone. Chen looked upon the departing disciples, secretly relieved. Fortunately, I spent over 1,000 taels to enhance my root bone. Otherwise, even with my prodigious comprehension, I might not have been acknowledged by the Lord as a true disciple. Chen. A loud call rang out. Here. Chen smiled slightly and proceeded forward. On the platform, Qin Kanjiing, in high spirits, waved his hand. Chen, showcase the superior martial art you have comprehended for the elders to observe. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart stirred, instantly grasping Qin Kanjiing's intent. Is he asking me to conceal my true abilities? Indeed, under the scrutiny of many. If I were to unleash an extraordinary technique, the traitors among the elders might react violently. However, revealing a superior martial art, while still astonishing, would not incite immediate aggression from them. With this thought, Chen readily complied, aligning his body and spirit, his aura transforming into something formidable. He then concentrated, channeling his energy into his fingertips, propelling himself like an arrow toward the wooden dummy. Superior martial art, soul-chasing finger. With a swift motion, the soul-chasing finger unleashed its power, quick and unyielding, a blend of strength and finesse. As he executed the close combat footwork, Chen's fingers struck with the grace of blossoming flowers. His movements elusive and wind-like, each strike leaving charred holes across the wooden figure. Finally, he leaped away as the dummy shattered into fragments. All present, elders and disciples alike, gazed in astonishment. The interior of the dummy was already burnt to a crisp, leaving only the outer layer relatively intact, which splintered into pieces. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone stood wide-eyed, trembling at the display. Good heavens! How astonishing! Is this truly a superior martial art? Initially, I thought it would be nothing extraordinary, yet the inside of the dummy has been completely incinerated. Most importantly, Chen actually mastered this technique. When did he learn it? On the platform, excellent. Chen Kanjing laughed heartily, his applause resonating powerfully. In merely 10 days, to have cultivated the superior soul-chasing finger to such a degree is truly remarkable. Standing nearby, the bandaged Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai's expressions darkened, their rage barely contained. This scoundrel! He comprehended a superior martial art. Chen is indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy. Their hearts bled, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Gripping the armrests of their chairs, they wished they could skewer Chen Kanjing with their glares. Meanwhile, the other elders, captivated by Chen's display, gleamed with anticipation, eager to claim the technique for themselves. Soul-chasing finger. This is the superior martial art soul-chasing finger from the Xuanyuan estate. I recall 30 years ago, Chen Qianquan of the Hei's estate comprehended this technique from murals. Who would have thought that one day a disciple from our Zhenwu Academy would also master it? Haha, from this moment forth, our Zhenwu estate gains yet another superior martial art. With this single technique, Chen would earn significant merit. All the elders excitedly struck their armrests, gazing at Chen with expressions of gratitude and admiration. A genius capable of benefiting the entire academy is indeed a blessing for Zhenwu Academy. Of course, had they known that Chen not only grasped a superior martial art, but also delved into even more profound, exceptional, and extraordinary martial arts. One can only imagine the extent of their astonishment. Chen, Earth-grade root bone, has comprehended the superior martial art soul-chasing finger, eligible for promotion to the true disciple roster. The elder in green, with a kind smile, stood at the edge of the platform, announcing the results loudly. Wow! Instantly, the disciples erupted into thunderous exclamations. In that moment, both on the platform and below, all eyes, elders and disciples alike, were focused on one individual, Chen. Though every disciple had anticipated Chen's ascension to true disciple status, when the results were finally revealed, they still could not help but gasp in awe. Chapter 61, A City in Uproar. That evening, news of Chen's mastery of a superior martial art and his acceptance as a true disciple by Chen Kanjing spread throughout the estate city like wildfire. In an instant, the entire city erupted with fervor, akin to a seismic event of magnitude 12. Not only were millions of commoners buzzing with excitement, but the esteemed factions were also left in shock, utterly flabbergasted. What did you say? The servant recommended by Dantai Xiaosang has been accepted as a true disciple by the master? Chen. He actually possesses a celestial grade root bone. Furthermore, he has comprehended the superior martial art, chasing soul finger? Is he truly the Chen who runs a restaurant? How can he possess such extraordinary talent? How old is he? Merely 15. With celestial grade roots and unparalleled comprehension, his future is undoubtedly limitless. Goodness, I must have been blind to my own ignorance. Back at the Drunken Moon Pavilion, I was among those who mocked Chen. Cursed be my folly. As the disciples eliminated in the third round returned to the city, even more sensational news spread like wildfire throughout the entire estate. Master Qin Songyang, in an effort to secure Chen, fought publicly against the two great elders, Lu Hongshan and Sun Shihai, in a fierce battle outside the cave, while the 6 great elders attempted to stealthily recruit Chen. They were each sent flying by the master, who boldly declared Chen as my true disciple. Chen's understanding of chasing soul finger unleashed a formidable aura, instantly overwhelming over 400 assessment disciples. The audience was left in awe. Chen triumphed over Yuan Tianjing, emerging as the foremost martial talent in this examination at the Zhenwu Academy. Countless pieces of news ignited excitement within the Zhenwu Academy and the entire estate. This night was destined to leave many sleepless. The name Chen shone like a rising star, radiant and capturing everyone's attention. Firecrackers echoed as Dantai Zhu Bao lit up the entrance with celebratory fireworks. Shopkeeper Lu and the excited attendants beamed with joy, showering copper coins at the entrance. Today, we celebrate the young master Chen becoming a true disciple. Everyone joins in the congratulations. Oh. At the entrance of the shop, countless citizens joyfully scrambled for the copper coins, creating a scene of exuberance and festivity. Thank you, shopkeeper. Mo Xiao Tian is indeed a prodigy. Congratulations, Mo Xiao. On another street, the fast food restaurant was brilliantly illuminated, hosting a grand feast, entirely free for all. Meng Huai, along with over 30 attendants, was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, setting off firecrackers and beating drums. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Huai vigorously struck the gong, shouting loudly. Mo Xiao has become a true disciple. It's all free, all free. The attendants echoed in unison. Mo Xiao is magnificent. Mo Xiao is powerful. The citizens, who had come for a free meal, devoured their food while enthusiastically shouting. Mo Xiao is magnificent. Mo Xiao is powerful. Meng Huai continued to excitedly strike the gong, proclaiming the celebration of Mo Xiao's new status as a true disciple. Our restaurant will hold a banquet for 3 days. Thank you, dear brothers and sisters, for your support. The 30 attendants collectively shouted, Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. The citizens rejoiced, filled with immense delight. The fast food restaurant had long since gained fame throughout the estate. Citizens and traveling merchants alike knew of its name, particularly for its signature dishes such as braised pork, tender meat, and braised lion's head, which had become renowned among countless patrons. Originally, many citizens were reluctant to spend money on meals. But upon hearing the news of Mo Chen's acceptance as a true disciple, the restaurant announced 3 days of free meals. The citizens, who had been eyeing the place for half a month, were overjoyed as if celebrating the new year. At the entrance of the fast food restaurant, praises for Mo Xiao and congratulations filled the air. At the Drunken Moon Pavilion, Miss Yun, she was left utterly stunned upon hearing the news. In that moment, she finally realized what she had missed that fateful night. She had overlooked a genius, a remarkably talented individual destined to make his name across numerous estates. Miss, what are you going to do? The maid asked, puzzled. As she observed Yun, she suddenly let down her long hair. Yun-Shi's eyes sparkled, her heart racing as she sat before the vanity, gazing at her own stunning reflection in the bronze mirror. With determination, she spoke, Zilan, do my hair. From this day forth, inform all guests that I have pledged myself to young Master Mo. From now on, I belong only to him. Zilan was momentarily taken aback. Miss you. Yun-Shi looked into the mirror, biting her lip with a bittersweet smile. That night, young Master Mo had already taken my virtue. From now on, I shall no longer be called Yun-Shi, but Ning Yun-Shi. Zilan's face lit up with surprise. Miss, does this mean you wish to be with young Master Mo? A woman reclaiming her original surname implied she was redeeming herself. Ning Yun-Shi, are you planning to redeem yourself and become young Master Mo's concubine? That fateful evening, the illustrious Yun-Shi, the foremost courtesan, invited many talented individuals from the estate to a banquet. Mo Chen, having gifted her a song, Qing Ping Tiao, ascended to the 3rd floor amidst the envious gazes of the guests. Subsequently, Mo Chen spent the night in Yun-Shi's chamber, a tale that quickly spread among the citizens. Zilan never expected that today Yun-Shi would openly acknowledge this event and willingly do her hair, reclaiming her surname for Mo Chen. At the Zhenwu Academy, within the master's residence, Qin Shiyu sat in her study, her eyes wide with disbelief. Celestial grade roots and unparalleled comprehension? Qin Feng, sitting nearby, drank in silence, feeling somewhat disheartened. Damn it, Mo Chen has hidden himself too well. I was worried he wouldn't pass the martial examination, preparing a banquet and buying elixirs for him, only for him to ascend directly into our father's favor. Hearing this, Qin Shiyu couldn't help but chuckle. That's a good thing. It's better for Mo Chen to be under father's guidance than someone else's. Qin Feng's expression turned somewhat sullen as he slammed his hand on the table. I understand that. But it irks me that this kid deceived me. Most importantly, I feel like I've gained another rival. Qin Shiyu blinked in confusion. A rival? Qin Feng glared, grinding his teeth in frustration. That scoundrel. I don't know what kind of spell he cast, but Xia Sang has been fawning over him and constantly mentioning his name, driving me to the brink of violence. Qin Shiyu burst into laughter. Then why don't you just give him a beating? After all, once he becomes our father's disciple, he'll have to call you senior brother. Why not establish your authority? Qin Feng glanced at his sister, whose mischievous expression seemed to revel in chaos, feeling exasperated as he waved his hand dismissively. Go away. Stop stirring up trouble. However, upon hearing Qin Shiyu's suggestion, he felt a glimmer of temptation. As a senior brother, it's only natural to offer a few pointers to a junior during his training. That shouldn't be considered bullying, right? With these thoughts, Qin Feng felt a surge of unwarranted pride, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he plotted his scheme. Mo Chen, I will let you know that Dan Tai Xia Sang is your sister-in-law, and you are not someone to be trifled with. Meanwhile, within a quiet courtyard in the estate, a hand penned a letter and entrusted it to a beggar outside the door, swiftly sending it on its way. Mo Chen, celestial grade roots, suspected extraordinary comprehension. To be killed or not. Chapter 62, a bit ridiculous. Having concluded the 3rd round of assessments, Mo Chen returned to the estate as evening approached. Along the way, people continually spoke of his name, expressing amazement and admiration. As he heard more and more praise, Imo-chan felt as though he were floating, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. Have I actually become a celebrity? Behind him, Su-yi, Situ Xian, Hu Shi, and a group of disciples who had rushed from Uni County were even more astonished. They never imagined that Imo-chan's fame had spread so widely. They were equally surprised that the various factions and citizens within and outside the estate had learned of Imo-chan's ascension to true disciple status so swiftly. Within the city of the manor, every action of the Xuanyuan Academy garners the attention of all. Indeed, Brother Imo has become a true disciple, and not just any disciple, but the direct disciple of the manor lord. The commotion it has stirred is surely comparable to that of a newly appointed official. After all, this is a high-ranking official with the power of life and death. It is said that a new official ignites 3 fires. One can only imagine the trepidation felt by the multitude of corrupt officials upon hearing the news. For such corrupt officials, 100 deaths would not suffice to quell the public's outrage. In the Xuanyuan manor, the Xuanyuan Academy is akin to heaven itself. It inherently possesses the duty and authority to oversee all officials and eradicate corrupt officials. Thus, Imo-chan's ascension to the status of a true disciple of the Xuanyuan Academy is tantamount to becoming the inspector of the Xuanyuan manor. The identity of a true disciple inherently carries an undeniable weight of authority and intimidation, instilling fear in the hearts of countless corrupt officials. While Imo-chan had not yet fully grasped the implications of this status and power during his journey, upon returning to the Dantai jewelry store, he soon felt the difference. Countless carriages rushed in, swiftly surrounding the Dantai jewelry, rendering it inaccessible. Young Master Imo, my master has prepared a banquet at the Zuaxian Lu in your honor. We humbly invite you to grace us with your presence. Imo-chan gazed at the young attendant before him, perplexed. Who is your master? The attendant, brimming with excitement, replied. My master is the esteemed proprietor of Zuaxian Lu. Both Situ Xian and Hushichi gasped in astonishment. The proprietor of Zuaxian Lu? That is the personage of the current master of Daxian. A spark ignited within Imo-chan. Very well. Please return to your master and inform him that I may not be able to attend today, but I shall certainly pay a visit on another occasion. Youth Master Imo. This is a small token of appreciation from the chief manager of Xinglong Bank in Xuanyuan Manor. Please accept it. Youth Master Imo. This is a congratulatory gift from Master Wang of Yunwei Martial Hall. Youth Master Imo, the head of Hingyuan Escort Agency, sends his regards. Youth Master Imo. The 4 renowned courtesans of Zue Yu Lu, Miss Qianyu, Miss Shui Xiu, and Miss Ling Hua, extend their invitations. Youth Master Imo. Youth Master Imo. With the attendant from Zuaxian Lu announcing his identity, other young attendants eagerly followed suit, enthusiastically calling out. Imo-chan was taken aback by the sheer number of visitors presenting invitations. Goodness, is there truly this many? At that moment, a throng of people surged forward, each vying to approach him, but fortunately, Situ Xian and Hushichi managed to hold them back. Imo-chan felt a slight headache from the unexpected attention. Everyone, please calm down. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from beside Imo-chan. At this critical moment, Su-yi stepped forward, chest out, and coldly stood in front of Imo-chan, shielding him from the frenzied attendants. You there. Form an orderly line. Do you even comprehend who young Master Imo is? Do you believe you can confront him without consequence? His booming voice instantly silenced the crowd. Following his command, the attendants promptly arranged themselves into a long line, reporting their identities and presenting their gifts in an orderly fashion. Imo-chan gazed in astonishment at Su-yi. Well, Su-yi possesses such capabilities? Previously, he had only known Su-yi for his arrogance and his penchant for gathering information. Now, he recognized a new facet to Su-yi's character, leadership. This Su-yi, it seems, has more to him than meets the eye. A thought stirred within Imo-chan, contemplating the potential of recruiting him. In a few days, once the master-apprentice ceremony is formally completed, he would have a plethora of resources at his disposal. At that time, overseeing the management of the 5 shops might well be entrusted to Su-yi. With this in mind, Imo-chan smiled faintly and turned his gaze back to Situ Xian and Hushichi. These two had approached him after the 3rd trial, expressing their desire to become his protectors. While he had not committed to them at the time, merely stating he would consider it, they had since adopted the role of his guardians, dutifully following him. My cultivation relies entirely on silver. I must manage the 5 shops effectively. As for protectors, I shall observe them for a while. If Situ Xian and Hushichi display unwavering loyalty, they might indeed become valuable assets. With this assessment in mind, Imo-chan glanced at the substantial stack of invitations Su-yi had collected, proclaiming loudly, Everyone, I have just completed the martial examination and am weary. I require rest. In due time, when I am free, I shall visit each of your masters. Upon arriving in the capital, if he wishes to expand his business, it is imperative to cultivate good relations with various factions. Opportunities abound, and there is no need to rush. Moreover, he has yet to formally become an apprentice. To make a grand entrance and establish connections at this juncture might give the impression of impatience, which would not serve him well. An hour later, in the rear courtyard of Dantai Jewelry, dozens of invitations cluttered the table. After bidding farewell to Su Yi, Situ Xian, Hushichi, and the others, Chen contemplated the mountain of invitations before him. With so many affluent individuals, what product should I create for them? In Chen's view, these people are destined to be his major clients. If he aspires to amass great wealth, he cannot do so alone. He must advocate for a cooperative and mutually beneficial model. I shall provide the products, and they shall handle the sales. This model should yield profits more swiftly than selling through my own store. Chen chuckled to himself, feeling no urgency. The benefits of being a true disciple have yet to be allocated, and even if he were anxious, it would be in vain. It is wise to wait until the shops are assigned before devising a detailed plan. Subsequently, he examined the congratulatory gifts from various factions. Among them were gold and silver, medicinal pills and herbs, as well as pearls, agate, jade, and jewelry. Chen conducted a rough tally and discovered over 3,000 taels of silver alone. I'm rich. Truly rich. Chen was elated. Realizing this sum would suffice for upgrading the system, perhaps even to the next level. However, there was no gold among these offerings, which prevents an immediate upgrade of the system. I shall exchange for gold tomorrow and then proceed with the upgrade. With these plans in mind, Chen lay down on his bed, lost in thoughts for an entire hour before finally drifting off to sleep. Chirping. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, the birds chirped cheerfully on the eaves. After getting up and refreshing himself, Chen was busy tidying up his belongings when he heard soft footsteps outside the room. Moments later, Dantai Xiaosong, clad in a blue dress and carrying her 5th-tier celestial dragon scale spear, stood before Chen. Senior sister, what brings you here? Chen set down what he was holding, slightly taken aback. Dantai Xiaosong replied calmly, I have come to escort you to the sect. At this, she hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to engage in conversation. Chen smiled gently, chatting? That's my forte. Let's go? Dantai Xiaosong glanced around Chen's room. I have finished packing and am ready to depart at any moment, Chen stated. Good. Dantai Xiaosong nodded, shouldering her black spear and turning to leave. Upon stepping outside, a robust black carriage with 2 sharp horns adorned its front was stationed at the entrance. Lu, the manager, stood by with a smile, awaiting Dantai Xiaosong and Chen's departure. Upon seeing them emerge, Lu promptly bowed. Miss, young Master Mo. Breakfast has been prepared in the carriage for you both to enjoy on the way. Very well. Dantai Xiaosong nodded gently and said to Manager Lu, you have worked hard. Manager Lu, taken aback by the compliment, hastily waved his hands in denial. Not at all. Miss, it is merely my duty. Chen, following behind, caught Manager Lu's eye and winked, smiling. Manager Lu, my senior sister has come to escort me into the sect, so I am unable to retrieve the silver. Could you kindly fetch it from the tea house for me? The day before the martial examination, Chen had borrowed 500 taels of silver from Manager Lu, wagering his genuine inheritance at the tea house. At that time, onlookers had jeered, mocking him as foolish and wealthy. Even Manager Lu, upon learning of this, had worn a look of despair, repeatedly seeking Chen with a troubled expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, yesterday, no one had anticipated that Chen would indeed become a true disciple. Hearing Chen's words, Manager Lu's emotions were complex, and he sighed with a wry smile. Rest assured, young Master Mo, I will certainly retrieve your silver. The odds were 1 to 5. 500 taels had transformed into 2,500. Before the martial examination, Chen had urged him to place a bet, yet he had been skeptical. As a result, Manager Lu was now filled with regret. Noticing Manager Lu's bitter smile, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The silver is yours to return to me. I am not one to neglect my debts. Once you retrieve the 2,500 taels, please take 700 for yourself, and exchange the remainder for gold to be sent to the Jinwu Academy. Manager Lu quickly replied, I dare not. I absolutely cannot take young Master Mo's silver. I am merely lamenting my disbelief in you. Chen laughed heartily. All right. Take it if you must. Do not waste words. With that, Chen ceased his chatter and gestured for the coachman to depart. Inside the carriage, Dantai Xiaosong remained quietly seated. Once the carriage had moved a distance away, she furrowed her brow and asked, Did you gamble? Chen glanced at her and chuckled softly. It wasn't exactly gambling. It was merely a wager on my own potential to become a true disciple, and I earned a little money. Dantai Xiaosong shook her head. Do not gamble. It is unwise. Very well. Chen obediently agreed, offering no rebuttal. Dantai Xiaosong's clear gaze bore into him. You are dismissing my concern. Chen, taken aback, replied, What do you mean? After a moment, Dantai Xiaosong inquired, What is the matter with your roots? Chen smiled faintly and extended his hand. Feel for yourself. Dantai Xiaosong nodded and placed her hand on his, but upon sensing the energy, her brows knitted in confusion. How peculiar. Could I have made an error earlier? In just over a month, it was improbable for Chen to have transformed his roots to that of a celestial grade. Hence, the only possibility was that her assessment was flawed. Yet, this discrepancy was rather extreme. Dantai Xiaosong's eyes were filled with bewilderment, casting doubt on her own abilities. As Chapter 63, the Sea Dragon's Step unfolded, Observing the multitude of questions swirling in Dantai Xiaosong's mind, Chen found it amusing. However, he had no intention of revealing his secrets to anyone, thus he refrained from further explanations, allowing Dantai Xiaosong to remain in her state of confusion. The carriage continued its journey, soon arriving at the foot of Yunwu Mountain. Just as Chen prepared to disembark, the magnificent black horse pulling the carriage unexpectedly surged up the mountain. "Oh, this horse can ascend the mountain?" Chen exclaimed in surprise, lifting the curtain to peer outside. The powerful black horse, with its horn and sinewy muscles, galloped as if the mountain path were flat beneath its hooves, moving at remarkable speed. Even the carriage behind was lifted off the ground, appearing to float through the air with no wheels touching the earth. This was the Black Flame Spirit Horse, cultivated by the Academy, possessing the bloodline of the demon beast, the Black Flame Giant Lizard, and endowed with immense strength. It could traverse 1,000 miles in a day, easily crossing mountains and rivers. Dantai Xiaosong timely explained to Chen, who sighed in awe. To have a demon beast's bloodline is truly astounding. This was his first encounter with such an extraordinary horse. Deep within the Yunwu mountain range, there are indeed demon beasts. You shall encounter them in due time, Dantai Xiaosong remarked. Chen's eyes sparkled at her words as he gazed out the carriage window towards the depths of the Yunwu mountain range, only to find a series of towering mountains shrouded in mist, obscuring his view. The carriage continued climbing, and the Jinwu Academy appeared increasingly near and clearer to Chen. As exquisite ancient buildings came into view, he glimpsed the Academy's marketplace, as well as the massive third-tier martial arts arena where thousands of outer disciples clad in gray were practicing martial arts. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their training, vibrant and vigorous. He also spotted the Academy's bell tower, where a colossal bronze bell hung atop the mountain. Additionally, on several mountains, rows of houses were built, resembling orderly villages from a distance, which left Chen in awe. Was this truly an academy? From the perspective of the city, Jinwu Academy might not seem vast, but within its confines lay a different world altogether. The Black Flame Spirit Horse galloped along the mountain path until it eventually halted at the entrance of a courtyard halfway up the mountain after an hour. Dantai Xiaosong dismounted, and Chen followed suit. "This is the Lord's courtyard. I shall not enter. You may go in by yourself." Chen cupped his hands and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for escorting me, senior sister." Dantai Xiaosong nodded, saying nothing further, before turning back to the carriage and swiftly departing. At that moment, a robust young man dashed out from the courtyard. Upon seeing the carriage moving away, he immediately pounded his chest in regret, lamenting, "Alas, I have come too late once more." Upon hearing the voice of Dantai Xiaosong, he hurriedly dashed outside, only to find he had arrived too late to see anyone. "Greetings, senior brother Chen." As Chen spotted Chen Feng rushing out, he glanced at Dantai Xiaosong's carriage, then greeted him with a peculiar expression. Chen Feng, upon hearing Chen's voice, turned with a chilling demeanor and replied coolly, "You've arrived? Indeed. Very well. Come inside with me." Chen Feng maintained a stern expression as he strode inward, and without a second thought, Chen followed him into the courtyard. "Master is away for a few days. You shall reside in this guest room for now. Furthermore, here are the introductions to the 4 esteemed martial arts of the Academy. Choose one, and I shall fetch it for you." Chen lowered his head to examine the wooden plaques on the table, discovering the incomplete upper-tier martial art, Mighty Bear Demon Fist, amongst them. The other 3 were upper-tier Blood-Whiskered Frenzied Line Technique, upper-tier Great Wave Overlapping Cloud Palm, and upper-tier Earth Sea Soaring Dragon Step. Without hesitation, Chen selected the Soul Lightness Technique. "I choose this one, Earth Sea Soaring Dragon Step." Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. "You certainly have an eye for talent. This lightness technique is among the finest within the 4 upper-tier martial arts. Its utility is immense, almost a prerequisite for all masters. You need not participate in the 4th round of the martial arts exam. If you have no other matters, practice in this courtyard." With that, Chen Feng departed. Chen glanced at the guest room and then at Chen Feng, who seemed to harbor animosity towards him, shrugged indifferently, and settled into the guest room. 2 hours later, Chen Feng returned, tossing a hefty brick onto the ground. "Here, you must finish reading this manual within the confines of this courtyard. Failure to do so means you cannot leave." After speaking, Chen Feng lay down on a rocking chair beneath the shade of a tree outside, waving a fan with his right hand, leisurely closing his eyes to rest. Chen looked at the brick on the table, a slight smirk appearing on his lips. He said nothing further and directly entered the room to study the manual. Outside, Chen Feng secretly squinted at Chen in the courtyard, a triumphant grin creeping across his face. "Just look at you, choosing a lightness technique of all things. I toiled over this manual for a full 5 months. I refuse to believe you can endure it." If Chen could not withstand the tedium and insisted on leaving the courtyard, it would fall to him, the senior brother, to discipline the disobedient junior. He chuckled to himself, his wicked smile barely concealed. Inside the guest room, Chen flipped through Earth Sea Soaring Dragon Step page by page. It had to be said, this manual was exceptionally thick. Flipping through it felt akin to perusing a 16-volume dictionary. He hefted it in his hands, Good heavens. It was as hefty as a brick. The previous manuals I obtained, such as Giant Ape Long Fist and Autumn Water Sword Technique, seemed no match for this one in thickness. Could it be that upper-tier manuals are written with such detail? This Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step not only boasted abundant illustrations, but also exceedingly detailed annotations. Mo Chen perused the annotations and insights on martial practice. Finding names like Qin Songying, Lu Hongshan, Jian Mo Ran, and even Qin Feng, Mo Chen was taken aback. Could that fellow outside really contribute annotations to this manual? He couldn't help but steal a glance outside, his expression oddly contemplative. Who would have thought? Beneath the surface, Qin Feng was indeed a master of lightness techniques. Truly, the son of the Manor Lord, his martial arts talent is undeniable. Next, Mo Chen devoted an entire hour to finish perusing the manual. Ding. Upper-tier Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step, not yet initiated. Phew. Mo Chen finally exhaled in relief. Flipping through the book was utterly exhausting. Junior brother Mo. A female voice suddenly called out. Sister Su. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned before hastily stepping out of the room. Upon seeing Su Jinsei, he brightened, exclaiming, Sister Su, it's been a while. Su Jinsei smiled in return. Indeed. Upon returning to the academy, we've been busy interrogating prisoners. It's only today that I learned you have been promoted to true disciple. Congratulations. Mo Chen laughed heartily. My admission to the Town Martial Academy is thanks to you. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. When you're free, let us descend the mountain together to dine at a restaurant. Su Jinsei chuckled. I absolutely want to go. I haven't yet tried the braised pork. You must treat. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, I shall treat. It's our family's restaurant. Eat as much as you like. Huh? Who said it's your family's restaurant? Then it's settled. With a smile in her eyes, Su Jinsei suddenly produced several silver notes and a pouch of gold ingots, handing them to Mo Chen. Here. I have matters to attend to. This is your silver and gold, sent by the senior sister. Mo Chen took a look and found a 1,000-tael silver note, a 500-tael silver note, and 3 100-tael silver notes, along with 20 taels of gold. Converted, the total came to 2,000 taels of silver. Didn't team manager Lu take any? Mo Chen asked, raising his head in surprise. Su Jinsei shook her head. I'm not sure. My task was merely to run an errand. All right, I must take my leave now. We shall talk again later. Mo Chen smiled as he escorted Su Jinsei out. I'll be waiting for your message when you're free. Upon exiting, Qin Feng awaited outside, smiling and waving. Sister Su, do bring Xia Sang along next time. Su Jinsei stifled a laugh, nodded, and departed in her carriage. Once the carriage vanished along the mountain path, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. And he admonished Mo Chen with a stern face, who permitted you to come out. Go back in and read. All right. Mo Chen chuckled and returned to the guest room. He opened the system attribute panel. Wealth, 20 gold, 5,484 taels. Convertible cultivation progress, for 173 years. Upon seeing this, Mo Chen's lips curled into a smile as he promptly initiated his cultivation. Exchange. Upper-tier Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step. Cultivate for 20 years. Chapter 64. Supreme Quality Floating Life Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Technique. In the first year, lacking any foundation in lightness techniques, you found the practice of Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step awkward, tripping over your own feet. In the second year, you completely altered your footwork habits, overcoming your compulsive tendencies, and grew increasingly proficient in this lightness technique, catching a glimpse of its essence. By the 10th year, your steps, bolstered by your vital energy, became increasingly elusive, your body lighter. At this moment, every step you took seemed to summon the wind beneath your feet, creating a powerful sense of propulsion. Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step reached minor success. In the 19th year, your diligence and thirst for knowledge drove you to study the manual daily, researching the insights of your predecessors, deepening your understanding of this lightness technique, and achieving major success. In the 20th year, you failed to reach the pinnacle of completion. Mo Chen wasted no time, exchanging for another 20 years. In the 37th year, with a single technique perfected, your body resembled a dragon of the earth, gliding through rivers and mountains, as light as a swallow, with gusts of wind swirling around you. Your steps became ethereal and elusive. Finally, the upper-tier Earth-Sea Soaring Dragon Step attained the realm of great perfection. In the 40th year, you continued your training, experiencing slight improvements in physical limits, but no advancements in martial arts. Opening his eyes, Mo Chen chuckled to himself. Practicing an upper-tier martial art to great perfection in 37 years was something even those with heavenly-grade roots could hardly dream of. Generally speaking, even those martial genius with heavenly-grade roots would only select 2 or 3 martial arts to study meticulously throughout their lives. No one could possibly achieve the level of mastery that Mo Chen has, training as much as he desires. After all, human life is fleeting. Heavenly-grade roots accelerate one's cultivation speed and enhance potential. However, to cultivate multiple profound martial arts to their utmost perfection, it is not merely a matter of innate talent. Rather, it hinges on one's comprehension. My understanding may be mediocre, yet I possess wealth and time to invest. This is a distinct advantage that other prodigies cannot hope to rival. With a heart full of joy, Chen rose to his feet, lifting his foot. Whoosh! In an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, tracing an elegant S-shaped curve through the air before vanishing from sight. As he stood atop the rooftop, gazing down, his residual shadows rapidly dissipated one by one. Such speed that I can actually see my own shadow? Chen was left dumbfounded, unable to suppress his awe. The sensation was utterly marvelous. Turning back, he observed his shadows forming a continuous line, as if countless versions of himself were neatly emerging from the room and ascending the rooftop one after another. Thus, if my speed is swift enough, the eyes of other martial artists may fail to keep pace with me, and the shadows trailing behind me might even be mistaken for my true self. Chen could not help but contemplate the art of shadow clones. He wondered if his own speed would allow him to traverse and overlap among these shadows. If he could push his velocity to its zenith and execute overlapping strikes with multiple shadows, would he not appear to others as if he possessed several real clones? With this thought, Chen felt a surge of excitement swelling within him. If I continue to refine the Earth-Sea Dragon step, elevating this lightness technique to its pinnacle, and perhaps incorporating innovative maneuvers, what heights could I attain? Currently, Chen was unaware of the ultimate limits of the Earth-Sea Dragon step. However, the system offered no indications that further refinement was impossible, implying that this technique still held potential for advancement. If I were to pursue further development, could it evolve into the shadow clone effect I desire? Though this shadow clone technique fundamentally differs from another, as long as the effects are similar, it could become one of my secret skills. No need to rush. My current martial arts repertoire is insufficient. I shall refrain from further development for now. Once the system upgrade is complete, I will select additional lightness techniques for cultivation before proceeding with the refinement. The last time Chen attempted to refine the Bear Demon Fist, he was hindered by an inadequate martial arts foundation, stagnating for years and wasting over 100 taels of silver in the process. This time, he would not let impulsiveness dictate his actions. Preparation is essential. System. Upgrade to level 4. Without hesitation, Chen opted to upgrade the system. Ding. Would you like to consume 1,000 taels of silver and 10 taels of gold to upgrade the system? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, upgrade successful. A flash of golden light illuminated the attribute panel. Name, Chen. Level 4. Martial Arts. Supreme Quality Bear Demon Fist. Perfection. Supreme Quality Dragon Elephant King Kong Suppression Classic. Perfection. Extraordinary Quality Incomplete Eternal Grief of the Mountains. Not initiated. Upper Quality Earth Sea Dragon Step. Perfection, etc. Wealth. 10 gold. For 1,040 taels. Convertible Martial Arts Training Progress. 345 years. Equipable Gear Count. 4. Item Slots. 20. Required for Level 5 Upgrade. 10,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold. Equipment Replacement Cooldown. 1.5 hours. Chen glanced at the required silver for the Level 5 upgrade and shook his head. The amount has multiplied tenfold. It seems I must devise ways to earn more money. The benefits of the system upgrade were evident. He could now equip one additional item, and his item slots had increased by 5. This equipping effect is unlike that of other martial artists. While others must wield their weapons to gain attribute boosts, his weapons can exert their effects from within the item slots without needing to be held. Furthermore, he could stack multiple weapons, a feat unattainable by any other martial artist. Next, Chen returned to the room to select martial arts for cultivation. Within the third mural, there were a total of 61 ordinary martial arts, 23 inferior martial arts, 13 medium quality martial arts, 1 upper quality martial art, 1 supreme quality martial art, and 1 extraordinary quality martial art. Chen first cultivated the upper quality soul pursuing finger to perfection. Finally, he selected various lightness techniques to practice sequentially. Upper quality soul pursuing finger, perfection. Medium quality divine movement, thousand shadows step, perfection. Medium quality ascending technique, perfection. Inferior quality grass on the fly, perfection. Inferior quality water walking, perfection. Ordinary lightness technique, perfection. Ordinary spirit butterfly step, perfection. Ordinary 7-star step, perfection. One by one, the martial arts were successfully cultivated. The upper quality soul pursuing finger consumed 32 years, while the 2 medium quality lightness techniques took 36 years combined. The 2 inferior lightness techniques consumed 21 years, and the 3 ordinary lightness techniques took 7 years. In total, he spent 96 years and 1,152 taels of silver. Convertible training progress, 249 years. To be prudent, Chen further invested over 100 years of training progress into other martial arts before taking a deep breath, preparing to initiate the refinement. This time, with a total expenditure of over 200 years of training progress to enrich his martial arts foundation, he should not encounter bottlenecks again. Finally, he glanced once more at convertible training progress, 142 years. With a heart full of anticipation, Chen summoned the system. Exchange. Earth Sea Dragon Step. Cultivate for 100 years. He was ready to refine. to construct a supreme lightness martial art through the passage of time. Ding. Exchange successful. Mo Chen's consciousness once again entered the martial arena. In the first year, you continue to cultivate the upper-quality martial art Earth-Sea Dragon Step, but gain no significant insights. In the third year, you realize that isolating yourself is impractical, so you step outside, immersing yourself in the misty rivers, connecting with nature, and observing countless beasts. In the seventh year, by the river, you witness a water snake moving swiftly through the water, its curves flowing smoothly, igniting a spark of enlightenment within you. Seizing the moment, you create 3 techniques of the swimming dragon method. In the 12th year, you climb a mountain to observe eagles and are astonished to see a hawk catching a rabbit, inspiring you to create 3 techniques of the eagle-rabbit method. In the 19th year, you race against a cheetah and challenge an arrowfish in breaking the waves. Your lightness technique's power application reaches a new level of subtlety. In the 27th year, you sit outside the martial arena of the Martial Academy, observing inner disciples drawing bows like full moons, their arrows like lightning. You gain further insights into the application of power, adding 4 new lightness techniques. In the 34th year, you study your shadow and, through inventive thinking, create the final 2 techniques of the shadow following step. In the 40th year, you integrate the 12 techniques of body and step into the Earth-Sea Dragon Step, continuously refining and improving it, ultimately achieving 48 techniques. Upper Quality Earth-Sea Dragon Step. Advancement. Supreme Quality Floating Life Earth-Sea Dragon Technique. In the 51st year, the supreme skill of the Sea Dragon Step, Great Perfection, has reached its pinnacle. At this moment, you move like a wraith, shadowing your surroundings. Your form dissolving into myriad phantoms, traversing in all directions. Gliding over water, soaring above grass, ascending mountains as if walking on level ground, leaping as though drawing a bow. While wandering through the landscapes of earth and sea, countless phantoms coalesce into a dragon of ephemeral existence. The current martial arts have been extrapolated to their utmost limit. The progress of cultivation has been assessed. Remaining, 49 years. Chapter 65. Dare to take a step forward and see what happens. Mo Chen opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, it took only 51 years this time, including the 37 years spent previously practicing the Sea Dragon Step. A total of 88 years has elapsed. The last time I extrapolated the Mighty Bear Demon Fist, it took a staggering 111 years. This 88 years must be a result of my enhanced foundation. Heavenly grade roots have indeed conferred upon him numerous advantages. Among these, the acceleration of martial arts training is the most evident improvement. Had his foundational roots remained average today, achieving the supreme rank of the Sea Dragon Step would have been impossible without at least 150 to 160 years of effort. Sensing the changes in his legs and body, Mo Chen gazed outside, his heart brimming with excitement, eager to test his newly acquired skill. Since I have mastered this lightness skill, there is no need for me to linger in this courtyard any longer. Master Chen Kanjiing is away on business, and the 4th round of the martial arts examination will not commence until tomorrow. Mo Chen found his time in this guest room to be utterly unproductive. It would be far more prudent to venture out and refine his control over his newfound mastery. With this thought, Mo Chen rose and headed outside. At the entrance of the courtyard, beneath the shade of the trees, Chen Feng lounged in a rocking chair, leisurely enjoying a book. Suddenly, he heard the creaking sound of the door closing. He raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the courtyard. To his surprise, he saw Mo Chen shutting the wooden door of the guest room and approaching the main entrance. Oh ho, you can't sit still for long, can you? Excitement surged within him, and he promptly set aside his book, sitting up. Ah, young lad, I have been waiting for you. Since you have voluntarily come forth without patience, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy as your senior brother Chen. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Mo Chen stepped outside the courtyard and respectfully performed a bow. I am returning to the capital city, and I will come to pay my respects once master returns. Chen Feng reclined back in his rocking chair, holding a fan, and closed his eyes. His calm voice carried an undeniable pressure as he casually asked, "Who permitted you to come out?" Mo Chen paused, furrowing his brows as he looked at Chen Feng. Could it be that my words carry no weight? Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes, 2 icy glares piercing through to Mo Chen, accompanied by a hint of fury. Mo Chen cupped his hands and replied, "Senior brother Chen, I have already mastered the Sea Dragon Step and no longer need to remain here." Chen Feng, being the son of Chen Kanjiing, was someone Mo Chen did not wish to offend right from the start. Chen Feng snorted derisively, regarding Mo Chen as a fool. You truly are unaware of your limitations. Boasting so grandly, a superior martial art, let alone the exquisite Sea Dragon Step, and you claim to have mastered it after merely an afternoon's study? You are practically lying without a draft. With a cold sneer in his heart, Chen Feng scolded, "Go back and study properly. You are not allowed to step outside without my permission." Mo Chen frowned at this. The attitude of this son was rather inappropriate. Why was he speaking so harshly? "Senior brother Chen, I truly have mastered it." Before Mo Chen could finish, Chen Feng pointed at his nose and shouted, "Are you deaf? Can't you hear what I am saying?" Mo Chen was momentarily speechless, gazing at Chen Feng's finger, and then, without further courtesy, raised his eyes and said coolly, "What if I insist on going out?" A faint smile of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, showing no fear of the Qin Feng before him. Seeing Mo Chen's mocking smile and hearing the provocative words, Qin Feng's anger ignited instantly. His gaze turned frigid, and with a chilling tone, he declared, "Dare to take a step forward and see if I can make you obey." Mo Chen chuckled lightly and took a step forward, accepting the challenge. Looking for death. Qin Feng's vital energy erupted violently, unleashing his wrath. With a thunderous roar, a massive fist transformed into the head of a blood-bristled lion, ferociously crashing toward Mo Chen's shoulder. Even before the fist reached him, the gale generated by the force swept through the air. Mo Chen's clothes and hair flared wildly in the wind, and the powerful energy stirred up a flurry of leaves around him. Go back. As Qin Feng's fist approached, it morphed into an open palm, unreasonably aiming to send Mo Chen back into the courtyard. As the palm neared, Mo Chen remained calm, making no attempt to evade. In fact, a hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes, as if pondering why Qin Feng's strike felt so feeble. Boom. The blood-bristled lion's palm descended with a crash, and the wind exploded around them. A triumphant grin began to surface in Qin Feng's eyes. "Kid, fly away." Yet, to his astonishment, Mo Chen's tranquil voice rang out. "Is that all you've got?" He stood firmly in place, curiously observing Qin Feng's hand as it struck against his protective energy shield, as if Qin Feng were merely scratching an itch. The impact did not even cause a ripple in his protective energy. He felt no force whatsoever. "What?" Qin Feng's pupils constricted in disbelief, exclaiming, "When did you reach the five elements realm?" Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking it unnecessary to divulge that information. Qin Feng was enraged, rolling up his sleeves to confront him. "You little rascal. You tricked me again." As soon as the words left his mouth, the lion's roar resounded once more. Qin Feng's hair stood on end without any breeze, and his entire body erupted with vital energy. This time, he was genuinely furious. Unleashing his full strength, his fist transformed into the blood-bristled lion, bearing an unmatched pressure as it charged toward Mo Chen. "Step back. The authority of my senior brother cannot be undermined. I must subdue this brat today." A fierce glint appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. However, Mo Chen's gaze was once again tinged with curiosity. The great perfection of the five elements realm? He was certain that Qin Feng's vitality and energy had fully erupted. Yet he still felt no sense of danger. Why did it still seem somewhat feeble? Perhaps it was due to his extrapolation of the supreme, floating life, sea dragon technique. The fist that came toward him appeared to move in slow motion. With this thought, Mo Chen shook his head, deciding that there was no need to linger any longer. He casually threw a punch, Yingjie Feng de Shi Bing Kashu, and struck back. Roar. The dragon and elephant roared in unison, their might sending shockwaves through the air. Boom. The fists collided, and the energy erupted. Qin Feng's eyes widened in shock, and he roared in an attempt to steady himself. However, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the power of Mo Chen's punch. His feet sank heavily into the ground, creating several deep craters. Yet his body was still hurled backward as if struck by a giant beast, landing several dozen meters away. When he finally regained his footing, his right hand trembled weakly, and for a moment, he could not even grip his fist. "Senior brother Qin, I concede." Mo Chen cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned away. Descending the mountain, Qin Feng was utterly enraged, cursing under his breath. Once more, I underestimated him. With that, he moved like a dragon, leaving behind numerous afterimages, and instantly shot towards Mo Chen's rear. Yet, just as he reached out to grasp Mo Chen's shoulder, he witnessed Mo Chen's figure dissipate like smoke into thin air. Stunned, he faltered for a moment, then resolved to pursue him once more. To his astonishment, thousands upon thousands of Mo Chens formed a serpentine line, winding and twisting like a true dragon coiling around the mountains, cascading down the path. In the face of this spectacle, Qin Feng was struck with awe, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. How can this be? Is this the perfected form of the Earth Sea Dragon Steppe? His own Earth Sea Dragon Steppe had reached great heights, yet now he could not even discern the true form of Mo Chen, let alone catch up to him. The realization that Mo Chen had acquired the secret manual only this morning left him bewildered, engulfed in confusion. After all these years of cultivation, have I truly wasted my efforts? Chapter 66. Jiang Wuhuan's 3 Questions on the Path of Martial Arts. Comparison between individuals is futile. Qin Feng had always believed himself to be a genius, with few peers in the academy who could command his admiration. His father and Qian Mo Ran were among the exceptions, along with the likes of Dan Tai Xiasang and his father's senior disciple, Chu Xinji. Yet today, he discovered that Mo Chen surpassed them all in defiance of the heavens, to the point that the very thought filled him with dread. What manner of prodigy has my father taken under his wing? It was one thing for Mo Chen's cultivation to advance rapidly, but his comprehension was equally astonishing. Within a single day, he had perfected the high-tier martial art, Earth Sea Dragon technique. In contrast, Qin Feng had taken 5 months merely to memorize this manual, and under the meticulous guidance of Qin Songying, had spent a full 23 years to reach great accomplishment. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the sky. Devoid of desire for life, his heart ashen. With Mo Chen's existence, what place is there for me? Qin Feng. Mo Chen descended the mountain in less than 3 breaths. Experiencing a remarkable surge in speed, his spirits soared. This velocity must surpass that of airplanes from my previous life. And this was merely the fleeting speed granted by the perfected Earth-Sea Dragon technique. With the enhancement of his qi, this lightness of movement burst forth, utterly transcending the limits of human perception. Warriors of the 5 elements realm could not perceive Mo Chen's true form, let alone those of the condensation qi and body refinement realms. I wonder if those at the mountain opening realm can see me. Mo Chen was intrigued by the prowess of mountain opening realm experts. Alas, the 4th round of the Academy's martial examination had yet to conclude, leaving him unable to access the scripture repository for further knowledge. Rapid advancement in cultivation can be a burden as well. Mo Chen shook his head, deciding to return to the city to check on the business of his fast food establishment. As the sun rose and set, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the 4th round of the martial examination at the Xuanyuan Academy finally concluded. In the practical combat section, Shichi unexpectedly advanced to true inheritance, igniting a wave of astonishment and chatter both within and beyond the city. Shichi, endowed with innate strength, challenged and overcame a mid-stage 5 elements realm beast. Upon hearing this news while seated in the backyard of his fast food establishment, Mo Chen was taken aback. He had recently interacted with Shichi, who, as his protector, willingly followed him. Never had Mo Chen imagined that Shichi would achieve true inheritance. Truly remarkable, Manhwaaudiobook remarked. When I first heard this news, I could scarcely believe it, but it was conveyed by senior brother Su, so it must hold weight. Mo Chen pondered, nodding thoughtfully as his fingers lightly tapped the table. Thus, this cohort has 3 true inheritance disciples. Manhwaaudiobook remained silent, respectfully awaiting further direction. Mo Chen glanced at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You may attend to your duties. Remember to keep a close watch on the pawn shop and recruit some astute young assistants. Yes, young Master Mo. Manhwaaudiobook clasped his hands and exited the room. After Manhwaaudiobook departed, Mo Chen rose and stepped outside, gazing skyward. The martial examination had concluded. Surely, the apprenticeship ceremony would take place tomorrow. Throughout the past 7 days, Mo Chen had been contemplating the business ventures for his 5 shops. Now, clarity had dawned upon him. Though the final decision would hinge upon the locations and sizes of the establishments, he would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony for that information. At that moment, Manhwaaudiobook returned, hurrying in with an excited expression. Young master, a letter from the Xuanyuan Academy. The apprenticeship ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow at the 4th watch, and all disciples must gather at the academy tonight. A grin spread across Mo Chen's face. At last it's here. He had eagerly anticipated the apprenticeship ceremony, with aspirations for those 5 shops lingering in his mind. Without delay, he bid farewell to Manhwaaudiobook and hastened towards the Xuanyuan Academy. Disciples pay their respects to the master. Once again, they gathered at the secluded courtyard on the mountainside. Outside, a rocking chair awaited. But this time it was not Qin Feng occupying it. Instead, it was Qin Song-ying, the lord of the Xuanyuan mansion. Ah, you've arrived? Qin Song-ying smiled at Mo Chen, gesturing to the stone bench beside the stone table. Sit. All right, Mo Chen replied, taking a seat on the stone bench. Qin Song-ying reclined in the rocking chair, resuming his reading without engaging Mo Chen in conversation. A gentle breeze wafted through, alleviating some of the summer heat. The master and disciple savored this rare moment of tranquility. After a while, a delightful girl with a bun hairstyle emerged from the courtyard, carrying a plate of grapes. Her eyes sparkled upon spotting Mo Chen beside Qin Song-ying, and she approached him, exclaiming, Mo Chen, when did you arrive? Mo Chen stood and performed a respectful bow. Senior sister, I just arrived a moment ago. Given the order of entry, Qin Shiyu was a year younger than him. Yet he had to address her as senior sister. You've come at the perfect time. I just washed these grapes. Please have some. Qin Shiyu plucked a round, plump purple grape, her lips curling into a sweet smile as she brought it to Mo Chen's mouth. Senior sister, I can manage by myself, Mo Chen said awkwardly, quickly taking the grape and stepping back. This senior sister was overly enthusiastic. This was the 2nd time she had playfully teased him. With her hands on her hips and a pout on her lips, Qin Shiyu looked at Mo Chen with big, innocent eyes. Mo Chen, are you rejecting me? Mo Chen sighed, glancing helplessly at Qin Song-ying, and said, Senior sister, how could I possibly reject you? It's just that we should maintain some decorum between men and women. Qin Shiyu wrinkled her nose and sat on the stone bench, huffing, I don't mind. Why should you care? Besides, my father is watching. If worst comes to worst, I could just marry you. Absolutely not. Mo Chen shook his head vigorously. I have no thoughts of marriage. You should give up on that idea. Uffed. Qin Shiyu couldn't help but laugh, rolling her eyes playfully. Senior sister, I'm not a vixen. Are you afraid I'll devour you? At this point, Qin Song-ying could no longer contain himself. He set down his book and turned to his daughter, frowning. Qin Shiyu, go away at once. All right. Qin Shiyu chuckled playfully and, rising to her feet, winked at Mo Chen. Senior sister, I'm off now. Do come find me to play when you have some free time. With that, she turned, glancing back thrice as she made her way to the courtyard. Qin Kanjing stood up, shaking his head in resignation. Both my son and daughter are utterly unworthy. Chen, I apologize for this. Chen hurriedly replied, Master, your words are somewhat biased. Every individual has their own aspirations. It cannot be generalized. As for Qin Shiriyue, who at such a tender age was already running a brothel, Qin Kanjing felt utterly powerless. The crux of the matter was that Qin Shiriyue possessed an extraordinary talent for business. It was said that she had established an intelligence network centered around the brothel, making her an unconventional and remarkable young woman. Very well, since you are here, take this book with you to read. Qin Kanjing tossed the tome in his hand to Chen, who caught it deftly. Upon glancing down, he saw the book was titled Jiang Wuhuan's 3 Questions on the Path of Martial Arts. Chen was momentarily taken aback. Qin Kanjing, standing under the shade of a tree with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance where the mountains undulated. His voice, tinged with nostalgia, resonated. 400 years ago, an unparalleled martial genius was born at the foot of Phoenix Resting Mountain. He began practicing martial arts at 3, condensed his energy at 5, stepped into the 5 elements realm at 8, and opened the mountain at 15. That year, the populace of the Great Xuanyuan Empire looked up in awe as 108 celestial mountains descended from the heavens, manifesting extraordinary phenomena, with dragons and phoenixes singing in unison. At that moment, the young swordsman ascended the mountain, shattering the 108 great peaks before the gaze of thousands. The world was astounded. Nations came to pay their respects. He was regarded by the Great Xian as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, nurtured with immense resources to pave his way. Eventually, his martial path was indeed smooth sailing. At 28, he entered the Fate Spring. At 45, he birthed a spiritual infant. And at 63, he refined his spirit, unifying the 6 nations. In those days, he was seen as the one most likely to transcend this realm. But tragically, that year he suddenly went mad. He ceased pursuing the path of martial arts and instead indulged in pleasures, wreaking havoc across the world. At this point, Chen's heart trembled violently, and a name escaped his lips, the Great Xian Tyrant. Qin Kanjing turned his head, nodding in regret. Indeed, he is the Great Xian Tyrant, Jiang Wuhuan. Chapter 67, The Great Qi and the Great Wei. Chen gazed at the tome in his hands, his spirit shaken, breath caught in his throat. The Great Xian Tyrant. Truly the Great Xian Tyrant. The book he held contained the chronicles of the Great Xian Tyrant's martial cultivation. Jiang Wuhuan's 3 Questions on the Path of Martial Arts? What could his inquiries have been? And why only 3 questions? How could 3 questions fill such a substantial volume? What was his understanding of martial arts? Chen's breathing quickened, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His mind swirled with astonishment. The Great Xian Tyrant was the genius who had birthed the unparalleled martial art Eternal Grief of the Mountains and Rivers. Eagerly, he opened the first page of the tome, impatient to discover the content of these 3 questions. Perhaps sensing Chen's fervor, Qin Kanjing, still with hands behind his back, smiled slightly. If you wish to see, then see. There are detailed records regarding the mountain opening realm within. Chen, unable to contain his eagerness, clasped the book and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master. With that, he turned and transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing in an instant. Qin Kanjing observed Chen execute the Earth Sea Dragon Step, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. This lad had truly mastered the Earth Sea Dragon Step? Just days prior, Qin Feng had informed him that Chen had achieved great perfection in the technique, and he had found it hard to believe. Yet witnessing it with his own eyes, he sensed something was amiss. Chen's Earth Sea Dragon Step was deeper and swifter than his own, seemingly imbued with numerous unusual changes that rendered this superior martial art into something extraordinary. What a remarkable child. Could he have improved this elite lightness skill? Qin Kanjing pondered, secretly astonished. This young man's comprehension was astonishingly prodigious. In the entire Zhenwu Academy, perhaps only he understood just how terrifying Chen's talent truly was. To grasp the essence of both supreme and extraordinary techniques within the 3rd mural was not something to be viewed through a mundane lens. This young man runs incredibly fast. At that moment, a gravelly voice of admiration unexpectedly echoed through the air. Turning around, Qin Kanjing found that an elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe and exuding an ethereal presence, had appeared by the stone table. Third Master Uncle. Qin Kanjing greeted the elder with a slight bow. The elder nodded with a smile, seating himself at the stone table, plucking a slightly green grape and popping it into his mouth. He chewed lightly, only to be met with an overwhelming burst of tartness that contorted his face in a grimace. Seeing this, Qin Kanjing couldn't help but chuckle as he approached the table. Third Master Uncle, how did the negotiations go regarding that valley's secret realm? The elder struggled to swallow the sour grape, shaking his head. Not optimistic. Qin Kanjing furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers on the stone table. The people from the Zhengu temple couldn't secure this matter? The elder seized another green grape, grimacing as he chewed, mumbling, what of the Zhengu temple? The treasures within that secret realm are crucial for mountain opening. If they could be monopolized, They could easily create dozens of mountain opening experts. Which nation would dare to relinquish them so easily? Furthermore, it is rumored that the martial arts capable of altering sacred level roots are within this Xingyun sect. The Great Qi and Great Wei would be even less inclined to yield. Qin Kanjing's gaze grew cold. This is an ancient sect's secret realm discovered within our Great Xian territory. It is one thing for the Great Qi and Great Wei to reach out, but now they want us to concede. The elder chuckled, smirking. The rulers of the Great Qi and Great Wei are in their prime. Would they not dare? Moreover, I fear that once our Great Xian's ruler ascends to immortality, those two nations may very well conspire to divide and swallow our Great Xian. Upon hearing this, Qin Kanjing's heart tightened, his brow deeply furrowed. The elder's words, though delivered with a smile, carried an unmistakable tone of helplessness and resignation. The current ruler of Great Xian was nearing the end of his life. According to news from the Zhenghua Temple, the Great Xian ruler's attempt to break through his bottleneck was already hopeless. His lifespan was waning, and his ascension to immortality would be within the next 2 or 3 years. Consequently, instances of the Great Qi and Great Wei's infiltration and chaos within Great Xian had become increasingly frequent, indicating that the era of turmoil was imminent. At present, Great Xian was unable to autonomously decide matters concerning its own secret realms, revealing the dire crisis that had fully descended upon them. Contemplating these matters, Qin Kanjing's emotions were exceedingly complex, his eyes betraying a profound sense of worry and powerlessness. If not for the imminent demise of our Great Xian's ruler, would the Great Qi and Great Wei dare to act so brazenly, to humiliate us? With a resounding thud, Qin Kanjing slammed his fist down. His eyes filled with humiliation and frustration. His cultivation was too low. He had no means to rescue this nation, to save the people of Great Xian. What was needed now was a steadfast leader, a super expert capable of contending with the rulers of the Great Qi and Great Wei. Alas, he was not that person, and such a super expert would not emerge in the immediate future. Among the 36 prefectures of Great Xian, there was not a single prefect who could break through the bottleneck. Is it truly the case that half of my 400 million subjects in the Great Xian shall be compelled to worship the deities of the Great Qi, while the other half is to be consumed as fodder for the demons of the Great Wei? Qin Kanjing clenched his fists tightly, his face etched with fury and his heart brimming with indignation. Within the confines of the Great Qi, the doctrine of incense worship reigns supreme. Countless temples and statues have been erected in their sacred halls, coercing the populace to pay homage and offer tributes daily. Should any citizen refuse to worship or neglect their daily devotions, they are ruthlessly punished and mercilessly tormented. This has rendered the common folk nearly lifeless, gaunt and hollow-eyed, devoid of any spark of vitality. In stark contrast, the Great Wei dances with demons. It is said that the ruler of the Great Wei was raised by a wolf demon in his youth. Thus, upon ascending to power, he became a merciless butcher, welcoming demons into his realm to share dominion over the world. Incidents of demons devouring humans occur frequently within the Great Wei, with groups of 3 to 5 being consumed, and in severe cases, entire villages or even counties falling prey to this horror. Yet the people of the Great Wei find themselves ensnared within its borders. At the frontier, demons and assassins guard the realm, ensuring that those who dare attempt to flee are devoured, reduced to mere fragments. The citizens of the Great Wei resemble livestock raised by demons, with no hope for a future. In comparison to these two neighbors, the Great Xian stands as a veritable paradise, maintaining the most orderly existence within the human realm. Although there are numerous parasites causing discord within, it does not deter the vast majority of Great Xian warriors, who are resolutely dedicated to the protection of the common people. Regrettably, this order may very well be rewritten in just 2 or 3 years. Qin Kanjing and his fellow warriors of the Great Xian possess the will, but lack the power, to instigate change. Do not be disheartened. The most favorable outcome would be for us to relinquish a portion of our interests and jointly enter that valley, the elder said with a warm smile, patting Qin Kanjing's shoulder. If we can secure even a fraction of resources, it would grant our Great Xian an additional glimmer of hope for self-preservation. Qin Kanjing inhaled deeply, his gaze fierce as he declared, if that day truly comes, I shall risk my very life to ensure that I take a few down with me. The elder, though still smiling, cast a resolute glance towards the distant mountains. These magnificent lands, the common people, our family and friends, our brothers and sisters of the sect. If they are to perish at the hands of the Great Qi and Great Wei, then what value does our own lives hold? Chapter 68, The Master Acceptance Ceremony. Ding, ding, ding. The following day marked the commencement of the triannual Master Acceptance Ceremony at the Zhenwu Academy. At the 4th watch of the morning, outside the ancestral hall, all disciples of the Zhenwu Academy who had not been assigned tasks gathered in attendance. As the bronze bell of the clock tower atop the mountain rang out, Qin Kanjing, accompanied by a host of elders, took their seats at the front, awaiting the new disciples to pay their respects. Below, over 200 new disciples, led by Mo Chen, Wan Tianjing, and Hu Shiqi, paid homage to the revered ancestors of the Zhenwu Academy. The first step, paying homage to the ancestors. The Grand Elder, Lu Hongshan, donned a stern expression and bellowed, "Pay homage to the ancestors." Clad in a flowing white robe, Chen, holding 3 incense sticks, led the disciples in kneeling before the ancestral tablet, subsequently placing the incense and candles in the censer. The second step, offering tea to the true disciples. Chen was the first to lift the teacup and approach Chen Kanjing, kneeling respectfully as he proclaimed, "Disciple Chen pays my respects to the master." Excellent. Chen Kanjing bellowed with laughter, accepting the teacup, taking a sip, and aiding Chen to his feet. Ruan Tianjing and Hushichi followed suit, addressing the Grand Elder and the Second Elder respectively. Disciple Ruan Tianjing pays my respects to the master. Disciple Hushichi pays my respects to the master. The Grand Elder and Second Elder accepted the teacups, their gazes laden with complexity as they regarded Chen, sighing with a hint of reluctance. How splendid it would have been if Chen had been the one serving them tea. Once the 3 true disciples completed their tea offerings, Lu Hongshan stood once more to preside over the ceremony. The third step, the inner and outer disciples pay their respects. Over 20 inner disciples, led by Situ Xian and Yuan Chongqing, stepped forward in unison, followed by more than 200 inner and outer disciples kneeling in reverence. Disciple pays my respects to the Lord. Disciple pays my respects to the elders. Chen Kanjing, his gaze imposing, slowly raised his hand, commanding, "Rise." Yes, the disciples responded in unison, rising to their feet. The fourth step, the new disciples greet their senior brothers and sisters. Thus, led by Chen, the 200 new disciples followed suit. They exited the ancestral hall and proceeded to the expansive martial arts arena below. Finally, Chen led everyone to the edge of the highest platform, bowing to all the senior disciples below. Junior disciples, greetings to all esteemed senior brothers and sisters. Behind him, over 200 inner and outer disciples echoed in unison. Junior disciples, greetings to all esteemed senior brothers and sisters. In the martial arts arena, banners fluttered in the wind, and countless senior disciples stood in formation, their gazes fixed upon the front of the crowd where Chen stood, smiles gracing their lips. "So this is Chen? I've heard he possesses exceptional bones and comprehension, truly a rare martial talent. Who among us dares to test him?" As such discussions unfolded, one individual stepped forward. "Junior brother I have heard you possess heavenly grade bones and unparalleled insight. I wish to spar with you for a few exchanges. Are you willing to accept the challenge?" The one stepping forward was a seasoned inner disciple, tall and imposing, with a shiny bald head and a rugged appearance. As he looked at Chen, a sneer of disdain crept upon his lips. In his heart, he held a deep-seated resentment for someone like Chen, who appeared handsome and had risen to prominence solely based on his innate gifts. This was the perfect opportunity to publicly humiliate Chen during the ceremony. Upon hearing this, Chen smiled slightly and confidently replied, "Why would I not dare?" He had anticipated this moment of sparring among brothers before the ceremony and was well prepared. "Very well, let us see your skills." With that, the bald disciple casually clasped his hands and introduced himself, Hong Tianba. Chen responded, "Chen." In the blink of an eye, Hong Tianba unleashed a fierce roar, drawing a spiked club from behind his back, releasing a surge of energy that cleaved through the air, descending upon Chen in an instant. Kill. The speed of this strike was astonishing, imbued with tremendous force. Chen even heard the sound of a wolf's howl. This was the velocity and sound that could only be achieved when one reached the pinnacle of the condensed chi realm, a level where martial arts are perfected. "Watch out!" Su Jins cried out in warning from below. Chen glanced at her and smiled, reassured. "Do not worry, Sister Su." Boom. In a surprising turn of events, Chen raised his hand and effortlessly caught the spiked club with his bare hands. What tremendous strength! Hong Tianba's eyes widened in shock as he attempted to retract the club, only to be met with a powerful punch from Chen that struck his chin. Boom. As swift as Hong Tianba had come, he was sent crashing back, his condensed chi realm armor shattering upon contact. He let out a muffled groan, soaring backward into the crowd, stars dancing before his eyes, unable to rise. Wow. The entire assembly of new and veteran disciples stood wide-eyed in astonishment. Hong Tianba was unable to withstand even a single punch from Chen. He is in the 5 elements realm. Chen is in the 5 elements realm. Someone shouted in disbelief. On the first tier of the arena, Dan Taisya raised an eyebrow, her expression one of intrigue. Lu Jun appeared slightly taken aback, while the other esteemed disciples were similarly astonished, casting puzzled glances at Chen. Only Qin Feng maintained an air of calm, as though observing something utterly ordinary. Remarkable. Could Chen's prowess be this formidable? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward, leaving the previous generation to languish upon the shore. Each successive newcomer seems increasingly formidable. The last generation star was Dan Taisya, who now stood nearby. This year's Chen, it appears, is no easy adversary. Beside them, Ruan Tianjing and Hushichi were equally shaken upon witnessing Chen's decisive victory over Hong Tianba. The speed of Chen's advancement is astonishing. Hushichi exclaimed in awe. Just a month ago, Chen was merely at the condensation realm. Now, He has unleashed the formidable energy characteristic of the five elements realm. In other words, Chen has indeed transcended to the five elements realm. Upon hearing Hushichi's words, Ruan Tianjing's countenance darkened. Chen, a fierce shout erupted from the crowd as another figure soared forward. I shall face you. As the words fell, a crimson light surged forth. Whoosh! A blood-red blade, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, sliced through the air, carrying with it a gale of force, descending with ferocity. The might of a disciple from the five elements realm is beyond that of one from the condensation realm. The blade shimmered like a crescent moon, its energy almost tangible. Wow, it's Guozhan. Brother Gua has made his move. Guozhan is undoubtedly in the mid-stage of the five elements realm. Haha. Chen is in for a rough time. How could he possibly contend with the battle-hardened Guozhan as a newcomer to the five elements realm? As the blade approached, Chen looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly, his hair whipping wildly in the wind. Yet, his tall figure remained steadfast, unmoving. Come on. At the moment the colossal blade descended, a smile graced Chen's lips. He subtly shifted his body to the side, deftly evading the strike. In the blink of an eye, before Guozhan could alter his attack, Chen's right hand, hanging at his side, suddenly pointed forward at an uncanny angle. This gesture was as swift as lightning, executed with effortless grace. To all observers, it appeared as though he was merely indicating something ahead. However, upon witnessing this motion, Qin Kanjing and the 10 elders simultaneously paled, rising to their feet in alarm. The great perfection level soul-pursuing finger. How is it possible in just a few days? During the third assessment, Chen had only just begun to grasp the soul-pursuing finger. And now he has already reached the pinnacle of mastery? This child's talent is indeed terrifying. He is a true boon for our Zhenwu Academy. As Guozhan's blade missed its mark, he felt a jolt of alarm. Seeing Chen's pointed finger, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. This is bad. Just as he intended to retreat, he realized Chen's index finger was far too swift. He had no chance to evade.